In this short moment when everyone was discussing the manifestation of the phoenix behind Huang Beiqing unexpectedly rose again. Moreover, the surrounding fire energy fluctuations had also intensified. The fiery air radiated from the center of the arena and spread towards the stands, making the audience a little overwhelmed. After this, the energy condensed by this phoenix has clearly surpassed Jing Xiaoyuan's manifestation of the white tiger. Oh my god, it's amazing! I've heard people say that Huang Beiqing is also in the mid-stage of the heart-profound realm, but judging from this posture, at least it can be achieved by cultivators in the late stage of the heart-profound realm. Could it be that he has advanced again recently? Now, it depends on how young Miss Li responds. This suspense is so thrilling. The surrounding discussions did not have any impact on Huang Beiqing. At this moment, because he had just listened to Huang Sanbai's provocation, his inner anger had reached its peak. Therefore, his only goal was to quickly kill Huang Yueli, the traitor, and show off for the clan. Huang Beiqing knew very well in his heart that he was at the middle stage of the heart-profound realm, and Huang Yueli was also at the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. With the same cultivation base, it was obviously impossible for him to defeat a god-level genius. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all, and directly performed the set of exercises that Huang Sanbai taught him as soon as he came up, and completed the first potential stimulation. In this way, his cultivation has been directly advanced from the middle stage of the heart-profound realm to the late stage of the heart-profound realm. At the same time, he unreservedly used his most powerful profound technique. With the combination of the two, once he made a move, it was indeed so powerful that the entire sky seemed to be melted by his flames. Huang Beiqing's eyes were full of crimson bloodshot eyes, and he stared at Huang Yueli coldly. The cultivators in the stands were all shocked by such momentum, they didn't even dare to take a breath, and stared at the two on the field. Even Li Shihong and the others, who knew Huang Yueli's strength well, were a little apprehensive. And right in the middle of the arena, Huang Yueli, who was facing Huang Beiqing, was still very calm. The fire attribute energy she could conceive was 100 times stronger than others, and the impact was astonishingly powerful. If this was lightning or metal profound power, it was indeed quite threatening to her. However, this was the fire attribute. After merging with Sky Phoenix Ring, the damage of the fire attribute to her has been much smaller. Unless the strength was more than one level higher than hers, otherwise, it would be difficult to hurt her. Therefore, facing the attack from Huang Beiqing, she didn't have any worries. She reached out her hand directly, and calmly condensed the fire attribute energy. Unlike Huang Beiqing's manifestation of a phoenix, which was astonishingly powerful at first glance, in Huang Yueli's hands, there were only 2 small balls of fire attribute energy appearing in her palm like a cluster of flames. It seems that it was really ordinary. It wasn't until the manifestation of a phoenix rushed in front of her that Huang Yueli raised her hand and blasted the 2 small flames towards the phoenix figure. One was a huge existence, with a wingspan of 50 to 60 meters, while the other was just 2 small flames. However, the moment the two came into contact, the phoenix phantom seemed to be scalded by something, and a hole appeared in the middle. Immediately afterwards, the phantom began to melt rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? What's going on? Huang Beiqing's face changed in horror, and he quickly increased his strength, trying to recondense the phoenix phantom. However, all this was in vain. Under Huang Yueli's casual swipe, the phoenix phantom gradually disintegrated, and turned into fire attribute energy in the air again, gradually drifting away. How is it possible? Huang Beiqing stared wide-eyed, watching this scene in disbelief. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he didn't care about any skills or whatnot. He directly condensed a fire dragon and it swept towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli had been prepared for a long time, and summoned a similar fire dragon to attack him. Huang Beiqing persisted for a while, then was defeated, flew back more than 10 meters, fell to the ground, as blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. Oh, he still lost. A god-level genius is a god-level genius. Even if Huang Beiqing is at the late stage of the heart-profound realm, he's still far behind. However, Huang Beiqing is already very strong. It's just a pity that the lottery was not drawn well. From the stands, there was a voice of regret. No one was surprised that Huang Beiqing would lose. After seeing Li Moying's physical strength, everyone already had the impression that a god-level genius was invincible. Although this god-level genius was a delicate-looking little girl, she cannot be any weaker than Li Moying. Huang Yueli was not as relaxed as she appeared on the surface. She was secretly relieved when she saw Huang Beiqing vomit blood and flew out while clutching her chest. Actually, she was not willing to hurt Huang Beiqing too much. In any case, Huang Beiqing was also from her clan, the top heaven-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan, and even able to enter the top 4 in the God Realm's Grand Meet. After she returns to the Sacred Phoenix clan, if she can subdue Huang Beiqing, it will definitely be a great help. If she wants to be the matriarch, it was not enough to rely on her strength alone. She doesn't necessarily have to do everything by herself, right? A young generation of genius fighters like Huang Beiqing was still very valuable. However, after Huang Beiqing's potential was stimulated, his strength was no small matter. It was not easy to defeat him without seriously injuring him. Even Huang Yueli had to spend a lot of effort to do it. She even suffered a little internal injury because of this. Huang Yueli stood in the middle of the competition field, turned her head to look at the referee. I won this competition, right? Then let's end like this. Wait. The referee quickly stopped her. Young Miss Li, this is against the rules. Why is it against the rules? The referee said, according to the rules of the competition, either your opponent admits defeat, or you knock him out of the arena, otherwise, he cannot be counted as a loss. If you leave the arena at this time, you will be eliminated. Huang Yueli suddenly remembered this rule, and laughed twice. Ahem, this. I almost forgot. Huang Beiqing, admit defeat. She felt that she had shown mercy, but any cultivator who wanted to save face would quickly go down the steps and immediately admit defeat. Anyway, it's not shameful to lose to a god-level genius. She had shown her prowess just now, and it was best to admit defeat here. But who knew? Huang Beiqing raised his head, stared at her coldly, and coughed a few times. Ahem, I can't admit defeat. If you have the ability, you can kick me off. Hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help frowning. It was obvious that Huang Beiqing couldn't beat her, but he was still stubborn and refused to admit defeat. The enmity between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan was really deep. Even in such a formal competition arena, they were unwilling to admit defeat to the opponent. Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment, then shrugged, since you insist on letting me beat you up again, then I'll do it. Anyway, Huang Beiqing had already fallen to the ground, and it didn't take much effort to knock him farther away. After Huang Yueli finished speaking, she walked towards Huang Beiqing. When the distance between the two was only 1 meter, Huang Yueli kicked up, trying to kick Huang Beiqing, who was on the ground, away. But at this moment, a sudden change happened. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from Huang Beiqing's body, bombarding towards Huang Yueli. This energy was even stronger than the energy contained in the Phoenix's manifestation just now, and its momentum was even more fierce. Moreover, due to the sudden attack at such a close, Huang Yueli hardly had any room for buffer and defense. The flame suddenly exploded from around the two of them and shot straight into the sky. A smug sneer flashed across Huang Beiqing's eyes. Just now, he pretended to be weak, refused to admit defeat and deliberately provoked, just to lure Huang Yueli to him. Once Huang Yueli approached, he immediately raised his potential for the second time, directly reaching the strength of the early stage of the Tao Profound Realm, and then exploded suddenly. Under such circumstances, Huang Yueli will undoubtedly die. The cultivators present all let out a cry of shock at the same time. No one thought that Huang Beiqing would make a move at this time, nor did they expect that he would be so powerful as soon as he made a move, like a thunderbolt. Huang Yueli, who was beside her, was completely covered by flames, so she couldn't see at all. It was as if she had been engulfed by the flames of the explosion. Damn, what's going on here? Why did you suddenly do it? It's obvious that Huang Beiqing made a sneak attack. How despicable and shameless, isn't it? In such a formal competition, you actually still make a sneak attack? And he should have hidden his strength. When he made the first attack just now, his strength was not that strong, and now he shows his true strength in a sneak attack. This is, to put the opponent to death on purpose. Cultivators with a higher vision, such as the elders of the major ancient god clan, had already seen through the trick. For a moment, everyone turned pale in horror. Xianxia's complexion changed. The enmity between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan is endless. How dare you kill someone on such an occasion? It's over now. Young Miss Li won't really fall in the hands of Huang Beiqing? This is a loss for the entire god realm. A talented cultivator like Huang Yueli, who has high strength and is good at spirit armaments and array techniques, is exactly what the allied forces need most. Xianxialing was still thinking about finding an opportunity to catch up with her and let her join the allied forces. As a result, just as soon as this idea appeared, Huang Yueli was ambushed by someone. On the side of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it was even more chaotic. Even Lu Bian couldn't sit still any longer, and moved to Li Moying's side, panicking. Li Moying, why are you still sitting here? Junior sister, she can't die, right? What should I do? Shut your crow's mouth. Li Moying gave him a cold look. Little Lear will be fine. With his eyesight, he has actually seen through Huang Yueli's actions. The moment she approached Huang Beiqing, she moved her fingers slightly, gathering her profound strength quietly. Obviously, Huang Yueli had already prepared herself for a surprise attack from Huang Beiqing. Few of the cultivators present, including those at the peak of the Dao Profound Realm, could see through this point. Only Li Moying, who was connected with Huang Yueli, could easily see through her little tricks. However, even though he knew that his little Lear had a careful mind and would not fall here casually, Li Moying's heart was still left hanging, fearing that something might happen. At this moment, Lu Bian leaned close to his ear and yelled, which annoyed him even more. Oh, how he wished he could slap this guy away. The flames formed a beam of light, which stayed in the air for a while, before gradually dissipating. Everyone became nervous, stood up and looked towards the center of the arena. Although a god-level genius was very strong, but, in the face of such a close sneak attack, could she really survive? The final result did not disappoint everyone. Huang Yueli still stood in place. Although the clothes on her body were burnt in several places, and she looked a little embarrassed. But, after all, she was still alive and well, and it seems that her injuries are not serious. On the other hand, Huang Beiqing is much more miserable. Many parts of his body were severely burned. With his hands pressed against his chest, his expression was full of pain. At first glance, he had serious internal injuries, possibly even his meridians. Only then did the cultivators present feel relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but hiss in contempt. Shameless, this is so shameless. The Sacred Phoenix clan unexpectedly did a sneak attack. Even if you're an enemy, you can't do this in an official competition, right? Otherwise, where's the fairness of the competition? This was also self-inflicted. Originally, young Miss Li wanted to let him go, and he wanted to seek his own death. Now, he has been so badly retaliated that he can only be slaughtered by young Miss Li. You deserve it, you really deserve it. The Sacred Phoenix clan is really too shameless. no wonder only the Cloudy Qilin clan has god-level geniuses. Huang Beiqing was lying on the ground, listening to these messy discussions. He felt aggrieved in his heart, and a breath of depression accumulated in his chest, making him unable to breathe. He was defeated by Huang Yueli, and even injured. Even if he died because of it, it's nothing. However, these onlookers dared to say that their sacred Phoenix clan was shameless. Such an evaluation simply made him hard to listen to. Shameless? Who was shameless? Even if he was killed by Huang Yueli, let the world know the true face of this witch. Thinking of this, Huang Beiqing couldn't bear it anymore, and yelled out loudly, Huang Yueli, you are a traitor of the sacred Phoenix clan. You think you have a god-level talent and extraordinary strength, and you can do so many shameless things. Delving to murder to silence me, do you think no one will know the scandal you have done? I am going to die today, and I will expose your true colors. Huang Beiqing suddenly spoke out, still saying such nonsensical words. The scene was silent for a moment, and then chaos immediately broke out. What do you mean? A traitor from the sacred Phoenix clan? What's going on? The name he called just now was Huang Yueli? Who is that? What's the matter? What's the real face? There seems to be some big secret? Huang Yueli was also taken aback. She originally wanted to wait until the finals were over before finding Huang Sanbai to settle the score. Because Floating Sea was the island master's territory after all, she doesn't disrupt the normal progress of the competition, but to give the island master face, so as not to cause the island master's displeasure and intervene. But who knows, something unexpected happened in the middle of the competition. Even Huang Yueli didn't think that Huang Beiqing actually knew her true identity. Moreover, in the middle of the competition, he would suddenly divulge her true identity. How did Huang Beiqing know about this? Could it be that Huang Sanbai told him? However, Huang Sanbai was not a fool. How could he casually tell this secret to others? Moreover, he was still the #1 genius of the younger generation in the clan. Isn't he courting death? No, there must be something wrong. Before Huang Yueli could figure it out, Huang Beiqing continued to shout loudly. What? Are you speechless? You are a god-level genius of the sacred Phoenix clan, but you were coaxed by the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan with a few words, betrayed the clan, not only helping the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan to deal with their own people, moreover, he also killed the patriarch. Everyone, please tell me. Should such a shameless and lewd woman deserve to be killed? As soon as this remark came out, the scene immediately became even more chaotic. Every word Huang Beiqing uttered was so shocking, completely beyond everyone's imagination. The fiancé of the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan was actually a god-level genius of the sacred Phoenix clan? In order to be able to marry Li Moying, she betrayed her clan? Moreover, she also killed Huang Tianhao. Any one of these accusations was explosive, not to mention that the source was Huang Beiqing. All of a sudden, the stands were in an uproar. My God, what's going on? Is it true? I don't believe there will be such a thing. However, I also heard some time ago that the Sacred Phoenix clan also had a god-level genius, but disappeared later. Now, the Cloudy Qilin clan has a second god-level genius. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? What's the matter? God-level geniuses are not Chinese cabbages that are so commonly found. 1 or 2 is not enough, and there is a third? This was exactly the question most people have. Everyone focused their eyes on Huang Yueli and perked their ears, wanting to hear her explanation. Thoughts flashed quickly in Huang Yueli's mind. At this point, if she denied it, it wouldn't make any sense. She will tell the truth herself later. At this time, she has no other choice but to nod. It's just that Huang Beiqing's sudden disclosure of her identity completely disrupted her original plan. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes, nodded and said, Yes, I am indeed a cultivator of the sacred Phoenix clan, and my real name is Huang Yueli. but… Alright, it really is you. You bloody traitor. I'm going to kill you. Hearing Huang Yueli's confirmation, Huang Beiqing became agitated all of a sudden, and before she could finish speaking, he yelled and interrupted her. At the same time, he got up from the ground all of a sudden, frantically waved the sharp sword in his hand, and stabbed towards her. Huang Yueli dodged, frowned, and said, "Calm down first, listen to me. Clan traitor, you deserve to die. It's useless for you to argue any longer." Huang Beiqing roared angrily. In the stands, all cultivators were completely shocked by the news. No matter how righteous and stern Huang Beiqing had accused before, it was not as shocking as Huang Yueli's nod of confirmation. This astonishing news was actually true, it was true. Among them, the most shocked ones were the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan. They never dreamed that the future young madam who had been offered up as a treasure by their clan was actually a cultivator from their old enemy, the Sacred Phoenix clan. This was no different from a bolt from the blue. Li Shihong clutched his chest, as he felt a mouthful of blood rise up his throat. If he hadn't been determined, he would have sprayed out blood by now. He took several breaths in a row before he managed to calm down a bit. He turned his head and faced Li Moying, his voice trembling. "Mo. Moying, young Miss Li is really, is." He couldn't even finish a sentence. Li Moying looked as usual, and nodded calmly, "That's right, she's not young Miss Li, she should be young Miss Huang." You. Did you already know? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Looking at Li Moying's expression, Li Shihong finally understood. Daring, Li Moying has always known everything, but has been keeping it from them. Reminiscent of the last time the steward exposed Huang Yueli's identity, he purposely went to Li Moying's yard to peep, trying to verify the authenticity, but in the end, he was tricked miserably. Li Shihong couldn't bear it anymore, and finally he spat out the blood that was stagnant in his chest. Not only Li Shihong, but at this moment, all the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were staring intently at Li Moying. They couldn't imagine that Huang Yueli was actually from the Sacred Phoenix clan. There was no sign at all? Moreover, their young master actually fell in love with a woman from a hostile force, and even concealed her identity for her, letting her hide in the clan. It's not that Li Moying didn't notice these suspicious gazes, but the expression on his face didn't change at all. It seemed that everyone's doubts couldn't affect him at all. "If I tell you that little Lear belongs to the Sacred Phoenix clan, will you still agree with my marriage with her?" Li Shihong choked for a moment. "This, even if there is no grass in the end of the world, you can find any woman, even if from a human clan, you can discuss it, but the Sacred Phoenix clan, no, absolutely not." Li Moying showed a look of, "See, it's true," snorted coldly, and didn't speak again. Seeing his arrogant yet defiant attitude, Li Shihong was shocked. He suddenly remembered Li Moying's frightening behavior when Huang Yueli was trapped in the array on Paradise Island a few days ago. For that woman, he could die without hesitation. He could challenge cultivators who were much stronger than him, and he could personally take risks for her and enter the poisonous mist. Does that mean he would also leave the clan for that woman? Thinking of this, Li Shihong suddenly felt a burst of panic, and was about to say something more, to test Li Moying. At this moment, exclamations suddenly came from the stands. "Oh my God! Look at Huang Beiqing. What's going on with him? It's such a powerful energy fluctuation. Damn, I can't even breathe. Is this really a level that cultivators in the Heart Profound realm can achieve? It's not right, it's really not right." Huang Beiqing's eyes seemed to be bleeding. "Hiss, that's so terrifying." Li Moying frowned, immediately ignored Li Shihong, and turned to look at the arena. Huang Beiqing thought he had exposed Huang Yueli's true face, so he slashed at her several times in an attempt to kill her. But it's a pity that he couldn't do anything to Huang Yueli during the sneak attack. Now that the opponent was prepared, he couldn't even touch Huang Yueli's hair. Huang Beiqing was angry and anxious, gritted his teeth fiercely, and stimulated the potential in his body again, without hesitation. This was the third time that his potential has been stimulated. Huang Beiqing really used the devil skills taught to him by Huang Sanbai to the limit. The moment he activated the skill, he immediately felt a tearing pain emanating from every meridian in his body. The profound energy in his body seemed to be completely drawn out of his body in an instant. But a lot of energy poured into his dantian, and it was constantly expanding outwards, feeling like it might explode at any time. The unspeakable pain made Huang Beiqing's face instantly distorted, and the expression on his face became extremely ferocious. The skin on his body turned a strange bluish-purple color, his eyes became more and more red to the extent that some blood started to flow the corners of his eyes. Huang Yueli sensed something was wrong the moment he activated the skill and was startled. She immediately yelled, "Huang Beiqing, stop quickly. What are you doing? This is too dangerous, stop quickly." The state of Huang Beiqing was really strange. Based on Huang Yueli's experience, it can be seen at a glance that this is an obvious sign of qi deviation. If this state cannot be stopped immediately, it may take less than a quarter of an hour for him to completely backfire on himself and explode to death. However, Huang Beiqing couldn't listen to her words at all. From his point of view, Huang Yueli, a traitor, was definitely afraid, because she was shocked by his strength that had been raised to a whole realm. Although he felt extremely painful physically, Huang Beiqing could clearly feel strength. Incomparably powerful. Before this, he had never had the opportunity to experience such a powerful force. With the help of the power of the Devil Clan skills, his strength instantly entered the middle stage of the Tao Profound Realm, and the fire attribute energy around him seemed to flow continuously towards him. The Devil Clan's exercises blurred his consciousness and sanity, preventing him from hearing the exclamations of the audience in the distance, and he didn't know how terrifying he looked now. All he knows is that he was very powerful now, unprecedentedly powerful. Even if the person in front of him was a god-level genius, she will definitely not be able to resist one of his moves. Seeing his appearance, Huang Yueli was extremely horrified. "Huang Beiqing, you are crazy. Stop." She rushed forward, trying to seize the last bit of time, seal Huang Beiqing's meridians, and forcibly stop him from going berserk. There were only a few talented fighters in the Sacred Phoenix clan. She doesn't want one of them to die inexplicably the moment she takes the position of matriarch. If Huang Beiqing died in such a place, it would be meaningless. However, Huang Yueli still underestimated the domineering power of the Devil Clan skills. Although her agility skills were already at their peak, she still couldn't catch up. Huang Beiqing successfully activated his skills as if in the blink of an eye. "Huang Yueli, you traitor! Go to hell!" Huang Beiqing let out a roar, and swung the long sword towards Huang Yueli. A flame fell from the sky, attached to his sword, and shot straight at Huang Yueli's chest. Huang Yueli's posture of rushing towards him now was equivalent to directly rushing towards the flames of Huang Beiqing. It was already too late to change her moves to dodge. In an instant, she made a decisive decision. Between her eyebrows, a phoenix totem suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a monstrous heat wave radiated towards the surroundings. The dazzling light made it difficult to open one's eyes. "Oh my God, what's going on? Why, can't see anything? In the end, what happened? It's so hot, so terrifying." It took a long time for this strong light to gradually dissipate, and the intense heat wave around it also became milder. Among the audience, the stronger ones barely opened their eyes and looked towards the center of the arena. Seeing this, they gasped on the spot, with horror in their eyes. Just behind Huang Yueli, a huge phoenix was waving its huge wings, staying in midair. This phoenix is much larger than the phantom of the phoenix summoned by Huang Beiqing at the beginning. The energy in the whole body should also be several times stronger. However, this is not the main reason why these powerhouses were surprised. The real reason why they changed their colors in shock was that this was a real phoenix, not a phantom formed by condensing energy. Although Xiao Wangkai and Huang Yueli's Sky Phoenix ring is a spirit body, as a phoenix that can be reborn from ashes and nirvana, the difference between the spirit body and the real phoenix is not that big, and this is also one of the forms of the Phoenix clan. 1. It can exert 80% of the power of the entity. The current Xiao Wangkai has already evolved a lot compared to when he was in Soaring Heaven's continent, especially after Huang Yueli obtained a lot of inarray on taming divine beasts and treasures of heaven and earth in the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Xiao Wangkai was cultivated from infancy to adolescence. This allowed little Phoenix's strength to make great progress. And now, the little Phoenix still uses the secret method of the Phoenix family to forcibly arouse its strength, so the power displayed is almost comparable to that of an adult Phoenix. Seeing the dazzling big Phoenix behind Huang Yueli, all the cultivators were completely stunned. Even powerhouses like Li Shihong and Xian Jiuling's eyes widened with disbelief. Phoenix. This is the real Phoenix. The ancient gods and beasts have been extinct for so many years, and there are still people who can contract the gods and beasts. Where did she find a phoenix? What's the use of just finding it? You have to have this ability contract. If it were you, I'm afraid you'd be burnt to ashes if you were randomly sprayed by the phoenix. Nonsense, of course I can't do it anymore, but isn't Ms. Huang a god-level genius? It's scary, it's really scary. As far as I know, apart from the old monsters in the Mingxian realm, only young Master Li of the Cloudy Qilin clan and young Master Jun of the True Dragon clan have contracted divine beasts. That's right. Although Miss Huang is also a god-level talent, she doesn't have the support of her family. She can even contract a divine beast? It's too scary. The stands were completely overwhelmed by all kinds of exclamations and discussions. If we say that when Huang Beiqing accused Huang Yueli before, some people had doubts, thinking that Huang Beiqing had admitted the wrong person. It is impossible for a god-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan to be with the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. But now, after seeing the Phoenix beast behind Huang Yueli with his own eyes, no one has any doubts anymore. Only the god-level geniuses of the Sacred Phoenix clan can contract a real phoenix. Huang Yueli's identity is undoubtedly confirmed. At this moment, Huang Beiqing collapsed to the ground, every muscle in his body was in severe pain, and he couldn't use any strength from his whole body. Huang Yueli's aura gradually retreated. The big phoenix behind her also stopped waving its wings. Its body was suspended in midair, its head drooped, and it rubbed against Huang Yueli's face. Huang Yueli patted it on the head. Thank you, let's go rest first. The phoenix neighed and folded its wings. With the flash of red light, it also disappeared and returned to the space of Sky Phoenix Ring. Huang Beiqing stared at Huang Yueli firmly, his eyes were full of shock and fear. You actually contracted the phoenix beast, how is it possible? Isn't the phoenix extinct already? Huang Yueli walked slowly to his side and looked down at him. Wouldn't it happen that things you think are impossible? Let me tell you, there are many things that you can't think of. Huang Beiqing took a deep breath, and resentment appeared on his face again. Alright, now even the phoenix beast has come out, you can't deny it even if you want to. You are Huang Yueli, and I didn't wrong you at all. Huang Yueli sneered, isn't this obvious? Everyone can see that I am indeed a cultivator of the Sacred Phoenix clan, but what is it? How do you want to deny it? You betrayed the family and killed the patriarch. The crime is extremely heinous, and the heavens cannot tolerate it. Even if I can't kill you, our patriarch has so many elders, and there are so many elders. Plead guilty and be executed. Looking at his excited and ferocious expression, Huang Yueli couldn't help shaking her head. Huang Beiqing, you are really pitiful. You were sold, and you counted the money for others? You will be killed by Huang Sanbai, why don't you believe his nonsense? WH. What killed him? Elder Sanbai is the backbone of our family, no. You are not allowed to slander, he. Huang Beiqing scolded her excitedly, but in the middle of speaking, he suddenly felt the pain in his chest intensified again. Moreover, the pain was getting worse and worse, and he couldn't help vomiting several mouthfuls of blood. His face became even paler, and he couldn't even speak. Huang Yueli glanced at him, and there was more sympathy in her eyes. Huang Beiqing's talent is still good, but his brain is really not enough, and he was brainwashed so thoroughly by Huang Sanbai. She still wanted to say something, but at this moment, a cold and stern voice came from the direction of the private room of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Yueli. You shameless villain. Huang Sanbai stood up from his seat all of a sudden, with a stern expression on his face, his snow-white beard fluttering in the wind, carrying a kind of tragic aura. He pointed at Huang Yueli, and said sharply, for a man, you betrayed the family, and even murdered the patriarch. All kinds of crimes are undoubtedly confirmed, and you still dare to quibble? Following Huang Sanbai's voice, the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan around him were all furious and accused Huang Yueli one after another. Shameless, really shameless. As a god-level genius, actually betraying the family is simply too contemptuous. This kind of person must be punished, otherwise, what's the face of our Sacred Phoenix clan? Do you think that with the backing of the Cloudy Qilin clan, we can't do anything about you? Kill her, and defend the patriarch. Listening to these vicious slanders, Huang Yueli did not show any excitement, and the corners of her mouth gradually curled into a mocking arc. After these people had finished talking, she said calmly, have you finished? Huang Sanbai, I have never seen such a shameless person like you. The one who betrayed the family is obviously you, but you bite me back? Do you really think that so many cultivators present are fools? Seeing Huang Yueli so calm, Huang Sanbai's heart skipped a beat. I always feel that something is wrong with the situation. Could it be that this damn girl already has some way to deal with it? However, Huang Sanbai believed that the plan was perfect, so he only hesitated for a moment, and then shook this doubt out of his mind. Today, this dead girl is definitely doomed. He must accuse her of betraying the family and murdering the patriarch. In this way, even if he can't kill Huang Yueli for a while, she will never be able to stand up again. Thinking of this, Huang Sanbai immediately said, you don't have to argue, I will never let you, the murderer who murdered the patriarch, go. As he spoke, he waved his hand, come on, take down this family traitor. The several elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan who were present had long wanted to go down and arrest people. When they heard this, they immediately rushed forward. Several Daoxian realm fighters shot at the same time, their aura soared to the sky, and the berserk profound energy swept towards Huang Yueli. Seeing this scene, many cultivators exclaimed. It's over, Huang Yueli is done. Why doesn't she run away? Does she really think she is the opponent of so many elders? I think it's not that she doesn't want to run away, but that she can't run away, right? No matter what others said, Huang Yueli just glanced at Huang Sanbai lightly, her figure didn't move at all, and the expression on her face didn't change at all. In the private room of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Moying's expression changed suddenly when he saw this scene. Even though Huang Yueli had already told him not to interfere, just watch her handle the matter well. However, seeing such a situation, he couldn't bear it no matter what, he just jumped up and jumped towards the arena. He hooked Huang Yueli's waist with one hand, and threw her behind him. With the other hand, he pulled out the long sword from his waist. In an instant, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. However, although Li Moying's speed is very fast, there is someone who is faster than him. Several elders, stop. Huang Sanbai's eyes blurred, and he saw the figures of the left and right protectors appearing between them and Huang Yueli. Several other elders in Floating Sea also jumped down. The Right Protector looked at him with displeasure. Elder Sanbai, I remember that the Sacred Phoenix clan has promised in front of the Island Master that they will never do anything to the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan before they leave the Floating Sea. Do you want to go back on your word after leaving the Floating Sea to settle the matter? Huang Sanbai couldn't help being startled, thinking of this episode. This is the martial arts arena in the God Realm. He wanted to arrest people on the spot, but in order to maintain the seriousness of the competition, it was impossible for Floating Sea to let them do it here. And the Island Master is powerful, and he is not someone to be easily provoked. It is not realistic for the Sacred Phoenix clan to rely on their strength to suppress others. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency, you heard it just now. What I want to arrest is not a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but a traitor from our Sacred Phoenix clan. This is an internal matter of our family. It seems a little inappropriate for Hai to intervene in it. There is some truth to this statement. The Right Protector hesitated for a moment. Huang Yueli knew that Floating Sea would intervene, so she didn't dodge. Hearing this, she gently pushed away Li Moying, who was protecting her in her arms, and strode up to the Right Protector. Huang Sanbai, you are in such a hurry to kill me, but you don't let me finish my sentence. Do you have a ghost in your heart? What did you say? You little bastard. Huang Sanbai wanted to repeat the old trick again, and overwhelmed Huang Yueli with his loud voice. However, the Right Protector couldn't bear to listen to such foul language, and couldn't help frowning. Elder Sanbai, what are you excited about? If you want to reprimand the juniors, you don't need to reprimand them in Floating Sea, right? That's fine. Today is the final of the God Realm's Grand Meet, so let's compete first. Your business, wait until it's over. The Right Protector originally wanted to bring this matter to a close, and finish the competition first. However, Huang Yueli stood up at the right time, and said in a steady but firm voice, Your Excellency, and everyone present, there is of course a reason why Elder Sanbai is so excited, because he is the real family traitor. The person who murdered the patriarch is also Huang Sanbai. What? What's going on? Didn't you say that the person who killed Huang Tianhao was Huang Yueli? Why did he become Huang Sanbai again? What happened? Hearing Huang Yueli's words, the audience, who had already calmed down, suddenly became excited again. Huang Sanbai's face suddenly changed. Huang Yueli, don't spout blood. It is a fact that you are with the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Everyone has seen it. There is no way to argue. Huang Yueli smiled coldly. That's right, I am indeed engaged to Li Moying, but I haven't returned to the Sacred Phoenix clan after so long. It's not because of Li Moying. It's because Huang Sanbai has been in to hinder me, to chase and kill me several times, made it impossible for me to return to the Sacred Phoenix clan. I also had no other choice, so I chose to follow young Master Li. Huang Sanbai became more and more anxious. If it weren't for the fact that the Right Protector is stronger than him, he would have directly killed the Right Protector and the others together. It was these people who made it difficult for him to miss the best time to kill Huang Yueli. Now, how to seal her mouth? Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Why am I chasing you down? Why don't I let you go back to the family? You don't even make a draft when you lie. You are a god-level genius. When you come back to the family, you have a lot of respect for everyone in the family. Good, why should I stop you? Huang Sanbai argued eagerly. The elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan also stood by his side. That's right. At that time, who in the family didn't want you to come back? It's impossible for someone to murder you, let alone Elder Sanbai. That's right, Elder Sanbai was the first to propose to pick you up from the Sea of Netherness. Will he harm you? Your crime was exposed, yet you refused to plead guilty, and you still want to smear Elder Sanbai? How could there be someone like you? The elders were heartbroken. but Huang Yueli still sneered. I see that you have lived hundreds of years, even to the point of a dog, and you can't even see through such a hypocrite. Huang Sanbai wants to kill me, naturally, because he wants to become the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Yes. I have the Sky Phoenix ring, an artifact of the Sacred Phoenix clan that has been lost for many years. After he saw it, he became greedy and wanted to take advantage of my lack of strength to kill him secretly. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape, and was saved by young Master Li. What? Heaven! Sky Phoenix ring? You have the Sky Phoenix ring on your body? How is it possible? Hearing this, the elders were all shocked. The Sky Phoenix ring was shattered in the fierce battle and fell into the lower realm. I don't know how long ago it happened. During the period, there were countless strong men in the clan who wanted to find Sky Phoenix ring, but to no avail. But now, Huang Yueli actually said that she found Sky Phoenix ring? This news is even more shocking than the disappearance of the patriarch. Huang Sanbai saw that everyone was distracted by Huang Yueli so quickly, so she hurriedly interrupted them. Shut up. This is all a story you made up. Even if you have Sky Phoenix ring, what does it matter to me? I have always been loyal to the family, and all the people in the family can see it. You actually slandered me for coveting the position of patriarch, and said that I kill people for this? You woman is simply too vicious to slander my personality. Upon hearing this, the elders shifted their attention again. That's right, so what if you have Sky Phoenix ring? How could Elder Sanbai kill someone for this? I also don't believe such a thing will happen. Huang Yueli smiled coldly. There are still many things you don't know. Huang Sanbai chased and killed me several times, but failed. Seeing that he couldn't stop me from returning to the family, he simply murdered the patriarch. The one who really murdered the patriarch, he is the man. And he has long coveted the position of patriarch and hoped that Huang Tianhao would die, but he still acted like a sanctimonious person. You people are also blind, and you have been played by him one by one. Huang Yueli, you are deceiving people too much. You make up such an outrageous story, do you think anyone will believe it? What about the evidence? Come up with the evidence if you have the ability. Huang Sanbai was so angry that he blew out his beard and stared at his eyes. He pointed at Huang Yueli and roared angrily. He was indeed very angry, but 70% of his exaggerated movements were intentional. He had long been convinced that Huang Yueli would definitely not be able to produce any evidence. Therefore, both sides can only talk and blame each other. On the other hand, although Huang Yueli is a god-level genius, she has never been in the family after all, and she has a marriage contract with the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Others will think that she is a traitor. But he, Huang Sanbai, was different. For many years in the clan, he has always pretended to be an upright gentleman, who in the clan respects and admires him. Comparing the two, it is obvious and no suspense on whose side everyone will stand and who they choose to believe in. If he was a little more exaggerated and played tricks enough, Huang Yueli's charges would be even more difficult to escape. After Huang Sanbai finished speaking, she glanced proudly at Huang Yueli. Unexpectedly, Huang Yueli just smiled at him. All right, it seems that Elder Sanbai is determined to deny it to the end. Since you want evidence, then I will give you the evidence. What evidence? The elders all looked over suspiciously. Li Moying had been standing behind Huang Yueli without saying a word, and only now did she speak. Little Lear's brother has brought witnesses here, please wait a moment. The elders looked at each other, full of doubts in their hearts. They were already firmly on Huang Sanbai's side, but now Huang Yueli said that there is evidence. Moreover, seeing that she looks so confident, she seems very confident. But, how is it possible that Huang Sanbai betrayed the family? Huang Sanbai was also taken aback by Huang Yueli's words. However, he quickly calmed down, and a mocking smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. What evidence can you come up with for the fact that there is nothing at all? I'd like to see how you plan to make it up. The time waiting for Lu Bian to appear seemed very long. The cultivators at the scene whispered to each other, discussing this matter. Unlike the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan, the onlookers were neutral, so there were quite a few people who favored Huang Yueli. Hey, today's hustle and bustle is really interesting to watch. It's much more interesting than the God Realm's grand meet. This Huang Yueli and Huang Sanbai said something completely different. They both said that the other party was a traitor. Tell me, who should you trust? Ah? The members of the Sacred Phoenix clan seem to be on Huang Sanbai's side? Isn't that obvious? They definitely believe the clan elders, but I think what Huang Yueli said is more likely to be true. That's right, I think so too. She is a god-level genius, how could she deliberately not return to the family and run away with a man? She is not stupid. Take a step back, even if she really communicated with young Master Li secretly, as long as they communicate in private, no one will know. Why should she give up family resources for this? I think there must be something wrong with this old man, Huang Sanbai. The other elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan are also extremely stupid. If Huang Yueli is really labeled as a family traitor, they will not be able to kill people in Floating Sea, but they will completely kill Huang Yueli. Pushing it to the side of the Cloudy Qilin clan, when the time comes, the Cloudy Qilin clan will really have two god-level geniuses. Isn't it the Sacred Phoenix clan who are unlucky? Now that you've said that, I understand now. There's obviously something wrong with the cultivation technique that Huang Beiqing used just now to stimulate potential. He forcibly raised his cultivation level and used sneak attacks to kill Huang Yueli. Jiuqing was brainwashed by Huang Sanbai. It's a pity that his god-level genius is extremely powerful, so there is nothing wrong with it. This time, the Sacred Phoenix clan must be in great trouble. No matter who is right or wrong, they will suffer heavy losses. This is not only noticed by the onlookers. Even those elders who were bewitched by Huang Sanbai were aware of it. With things like this happening today, no matter whether Huang Yueli is a family traitor or not, they will not be able to keep this god-level genius. For a moment, several elders had the urge to stop. I want to suppress this matter first, and wait for a period of time to calm down before making any fuss. However, it is too late to regret it now. On the other side, the left protector and the right protector are also discussing in private. It stands to reason that, as the organizers of the God Realm's Grand Meet, they would absolutely not allow all ethnic groups to use this opportunity to resolve their grievances. A competition is a competition, and grievances should be resolved in private. Because of this, just now when Huang Sanbai rushed down and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill Huang Yueli, they would suddenly jump out to stop him. But now things have come to such a point. Not only were the two parties involved in this matter arguing, but the cultivators and major forces at the scene wanted to know the truth of the matter. At this time, it is no longer realistic to call a stop. The left protector looked helpless. What should we do now? The finals of the God Realm's Grand Meet haven't ended yet, should we just let them argue like this? The right protector took a deep breath, shook his head and said, we can't stop them now, and I'm afraid there will be even bigger troubles later. We have only one way now, send someone to tell the island what happened here. Lord, please make a decision. Otherwise, it will be too late when something bigger happens. Hearing this, Zhuxiang also became serious. Exactly. Thanks for reminding me. Let's send someone to the island master's mansion. At the same time, a voice came from the entrance of the square. Junior sister, I brought you someone. Hearing this voice, the chaotic scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to the direction of the sound in unison. Huang Yueli also showed surprise, and looked towards the entrance of the square. Two figures slowly walked towards the center of the arena. One of them was Lu Bian. Although he became famous because of his recent treatment of Li Moying and became a new famous doctor in the God realm, few people have seen him. To most cultivators, he is a new face. In contrast, Huang Tianhao, beside him, looked even more eye-catching. Huang Tianhao's face and body were covered with obvious scars, even half of his nose was cut off, completely disfigured. It looked really miserable. After the cultivators were quiet for a while, they discussed again in shock. Who is this person? Could this be the witness Huang Yueli mentioned just now? What's the situation? Which one is the witness? What are the backgrounds of these two people? One of them seems to be a beggar on the street. Can this also be a witness? Compared to the comments of the onlookers who had nothing to do with him, the moment Huang Sanbai saw Huang Tianhao's appearance, his face suddenly turned pale, and he almost jumped up. He never dreamed that he would see Huang Tianhao here. When Huang Yueli said that there were witnesses just now, he thought it was some kind of inconspicuous guard in charge, so he didn't take it to heart at all. In the end, who knew that Huang Yueli was able to find Huang Tianhao? He also brought people to the arena of God-level martial arts. How is this possible? He obviously locked Huang Tianhao in the mechanism of the cellar, so no one can easily find him, right? Could it be that Huang Yueli had seen through his plan, so she deliberately found someone to pretend to be in order to scare him? Just now, such a thought flashed across Huang Sanbai's mind, and when he turned his head, he met Huang Tianhao's eyes full of resentment, and his whole body shuddered. This person must be Huang Tianhao himself. But, how could this happen? What should he do now? Just when Huang Sanbai panicked, Lu Bian had already led the people to Huang Yueli's side and stopped. You. Huang Yueli, who is this person you brought? The elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan felt that this person looked familiar, and they were puzzled. Someone couldn't help but ask directly. Huang Yueli looked at them and smiled slightly. What? Elders, don't you even recognize the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan? What? What did you say? How can it be? Amidst the crowd's exclamation, Huang Yueli said calmly, can't you detect the aura of the patriarch? Oh, yes, the patriarch was tortured by Huang Sanbai in every possible way, so most of the meridians have been destroyed. The current strength is already inferior to that of a martial artist in the heart-profound realm, so it's normal for you to not be able to sense it. After hearing this, Huang Sanbai couldn't help but yelled before everyone could react. Huang Yueli, stop spitting blood here. Do you think everyone is a fool? Just find a beggar on the side of the road, and want to pretend to be the patriarch? It's really ulterior motives. Huang Yueli smiled and said, oh? How do you know this person is a fake? Huang Sanbai said straightforwardly, nonsense, the real patriarch has already been murdered by you. How could he be the patriarch? Huang Sanbai raised his head and straightened his chest, looking confident, with a slight sneer on the corner of his mouth. At first glance, people really think that what he said is the truth, that's why they are so sure. Many cultivators were deceived by his performance, and they turned their heads to look at Huang Yueli with doubts. That's right? Didn't you say that Huang Tianhao has disappeared? If Huang Tianhao is still alive, then how can he say that he is also a powerhouse at the peak of the Dao Profound Realm? How could he be reduced to this level? This is too miserable, right? Besides, who can recognize what he looks like in this appearance? Even if you just find someone to pretend to be, you won't be able to tell? The cultivation bases of the two are completely out of line. Huang Sanbai raised his head high, and finally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard everyone's discussion. Although he looked calm, in fact, he was still a little uneasy. Because, the person Huang Yueli brought was really Huang Tianhao himself. However, until now, he has no other choice but to grit his teeth and refuse to admit it. Anyway, Huang Tianhao has been completely destroyed by him, and it is impossible to recover his strength. The impact of the profound energy of heaven and earth, the fragile meridians will not be able to bear it, and it is estimated that he will die suddenly on the spot in a short time. As long as he delays a little longer, Huang Tianhao won't be able to hold on anymore. Huang Sanbai thought so in his heart, but after looking at Huang Tianhao a few more times, he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Because Huang Tianhao's condition is much better than he imagined, no matter how he looks at it, he doesn't look like a dying person. What exactly is going on? Seeing Huang Sanbai's reaction, Huang Yueli couldn't help but sneer, "Elder Sanbai, you think everyone else is a fool." Although the patriarch's tongue was cut off by you, he couldn't speak, but you can still write down what happened. As she spoke, she turned to the right protector, "Your Excellency, can I ask you to be an intermediary, and I will trouble you to read it after the patriarch writes down what happened, so that no one will say that I forged evidence on purpose." The right protector hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, "Yes." Although it's not like being involved in the family affairs of the Sacred Phoenix clan, Huang Tianhao disappeared in the floating sea, and they must find a way to investigate the matter clearly. Otherwise, there is no way to explain to the cultivators from the God realm who came to participate in the martial arts. So, this time, he can only choose to participate. Huang Yueli had someone prepare a pen and paper and handed it to Huang Tianhao, then stepped back a few steps and stood aside. Huang Tianhao took a deep breath, grabbed the pen, and began to write quickly. This time, his writing speed was even faster than when he was in Li Moying's carriage just now. Because after taking the elixir that Liu Bian gave him to replenish essence, his energy has recovered a lot. Although his injury will not heal so quickly, his spirit has improved a lot. Seeing this, Huang Sanbai was extremely anxious, but he couldn't think of any reason to stop him from writing. The right protector stood behind Huang Tianhao, and immediately saw what was written on the paper, and the astonishment on his face became more and more obvious. The elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan urged impatiently, "Your Excellency, what did that beggar write? Please tell me quickly." "That's right, don't be fooled. I want to see how this guy is going to pour dirty water on our elder Sanbai." After hearing these words, Huang Sanbai almost didn't cry. The elders who spoke were all his buddies, and they usually believed in him the most. At this moment, they are urging the right protector, in fact, they want to speak for Huang Sanbai, so that they can expose Huang Yueli's true face as soon as possible. But to Huang Sanbai, this was a disservice. The right protector frowned slightly, glanced at Huang Sanbai, and then said, "This person wrote the following testimony, I am Huang Tianhao, the former patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan." After reading the first sentence, the right protector paused. The cultivators at the scene all had the same question in their minds, what is predecessor? Isn't Huang Tianhao the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan? However, since Huang Tianhao couldn't speak now, it was obviously impossible for him to answer them. The right protector could only continue reading, "Today, I exposed Huang Sanbai, the traitor of the Sacred Phoenix clan, in front of the majority of fellow martial artists. She became greedy and tried to kill Huang Yueli, a god-level genius of our clan, to snatch the treasures. So far she has made repeated mistakes." Huang Tianhao wrote down all of Huang Sanbai's actions during the recent period. The right protector read out one by one, and the scene suddenly became a mess. Huang Sanbai couldn't listen to Huang Tianhao halfway through writing, and couldn't help jumping out, wanting to interrupt him. "It's nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Huang Yueli, where did you find this beggar and make up such a story, just like the real thing? What a scheming. Don't you still have the face to continue acting? Hurry up, let this guy go." Huang Sanbai took a step forward and was about to rob someone. Huang Yueli didn't stop him, just stood aside, and said calmly, "Elder Sanbai, since you said I was making up a story, what are you so anxious about? Seeing how excited you are, I don't know people, thought you were a guilty conscience. Hearing this, Huang Sanbai secretly retracted the profound strength that had been gathered. Indeed, if he killed Huang Tianhao here now, it would be too eye-catching. Anyone can see that he has a guilty conscience. But, if he doesn't act now, Huang Tianhao will tell the truth, right? Just when he had been advancing and retreating for 2 years and was having difficulty making a decision, Huang Tianhao's testimony had already come to an end. Seeing his last sentence, the right protector was obviously stunned again. What happened? Why did it stop? The left protector asked, strangely. Only then did the right protector cough lightly, and said, Patriarch Huang said that when he escaped from the cellar where Huang Sanbai imprisoned him, he was seriously injured. The Patriarch's seal was forced out and passed to Huang Yueli. What? As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators on the scene were shocked, and many even stood up excitedly. Patriarch Huang really passed the seal to Huang Yueli? Isn't there such a thing? If it's true, wouldn't Huang Yueli become the youngest patriarch of the ancient god clan in the history of the god realm? Yeah, I don't believe it. Huang Yueli is only less than 20 years old. Is this too hasty? As for the sacred Phoenix clan, whether it was Huang Sanbai or the other elders, they were completely shocked by this news. Everyone stared at Huang Yueli, speechless. No one would have thought that Huang Tianhao would actually make such a choice. After a while, the warriors calmed down. Some powerful fighters, especially the elders of the major protoss, felt that something was wrong again. However, I heard that merging the Patriarch's seal is very dangerous. It requires a lot of expert guardians, and there is a chance of failure. But according to this person, he succeeded in getting the seal in less than half an hour in the carriage. To Huang Yueli? Is this possible? That's right, I'm also thinking about this issue. Could it be that people from the Yunlin clan helped? But according to this person, the Yunlin clan doesn't seem to know Huang Yueli's identity? Then it doesn't make sense? Could it be that this person is lying? Everyone looked at Huang Yueli with suspicion. The succession of each patriarch to the throne is a major event for the ancient gods, and many experts in the clan participated. Naturally, one knows how dangerous it is to inherit seals. Therefore, it is inevitable to have doubts about Huang Tianhao's understatement. An elder of the Holy Phoenix clan frowned and looked at Huang Yueli. Miss Yueli, since you insist that this is the patriarch, and he passed on the position of patriarch to you, then, can you show the patriarch's seal so that we can verify the authenticity? Huang Yueli nodded calmly but firmly, yes. As soon as these 2 words were uttered, Huang Sanbai's face instantly turned pale. Just now, the reason why he dared to insist that Huang Tianhao was a fake, and acted confidently, was because after Huang Tianhao appeared, he did not immediately reveal the Patriarch's seal. The seal letter of the Patriarch of the Holy Phoenix clan, this is the most proof of his identity. Logically speaking, Huang Tianhao should have displayed it immediately. However, he was obviously the Patriarch himself, but he didn't do this. Huang Sanbai immediately guessed, thinking that Huang Tianhao's meridians and primordial spirit were severely damaged under his various tortures, and he might even be unable to mobilize the profound energy in his body to manipulate the Patriarch's seal. After all, using such a magical artifact-level spiritual artifact requires a huge amount of profound energy to be used once. Even if the cultivation level is not close, even if the fusion is successful, it will not be able to exert the power of the seal. He thought it was a sign that Huang Tianhao's time was running out. Never dreamed that he didn't show this seal, because he had already given it to Huang Yueli. He had no doubts that Huang Yueli had the strength to integrate Xin. Because no one knows better than him how perverted a god-level talent really is. However, it is too late to realize that the situation is wrong. Surrounded by so many elders and a lot of masters of the Hanging Sea, it was completely impossible for him to stop Huang Yueli. Standing in the center of the arena, Huang Yueli slowly stretched out her right hand and made a formula under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of fighters. Almost at the same moment, a red halo appeared between her eyebrows. This halo quickly brightened, and soon people couldn't open their eyes. On the contrary, the surging fire attribute energy also poured out with the appearance of this halo, making all the warriors present feel an unspeakable sense of oppression. After the strong light receded, a small seal was suspended in midair, not far from Huang Yu. She stretched out her hand and with a light stroke, she squeezed the seal in her hand. Is this the legendary patriarch's seal? Is this the case with our family? It's too far away, I really can't see clearly. But, looking at it from a distance, it looks somewhat similar. The profound energy of the heavens and the earth leaked out just now, and only when the magic weapon is in the world, can such a scene appear. I think it's probably enough. Although that's the case, whether this seal is true or not, we can only wait for the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan to judge for themselves, right? In the stands, the cultivators were discussing endlessly. But the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan were already stiff all over, their eyes widened, they stared at the seal in Huang Yueli's hand without blinking, not even daring to breathe. They have all seen the patriarch's seal, and standing very close, they can see it much more clearly than others. They can almost determine that this is the patriarch's seal handed down from generation to generation by the Sacred Phoenix clan. It's just that all of this happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that they couldn't come back to their senses, no matter what. In the bottom of my heart, countless questions were still circling over and over again. Why is this seal in Huang Yueli's hands, and why has she successfully recognized the Lord with a drop of blood? Could it be that the miserable-looking beggar beside her is really Huang Tianhao? Could it be that what Huang Tianhao said is true? Was he really tortured into this state by Huang Sanbai? Is Huang Sanbai the family traitor? But, how is it possible? All of this was so bizarre that they couldn't figure it out. They all seemed to have been petrified. At this moment, Huang Yueli's expression suddenly changed. The temperament on his body also changed suddenly. The originally elegant and calm girl suddenly became cold and severe, and a cold light flickered in her big beautiful eyes. She sneered coldly, "What are you all doing in a daze? The patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan is here, why don't you hurry up and see him?" As soon as the words fell, several elders around Huang Sanbai were shocked. Immediately afterwards, they all knelt down and fell to the ground. Old Huang Li Kai, elder of the Holy Phoenix Patriarch, pays homage to the new patriarch. Subordinate Huang Changdong. Subordinates. These elders themselves did not expect that they would be subdued in front of Huang Yueli so quickly. However, at that moment just now, they were all overwhelmed by Huang Yueli's eyes and aura, and completely forgot that they were all dignified Dao Profound Realm experts, and Huang Yueli was just a little girl under 20 years old. With a buzz in his mind, he knelt down on the ground. The elders couldn't help but secretly startled. They knew very well that there was not only the coercion of the patriarch's seal in Huang Yueli's hand, but more importantly, Huang Yueli's own strong aura. She is destined to exist as a superior. Huang Sanbai was also stunned by the scene in front of him, but instead of kneeling down, he subconsciously jumped up and turned around to run away. Now, Huang Yueli has proven her identity, and has even been easily recognized by other elders in the clan. His crimes can no longer be concealed. Escape. He can only run away. Huang Yueli has been paying attention to Huang Sanbai's movements. Seeing his figure swaying, she immediately shouted, "Come on, stop Huang Sanbai, a family traitor, he wants to escape." Only then did the elders come to their senses, and quickly stood up. The elders rushed forward, wanting to take Huang Sanbai down. However, it was all for naught. Huang Sanbai did get up, and was indeed preparing to escape, but his actions were unexpected. He didn't turn around and run towards the entrance, but rushed towards Huang Yueli. Huang Sanbai suddenly attacked Huang Yueli with a palm strike. Although his palm strike was sudden, it had been accumulated for a long time, and the concentrated profound energy was very strong, using more than 80% of his skills. Huang Yueli hurriedly raised her hand to defend. Although it was still in time, there was still a gap in cultivation between the two of them, so she was forced to take a few steps back. Huang Sanbai did not continue to chase, as he quickly turned around and reached out to grab Huang Tianhao. He knew early on that he was surrounded by masters, and with his own strength, it was impossible to contend with so many elders in the Dao Profound realm. Even if he wanted to escape, it would not be so easy. Therefore, his plan from the beginning was to take Huang Tianhao down first, hold him hostage, and force Huang Yueli to let him go. Although the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan obeyed Huang Yueli's order, they planned to arrest Huang Sanbai. However, most of them still can't believe that Huang Sanbai can do such a thing as murdering the patriarch and a god-level genius. After several times of hesitation, they still couldn't react at all. Huang Sanbai forced Huang Yueli to retreat. Seeing that no one was following, he was overjoyed, knowing that there was hope for his escape today. Huang Tianhao also realized at this time that Huang Sanbai was coming for him. However, his current strength is not even at the peak. Under Huang Sanbai's ferocious attack, he had no room to resist at all. Seeing that he was about to be taken away, Huang Tianhao closed his eyes almost in despair. At this moment, a sharp lightning flashed in front of him. Huang Sanbai was caught off guard. Under this powerful attack, he was forced to take a few steps back. He widened his eyes in horror, and looked at Limoying in disbelief. Huang Yueli's identity has been completely exposed. This young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan has yet to draw a line with her, and dares to fight for her blatantly. Limoying's expression was cold, but the attack did not stop. One after another thunder and lightning repeatedly lit up, and the attacks became fiercer in succession. The thunder attribute was the most powerful attack attribute. Even the fire attribute was not as good. Huang Sanbai could only turn around in a hurry to avoid Limoying's attack. However, with this, he missed the best timing to capture Huang Tianhao. Huang Yueli had already adjusted her breathing, turned around and rushed over, and joined hands with Limoying to attack Huang Sanbai. Huang Sanbai wasn't able to take advantage when he was facing Limoying alone. Now that Huang Yueli had joined in, he found it even harder to hold on. Seeing that it was impossible to hold Huang Tianhao hostage, Huang Sanbai decisively chose to give up, turned around and wanted to escape. However, in the net that Huang Yueli and Limoying jointly set up, escape was impossible. As soon as his body swayed, Huang Yueli saw his plan. Huang Sanbai, do you still want to escape? Leave it to me. Huang Yueli let out a cold snort, and the fire dragon rushed towards Huang Sanbai's back. Huang Sanbai quickened his pace, using all his strength to display the profound movement technique, but at this moment, a dazzling light curtain flashed in front of his eyes. Before he could stop in time, he bumped into Limoying's power grid. Boom! A deafening loud noise resounded. Huang Sanbai was directly sent flying as the thunder and fire radiated each other. After a while, he finally fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a resonating bang. The gravel on the ground was blown up by his falling weight, and there was even a human-shaped pit on the field. My goodness! It wasn't until then that the audience in the stands came to their senses. Just now, from Huang Yueli intimidating the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan, to her ordering everyone to capture Huang Sanbai, to Huang Sanbai's intention to hold Huang Tianhao hostage, until his plan failed to escape and was injured by Huang Yueli and Limoying. This series of changes happened too fast. In just one stick of incense, every breath seems to be filled with various twists and turns. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. Everyone stared at the group of people from the Sacred Phoenix clan, fearing that they would miss something important, so they couldn't even talk about it. Now, Huang Sanbai had landed on the ground, apparently unable to run away, so everyone let out a long breath. It turns out that Huang Sanbai really did it. I never expected that he would be such a person. When I met him before, I still felt that he was an upright person, worthy of deep friendship. Hey, we know people's faces, but not their hearts. We are all outsiders, so how do we know how he behaves in daily life? However, he is so respected in the Sacred Phoenix clan, and the patriarch Huang also respects him very much. Who knew that he would actually betray the clan? Why is there such a shameless person in the world? He even poured dirty water on young Master Li and young Miss Huang. If it weren't for her outstanding strength and fate, she was able to escape from birth. I'm afraid this traitor would really become the patriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Even cultivators from other forces were so excited, let alone cultivators from the Sacred Phoenix clan. All the clansmen at the scene, led by the elder Huang Likai, walked up to Huang Yueli and saluted her. Meet the matriarch. Huang Yueli raised her hand. No need for formalities everyone, a few people are to tie up Huang Sanbai, and bring him back to the clan. His crimes will be officially announced in front of the clan altar and then he will be executed. However, you still have to be careful. Be extra vigilant, Huang Sanbai is insidious and cunning, don't let him take advantage of the loopholes and escape. Huang Likai hurriedly said, don't worry, matriarch, we absolutely dare not neglect. He personally brought a few young cultivators there and tied Huang Sanbai up. Huang Sanbai was hit hard by Huang Yueli and Li Moying just now, and was seriously injured. Until now, he was unconscious, tied up and dragged down. Huang Yueli glanced at the remaining elders. Several people lowered their heads in panic, and said with apologetic smiles, Matriarch, we were deceived by the traitor Huang Sanbai just now, please forgive us for offending you. I blame Huang Sanbai for being too shameless, to dare to pour dirty water on you, he's simply incorrigible. It's all right now. You exposed his true colors, and saved the former patriarch. What a blessing for the clan. Huang Yueli glanced at their faces one by one, and smiled noncommittally. Just now, when she confronted Huang Sanbai, she had already seen it. There were several of them here who had a good relationship with Huang Sanbai. Although, now that Huang Sanbai has been accused of being a traitor, it was impossible for anyone to dare to get involved with him again. However, it doesn't mean they will be convinced by Huang Yueli. But in the final analysis, she, the matriarch, suddenly appeared, at such a young age. Not to mention, she had never been to the clan. These people must have reservations about her. Maybe, some people still have their own schemes in mind. It's just that, under the common attention of all major forces in the God realm, even if they had any thoughts, it was not suitable to show them on such an occasion. That's why these elders chose to submit to her so quickly. However, such loyalty was probably only temporary. If she was reassuring these people now, she would be so stupid, she would not make such a mistake. At this moment, the farce of the Sacred Phoenix clan had finally settled. Huang Yueli was going to leave with the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan. But at this moment, an extremely powerful coercion descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the competition field. All the cultivators present were affected by such a powerful force, and they couldn't breathe. Even the elders of the Dao Profound Realm from all the major forces blushed and felt quite uncomfortable. The left protector and the right protector showed a horrified look on their faces, and hurriedly led a group of stewards behind them to kneel down on the ground. We have met the Island Master. Welcome the Island Master. Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked at each other, and only then did they react. It's no wonder that the visitor has such an astonishing aura. The coercion of profound force was both strong yet mellow, like a mountain pressing down on the top, slowly suppressing, but it made people completely powerless to resist. This was a realm that only those who were strong in the life profound realm could achieve. The figure of the island master fell from midair and stood in the middle of the arena, looking around at the crowd. Luo Chenxi and Li Moying felt something in their hearts, and they also bowed in salute. "My lord, I have long admired your name." Although they were not floating seas people, a peerless powerhouse like the island master was an existence worthy of incomparable respect for any cultivator. They bowed to him, and they were also convinced. What's more, before the God Realm's grand meet, the island master sent the right protector to send Huang Yueli an array pattern, which made Huang Yueli have a good impression of him. This time they were able to see this legendary life-profound realm expert with their own eyes, which made the two feel a little excited. The island master glanced over Huang Yueli and Li Moying, his eyes showed some approval, and he nodded secretly. He turned to the left and right protectors, and said, "Didn't you just send someone to send me a message, saying that the situation on the field is urgent and out of control? Now it seems that this is not the case?" The right protector hastily stepped out and reported, "Island Master, please hear us out. Just now, Huang Sanbai and Huang Yueli of the Sacred Phoenix clan accused each other of being traitors to the clan. Now young Miss Huang has taken control of the situation, and has also been confirmed by the previous patriarch, and has officially become the matriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. This subordinate failed to report to you in time, causing you to make a trip in vain. It really deserves death." The island master raised his eyebrows, looked at Huang Yueli, and thought to himself. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, she became the matriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Sanbai was so scheming, yet he couldn't hurt her at all. It is said that all the god-level geniuses are the children of heaven, and their luck was extremely high. No matter what kind of tribulations they encountered, they could save themselves from danger. Looking at it now, is it really the case? Being stared at by such a powerful fate-profound realm expert, Huang Yueli's back started to tingle. In the competition held by others, she blatantly shot, not only interrupted the normal schedule, but also fought with Huang Sanbai. If the island master was less generous, he might really be unhappy about it. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli stood up and bowed to the island master. "Island master, what are your orders?" Only then did the island master come back to his senses, and said calmly, "Ordering, that's out of the question. However, the God Realm's Grand Meet finals are not over yet, and now, your personal grievances have also been resolved. Shouldn't it be time to release the venue?" "Ah, that's right, it's still the God Realm's Grand Meet. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this." "Me too." Many spectators only woke up like a dream at this time, remembering why they were sitting here. The internal strife of the Sacred Phoenix clan just now was so exciting that they had long forgotten the unfinished competition. In the past, the ranking of the champion and runner-up in the God Realm's Grand Meet was one of the most important news in the God Realm, and people could talk about it for a year or so. But this year's competition was unparalleled. Everyone didn't even care about who the final winner was, and they were all focused on staring at Huang Yueli and the others. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, "Yes, I was negligent. Let's leave the arena right now so that the competition can continue." She led a group of people from the Sacred Phoenix clan and stepped back. Li Moying stayed in the middle of the arena. Although the finals are not over yet, in fact, there were only 2 competitions left. One of them was the semi-finals. Among the top 4, the match between Huang Yueli and Huang Beiqing ended long ago, and ended with Huang Beiqing being seriously injured. The competition between Li Moying and an Earth attribute genius of the Jade Toad clan did not take place in time. When they decide the winner will compete with Huang Yueli in the championship and runner-up finals. These were the only 2 competitions left. Following the referee's order, the cultivators of the Jade Toad clan jumped down from their seats. However, he didn't really want to compete with Li Moying, but directly chose to abstain from the competition. Once, before the start of the semifinals, he also thought that if he had to compete seriously with Li Moying, even if he couldn't win, his ability to enter the semifinals showed his strength. He could at least compete with Li Moying for a while, just like the cultivator from the Primordial Chaos clan just now, showing his face in front of the major forces in the God realm present. However, after seeing the scene where Li Moying and Huang Yueli teamed up to severely injure Huang Sanbai just now, he decisively decided that it would be safer to abandon the match. A god-level genius was simply too strong. That's the strength engraved in the blood, and the gap can't be bridged by hard work. Besides, Li Moying just went through a big battle, so he definitely won't be as patient as he was at the beginning of the finals. Maybe he will be sent flying with a slap. When the time comes, he will be ashamed and lose face. It won't be worth it. After a thorough consideration, the cultivator of the Jade Toad clan resolutely chose to give up. In the second round of the semi-final, the winner is Li Moying from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Next, there is the most exciting, the finals. As soon as they heard the word finals, the audience in the stands became excited again, and turned their attention to the arena. Every final of the God Realm's Grand Meet was a wonderful performance presented by a peerless genius. However, this time everyone was actually not interested in the performance of both sides in the competition. What everyone wants to know more is, between Li Moying and Huang Yueli, who can become the champion of this God Realm's Grand Meet? In terms of strength, young Master Li should be stronger, right? He is already at the late stage of the Heart Profound realm, while Matriarch Huang is only at the middle stage of the Heart Profound realm. It's hard to say, but Matriarch Huang is also a god-level genius. As far as I know, god-level geniuses can burst into strength several times stronger than their own cultivation level. Just looking at the cultivation level is obviously inaccurate. It is difficult to say who is stronger. I don't think it's possible. After all, Matriarch Huang is younger, but with the same talent, the older one must be stronger, right? No, you don't understand. Let me tell you, the possibility of Matriarch Huang's victory is 100%. Didn't you watch the rematch a few days ago? At that time, young Master Li took the initiative to allow Matriarch Huang to advance smoothly. Let her beat him away and give up his first position. I remember it too. Young Master Li is a saint of love, and he loves his wife as much as his own life. Not to mention that he may not be able to defeat her, even if he is really stronger, he will not compete with Matriarch Huang. Even the Island Master had a playful smile on his face, looking back and forth at the pair of beautiful ladies standing opposite each other on the field. Haha, that's interesting. Who will win? Now, let's enter the long-awaited finals of the God Realm's Grand Meet and runner-up. The moment to determine the strongest genius in the God Realm of this generation is coming, so don't blink. On both sides of the battle, one is the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Moying, a well-known god-level genius. Within 2 years, his reputation has spread throughout the God Realm. Being in the early stage of the Heart Profound realm, here is someone who has killed a Sky Devil mid-phase. This is the record of a strong man. Now, his cultivation has entered the late stage of Heart Profound realm, and he has never lost in battles between his peers. And the other one is the new matriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan, Huang Yueli. Before today, Matriarch Huang was not well known, but today, shocking news broke out one after another. It turns out that she is also a god-level genius. Although she doesn't have such a record as young Master Li, but her talent and age are enough to shock people. Who will be the champion? Now, championship begins. The referee signaled for them to start. However, two people standing opposite each other did not make any movement. After pausing for a few breaths, Li Moying suddenly said, "I give up." At the same moment, Huang Yueli suddenly moved. She was extremely fast and her movements were very secretive. She was fully prepared now. Therefore, even Li Moying, who knew her very well, did not react for a while. He subconsciously took a few steps back and dodged his wife's attack. But with such a move, he couldn't finish what he said when it came to his mouth. Huang Yueli had a plan in advance. After forcing her husband back with one move, she immediately shouted loudly, "I give up." As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar. Although many people had doubted it just now, would this loving young couple really fight to the death for the title of champion when they get to the arena? However, most people don't actually think that the two will make concessions to each other. Because, for most cultivators, competition was competition and friendship was friendship. When the brothers arrived on the field, they had to decide the winner. This was for the sake of their dignity as cultivators. As a cultivator, especially a god-level genius that everyone admires, how could he not even give up face? However, the two people on the field were just different from what they thought. No one expected that. Not only did they not fight, but they even rushed to admit defeat. Everyone calmed down for a while, before finally accepting the fact and quickly looking towards the arena again. This glance rendered the spectators dumbfounded once more. Huang Yueli, who lost the competition, was not at all depressed, sad, or entangled as a runner-up should be. Instead, she looked at her husband with a triumphant smile on her face, like a little fox. "This time, I finally took the lead." She was also very depressed, because she can't win her husband every time, alright? But Li Moying, who had clearly won, looked annoyed and glared at his wife several times unwillingly. "Little Lear, do you want to compete with me for this? You obviously didn't lose, but you just admit defeat. Isn't this appropriate?" Huang Yueli pursed her lips, blinked her big eyes, and said matter-of-factly, "You are indeed stronger than me, right? Even if we compete, I will definitely lose, so I might as well throw in the flag earlier to save some face. Tell me, do you really care about me?" Li Moying gritted his teeth. "What are you talking about? You clearly know that even if we have a serious fight, you will not lose. How is it possible? Do you want me to do it? What's the point of that? We can't ignore the rules of the game and we can't fake the game, you know?" Huang Yueli tilted her head and educated her husband with a smile. Li Moying became even more annoyed and glared at her. "You obviously know." "What do you know?" Huang Yueli raised her chin and asked deliberately. She clearly knew that it was really impossible for her to lose. Because, the moment the two of them met, he lost. From the past to the present, it was impossible to win. Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying's eyes and instantly understood what he meant, with a faint smile overflowing from the corner of her mouth. She knew that with so many people present, it was impossible for the arrogant young Master Li to speak out. Let alone here, even if they were alone, he might not be able to say such disgusting words of love. But it would be good if she knew in her heart. Huang Yueli raised his head and said with a smile, "Do you think I am such a kind person that I would give up the championship to others casually? To tell you the truth, I am making a deal with you. The championship belongs to you, and you belong to me. Do you agree?" Li Moying was startled, then laughed. "Can I not agree?" "No, you can't." The intimate conversation between the two on the stage was only briefly heard by the referee, the island master and others who were closer. The audience was so far away that it was impossible to hear. However, just seeing the two of them so close and the expressions on their faces when they spoke made people feel a stomach ache. What are these two people here for? Show affection? To be able to turn the venue of the God Realm's grand meets into a place to show affection, they were really not ordinary people. God-level geniuses were indeed extraordinary. The referee was so stuffed with so much public display of affection, and it was so sweet, which made his teeth ache. He reluctantly stood up and announced, "Well, the winner of this God Realm's grand meet is Li Moying from the Cloudy Qilin clan. The runner-up is from the Sacred Phoenix clan, Huang Yueli. Congratulations to both of you." After the competition, the rewards will be sent to the two clans by a dedicated person. Huang Yueli waved her hand and said with a smile, "Don't send them wrongly, both prizes will be sent to the Sacred Phoenix clan." The referee was stunned for a while and then nodded, I understand." Huang Yueli smiled, took the initiative to hold her husband's hand, and prepared to leave. Lu Bian followed behind. Seeing that everything had settled, the game was over, and the dispute between the Sacred Phoenix clan had come to a conclusion, everyone let out a long breath. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from midair. "Moing, stop! Where are you going? You are not really fascinated by the beauty of the Sacred Phoenix woman and want to leave with her, right?" Li Shihong suddenly jumped down from the private room, with an anxious look on his face. Behind him, the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan and ordinary clansmen also landed on the ground, blocking Li Moying's way. "Yes, young master, how can you go with the people of the Sacred Phoenix clan? Have you forgotten? The Sacred Phoenix clan is the feud of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Young master, let go of that witch from the Sacred Phoenix clan. She is clearly trying to take advantage of you, you must not fall for her. Witch, why don't you get out of here? We were so blind that we believed you. Unexpectedly, you are actually a spy of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Let go of the young master, otherwise, we will not be polite." The cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan from all around spoke out frantically, talking about everything, but the central idea was to keep their young master. Just now, when Li Moying suddenly descended from the sky to help Huang Yueli deal with Huang Sanbai, these cultivators were already nervous. The young master of their Cloudy Qilin clan was actually helping a woman from the Sacred Phoenix clan. This was simply unreasonable. However, the situation changed too quickly at that time. Later, the left and right protectors also intervened, and they had no chance to make trouble. Initially, they thought that after the Sacred Phoenix clan's matter was resolved, the young master would eventually come back, right? But in the end, what they saw was Li Moying being held by Huang Yueli's hand, about to take him back to the Sacred Phoenix clan. How incredulous was this? This was the young master of their Cloudy Qilin clan, a peerless genius with god-level talents. The clansmen became anxious. As the leader of the clan, Li Shihong couldn't stand still and immediately rushed down to stop them. Li Moying looked at the sincere faces in front of him and frowned slightly. He was not completely emotionless towards the Cloudy Qilin clan. In the past 2 years, everyone in the clan, from the patriarch to ordinary clan members, have treated him very well. If possible, he naturally does not want to be an enemy of the family. However, if he had to choose between the Cloudy Qilin clan and Little Lear, he would definitely choose Huang Yueli without even thinking about it. Besides, they actually called Little Lear a witch. No matter who said this, he couldn't stand it. If he hadn't remembered that these were his people, he would have been tempted to teach them a lesson. He remained silent, and Huang Yueli did not urge him. She knew that her husband was in a difficult situation now. Although she just said, "The championship is yours, and you are mine," she would not blame him if Li Moying was reluctant to leave his clan now. "My husband has greater pursuits and values love and justice, which is a good thing. As long as he doesn't look at other women." However, Huang Yueli didn't express anything, but the people of the Sacred Phoenix clan around her became excited. "Hey, guys from the Cloudy Qilin clan, what are you doing here? Are you planning to rob someone by force?" "That's right. Isn't this too funny? Young Master Li is a living person, not a thing. He goes wherever he wants. Why do you stop him?" "Haha, when our patriarch was in the Cloudy Qilin clan, why didn't we see you say that there was a feud between the two clans and send people back to us? That is, you are only allowed to take advantage of having 2 god-level geniuses, but we, the Sacred Phoenix clan, are not allowed to have 2. It can only be said that our patriarch is too charming." Young Master Li just can't live without her. Why? To be honest, the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were quite reluctant to see Li Moying and Huang Yueli together at first. Li Moying was indeed very strong, but he was also from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Let the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan become the husband of their patriarch? This is simply unimaginable. Besides, he was probably just pretending to be deeply in love with Huang Yueli, but he was actually working as a spy for the Sacred Phoenix clan. If such a powerful expert is allowed to enter the Sacred Phoenix clan, if any secrets are leaked, it will be too late to cry. However, just when they were about to make a sound to drive away Li Moying, the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan appeared. Seeing that they wanted to snatch people back, the mentality of the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan suddenly changed subtly. His attitude towards Li Moying was completely reversed. If someone grabs it, it means it is popular. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, let's grab first. Being able to see the frustrated expressions of those guys from the Cloudy Qilin clan, at least it feels good now. With this mentality, the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan jumped out one after another and started to fight with the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The situation got so out of control that the two sides almost started fighting. Fortunately, this was on the territory of Floating Sea. Moreover, the island master was still at the scene. He just coughed lightly and released 10% of his profound power to control the situation and silenced both sides immediately. The island master turned to Li Moying and said, "Young Master Li, can you give me an accurate answer? Otherwise, the two clans will continue to argue, which will inevitably leave hidden dangers in the future, which will not be a good thing for you and Miss Huang." As soon as the island master spoke, everyone fell silent. Li Moying was also flattered and bowed to him. "Thank you, island master, for taking care of me. I'll explain it to them right now." Li Moying took a few steps forward, walked to Li Shihong, and bowed in salute. "Patriarch, I'm very sorry, I have to leave with my wife today." Li Shihong's eyes showed a look of astonishment. What are you doing? Is there anything wrong with you from the Cloudy Qilin clan? You actually want to leave the family for a woman? Do you think, when you get to the Sacred Phoenix clan, will they really let you marry Huang Yueli? Don't be too naive. The Sacred Phoenix clan will never accept a son-in-law from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Do you know that your end will be miserable? He really wanted to shake Li Moying awake and listen to the sound of water in his head. Is there any mistake? How could someone actually ignore the great future of becoming the leader of the ancient god clan and risk their lives to follow a woman and work for her? Maybe there really is such a love saint in the god realm, but before today, Li Shihong never thought that Li Moying would make such a choice. How could such a calm, self-possessed and steady genius boy become like this? Li Shihong's regret and annoyance were beyond words. However, Li Moying still looked very calm and shook his head gently. "Patriarch, you misunderstood. I have no intention of leaving the family. There is something I haven't mentioned to you before. In fact, little Lear and I are not an unmarried couple, but a real couple. We were already married when we were in the lower realm." What? Hearing this, everyone present was surprised. Not to mention the cultivators from the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan, even the eyeballs of ordinary cultivators in the stands almost fell out. So, they ascended from the same lower realm. A low-level plane actually produced two god-level geniuses at the same time? Did I hear wrongly? It's crazy. It's ridiculously incredible. Li Shihong was even more stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He always thought that Li Moying should have rescued Huang Yueli, who was being chased by Huang Sanbai on the way back from the Soul Connection Ocean. The two god-level geniuses both ascended from the lower realm and were not aware of the hatred between their clans. In addition, both parties have equal talents and strengths, and they were a pair of outstandingly talented and beautiful people. Sparks flew the moment they met and fell for each other. As a result, who would have known that the fate between the two was much deeper than he imagined? If they had only known each other for a few months, it would be easy to break them up. However, now it seems that the two of them have known each other for such a long time and were even officially married. It was very difficult to separate the two of them. But, she is from the Sacred Phoenix clan. When I met little Lear, she was not from the Sacred Phoenix clan, nor was I from the Cloudy Qilin clan. We were just two ordinary cultivators in the lower realm. At that time, we loved each other and vowed to stay together no matter what happens in the future. We will always be united and we will never be separated in life or death. Now, in the God realm, it is still the same. No matter how our identities change, the vows we made will not change. Li Moying's voice was calm. When he spoke, he didn't even look at Huang Yueli, and there was no expression on his face. It seems that what he said was completely irrelevant. However, every cultivator who heard his confession showed a stunned expression. Some young female cultivators even had tears in their eyes, obviously very moved. Huang Yueli squeezed her husband's hand, blinked her big eyes, and blinked back the tears. She also stood up and said, "This is the fact, so I also want to make it clear to the people of the Sacred Phoenix clan that if you don't accept my husband, I will not return to the Sacred Phoenix clan." There were several elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan who actually reject Li Moying. However, now that they were arguing with the Cloudy Qilin clan, they couldn't bear to disagree with everyone on the spot, so they held it in for a while. Originally, I had planned to make it clear to Huang Yueli before leaving the arena. But now, after hearing Huang Yueli's words, these people looked at each other and felt a little nervous. Li Moying turned his head and smiled at his little fox, then turned his head and faced Li Shihong again. "Patriarch, you don't have to think about things too complicated. I'm just accompanying my wife back to her parents' home once to support her. If you can accept her, I will naturally return to the clan after I handle the matters with the Sacred Phoenix clan. I'll do what I should do and fulfill my responsibilities." Having said this, Li Moying paused. "But if you can't accept it, then I won't go back. That's all I have to say. I don't want to embarrass my fellow clansmen, so please don't embarrass me either." The cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were completely shocked by the news just now. For a moment, no one was able to react as they stood there stumped. In fact, they did not even know how to react. If the person who betrayed the clan now was an ordinary member of the clan, Li Shihong would have not even bothered with any words by now and would have expelled the person from the clan, and it was possible that he might even order the traitor to be hunted down. But the problem is, the person who was going to the Sacred Phoenix clan with his wife now was Li Moying. It takes tens of thousands of years for a clan to produce a god-level genius. After returning to the clan for 2 years, he has been showing amazing talents and abilities, and was about to become the backbone of the clan. If he was really expelled from the clan, he might turn around and really concentrate on being the son-in-law of the Sacred Phoenix clan wholeheartedly. If that really happened, it would truly be an unbearable and heavy loss for the Cloudy Qilin clan. The Sacred Phoenix clan had 2 god-level geniuses for no reason, crushing the Cloudy Qilin clan. Why? Unwilling. That was definitely the thought that crossed their minds. If things reached this point, it would really be a dilemma for the Cloudy Qilin clan. Not to mention how proud the Sacred Phoenix clan was, some young cultivators could no longer laugh. "Oh my goodness, I was depressed before. Why did the Cloudy Qilin clan have 2 god-level geniuses and we didn't have one? Now in the blink of an eye, 2 god-level geniuses belong to us. This is really a turn of events. The people of the Cloudy Qilin clan are so ignorant. Instead of hurrying to support a god-level genius, they actually care about who the genius is going to marry. I really wonder what they are thinking. That's right, I will support young Masterly with all my hands and feet in joining the Sacred Phoenix clan. These were young people who enjoy watching the excitement and don't take it too seriously. Of course, the older generation of clan members would not accept Li Moying so easily. However, in this situation, they will definitely not jump out and sing the opposite. The faces of everyone on the Cloudy Qilin clan side became increasingly ugly. Li Moying secretly sighed, anyway. I will never ignore clan matters. Little Lear and I will have a wedding in the God Realm in a while. If you can accept it, come and participate. If you can't accept it, then forget it. He didn't say anything further, but everyone present understood. If any of the two families cannot accept his marriage to Huang Yueli, then none of these two god-level geniuses will be available. The scene suddenly fell silent. Li Moying didn't say anything more, but turned to look at his wife. Little Lear, let's go back first? I think the injuries of Senior Huang and Huang Beiqing can't be delayed for too long. Ah. Huang Yueli came back to her senses. Yes, you are right, let's go back first. If anything happens, we'll talk about it after we settle down. She glanced at Li Shihong, who was looking dull, and her mood was a bit complicated. Huang Likai was the first elder to express his loyalty to the new matriarch. At this time, he was also very discerning, and immediately stood up and said, Matriarch, young Master Li, our Sacred Phoenix clan's rest area is not far from the arena. Please come with me and to rest before talking about anything else. Huang Yueli nodded, that's very good. Huang Likai led the way, and the two of them followed slowly. Lu Bian looked around, followed the Sacred Phoenix clan's team, and left together. The finals of the God Realm's Grand Meet have finally come to an end. Until Huang Yueli and others disappeared, many people still couldn't come back to their senses, and were still reminiscing about the scene that had just happened. In this competition, too many things happened, and the audience witnessed countless amazing scenes. For a long time in the future, these will become the topics of conversation for them outside. Huang Yueli and Li Moying followed Huang Likai and others, left the arena and boarded the Sacred Phoenix clan's carriage. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Young Master, young Madam, please stay. Li Moying was startled for a moment, then turned around and saw Li Tianyi rushing over with his other personal bodyguards. He frowned, why are you here? Li Tianyi bowed and clasped his fists in salute, and said respectfully, Young Master, you and the young madam are going to the Sacred Phoenix clan. There was no point in us staying in the clan, so please take us with you. Hearing this, Li Moying was a little surprised, and asked curiously, why are you following me? If you are going for training or something, I will naturally take you with me, but this time I am going to the Sacred Phoenix clan. Did you get it right? Are you really planning to go to the Sacred Phoenix clan with me? Li Moying never considered taking Li Tianyi and the others there. Even in order to prevent these guards from being embarrassed in the clan, he did not even look at the guards after Huang Yueli revealed his identity, and deliberately distanced himself from them and broke off the relationship. After all, the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan had a feud. Although Li Tianyi and others respected him as the young master, they also accepted Huang Yueli, who was from the Sacred Phoenix clan, as their mistress and treated her with great respect. But asking them to follow the Sacred Phoenix clan was another matter. Li Moying was not willing to force others into trouble. However, the attitude of Li Tianyi and others was extremely determined. He cupped his hands and said, Young Master, I know your concerns, but you are so kind to us, and the young madam has been cultivating us. We are not ungrateful villains, and we will follow you to the death. Young Master and young madam. As for these people from the Sacred Phoenix clan. Li Tian paused for a moment, his face still showing a bit of confusion. In short, my subordinates will not betray the clan, so they can only run errands for the young master and the young madam. Please forgive me, two masters. Although Li Moying did not explicitly say that he would leave the Cloudy Qilin clan, his and Huang Yueli's usual behaviors could not be hidden from their personal guards. The guards had been secretly guessing when the young master would leave with the young madam. They had already agreed that no matter where Li Moying and Huang Yueli were going, they would definitely follow them. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh after hearing what they said. Alright, let's see how nervous you are. I didn't mean to cause trouble, so why would I let you deal with the Cloudy Qilin clan? Since you are willing to follow Moying, we will naturally not refuse. We will all remember your loyalty. Now, Moying and I won't make things difficult for you. Li Moying did not interrupt his wife's speech as his gaze turned tender. It wasn't until she finished speaking that he nodded to the side. Little Lear is absolutely right. If you want to follow, just come. However, I want to remind you in advance that the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan will definitely not be friendly, so if there is any conflict, you must not take action privately. Yes, I understand. Li Tianyi and others agreed and quickly followed Li Moying's footsteps. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan became a little nervous when they saw so many talented cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan appearing. They never expected that Li Moying was not the only one from the Cloudy Qilin clan who came to the Sacred Phoenix clan. This was a very rare thing, and many people were secretly sizing up these Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators. Huang Yueli and Li Moying got on the carriage, and not long after, they arrived at the Sacred Phoenix clan's headquarters. After getting out of the carriage, she asked Huang Likai to arrange a room for the guards and Lu Baiyan to stay. Huang Likai nodded hurriedly in agreement. Yes, matriarch, my subordinates will make arrangements right away. He paused and then asked, then, where would young Master Li's room be arranged? Hearing this, Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, and then said, there was no need to arrange it, he can live with me. Live with you, cough cough. Although there had been such a guess for a long time, when Huang Likai and the elders around him actually heard this, they all looked constipated, as if they had been severely hit. Matriarch, this isn't very good? It would be better for you and young Master Li not to live together, right? Isn't this a bad influence? Huang Yueli gave him a strange look and said disapprovingly, it isn't very good? What do you mean by bad influence? Didn't you listen to what my husband just said? We were married in the lower realm. We've been married for 3 years now. How can there be any bad influence? But. Huang Likai was speechless. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute. Although they had been married for a long time, they did not hold any wedding in the god realm. Besides, they finally got a god-level genius, and she got married before they even got over it. Moreover, many people in the Sacred Phoenix clan simply do not want to accept Li Moying as the husband of the matriarch. Many people were secretly thinking about driving Li Moying away and finding a husband for Huang Yueli. As a result, the two of them now have to live in the same room. In this way, if you want to use evil tactics to drive people away, you will never find a chance. As soon as Huang Yueli saw the expressions of these people, she knew what they were thinking, and a sneer could not help but escape from the corner of her mouth. Wanting to separate her and Li Moying was simply a daydream. Alright, hurry up and make arrangements. Also, which room does the former patriarch Huang Tianhao live in? Please take me there to see him first. Huang Tianhao, Huang Beiqing and Huang Sanbai were all seriously injured. Except for Huang Tianhao, who could barely walk a few steps, the other two couldn't even move freely. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan found 3 stretchers and carried the 3 of them back. Upon arriving at their clan's residence, Huang Sanbai was imprisoned, while Huang Tianhao and Huang Beiqing were sent back to their rooms to recuperate. Hearing Huang Yueli's question, Huang Likai was stunned for a moment, and then said, Matriarch, you just finished participating in the God Realm's grand meet, why don't you take a rest first? Huang Yueli shook her head, no, let's go and see him first. Patriarch Tianhao was persecuted by Huang Sanbai and suffered serious internal injuries. I'm afraid that delaying time will further affect the treatment. I'd better go and see the situation first so that I can rest assured. Hearing this, the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan were touched and their expressions softened. For a moment, their impression of Huang Yueli was much better than before. As a matriarch, she was so concerned about the injuries of her clan members. Such behavior was very popular with others. However, Huang Yueli had a deeper reason for doing this. She knew it very well, even though she now had the title of matriarch. However, no matter her age, her strength, or her qualifications, in fact, they were not enough to serve as the leader of the Sacred Phoenix clan. If she wanted to secure the position of matriarch, in addition to thunderous methods and exquisite skills, there was also a very necessary condition, which was that you must obtain the support of the elders with high prestige in the clan. Now it seems that the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan were obviously scheming against her. Except for Huang Likai, no one else has taken the initiative to show good intentions to her. Even Huang Likai, who seemed to be diligent and sincere, was not a person she was sure that he was completely on her side. Therefore, the person most likely to fully support her now was Huang Tianhao. On the one hand, Huang Tianhao personally passed the patriarch's seal to her. Regardless of whether he did so, because of the emergency and desperation, but now that it has become a fact, Huang Tianhao must stand by his chosen successor. On the other hand, Huang Tianhao's meridians were now damaged, his strength had dropped to a huge level, and his body was disabled. Judging from his current situation, the possibility of him controlling the Sacred Phoenix clan again was extremely close to zero. If he wants to gain the right to speak in the clan, he can only rely on external force, that is, Huang Yueli. Therefore, it was very easy for the two of them to reach an alliance. As soon as Huang Yueli arrived at the clan headquarters, she went to see a doctor for him. In addition to showing her sincerity in forming an alliance, she also really wanted to find a way to treat him. If Huang Tianhao can be cured, it will be equivalent to getting extra insurance. When the two of them cooperate, she will be in an absolutely dominant position. Huang Yueli was very clear-headed. From the moment she burst into flames and attacked Huang Sanbai on the field, she had been distractedly observing the elders and geniuses of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Following the carriage of the Sacred Phoenix clan all the way back, she decided on this strategy after a few words of communication with Li Moying in the car. Huang Likai and a group of elders led Huang Yueli to Huang Tianhao's room. When Huang Tianhao saw her, he seemed quite moved. For the half-disabled person, what he was most worried about now was that he would become a has-been former patriarch and be forgotten by the clan. Huang Yueli saw him and said sincerely, "Senior, thanks to you today, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get Huang Sanbai to plead guilty so easily. Don't worry, as long as I stay in the clan for one day, I will treat you as my own and I will respect you as I would to my master." With that said, she turned her head and looked at Lu Bian behind her. "Senior brother, could you please give me another diagnosis and treatment for my senior?" Lu Bian nodded, walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, put his fingers on Huang Tianhao's wrist, and took the pulse seriously. Although, before the start of the God Realm's grand meet, he also diagnosed and treated Huang Tianhao. However, the situation was urgent at that time, and he could only make a rough judgment on the injuries in Huang Tianhao's body, and then gave him a tonic elixir that Huang Yueli had obtained from the Saint Iniquitous Shadow Realm. Such a kind of elixir has limited benefits in healing injuries, but it can improve the cultivator's endurance, reduce pain, and at the same time replenish the consumed profound energy and physical strength. In this way, Huang Tianhao could go to the arena to testify. Now, Huang Tianhao needs to be treated seriously, and things were much more complicated. Lu Bian sat quietly by the bed as he took his pulse, concentrating hard and stayed motionless and silent for more than half an hour. Huang Yueli and others didn't dare to disturb him, so they just waited by the side. Only after a long time had passed did Lu Bian let go of Huang Tianhao's wrist. Huang Tianhao immediately became excited, grabbed his sleeves, opened his mouth and shouted "Ah!" He now has no tongue and can't make a sound, but everyone can guess what he means, that is, he wants to inquire about his condition. Lu Bian glanced at him and said, "Senior Huang, your situation was mainly due to your fundamental injury. Although the injury is not very complicated, it is very difficult to recover. Moreover, your strength may not be back to your peak again." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Huang Tianhao's eyes. Lu Bian added, "However, there's still hope to restore the about 80%, but it requires a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine and nourish. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures are very rare and difficult to obtain, and I don't know if they are available in the Sacred Phoenix Clan's warehouse. We can only wait until we return to the Sacred Phoenix Clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Yueli seemed to have thought of something and suddenly interrupted him. "I have some elixirs here that are also nourishing and effective. Senior brother, take a look and see if they are useful." She took out a few medicine bottles from her arms and handed them to Lu Bian. Lu Bian opened the bottle cap and smelled them one by one, and then showed a surprised smile. "Junior sister, where did these elixirs come from?" "These are all heaven-level elixirs. Moreover, they even have the miraculous effect of stimulating potential and reshaping bones and meridians. This is very rare and too precious, isn't it? Aren't you going to keep it for yourself to save your life in an emergency?" Huang Yueli smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I am in the Sacred Phoenix Clan now, it's pretty safe. Where do I need help? However, this pill is very important to the senior, so let's give it to him first." After hearing this, Huang Tianhao's eyes showed some emotion. Li Moying watched from the side, secretly amused. His little fox was pretty good, but Lu Bian's acting skills are really too exaggerated. Fortunately, Huang Tianhao was seriously injured at this time and his mind was a little unclear. Otherwise, would he still be able to see that the two of them were acting? When Huang Yueli left, Huang Tianhao wished he could drag his half-broken body to see her off in person. Huang Yueli waved her hand hurriedly, indicating that she didn't need it, turned around and left with Li Moying and the others. Her second stop was to Huang Beiqing's room. Huang Beiqing was once the #1 genius of the Sacred Phoenix Clan, and ranked very high among the #1 geniuses of the 12 major ancient god clans. If Huang Yueli and Li Moying hadn't appeared out of nowhere, he would have had a good chance of competing for the first place in the God Realm's Grand Meet. But now, he ended up half dead because he believed Huang Sanbai's lies. Huang Yueli felt deeply sorry for this. "Senior brother, what do you think of the situation in Huang Beiqing? Can it still be cured?" Lu Bian's expression was obviously more solemn than before. To be honest, his situation was much more troublesome than Huang Tianhao's. Huang Tianhao's meridians are only severely damaged. With your powerful tonic pills, even if he can't be cured, he won't die. However, the situation in Huang Beiqing is extremely dangerous. The kind of skills he practices are so overbearing. Every time he activates his potential, it not only overdraws his profound strength, but also overdraws his energy and blood. Hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown. Huang Beiqing was also very important to her. Among the younger generations of geniuses in the clan, Huang Beiqing was the only one who can achieve such strength. In comparison, the top geniuses in the clan are even more important than the elders. She thought for a moment, then. "Senior brother, do you think there was any way to treat Huang Beiqing like this?" Lu Bian sighed and said, "I don't know yet. It's all right to try to treat him. However, I estimate that even if he's cured, he will probably become a useless person. His cultivation may be relegated and it'll be pathetic. It is even more impossible to return to his peak strength. What? Although she had expected it, Huang Yueli was still shocked when she heard this. If Huang Beiqing cannot regain his strength, it will be the same as death. Not only was it a huge loss to the clan, it was absolutely unacceptable even to himself. No one can accept the huge psychological gap if a genius like him, who has always had a smooth life and was superior to others, becomes a useless person who cannot practice. It was estimated that after waking up, the first thing to do was to seek death. Huang Yueli frowned. How could this happen? Senior brother, can you still think of a solution? Lu Bian said, of course I will check the medical books again, but junior sister, you'd better visit the famous doctors in the God realm, maybe there will be a solution. I don't know much about the medical skills in the God realm, although I learned from the Saint Iniquitous Shadow. I learned a lot from the classics left behind by the doctor, but I still can't compare with a real miracle doctor. Huang Yueli nodded. Oh, that's all we can do. She felt disappointed for a while and was about to turn around and leave. Li Moying suddenly stood up and walked to the bed. It's better, let me take a look. Hearing this, Huang Yueli and Lu Bian were both startled. You want to treat Huang Beiqing? No way? Lu Bian's eyes almost popped out. Li Moying has never bothered to spend time on these skills. Although he was well informed, it cannot be said that he knows nothing about medical skills. However, it was a bit unreasonable to show people such difficult and complicated diseases, right? Li Moying didn't answer. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Huang Beiqing's pulse. However, he was not diagnosing his pulse, but injecting evil qi from his own body into Huang Beiqing's meridians. The evil qi flowed slowly along the veins in Huang Beiqing's body and surged toward his dantian. Li Moying closed his eyes slightly, said nothing, and concentrated. Huang Yueli seemed to feel something, showing a hint of surprise, staring at Li Moying's side face, without saying anything. Lu Bian was still chattering, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity to mock Li Moying. I have to say, young Master Li, I know that you are very talented and strong, but we still have to do things like treating people, such as elixirs. You are not a professional, so you can just treat people on the side. If you want to actually diagnose his pulse, that is absolutely not possible. At this moment, Li Moying suddenly opened his eyes. Alright, I know how to treat him. If you're lucky, Huang Beiqing might be able to return to his current strength. But, this may be risky, so you have to think about it carefully. He looked at Huang Yueli. Before Huang Yueli could speak, Lu Bian screamed. What? What did you say? You actually know how to heal Huang Beiqing? How is that possible? You've got to be kidding. Is there anything Li Moying can't do? Even if he was strong, now he says that he can actually heal? Moreover, even though he was usually so cold and indifferent, he was a lady's magnet. It's simply unreasonable. Li Moying ignored him and waited quietly for his wife to answer. Huang Yueli frowned. What do you mean? Li Moying used his spiritual consciousness to explore the surroundings and confirmed that no one was eavesdropping nearby. Then he lowered his voice and said, Huang Beiqing's body has been destroyed by devil skills, but I can feel that there was a trace of it in his body. The aura was very similar to the evil qi we refined. Huang Yueli was startled. Evil qi? What's going on? Didn't many people see before that Huang Beiqing's technique was probably related to the devils? Could it be that you got it wrong? Li Moying shook his head. That's not the case. According to my guess, this so-called evil qi has a very weird origin. Some time ago, the poisonous gas we came into contact with on Paradise Island was very close to evil qi, but the purity was not high. Today, I fought against the primordial Chaos Clan's cultivator in the ring, and I also felt that the so-called dark energy and evil qi were compatible with each other. And then this time, I just deliberately imbued the evil qi in my body into Huang Beiqing's dantian, and as expected, it successfully merged with the remaining evil qi in his body. This means that the devil qi and evil qi should also come from the same source. What? How could this happen? So, in essence, evil qi and devil qi should be the same thing? Huang Yueli looked shocked. Li Moying slowly shook his head. Just because we are close, it doesn't mean we agree. There was a big difference between poisonous gas and dark energy. However, I can basically confirm that these energies are all emitted from the same source. But now we don't know what the source is. Huang Yueli frowned and fell into deep thought. I believe you can't be wrong, but if that's the case, why are there no relevant information recorded in the various classics of the God realm? Moreover, the devil clan and the gods who practice evil will be suppressed and hunted by the ancient gods. I'm afraid this involves the unknown secrets of the God realm. Li Moying said thoughtfully, in the future, if there was a chance, we can find a way to explore. The two looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. Exploring such secrets often means danger. However, among dangers, there are also various opportunities hidden. The more dangerous it is, the more opportunities there are. Therefore, for peerless geniuses like them, this opportunity to improve themselves cannot be missed. It's a pity that we still have a lot of things to deal with now, and we can't get away from it. Huang Yueli said regretfully, by the way, according to what you said, can't we use the iniquitous shadow secret manual to save Huang Beiqing? As long as the devil qi in his dantian is refined, he can recover at least half of his cultivation. That's what I think. Li Moying nodded. Huang Yueli said thoughtfully, however, if you want to practice the iniquitous shadow secret manual, you need a certain amount of talent. Otherwise, Saint Iniquitous Shadow would have found a successor long ago, and it would not be our turn. I don't think that Huang Beiqing has such talent. Li Moying said, this problem is easy to solve. Huang Beiqing does not need to practice to become a master of the evil way. He only needs to refine a few traces of evil qi. Therefore, he only needs to practice the first 2 pages of Iniquitous Shadow Secret Manual. Yes, we can make some changes. The real trouble is. He paused and then said, if Huang Beiqing notices that the technique we passed on to him is used to refine evil qis, it might arouse his suspicion and expose our practice of the Iniquitous Shadow Secret Manual. It's a secret. So, it's up to you to consider whether you want to teach it to him or not. After hearing what he said, Huang Yueli nodded solemnly. You are right. If we expose ourselves because of this, the gain will outweigh the loss. Now, I can't see whether Huang Beiqing can be trusted. I should first find a famous doctor to treat his injuries, save his life, and teach him the skills. I have to think about it for a while. After the two discussed it, they left with Lu Bian, who looked confused. They were about to go back to their room to rest, but when they were passing by a corridor, they suddenly heard a bang 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 sound coming from a certain room. Huang Yueli paused and looked at a clansman on the roadside. What happened? When the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan heard the new matriarch's question, they suddenly became excited and couldn't help but look at Huang Yueli several times. At this time, Huang Yueli had removed all her disguises, revealing her true face. Everyone who saw her true appearance was shocked. They had originally thought that her face in disguise was already beautiful enough, and no woman could be found more beautiful than her in the entire God realm. But who would have known that after she washed off the disguise, her real face would be even more beautiful than the disguise? It's simply beyond everyone's imagination. Huang Yueli saw the man in a daze, frowned and urged, "Speak?" "Yes, matriarch." The clansman came back to his senses and hurriedly reported, "Huang Sanbai is locked in that room." Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows in confusion. What? He's already injured like that, and yet he's still struggling violently? No, it's not. The news about Huang Sanbai's betrayal of the clan has been spread among all the clan members. Some clan members were so angry that they couldn't help but run to the room where he was detained. Ahem. The young clansman did not finish speaking, but the meaning of his words was quite obvious. Those clansmen who were filled with righteous indignation must have tortured Huang Sanbai to vent their anger. Huang Yueli blinked and let this person lead the way, followed to the room where Huang Sanbai was imprisoned. When they opened the door, the room was full of people. Huang Sanbai was hung on the wall, his hands and feet were tightly locked with iron chains, unable to move. And there was not a good piece of meat on his body at this time. He was dripping with blood and looked extremely miserable. Huang Sanbai lowered his head, his gray hair spread out, covering his face so that no one could see the expression on his face clearly. No matter how others tortured him, he never made a sound or moved at all, and it was not known whether he had lost consciousness. The cultivators of the sacred Phoenix clan surrounded him, all with angry faces. Damn old thief, we really misjudged you. All these years, we have really regarded you as a respected clan elder. We were so blind. When I think about how I saluted such a person before, I regret it terribly. How can you be so shameless? A person like you still dreams of becoming a patriarch? Bah! Everyone was yelling at each other and spitting on him in turn. At this time, how could Huang Sanbai still have the immortal spirit of the elder of an ancient god clan when they first met? He has completely become a street rat that everyone shouts to beat. Seeing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help but secretly said, "You deserve it." Huang Sanbai plotted against her many times. If she hadn't been lucky, the grass on the grave would be 1 meter high now. What's even more shameless was that this insidious and cunning old man didn't say anything about what he did and did such a disgusting thing, but he also hit the target and poured dirty water on her and Li Moying. First, it was said that Li Moying secretly murdered her and provoked hatred between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan. Later, he secretly tortured Huang Tianhao and blamed her for the incident, portraying her as a shameless slut who would do anything for a man. In order to ascend to the throne of the patriarch, Huang Sanbai did almost all the bad things he could do. It can only be said that he deserved the end he received today. She watched at the door for a while, seeing Huang Sanbai's body swaying, as if he was about to die. Cough. 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 Please stop for a moment. She coughed heavily several times before attracting the attention of the cultivators in the room. Who is it? Who is yelling? That's right, there won't be anyone who sympathizes with this traitor, right? Damn it, to actually sympathize with Huang Sanbai, what kind of idiot is this? The anger in everyone's hearts has not yet been vented, so they are all reluctant to be suddenly told to stop. However, when they turned their heads and saw the girl standing at the door, everyone was shocked. Huang, no, clan. Matriarch. Subordinates, greetings to the matriarch. Greetings to the matriarch. After the cultivators reacted, they bowed their heads and saluted. However, when the words matriarch were called out, several people hesitated for a moment. It's not that they are unconvinced by Huang Yueli. In fact, most people can't accept it. To think that they had to call a little girl who was less than 20 years old the leader of the clan and salute her. You know, this was in the god realm. In the lower world, 20 years old was also very, very young, and the first impression given to people was that they were not able to do things well. In the god realm, one was considered an adult at the age of 50. That 20-year-old was simply a little girl. Many 20-year-old young cultivators were still the clan's key protection targets, the kind who have never even left the clan gate once. After all, they are still young and not suitable for such dangerous experiences. Well now, a little girl under 20 years old has actually become the matriarch? No matter how they think about it, it feels a bit weird. Huang Yueli's gaze swept over everyone's faces, taking in all their expressions. She was good at observing words and expressions, so she can naturally guess what they were thinking. However, it was normal to have such thoughts. Convincing them will not happen overnight, so she doesn't care much. Huang Yueli paused deliberately for a while, and waited until everyone felt a little uncomfortable before she spoke. Alright, I know you all hate this clan traitor deeply, but with things like this now, your anger should be almost gone, right? You can't beat someone to death, right? To execute Huang Sanbai, you must return to the clan and do it in front of all the clan members. He publicly declares his crime. So, let's stop here today. Everyone was startled when they heard this. Looking back, everyone realized that Huang Sanbai was really dying. No matter how reluctant they were, they could only admit that Huang Yueli was right. A group of people retreated without saying a word. Seeing Li Moying standing not far from the door waiting for Huang Yueli, everyone looked sideways. Li Moying seemed to feel nothing. He didn't even look at them and just waited quietly. After everyone left, Huang Yueli walked up to Huang Sanbai and forced a pill into him. This elixir was a life-saving elixir. Giving it to this old guy was indeed a waste. However, she still had to give Huang Sanbai a break. At least, she must not let him die midway before returning to Ice Moon Summit, the base of the Sacred Phoenix clan. She was too young and had difficulty convincing the public. If Huang Sanbai died suddenly in the middle of the road, it would be inevitable that some people with ulterior motives would discuss it in secret, speculating that she killed Huang Sanbai secretly to silence him. After giving the medicine, she carefully arranged some arrays and mechanisms. On the one hand, it was just in case to prevent Huang Sanbai from escaping. On the other hand, it can also block those sacred phoenix cultivators who secretly come to vent their anger. After doing all this, she turned around and came out. When he looked up, he saw a tall and handsome man in the corridor. Li Moying stood in the yard with his back to her. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined his tall and straight figure. Even if he was just standing casually, he still exuded a strong kingly aura. Huang Yueli's eyes instantly softened. She walked over quickly and hooked his arm. "Dear husband, have you been waiting for a long time?" Li Moying lowered his head, looked at the sweet smile of the girl next to him, and curled his lips. "Not too long." Although he said it lightly, Huang Yueli felt guilty in her heart. Li Moying was a dignified god-level genius, the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Even without these titles, he should be a peerless strongman standing at the pinnacle of the god realm, able to do whatever he wants without being restricted by anyone. However, just because he married her, he now has to return to the clan with her. It was completely conceivable what attitude the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan have towards the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Even in front of her, those people did not hide their disgust for Li Moying. Her husband was so good and powerful, there was no need to bear this. Li Moying watched the little fox's face darken little by little, easily guessing what she was thinking, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. He reached out and gently lifted Huang Yueli's chin, making her look at him. "Little Lear, are you thinking too much? I don't think there's anything wrong with it." But Huang Yueli bit her lip. Li Moying interrupted her. "Nothing. Didn't you also stay anonymous and stay with me in the Cloudy Qilin clan? At that time, you couldn't even reveal your true identity, and my clan was also very unfriendly to you. How can I endure it?" That was because. Just as Huang Yueli was about to speak, he stretched out a finger and pressed it on her lips. "I know, because you are my woman. As long as you can be with me, you will do anything you want. And I am also your man. Of course I can do anything you can do." As Li Moying spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "Don't worry, no one can hurt me. I'm still waiting to be your clan's patriarch's wife." 1. There is no gender differences for the Chinese, it's more generic like the clan's leader. Hence in this context, It was meant to be the patriarch's wife. Huang Yueli was moved in her heart. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh. Why do you still want to be the matriarch's wife? You are not virtuous at all. Can you cook? Can you wash clothes? Can you take care of children? None. What do you want from you? Use? Li Moying grabbed her slender waist and brought her into his arms. I really don't know how to do laundry and cooking, but why do you say that I don't know how to take care of children? It's a complete slander. Let's have one first and I'll show you. Huang Yueli blushed and couldn't help but step on him. Hey, what are you talking about? You're still outside now. So, we can talk when we get back to the room, right? Then let's go back quickly. Li Moying's voice showed a bit of urgency. Huang Yueli glared at him. If you dare to talk nonsense again, sleep in a separate room. Li Moying raised his hands and said, all right, I'll listen to you, I won't say anything. At times, actions speak louder than words. The next day, Floating Sea sent people to deliver the rewards for the first and second place in the God Realm's Grand Meet. The island master was still very generous. The rewards he gave out include elixirs, spirit armaments, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even a book of skills. Huang Yueli was rummaging through it with a beaming smile on her face. Wow, this seems to be the legendary Tao Tribulation Pill. It was said that when you break through to the Tao Profound Realm, taking one pill can increase the chance of success. The island master is such a good person, this pill is of heaven level, the materials are hard to find, and even senior brother can't refine it. Although she and Li Moying have grown, they don't know what it feels like to fail to advance. However, if they could take some pills, they will definitely feel more at ease. Even if they don't eat it, they could still sell it for money. If this top-quality elixir was taken out, she didn't even know how many precious materials she could exchange for it. This set of armor is a top-grade treasure, and it's very rare. At least I can't refine it now. You can try it on. Huang Yueli took out a set of armor and signaled for Li Moying to try it on. Li Moying let her do what she wanted without any resistance. He frowned in displeasure when Huang Yueli told him not to take off his clothes casually. Little Lear, I don't like this style. Huang Yueli was startled. Don't like it? No way? This armor is pretty good looking. It's not that weird type. Besides, you can also wear a coat outside. Li Moying looked at her and spoke more bluntly. I only like to wear what you make. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, looked at his unfazed expression, stood up on her tiptoes in a funny way, and kissed him on the face. You put it on first. Aren't I not good enough now? When my level of spirit armament skills improves, I will definitely make a set for you. By then, you can change it even if you don't want to. Li Moying nodded with reluctance. Huang Yueli counted all the prizes and picked out the ones they could use in the near future. The rest were thrown into the Sky Phoenix ring. Li Moying sat aside, looking at the money-loving smile on his little fox's face when he was cleaning up the house, and secretly shook his head. The team of the Sacred Phoenix clan stayed in the Floating Sea for another 3 days, and finally decided to set off back to Ice Moon Summit. In fact, most of the forces set out to return the day after the God Realm's Grand Meet ended. After all, Floating Sea was a secluded holy land. It was not a prosperous big city, and there was nothing interesting to see. After finishing their business, not many people were willing to stay here. In the end, only the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan were left. Huang Yueli was originally afraid of embarrassment and wanted to wait for the Cloudy Qilin clan to leave first before they left. Now, the other party refuses to leave, obviously waiting for Li Moying to regret. This would make it even more embarrassing. So, she thought about it and decided to leave first. The airship of the Sacred Phoenix clan stayed at the edge of the Floating Sea. When they were about to board the ship, people from the Cloudy Qilin clan arrived. Li Yuntao and others looked at Li Moying, who was closely following Huang Yueli, with expressions of sorrow. "Young master, do you really want to go with this woman from the Sacred Phoenix clan? You must not be deceived by her. There is no good person in the Sacred Phoenix clan. Now she is just using her beauty to win over you. When you arrive at the Sacred Phoenix clan, you'll become her puppet and slave. She just wants to use you. Young master, please wake up quickly." The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were so proud that they fought back one after another. "I think you, the Cloudy Qilin clan, don't have any good people." Young Master Li abandoned the dark side and turned to the bright side. He has vision and has a bright future. Quickly give up this idea, he won't leave with you. You bastard of the Cloudy Qilin clan, if you don't get out, don't blame us for being rude. Some cultivators were a little excited when they saw the Cloudy Qilin clan, and some even wanted to rush forward with their weapons on the spot. Seeing this, Huang Yueli coughed quickly and her face darkened. "That's enough. Who dares to attack the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Come on board the airship quickly." Over the past few days, Huang Yueli has gradually established prestige among the clan. At least, for the younger generation of clansmen, the scene where she teamed up with Li Moying to defeat Huang Sanbai in the God Realm's grand meet was too shocking and enough to shock them. Therefore, these people did not dare to say any more and could only board the ship obediently. Although the elders were not in awe of her to this extent, they knew the importance and understood that it would not be a good thing to cause trouble with the Sacred Phoenix clan in Floating Sea, so they decisively chose to board the airship. Li Moying glanced at Li Shihong, then said nothing and followed his wife on the boat. The airship of the Sacred Phoenix clan gradually took off and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. On the Cloudy Qilin clan side, several elders were so angry that they almost fainted. "Patriarch, what should I do? Looking at the young master like this, I'm afraid he really can't live without that witch. In a few days, the wedding invitation will be sent over. What should we do?" Li Shihong was also depressed here, but he needs to calm down. "Forget it, I want to see, can the Sacred Phoenix clan really let the two of them get married? I don't believe it. Let this evil man be taken care of by the Sacred Phoenix clan. When Moying was driven out by them, he will know that the Sacred Phoenix clan are all a bunch of scum." Li Yuntao and others suddenly realized, that's it. Yes, the patriarch is wise. The return trip went smoothly. Half a month later, the Sacred Phoenix clan's airship arrived at Ice Moon Summit. This was Huang Yueli's first time in Sky Moon City. She took Li Moying to the bow of the airship and watched curiously. As the sacred land of the Sacred Phoenix clan, Ice Moon Summit has a completely different style compared to the Amethyst Paramount Palace of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Although Amethyst Paramount Palace was also built on the mountain, it looks like a majestic palace. On Ice Moon Summit, there were undulating peaks. Each peak has an independent palace, which is connected by corridors to form a whole. These corridors are all built in mid-air. Looking down from the sky, they seem to be buried in the clouds, like a dream. I didn't expect that Ice Moon Summit would be so beautiful. Lu Bian couldn't help but sigh. These days, Lu Bian was actually having the best time. Huang Yueli spent a lot of time trying to solve the headaches of these clansmen all day long. After all, Li Moying and others were cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Although the Sacred Phoenix clan members did not dare to do anything to them under the eyes of the matriarch, they were not very free to move after all. But Lu Bian was different. He was a well-known spirit medicine master in the God Realm, and he was from the Whitefin clan with the most popular blood. Wherever he goes, he was welcomed. By the way, he gave the Sacred Phoenix clan cultivators a few pills to see if they were suffering from headaches and fever, and soon became close to the young cultivators. Many gossips and rumors about the Sacred Phoenix clan reached Huang Yueli's ears through him. Huang Yueli originally had no feelings for the Sacred Phoenix clan, but when she actually stood above Ice Moon Summit, overlooking the sacred land of the Sacred Phoenix clan, feel the strong fire attribute energy below, constantly surging up. Her mood changed subtly. This sudden realization that she was really from the Sacred Phoenix clan, being connected by blood to this clan, gave her a sense of belonging. The airship landed slowly, and Huang Yueli walked down the gangway surrounded by the elders. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan have already received the news. At this time, everyone came out of the mountain gate and lined up neatly in the open space at the door. As soon as they saw Huang Yueli appear, everyone immediately knelt down and greeted her. Greet the matriarch and welcome the matriarch back to the mountain. The voices of many cultivators resounded through the sky. Lu Bian showed a bit of astonishment and secretly pulled Li Moying. TSK, brother-in-law, my junior sister is so majestic, are you feeling pressured? Li Moying glanced at him with contempt and said nothing. What do singles know? The more powerful the wife is, the more capable her husband will be, alright? Huang Yueli looked indifferent, as if such battles were commonplace. She raised her hand and said, "You are too polite, please get up." The cultivators then stood up one after another. The elders and protectors, with higher status in the clan, gathered around. Although the other cultivators could only stand on the side according to the rules, they still couldn't restrain their curiosity and were looking for opportunities to take a peek. The legendary god-level genius was rare enough. Now, this god-level genius has become their matriarch when he was less than 20 years old. Before Huang Yueli returned to Ice Moon Summit, this news had already caused an uproar in the Sacred Phoenix clan. Everyone was guessing what kind of person Huang Yueli was. When they saw her for the first time today, they were really shocked. First reaction, beautiful. She's so beautiful. Although there were many handsome men and beauties among the ancient god clans, such stunning ones were really rare to see. The second reaction was, she was just too calm. Facing so many powerful cultivators and their deliberately imposing aura, she didn't even show a trace of surprise. Always calm and indifferent, watching them condescendingly. She had completely placed herself in the position of the matriarch. As a result, many cultivators who were originally reluctant became more alert and did not dare to make mistakes easily. A god-level genius was after all a god-level genius. Even Huang Sanbai, a highly respected elder who has been in the clan for many years, fell into her hands. This young matriarch must have some skills. For a time, various thoughts flooded into the hearts of the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan. However, no matter how different everyone's positions are, at least one idea was the same. That was, the god-level genius truly deserves her reputation. Even if you don't see Huang Yueli take action, you can still feel her aura if you just see her in person. Huang Yueli left and did not go to the mountain gate immediately. Instead, she waited for a while under the gateway. Seeing this, the clansmen all looked puzzled. Matriarch, please. A respected elder was about to urge her when he suddenly saw a tall figure appearing behind Huang Yueli. The handsome man in a black gold robe slowly approached Huang Yueli and stopped beside her. He was extremely handsome, his face seemed to have been chiseled to perfection. Compared with the beautiful appearance of the girl next to him, he was not inferior in the slightest. The two of them stood together, looking particularly pleasing to the eye. What was even more shocking was that the powerful aura naturally exuded from his body. Although he tried his best to restrain himself and reduce his sense of existence, it still makes people feel a strong sense of oppression. The cultivators present raised their heads and looked at Li Moying in surprise. They didn't react for a while. Who is this man? What a powerful aura. Isn't it? Much stronger than Huang Beiqing, the #1 genius in our clan, and he looks much younger than him. The matriarch is worthy of being the matriarch. Even the men around her are so powerful. Which clan's genius is this? Amid the discussion, someone suddenly reacted and couldn't help but scream. This is the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Moying. What? Young Masterly? The young cultivators present were not qualified to participate in the God Realm's grand meet, so many of them were unaware of everything that happened in the floating sea. After hearing this, everyone was immediately confused. This was definitely young Masterly. I just went to Cloudy Qilin continent last year and saw him at that time. No one can forget the face of young Masterly. If you put it this way, you really look like young Masterly. Our matriarch was a god-level genius. Who else can be compared to her in terms of power? Apart from young Masterly, who else can we have? Cough cough. But, isn't he from the Cloudy Qilin clan? Why did he come to our Sacred Phoenix clan? Is he here to cause trouble? The young cultivators were confused. Even the elders standing in the front row couldn't help but look surprised at this time. They understood the relationship between young Masterly and their new matriarch from Huang Likai's letter. However, no one expected that Li Moying would really follow her all the way to Ice Moon Summit. After all, this was the sacred land of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Not to mention the young god-level geniuses of the Cloudy Qilin clan, even the supreme elders of the life-profound realm would not dare to step in easily. If besieged by the Sacred Phoenix clan, one will be in a life-threatening situation. Besides, it was rare for the Cloudy Qilin clan to produce a god-level genius. I heard that he was very precious, so how can they let him go? Based on this common-sense judgment, the elders who stayed behind at Ice Moon Summit did not think that the two of them would really appear together. Some people didn't even take the message in the letter seriously. What if two god-level geniuses were attracted to each other? Since Huang Yueli has joined the Sacred Phoenix clan, the relationship must be broken. Do you still need to consider this? But now, Li Moying appeared in front of them alive. Moreover, it was still in such an arrogant and powerful manner. Many people noticed that Li Moying also held Huang Yueli's hand and was intertwined with hers. Huang Yueli didn't object at all and even turned back to give him a sweet smile. The cold, arrogant and majestic aura he had when facing the clan members just now was completely gone. The handsome man and the beautiful woman looked at each other affectionately, and they looked very beautiful, like a painting. However, when everyone realized who the hero and heroine were, the faces of most of the cultivators present became very ugly. Matriarch, this is. Huang Xindi, the elder of the Sacred Phoenix clan, came out and asked tentatively. He turned out to be the second-ranked elder in the clan, so he was qualified to be responsible for staying at Ice Moon Summit. After Huang Sanbai was arrested for betraying the clan, he became the first elder. At this time, he had to stand up and ask Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli glanced at him and said unhurriedly, "This young master Li Moying is my fiancé." Although they have already been married in the lower realm, since they are planning to have another wedding in the god realm, it was more appropriate to call them fiancé. Hearing this, Huang Xindi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Huang Yueli actually admitted it and looked so proud. By the sounds of it, if they didn't stop her, was she really planning to marry Li Moying? And this young Master Li was also another peculiar one. He actually followed her all the way to the Sacred Phoenix clan and planned to marry in? Seeing the expressions of Huang Xindi and others, Huang Likai and other elders who returned from the floating sea felt much better. Finally, someone was as depressed as them. God knows, they have felt this way every day since they recognized Huang Yueli. On the one hand, she was happy to have a talented new matriarch, but on the other hand, she was so angry at the interaction between her and Li Moying that she wanted to vomit blood. Huang Yueli glanced at the dull-looking people. Of course she knows what these people are thinking, but it has nothing to do with her. She will never do what they want. What are you doing standing still at the door? Are you not going to let me in? Huang Yueli said coldly. Only then did Huang Xindi and others react and realized that now was not the time to be in a daze. He quickly stepped forward and bowed to Huang Yueli, Matriarch, please come this way. Huang Yueli nodded and said to the guards behind him, the former patriarch, Huang Tianhao, is not feeling well. Just carry his sedan chair in. Yes. The guard responded. Huang Yueli then took a step forward and walked towards the mountain gate of Ice Moon Summit. Li Moying stayed by her side calmly, expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the probing glances around her. Huang Xindi barely suppressed the shock and depression in her heart, and welcomed the people all the way to the top of the largest mountain in Ice Moon Summit, and entered the gorgeous palace on the mountain. Everyone sat down in the main hall. The elders and stewards once again collectively prostrated themselves and saluted Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli signaled them to stand up and said a few words of encouragement. Elders and seniors, I am very grateful for your contributions to the Sacred Phoenix clan over the years. Without your efforts, the Sacred Phoenix clan would not be what it was today. I am always grateful to you. I am a junior of the Sacred Phoenix clan. I have only been cultivating for a few years. I never expected that I would become the leader of the Sacred Phoenix clan so soon. If the previous leader was not in danger, he had to pass the throne to me. I wouldn't sit in this position. Looking back, I feel a bit scared. However, since I am now the matriarch, I will not shirk the responsibility to lead the Sacred Phoenix clan and become one of the top forces in the God realm. The Sacred Phoenix clan itself is one of the families with the purest blood and the most outstanding talents in the God realm. With this strength, I also believe I can do it. Huang Yueli kept talking for a quarter of an hour, which shocked the elders again. None of them expected that Huang Yueli, who had been living outside the world since she ascended to the God realm, knew so clearly about the situation in the Sacred Phoenix clan. Moreover, she also did some careful thinking and put forward his own opinions on the various shortcomings of the clan's current system. This was beyond everyone's expectation. As the leader of a large force, having talent and strength are actually only part of the requirements. In addition, management ability and overall view was actually more important than strength. If one doesn't have these abilities, even if one's strength crushes everything, one can only become a superior leader and cannot control real power. As Huang Yueli was a god-level genius, naturally no one will doubt that her talent and strength was not enough to assume the position of matriarch. However, since she was so young, the elders don't think she really has the skills to gain real power in the clan. Now after hearing what she said, some elders with ulterior motives looked quite ugly. They finally realized that the young new matriarch in front of them was really not a fuel-efficient lamp. Seeing everyone's expressions, Huang Likai was filled with emotion. When he came in just now, many elders secretly glanced at him. Seeing their meaning, they obviously felt that he had derelict in his duty by failing to prevent Li Moying from entering Ice Moon Summit. Now, these people should be able to feel the difficulties he faced. After Huang Yueli finished speaking, she stopped. Huang Likai immediately took a step forward and took the lead in saluting her. What the matriarch said is absolutely true. I will teach you. Subordinates must obey the orders of the matriarch. Many elders saluted again. Huang Yueli nodded and said, then we have a big thing to do next. It's best to complete this matter as soon as possible without any delay. Everyone realized what she wanted to say, and they suddenly became energetic. Huang Yueli said, that is, to publicly punish Huang Sanbai, the sinner who betrayed the clan. Not only did this man openly pursue and kill the god-level geniuses in the clan, but he also confused right and wrong and hindered the clan's actions. In the process, he also secretly murdered 2 elders, including Huang Xuanyu and countless clan members. In the end, he also attacked the former patriarch Huang Tianhao and tortured him in every possible way in an attempt to obtain the patriarch's seal and ascend to the throne of the matriarch. Such a crazy traitor to the clan must be punished by everyone. I personally captured him in Floating Sea and brought him back to the clan for trial, just to let everyone see his fate with their own eyes and take a lesson from him. When Huang Yueli mentioned Huang Sanbai, all the cultivators present showed serious expressions. No matter how many thoughts they had in their minds, they were all suppressed. In fact, Huang Sanbai has been in the clan for many years, and many of the elders present have a good relationship with him. However, Huang Sanbai's crimes have been described in detail in the letters sent back by Huang Likai and others. The scene at that time was definitely not a one-sided accusation by Huang Yueli, but it happened under the joint witness of hundreds of thousands of elite cultivators from various god-level forces. What was right and wrong? In front of so many people, there was no possibility of hiding it. In addition, Huang Tianhao himself appeared to testify. All factors combined, no one dares to say that Huang Sanbai was wrongly accused. Although everyone was shocked when they got the news, no one with any brains could question it. Huang Yueli glanced at everyone and knew that it was a bit hard for everyone to accept. She coughed twice and added, "The trial will be scheduled in 3 days." At that time, all the cultivators in the clan, except for those who were unable to return from training outside, must be present to personally witness Huang Sanbai's confession. Everyone sighed and nodded in agreement. Huang Yueli didn't say anything more, because it was too early to say now. The first major event when she returned to the Sacred Phoenix clan was to judge Huang Sanbai. Only when Huang Sanbai's charges had been completely proven can it be justified for her to inherit the position of matriarch. The next step must be based on this foundation. Huang Yueli announced the end of the meeting and left the main hall under the guidance of the guards. When it was confirmed that Huang Yu was far away, the main hall suddenly exploded. None of the elders took the initiative to leave, they all chose to stay. Most people have extremely anxious looks on their faces. The first reaction of many people was to rush forward and surround Huang Likai. Huang Xingdi was the first to stand up and asked Huang Likai, "Elder Likai, what do you mean? How could you do such a thing? How is this any different from betraying the clan?" Huang Likai looked disapproving. "What have I done? Elder Xingdi, you should make it clear if you have something to say. You are so clueless that you just label me as betraying the clan. How can I bear such a label?" Huang Xingdi said angrily, "Are you still pretending to be stupid here? Let me ask you, what happened to that Limoying? How did he end up with the matriarch?" Huang Likai stared back unceremoniously. "Didn't I make it very clear in my letter to you? The matriarch and Limoying were a couple when they were in the lower realm, and their relationship was very good. Now in the god realm, they still have to be together. What can I do? I am just an elder." "What does it mean to be just an elder? The matriarch made a mistake, and she just needs the advice of us elders. Otherwise, what's the use of us? You've been staying by the matriarch's side, and you just watched that Limoying taint our matriarch? It seems like you have bad intentions. Are you thinking of taking Huang Sanbai's place and coveting the position of the first elder?" Before Huang Sanbai made a mistake, his status as the first elder was generally recognized and unshakable. However, under him, the status of the second elder Huang Xingdi and the third elder Huang Likai was indistinguishable. There has always been a rift between the two, and they often fight openly and secretly. Originally, with Huang Sanbai around, no matter how hard the two of them fought, the results would be similar. Anyway, they couldn't get past Huang Sanbai, the first elder. But it's different now. Huang Sanbai betrayed the clan and will be executed within 3 days. The position of the first elder was also vacant. If there was a difference between two people, the one who wins will become the first elder and have a pivotal position in the clan. especially since the new matriarch was still a little girl under 20 years old. At her age, let alone being smart, she would be considered good if she could balance all the forces in the clan. Taking a step back, even if Huang Yueli was extremely talented and had the ability to manage a clan, she was still young and her strength was still rising rapidly. For a peerless genius like her, she would definitely spend most of her time cultivating and going out for training. She would definitely not be able to stay at Ice Moon Summit all the time and deal with those complicated clan affairs. Therefore, this first elder, in a sense, was under one person and above 10,000 people, and has great power. Even more powerful than Huang Sanbai's power at that time. It would be strange if someone didn't covet such a position. Huang Likai was very clever. After he learned that Huang Sanbai had betrayed the clan and Huang Tianhao abdicated, he immediately stood by Huang Yueli and worked for her. This was because he was the first to realize this. Especially when he found out that Huang Yueli was actually with the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan and wanted to formally marry him, Huang Likai immediately understood that his opportunity had come. Most people in the clan are not willing to live in harmony with the Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators. However, Huang Likai was different. He had been separated from his clan since he was a child and grew up among the human race. When he was a child and didn't know about his bloodline, he even had a few friends from the Cloudy Qilin clan. To him, the so-called clan feud was actually not that unforgettable. Normally standing on the opposite side of the Cloudy Qilin clan was just to protect the clan's position and face. Now, since Huang Yueli insisted on being with Li Moying, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it, and instead gave him a chance to show his face in front of the new matriarch. Huang Xindi naturally wanted to become the first elder. However, the advantage now has been taken by Huang Likai. Besides, he thought he was not as shameless as Huang Likai, who actually approved the marriage between the new matriarch and the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Therefore, his situation became very difficult. When I looked at Huang Likai, I was naturally displeased with him. The two had a big argument in front of many elders in the clan. Huang Likai insisted, the matriarch is the matriarch. No matter what she does she need you as an elder to speak up? Why should the matriarch make a mistake and ask the elders to give him advice? Do you really treat yourself as a dish? What was the role of the matriarch in the clan? The status itself was the most noble, and no one can shake it. What do you mean? The matriarch brought so many people from the Cloudy Qilin clan to the clan today. How shameful it is before our ancestors of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Likai couldn't help but sneer, what's the use of talking to me? If you have the ability, you can tell the matriarch directly. I want to see if you have such a big face that the matriarch can do it for you. To abandon her husband, who she has been married to for several years. Upon hearing this, the corners of Huang Xindi's mouth twitched. He was not a fool. Of course he could see that Huang Yueli and Li Moying had a very good relationship, and they could not be separated by just a few words. But how could the husband of the leader of the Sacred Phoenix clan be from the Cloudy Qilin clan? Moreover, he wanted to separate the two people for a deeper purpose, which was to demonstrate his influence in the clan. If Huang Yueli's chosen marriage can be ruined, the matriarch's prestige will also decrease. His prestige as an elder would also increase significantly. When the time comes, not only will he become the first elder, but his words may be more useful than what Huang Yueli herself says. Each of them had their own little calculations and schemes in their heads, and they argued for a long time, but to no avail. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan were also divided into two factions, each supporting the two. Of course, there were obviously more cultivators supporting Huang Xindi. Most people couldn't accept Li Moying no matter what, and instinctively opposed the marriage. Huang Likai was gradually at a disadvantage and was pointed at and scolded by a bunch of people. In desperation, he could only take a step back. Alright, you all say that I'm wrong now. But that's because you don't know how stubborn our new matriarch is. I want to see what you have. If you have the ability, you can make her change her mind. I wish you success first. After saying that, Huang Likai turned around and left the main hall with his supporters. Huang Xindi and others were left behind, feeling very upset. Elder Xindi, what should we do now? What Elder Likai said can't be true, right? Will the new matriarch really not listen to our persuasion? If this was really the case, things will be in trouble. I think what Elder Likai said might be true. Otherwise, the matriarch wouldn't have brought Li Moying back. Shut up. Huang Xindi couldn't listen anymore and interrupted them coldly. Stop talking now, Huang Likai is just scaring us. No matter how talented the matriarch is, she is only 20. Her cultivation is still at the heart-profound realm, so she doesn't have that much capital yet. He paused and then said, everyone go back and get ready. In 3 days, Huang Sanbai will be executed. After that, there will definitely be a meeting to discuss the matriarch's inauguration ceremony. At that time, if you have any opinions, please tell the matriarch in person. Propose it. I don't believe she can really go against so many clan members. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. Elder Xindi still has the foresight. That's true. Let's talk together, and we won't be afraid that she won't listen. That's it. We must not let anyone break the rules of our sacred Phoenix clan. Everyone discussed with each other and left one after another. On the other side, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already returned to the back bedroom under the leadership of the guards. Huang Yueli was now the matriarch of the sacred Phoenix clan, and her residence was naturally extremely luxurious. There were several high-level spirit-gathering arrays around the palace, which continuously gather the profound energy of heaven and earth around Ice Moon Summit. Huang Yueli and Li Moying sat down. Before they could say a few words, they saw little Wang Kai flying in from the window. As soon as it landed, it turned into a little shot and screamed loudly. Female devil, you guessed it right. None of those elders have any good intentions. They really all stayed there, trying to figure out how to plot against you. Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked at each other. What did they say? Little Wang Kai recounted the dispute between Huang Xindi and Huang Likai. He has a good memory and completely restored the scene at that time. After hearing this, Huang Yueli showed no surprise at all and just nodded. Wang Kai, thank you for your hard work. Now you can go play. I have ordered someone to prepare a large plate of roasted chicken legs for you. During this period, if you hear them talking about me and Moying again, remember to tell me. Little Wang Kai cheered, turned and left. Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. Moying. However, just as she started, she was interrupted by Li Moying. All right, stop talking, I know it all. Didn't I tell you before, I followed you voluntarily, and shamelessly insisted on following you, with it's all right with you. Don't you need to mention these words again? Li Moying held her slender little hand and pulled her into his arms. Or am I not trying hard enough at night recently, which makes you dissatisfied, and you want to get rid of me? When Huang Yueli heard him mention the night, a blush bloomed on her face. Since the God Realm's grand meet, Li Moying has been unscrupulous, pestering her to practice double cultivation every night. It's true that her cultivation level increased rapidly, but she suffered from a serious lack of sleep. Sometimes, she almost suspected that Li Moying deliberately followed her to the sacred Phoenix clan, just to make her feel guilty. In this way, she would be embarrassed to refuse this man's request for dual cultivation. She could only obediently cooperate with whatever request he made. Li Moying lowered his eyes slightly, staring at the charming little face of the girl in his arms, and his heart moved. He reached out and gently lifted her chin, and slowly moved closer to her. Just when the two lips were about to touch each other, Huang Yueli suddenly covered his mouth. What are you doing? I'm talking to you about business. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. Li Moying smiled slightly, pinched her wrist, and licked her palm directly. You said it, wasn't I listening? Huang Yueli was so itchy from his licking that she wanted to stop, but he held her tightly. She had nothing to do with this man, so she could only say in this posture, I am worried whether these elders will come up with any drastic measures. To put it bluntly, the two of us are only at the level of the heart profound realm, and there are many masters of the middle Tao profound realm, and if they have to fight against us, it will be difficult for us and senior brother to resist them. Li Moying paused and raised his eyebrows. Do they still dare to attack the matriarch? As far as I know, the ancient god clans have strict rules. If they dare to be disrespectful to the matriarch, or even attack the matriarch, they will definitely become a public enemy of all ancient god clans. The fate will probably be the same as that of Huang Sanbai. Huang Yueli shook her head. It's not what you think. They really don't dare to do anything to me, but I'm worried that they will do something to you. How do you treat me? Li Moying said nonchalantly, Little Lear, do you look down on your husband too much? Even if those elders of the sacred Phoenix clan really have bad intentions, they can't do anything to me. Don't worry. But Huang Yueli was still slightly uneasy. Li Moying interrupted her, no more buts. As a cultivator of the sacred Phoenix clan, if you can practice at Ice Moon Summit for a period of time, it will be of great help to improve your cultivation. Moreover, as the matriarch, you have access to all the secret skill books of the sacred Phoenix clan. Everything is open to you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to make it up in the future. Practice hard and don't think too much. When Li Moying said this, Huang Yueli could only nod. Seeing that his stubborn little fox finally became well-behaved, Li Moying raised an evil smile on his lips. He slowly moved towards her again. In that case, Little Lear, it's getting late and it's time for us to rest. What do you think, Over the period of the next 3 days. Accompanied by Huang Tianhao and Huang Likai, Huang Yueli visited the entire Ice Moon Summit and gained a preliminary understanding of the power distribution and various aspects of the sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Tianhao was still very weak and sat in a wheelchair the whole time, pushed by Huang Likai. He looked at Huang Yueli and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Yueli, you have seen now that our sacred Phoenix clan only has this little wealth left. There are 12 major ancient god clans in the god realm. In terms of ranking, our sacred Phoenix clan used to be one of the top 2, but now we are down to the bottom 3. This was all because I don't know people's hearts well, and I am indeed responsible. Huang Yueli looked at Huang Tianhao's annoyed expression, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After getting to know them in detail during this period, she discovered that the situation of the sacred Phoenix clan was actually worse than she had imagined. No wonder the Cloudy Qilin clan always talked about the sacred Phoenix clan with a bit of disdain. This was not just because they have Li Moying, a talented future patriarch. Even if you ignore the influence of the so-called god-level genius, the gap between the two families was still huge. The most obvious point was that there are very few cultivators with outstanding strength among the sacred Phoenix clan, between 50 and 200 years old. Logically speaking, this was the golden period after a cultivator reaches adulthood, the period when he was strongest and had the most experience. Whether it was cultivation or achievement, it was concentrated during this period. However, there were simply too few cultivators of this age group in the sacred Phoenix clan who can be named. Huang Sanbai was already 500 or 600 years old. Huang Likai was considered young, already over 200 years old. In contrast, Li Yuntao and others from the Cloudy Qilin clan were only over 100 years old, but they had already occupied high positions in the allied forces of the gods. Because the number of masters in the clan was gradually becoming scarce, some resources were gradually being squeezed by other forces, forming a vicious cycle. Although the direct cause of all this was caused by Huang Sanbai. However, Huang Tianhao, who trusted him to this extent, was obviously not innocent. Huang Tianhao sighed and looked at Huang Yueli with expectant eyes. I can't do it anymore. I'm half a cripple now, and I can't hold back the people below me. From now on, the whole clan will have to rely on you. After observing during this period, Huang Tianhao had to admit that Huang Yueli was much stronger than him. The only shortcoming was probably the man she likes. 3 days passed quickly. Huang Sanbai's execution ceremony officially began. According to Huang Yueli's order, all members of the Sacred Phoenix clan gathered at the Burning Sky Lake on the northern side of Ice Moon Summit. Many years ago, Burning Sky Lake was once an important secret place of the Sacred Phoenix clan. This was also the reason why Ice Moon Summit was selected as the base of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Because the main peak of Ice Moon Summit was once the largest active volcano in the God Realm, it would erupt every few years, and the surrounding fire energy was extremely rich. However, the flames spouted by Ice Moon Summit were so intense that it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to get close, let alone practice or even live nearby. For this reason, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the Sacred Phoenix clan was at its most glorious, a dozen life-profound realm experts took action at the same time to transform the mountain. The volcano at Ice Moon Summit was suppressed, and a protective array was deployed around it. This array does not rely on the Spirit Beast crystal core to maintain its operation, but directly extracts the fire attribute energy from the volcano. Therefore, the power was endless and was much more powerful than the mountain protection arrays of other forces. This was the strong reliance for the Sacred Phoenix clan to develop safely to this day. However, although the volcano no longer erupts on a large scale, from time to time, there will still be some gush of magma that breaks through the blockade of the array. This magma eroded part of the peak, forming the Burning Sky Lake. The Burning Sky Lake was filled with boiling magma. Even from a long distance, you can clearly feel the blazing heat and rich fire attribute energy. The temperature in the center of Burning Sky Lake was so terrifyingly high that even masters of the life-profound realm cannot approach it with bare hands. For this reason, the area near Burning Sky Lake was transformed into an important training place for the Sacred Phoenix clan. From far to near, there are hundreds of cultivation locations. If you want to enter the Burning Sky Lake to practice, you must also arrange your time according to the ranking of the clan, which was exactly the same as the Cloudy Qilin clan's trial place. However, these training locations are at least 10 miles away from the center of Burning Sky Lake. Because, if you get any closer, most cultivators will not be able to bear it. This time, Huang Yueli chose this place to execute Huang Sanbai. This was not because she was ingenious, but because she followed Huang Tianhao's suggestion. According to him, the Sacred Phoenix clan has had this rule for hundreds of thousands of years. To execute the most evil sinner in the clan, one must do so in the flames of the Burning Sky Lake, with everyone watching him being burned by the hot magma. Devour it bit by bit to serve as a warning to others. The cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan gathered near Burning Sky Lake. After waiting for a while, Huang Yueli arrived surrounded by all the elders. Li Moying was still by her side. Seeing his handsome face, most of the younger generation of cultivators were a little numb. They had probably seen too much in the past few days, and had become accustomed to it. After everyone saluted, Huang Yueli went straight to the topic without saying any nonsense. Come here, bring Huang Sanbai to me. Several high-spirited young guards escorted Huang Sanbai to the open space next to Burning Sky Lake. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes and couldn't help but feel a little sad when she saw Huang Sanbai's current appearance clearly. Recalling the first time she saw Huang Sanbai in Soul Connection Ocean. At that time even she was deceived by Huang Sanbai, thinking that he was an amiable senior member of the clan. If she hadn't been cautious by nature and had more foresight, she might not know where her corpse was now. When the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan saw Huang Sanbai, they all began to curse. Huang Yueli coughed slightly, and everyone fell silent. Alright, the sinner Huang Sanbai has been brought here. Next, Elder Huang Likai will read out his charges, so that all the clan members will know what this seemingly venerable elder has done behind the scenes. Yes, I will obey the matriarch's instructions. Huang Likai immediately stood up. He took out a red scroll from his sleeve, slowly unfolded it, and read aloud. Clan Trader Huang Sanbai is the 328th generation elder of the Sacred Phoenix clan. He was responsible for assisting the matriarch and managing clan affairs. However, this person has evil intentions. Using the trust of the matriarch, he repeatedly committed heinous crimes. The specific charges are as follows. First, attempting to assassinate the god-level genius in the clan. Second, attempted to assassinate, imprison, and torture the patriarch. The third. Huang Likai spoke for a quarter of an hour before finishing the long scroll of crimes. After hearing what he said, Huang Yueli also exhaled a long breath. Yesterday, when Huang Likai and the others showed her the prepared charges, she was frightened. Although Huang Sanbai did commit a mortal crime and was unforgivable, it would be a bit exaggerated to list so many of them. Even the matter of embezzling a few cultivating pills was written down. As a clan elder, it seems reasonable to use clan materials, right? However, Huang Tianhao persuaded her that these were necessary means to strengthen Huang Sanbai's accusation and enhance the prestige of the clan matriarch. Huang Yueli listened to these words, so she approved it casually. After reading out the charges, Huang Likai announced the final verdict against Huang Sanbai. The Council of Elders jointly discussed and decided to sentence Huang San to death by melting into the magma. All clan members are asked to watch it live and take it as a warning. Huang Likai finished the announcement and asked Huang Yueli for instructions. Huang Yueli raised her hand. The elder's verdict is very appropriate. Just do what you said. The guards then dragged Huang Sanbai to the center of Burning Sky Lake. Huang Sanbai kept his head lowered and motionless. Even when Huang Likai wrote him a lot of false accusations, he didn't react at all, as if he thought he was a dead person. However, as he gradually approached Burning Sky Lake, Huang Sanbai suddenly screamed in terror and struggled desperately to escape. The guards were all cultivators of the younger generation. In terms of strength, they are actually not as good as Huang Sanbai. It's just that Huang Sanbai's meridians were restrained and he couldn't move. However, at the last moment of his life, unimaginable power seemed to burst out of his body, and he suddenly broke through the restrictions on his meridians. Several young cultivators couldn't bear the attack of the Tao Profound Realm exponents burning energy and blood, and were immediately knocked away by him. Huang Sanbai turned around and ran away. However, Huang Likai and Huang Xindi were standing at the edge of Burning Sky Lake to imprison him. How could they let him escape like this? Huang Sanbai, do you still want to escape? Where do you think you can run to? Humph. The two men shouted sharply and took action at the same time, fiercely attacking Huang Sanbai. Huang Sanbai's action just now can only be said to be a return to the past. In fact, his own strength has dropped by several levels in the recent torture. When two Tao Profound Realm masters at their peak joined forces, he couldn't resist at all. He rushed forward a few steps desperately, but in the end, he was caught by the two elders. Huang Likai and Huang Xindi were worried that something would happen if it took too long, so they threw him directly into the Burning Sky Lake regardless of the ceremony. The moment Huang Sanbai fell into the burning magma, he let out a heart-rending scream. This sound sounded so terrifying that many of the younger generation of cultivators with less experience were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Some even couldn't even stand firmly and sat on the ground. Huang Sanbai's body was wrapped in the fiery magma, but it did not melt immediately, but was corroded bit by bit. During this entire time, he kept screaming and howling. Even Huang Yueli found this voice a bit scary when she heard it, and couldn't help but shake her head secretly. However, although she sighed in her heart, she kept a cold look on her face, as if the tragic scene in front of her had no impact on her. Her reaction was shocked by the many cultivators around her who saw her reaction. Although their new matriarch was very young, she had a heart of stone and was definitely not someone who was easily fooled. This made many people feel some pressure. After more than 2 hours, the execution was finally over. There were no more screams in the burning sky lake. However, in the bubbling magma, there was still a group of sparse body parts bobbing up and down. Some of the cultivators present could not help but vomit after these 2 hours of torture. Huang Yueli couldn't stand it any longer. She waved her hand and motioned for everyone to leave with her. The elders followed her back to the main hall. Huang Yueli asked the elders and stewards present to sit down, and then cleared her throat. Alright, now that the traitor Huang Sanbai has been executed, there are 2 things that are very important and must be completed as soon as possible in the near future. The elders looked at each other, and most of them already had some guesses in their minds. However, they did not interrupt. Instead, they saluted Huang Yueli respectfully and said, "Matriarch, please give me the instructions." Huang Yueli had been thinking about it carefully for several days, so she said it without hesitation. The first thing. I heard from the former patriarch Huang Tianhao that the clan still has some phoenix blood cores that have been treasured for many years, which can be used to improve cultivation. Therefore, I decided to have a blood core initiation in the near future. When the time comes, I will need the elders in the clan who are at the late stage of the Dao Profound Realm and above to jointly protect me. Upon hearing this, the elders at the scene spoke out one after another. Don't worry, matriarch, this matter is of great importance, and subordinates will do their best. When a god-level genius accepts the blood core initiation, his strength will definitely increase greatly. I would like to congratulate the matriarch first. This is a great thing. It's a blessing for the clan. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, the ancient mythical beasts have almost become extinct in the god realm, and the blood cores of the mythical beasts collected by the major clans in the early years are all gone. There were only 4 phoenix blood cores left in the sacred phoenix clan. However, when Huang Yueli proposed to use a blood core initiation, no one expressed any objection. On the contrary, every elder felt that this should be the case. According to the clan's practice, when a god-level genius was born, he can apply for a blood core from the matriarch for cultivation. The only difference was when to receive the initiation. For example, when Limoying first came to the god realm, he received the Qilin blood core initiation at Amethyst Paramount Palace. When he ascended, he only had the initial cultivation level of Dream Profound Realm. After receiving the initiation, he directly broke through to Heart Profound Realm. It can be seen that this practice was not unique to the Sacred Phoenix clan, but a common practice among all the major ancient god clans. And Huang Yueli has not only become the youngest matriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan, her own talent was also amazing. Judging from her age and cultivation level, she was one of the best among all the god-level geniuses in history. For such a peerless genius, it was only natural to use a blood core. The first thing went very smoothly and received support from everyone. Huang Yueli showed a smile and nodded. Next, the second thing. She paused and glanced at the elders in the audience, her expression becoming more serious. The second thing was about my inauguration ceremony. Although at the God Realm's Grand Meet, the incident between Huang Yueli and Huang Sanbai had caused a stir and all the forces in the God Realm knew about it. Because of this, everyone now knows that she succeeded as the matriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan. After so many days, it has probably spread to every corner of the God Realm. However, the formal inauguration ceremony of the matriarch was still indispensable. This was not only as simple as officially announcing Huang Yueli's identity as matriarch to the entire God Realm, but it was also an opportunity for the Sacred Phoenix clan to show off their clan's strength. Any first-rate power would take it seriously. Hearing Huang Yueli mention this matter, the spirits of the elders were shocked again. Matriarch, your inauguration ceremony is very important. We have been considering this matter for a long time. We have already started preparations the day the news of your succession as matriarch came from Floating Sea. Huang Xingdi strode out, bowed to Huang Yueli, and at the same time, held a scroll in front of her. There are many traditions that need to be followed in the Sacred Phoenix clan's inauguration ceremony. This is the first time for me to arrange such a thing. However, I have carefully checked all the relevant books and listed all the precautions. The process has been written on the scroll, please take a look at it. If you have any comments, my subordinates will revise it right away. At that time, we only need to send invitations to all major forces, and the ceremony can be held within a month. After hearing Huang Xingdi's words, Huang Likai's expression suddenly changed. The two have been competing for the past few days, each coveting the position of the first elder. Huang Yueli saw it and felt like a mirror in her heart. However, she needed the two elders to check and balance each other to work for her, so she deliberately did not express support for either side. Huang Likai and Huang Xingdi worked harder to show off in front of her. Huang Likai originally thought that since he had no objection to Li Moying joining the Sacred Phoenix clan, Huang Yueli would definitely choose him in the end. But who knew that Huang Xingdi would be so scheming? He had actually guessed that Huang Yueli was going to hold the matriarch's inauguration ceremony soon, so he made preparations in advance, wrote a plan, and handed it over to Huang Yueli in a public place like today. If Huang Yueli read his scroll and entrusted him with this important matter, then Huang Xingdi would snicker. Being able to take full responsibility for presiding over such a major ceremony as the inauguration ceremony of the matriarch, in the minds of the clan members, he was already the de facto first elder. No matter how hard Huang Likai works in the future, it will be difficult to surpass him. When Huang Likai thought of this, he immediately became anxious and said loudly, "Matriarch, although there are many traditions in the inauguration ceremony, there was no need to do everything in accordance with the traditions. Successive patriarchs, including Patriarch Tianhao, all have made some changes to the inauguration ceremony. What was important was the personal preferences of each patriarch. If everything was done according to tradition, outsiders will think that our Sacred Phoenix clan was stuck in our ways and does not strive for progress." Upon hearing this, Huang Xingdi turned pale with anger. Huang Likai was mocking him for not being able to change his ways. Moreover, he was also hinting to Huang Yueli that he was suspected of using clan tradition to morally kidnap her, the new matriarch. Huang Xingdi immediately retorted, "If you act according to tradition, at least you won't go wrong. The matriarch is young, and she can't leave an impression of instability in others. Besides, what's the use of talking so much? My plan is already in place, here it is, where's yours? Why don't you take it out and take a look? You have to compare to know whose plan was better, right?" This time, it was Huang Likai's turn to be frustrated. After all, he was not as scheming as Huang Xingdi. He has not prepared in advance. How can he come up with a plan now? Huang Xingdi and Huang Likai glared at each other fiercely, and at the same time turned their heads to look at Huang Yueli, waiting for her decision. This matter. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes slightly and said thoughtfully, "Tradition is of course very important, but I still have some ideas of my own, and I don't intend to follow the tradition completely." As soon as she spoke, a proud smile appeared on Huang Likai's face. Huang Xingdi suddenly felt a little upset, but he responded quickly and said immediately, "Matriarch, if you have any ideas, I can also modify the plan according to your request." After all, although tradition is important, it still has space for a little bit of flexibility. Huang Likai despised him in his heart and secretly scolded him for being extremely shameless. However, it was impossible for him to shut Huang Xingdi's mouth, so he could only be secretly angry. Huang Yueli said slowly, "Then, you two mean that you can arrange this inauguration ceremony as per my request?" Huang Likai nodded hurriedly, "Matriarch, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you." Huang Xingdi hesitated. He always felt that something was wrong with Huang Yueli's words, which gave him a very bad premonition. However, with the huge threat of Huang Likai staring at him, he nodded without thinking, "Matriarch, just give me your orders." "Very good. That's good." Huang Yueli nodded, paused again, and scanned every elder present one by one. When everyone was feeling uneasy, she slowly spoke, "I plan to get married at the same time as the inauguration ceremony, and officially marry Li Moying, the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan." As soon as these words came out, the entire main hall suddenly became quiet. All the elders were shocked by the news and couldn't recover for a long time. After a while, Huang Xingdi was the first to regain his senses. He immediately took a few steps forward, with a look of horror on his face. "Matriarch, what did you just say? Did I hear wrongly?" Huang Yueli showed a trace of impatience on her face, curled her lips, and repeated again, "I want to marry Li Moying on the day of the inauguration ceremony. Of course, in fact, we are already husband and wife, and this time it is mainly just a formality to inform the major forces in the God realm, so there was no need to be too grand." After hearing these words, the elders finally reacted. Their young matriarch actually has such an amazing plan. Not only did she really want to marry Li Moying despite everyone's objections, but she also wanted to set the wedding date on the day of the matriarch's inauguration ceremony. For a moment, everyone was frightened, and their first reaction was to object desperately. "Matriarch, do you know what you are doing? It is absolutely impossible to do so at this time." "Yes, matriarch, you are still young. There is no need to get married so early, right? Besides, the marriage of every leader must be discussed by the Council of Elders. The recommendation for the candidate for the matriarch's partner is not something you can just say casually that will be recognized. Matriarch, you must calm down. If you want to find someone to practice dual cultivation, countless young talents from all major forces will definitely be willing to fall under your skirt. Why do you have to find someone from the Cloudy Qilin clan? There are so many cultivators in the Sacred Phoenix clan, and almost everyone has an elder who died in the battle with the Cloudy Qilin clan. If you really marry Li Moying, what will they think? Then the whole clan will be torn apart. Please, matriarch, think twice." After the elders calmed down for a while, they immediately refuted vehemently. Everyone had their own reasons, and they all spoke logically with passion. It was not uncommon for someone to get married at the same time as the inauguration ceremony. For most big forces, when the person in charge comes to power, he or she will be over 100 years old. At this age, most of the cultivation levels have stabilized, and it was very common to seek breakthroughs through dual cultivation. The marriages between the major forces are basically concentrated in this age group. In order to show their respect and attention to the marriage partner, some powerful forces would hold a wedding ceremony at the same time as their inauguration ceremony, which was a good story. However, the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan could not accept the same thing happening to Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Just like when Li Moying was in the Cloudy Qilin clan, many elders have made up their mind to let their juniors become the dual cultivators of the patriarch. To put it bluntly, even if Huang Yueli looked down on their descendants, how could she not find a talented cultivator from any big force but one from the Cloudy Qilin clan? It was rare for the elders to be so united. Even Huang Likai, who had been standing by Huang Yueli's side and prepared to hug her thigh tightly, did not dare to speak at this time. "If you speak at this time, you will definitely offend the public." Huang Yueli said nothing and waited for the elders to express their opinions before she sneered. "So? Have you finished talking?" She naturally exuded a powerful aura that was natural, which made these elders secretly frightened and became quiet for a while. Huang Yueli opened her lips lightly. I completely disagree with the reasons you mentioned. First of all, I am the one who chooses whom to marry, not you, so please don't try to influence my thoughts about the decisions of the Council of Elders. Although you are clan elders and I respect you, my private affairs are not something you can reach out and interfere. You even care about who sleeps next to me at night. Do you really think you are my parents? My parents also like Moying very much. Who are you to intrude? Secondly, there is indeed some discord between the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan. However, tens of thousands of years have passed since the bloody battle between the two clans. Which ancient book did you read about the elders who died at the hands of the Cloudy Qilin clan? It seems like that? Can anyone really tell me which direct clan members in my clan were killed by the Cloudy Qilin clan? It's been so many years, and they're still here to settle old scores. Do you think it's honorable? To tell you the truth, cultivators from other forces are laughing at the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan, saying that we are narrow-minded and cannot achieve great things. Finally, if you say that I am young and that I can find another cultivator to marry, I can tell you that when Moying and I were in the lower realm, we practiced a dual cultivation from a secret manual together. Hence, our strength has improved so quickly. Hence our high cultivation is closely related to this. So, even if it's to improve my cultivation, I have to marry him, and I won't have anyone else. Huang Yueli didn't speak fast, but every word was sonorous and powerful. The elders who had put forward opinions just now felt burning pain in their faces when she refuted them one by one. What Huang Yueli said was such a loud slap in the face, it was like putting the face of these old guys on the ground and stepping on it hard. Many elders had extremely embarrassed looks on their faces and felt that they could not get off the stage. However, despite this, their stance remained very firm. Seeing that there was no way to refute Huang Yueli, they could only bite the bullet and pretend to be tough. Anyway, no matter what, I will not accept the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan to become the companion of the matriarch. That's right, if the matriarch insists on having your own way, then the entire clan of our branch will refuse to attend the inauguration ceremony. If this matter spreads, our Sacred Phoenix clan will lose all face. This is absolutely not allowed. Matriarch, do you really not consider the feelings of your clan members at all? After hearing these words, the sneer on Huang Yueli's face became deeper and deeper. How do the clansmen feel? I think it's you old stubborn mules who never care about the clansmen's feelings. According to what I have observed in the clan these days, most of the younger generation of cultivators do not have such deep hatred for the Cloudy Qilin clan. Many of them even have friends of the Cloudy Qilin clan in private. However, due to the pressure of you old stubborn mules, under the pressure, they did not express their opinions publicly. Still under your pressure, they even forced themselves to go to war with the Cloudy Qilin clan. Nonsense, you are talking nonsense. There is no such thing. The young clansmen also hate the Cloudy Qilin clan from the bottom of their hearts. An old man with white beard and hair stood up and retorted angrily. The members of our branch, even a 3-year-old child, know that the Cloudy Qilin clan are all bastards with low moral character. Huang Yueli glanced at him and sneered disapprovingly. This is very interesting. I would like to know, what does a 3-year-old child know about character? What kind of person has a bad character? I think most 3-year-old children cannot even be a cultivator from any force. Yet you say that they can tell the difference clearly. If they have such thoughts, they must have been deliberately instilled by you elders. I'm sorry, I can't understand. For such young children, they are obviously the hope of the clan's future. You don't teach them well and let them practice hard and be kind to others. Instead, you incite hatred in their hearts. Such an act of putting the cart before the horse, no wonder the younger generation of the clan's strength is inferior to every generation. Huang Yueli's words were unceremonious, and she had no reservations to retort to this so-called respected elder. The old man was so angry that his face turned blue and his body swayed several times, as if he might fall down at any time. The faces of the other elders also became very ugly. They were dissatisfied, but they couldn't find any way to refute Huang Yueli. Because, although she spoke directly, every word she said hit the point. Most of the younger generation of cultivators in the clan don't work hard enough in cultivation. Instead, they talk too much and only brag about the past glory of the Sacred Phoenix clan. This situation has long become a worry for all the elders. However, they couldn't find the reason themselves. Apart from urging the children in the clan to practice well, there was no other way. The effect was of course close to zero. But now, Huang Yueli's words sounded very unpleasant when she said them, but if one thinks about it carefully, they really make sense and cannot be refuted. The elders were speechless for a moment, and some even began to reflect on themselves. Huang Yueli glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Then the matter is settled. The arrangements for the inauguration ceremony will be made by Elder Huang Likai." "Wait, no. Matriarch, you can't act so arbitrarily. You must think twice." When Huang Xingdi heard this, he couldn't bear it anymore and stood up again. He has always been firmly opposed to the interaction between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan. There was a big reason why he could sit in his current position as the second elder, and it was also because he was the most staunch anti-Cloudy Qilin in the clan. Therefore, he united the various branches that were most extreme against the Cloudy Qilin clan and gained their support, so he could always occupy a high and important position in the clan even though his own cultivation was not outstanding. At this time, he must stand up. Moreover, Huang Xingdi also noticed that Huang Yueli left the inauguration ceremony to Huang Likai, which showed that she trusted Huang Likai more, and that if she had to marry Li Moying, it would be impossible to change. His position cannot always waver. He can only choose between supporting marriage and opposing marriage. By supporting this marriage, it would be impossible for him to compete with Huang Likai for the position of hosting the ceremony. In this case, he might as well continue to express his opposition in accordance with his original position. Huang Xingdi was still very prestigious in the clan. With him taking the lead in the opposition, some elders who were shocked by Huang Yueli and did not dare to express their opinions also stood up to express their support for him. "Elder Xingdi is right, please think about it again, matriarch. If the matriarch insists on having your own way, all our branches will refuse to participate in the ceremony. No matter what you say, this just won't work." They became a tightrope, and their attitudes gradually became tougher. The coldness on Huang Yueli's face became more and more obvious, but she did not become furious as they had guessed. On the contrary, the colder her eyes were, the calmer she appeared on the surface. With the support of everyone, Huang Xingdi felt a little more confident. He raised his head and said, "Matriarch, this is the public opinion of the clan. As the matriarch, you must consider the opinions of the clan. Please think twice." Huang Yueli curled her lips and smiled instead of getting angry. "Elder Xingdi is right. As a matriarch, it is indeed impossible and inappropriate to completely ignore the opinions of the clan members." Hearing this, Huang Xingdi and his supportive clan were overjoyed, thinking that Huang Yueli had been convinced by them. "Matriarch, please." But Huang Yueli interrupted him coldly, "I don't have much interest in becoming the leader of the Sacred Phoenix clan. What I have always pursued was the pinnacle of cultivation. As for the clan power and such, you value it very much. But I just feel like it's a waste of time." Everyone noticed that there was something in her words, and their hearts skipped a beat. "Matriarch, what do you mean?" Huang Yueli looked indifferent and said, "It doesn't mean anything. But, for me, I would rather be Li Moying's wife than the matriarch of the Sacred Phoenix clan." If we can take care of both, of course everyone will be happy. If I had to choose one among them. She paused here for a moment. All the elders' hearts were in their throats, and they all felt that something was very bad. I will definitely choose my husband. In the end, Huang Yueli said what they least wanted to hear. The elders were startled and looked at each other, seeing horror and surprise in the eyes of others. Being able to become the leader of the ancient god clan should be a dream for all young cultivators in the god realm. No one expected that Huang Yueli would actually declare that she would rather give up the position of matriarch, just to be with a man from the Prodigiously clan. They were all frightened and couldn't wait for Huang Xindi to speak for them, so they all spoke eagerly. This, matriarch, please don't say such nonsense. The position of the matriarch is not something that you can just throw away if you say you don't want it. Yes, matriarch, our entire clan is counting on you now. You must not be so willful. The previous patriarch has already passed the seal to you. Now that you are regretting it, who should we find to succeed you? Even Huang Xindi and Huang Likai were shocked. After Huang Sanbai's death, the two of them became the two most prestigious among the clan members. However, even if they usually fight each other to get the position, it was nothing more than the position of the first elder. As for the position of the patriarch, they had never thought about it. Huang Sanbai seriously overestimated himself and had become obsessed with coveting the position of patriarch. The other elders who were still sane knew that they would not be able to become the patriarch, because they can't convince the public at all. The Sacred Phoenix clan was a large clan that has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years. There were countless branches in the clan. The dozen elders present represent their respective branches. They are all in competition with each other. Under the branches they control, the details are divided up, each can be divided into more than a dozen different forces. The direct line of the Sacred Phoenix clan alone can be divided into so many factions, not to mention the sidelines that account for more than 90% of the people. In addition, there were cultivators like Huang Yueli and Li Moying who were scattered in the 3,000 lower realms and whose bloodline was relatively thin. They could also be called clan members. The total number of these people was at least 1 million. Moreover, each person represents a different interest group. It was actually very difficult to convince so many clan members. Therefore, every matriarch must be absolutely powerful, at least significantly higher than other members of the Council of Elders. In addition to strength, there must be other irreplaceable advantages to convince the clan. Otherwise, even if you take the position of patriarch, you won't be able to sit firmly. For example, Huang Tianhao was the #1 genius in the Sacred Phoenix clan when he was young, no less than Huang Beiqing now. In addition, he was also the only son of the previous patriarch, and he has the foundation laid by his father. Even so, after he became the patriarch, he still faced many voices of protest. Even for a long time, no one would seriously implement his orders as they waited to see the young patriarch's jokes. During the period when Huang Tianhao served as the patriarch, he had no obvious achievements, which was also related to the lack of cooperation among the clan members. Of course, the Prodigiously clan also faces the same problem. Because of this, when these two major ancient god clans saw the emergence of god-level geniuses in their own clans, they couldn't wait to welcome them back and train them as future patriarchs. Because the title of god-level genius itself was enough to suppress many protests. Moreover, the strength of god-level geniuses improves very quickly, and it was almost certain that they would be able to enter the life-profound realm before they were 100 years old. With such strength, there was no room for anyone to protest. In this way, at least the clan can be united. As long as she had this advantage, even if the matriarch was too young, incompetent, or doesn't know how to handle clan affairs, it won't be a problem. The Council of Elders could do it for her. Thinking of this, Huang Xindi and Huang Likai became like ants on a hot pot. They hoped that the young matriarch would listen to them so that they could have greater authority in the clan. However, if Huang Yueli quits, then the Sacred Phoenix clan will be leaderless, and it will really be impossible to find another person who can take this position. Even if Huang Tianhao was allowed to come out again, he was seriously injured by Huang Sanbai after all, and he no longer has the strength to suppress the entire clan. In this way, at best, one could temporarily take over the position of patriarch, but being the patriarch for a long time will definitely not work. By then, the Sacred Phoenix clan will definitely be in chaos. Matriarch, you must not be impulsive. That's right. This is not a small matter. You made such a decision on impulse. What if you regret it in the future? Huang Yueli curled her lips coldly. I am not impulsive. Moying and I have not been together for a year or two. We made a vow a long time ago that we will never let each other down. In the past, it was Moying who gave up his clan and status for me. This time, of course I can do the same for him. Don't try to persuade me, it's useless. Since you are not willing to accept Moying, we'll leave tonight. At this point, she had almost made up her mind. Although, she could also stay in the Sacred Phoenix clan first, take the position of matriarch, and then slowly find a way to clear Li Moying's name, but it would just take longer. However, she was not willing to do this. Because this was too unfair and frustrating for Li Moying. Huang Yueli could never imagine that Li Moying, who had always been arrogant and strong, could follow her like a little wife, stay in the Sacred Phoenix clan, and be the man behind the matriarch. Even if he wouldn't refuse, she wouldn't be willing to let him make such a sacrifice. Huang Yueli turned around, looked at the man behind her on the right, and slightly curled her lips. All right, Moying, let's go. Li Moying hadn't said anything yet, and the elders became extremely anxious and restless. They didn't care about anything else and hurriedly swarmed up and surrounded Huang Yueli, as if they were afraid that she would run out immediately. Matriarch, calm down, please must calm down. Things need to be discussed, so please speak slowly. We just said that you are still young and don't need to consider marriage so early, but we didn't say that we will definitely not support you. That's right. Besides, in a few years you will understand that for a cultivator, whether it is cultivation, power, or status, they are actually more important than love. Why do you go to this extent just for the sake of a man? The elders tried their utmost to persuade her in all earnest. This time, their tone of voice was obviously much softer. However, Huang Yueli's expression showed no sign of softening. She was not the kind of ignorant girl who was not familiar with the world. It was easy to hear that these elders just beautified those ugly words to make them sound less harsh, but their attitude was not essentially the same. Nothing has changed. No one publicly expressed support for her holding a wedding during her inauguration ceremony. Huang Yueli raised her lips coldly and interrupted everyone. All right, there's no need to say any more. I've made a decision, you all can get out of my way. Moying and I will leave the Sacred Phoenix clan today. As for the Patriarch's seal, you can choose the successor of the Patriarch. After that, let me know. I will cooperate with you and help the new Patriarch integrate with the Patriarch's seal. She did not choose to hand over the seal now. On the one hand, she did not know who to give it to for safekeeping. On the other hand, it was also for safety reasons. With the Patriarch's seal on her body, she can freely control all Ice Moon Summit's mechanisms and arrays, and it will be effortless to lead the Sacred Phoenix clan. Hearing this, the elders were all frightened. Huang Yueli's tone was very calm, but it was this calmness that made people understand her determination better. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, Huang Xingdi had an idea and hurriedly stood up. Matriarch, don't leave in a hurry. In fact, your subordinates have no intention of going against you. Even if you want to marry young Master Li of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it's not something that cannot be discussed. That is, the inauguration ceremony will be held within a month, and we are preparing for the wedding. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Huang Yueli glanced at him and said, whether it is hasty or not, it has nothing to do with me. I think your next patriarch will not have similar requirements. This. Huang Xingdi became even more anxious when he heard that she still wanted to leave. He gritted his teeth and simply said, well, matriarch, if you suddenly bring up the matter of your wedding now, it will definitely not be so easy for the clansmen to accept it. You have to give us some time to accept it, right? Otherwise, why don't you first refine the blood core and the inauguration ceremony will be postponed for a while. Together with Elder Li Kai, I will be responsible for persuading the clansmen of each branch and changing their minds as much as possible. If the clansmen can accept it, then of course the wedding will be held. If they can't accept it, it's not too late for you to make a decision, right? His words can be said to have made a substantial concession. It was equivalent to stating his own position, willing to accept Li Moying, and willing to be responsible for convincing other clansmen. For a moment, the way the elders present looked at him changed. Many of them had fierce looks in their eyes and unkind expressions. In the eyes of most elders, Huang Xingdi was simply a traitor. Such conditions can be accepted. It was simply unimaginable what the Sacred Phoenix clan will become in the future. However, Huang Xingdi turned a blind eye to the looks of these people. He knew in his heart that when he said this, he did not really decide to obey Huang Yueli's instructions, but he was just delaying time. However, it was impossible to explain clearly in such a situation. It doesn't matter what others think of him, at least, he will definitely be able to successfully hold Huang Yueli back. But who would have expected that Huang Yueli glanced at him and revealed a sneer? Do you think I'm a fool? Stop talking, none of this is possible, Your matriarch will stay. At this moment, a deep and young man's voice suddenly interrupted Huang Yueli's words. Everyone looked at the person who spoke in surprise. After seeing clearly that it was Li Moying, everyone was a little stunned. Obviously, none of them expected that Li Moying would actually speak out on such an occasion. As the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it was extremely inappropriate for him to appear at the meeting of the Sacred Phoenix clan, and yet he was still talking now. Who gave him the courage? However, Li Moying didn't pay attention to other people's gazes at all, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. He slowly walked to Huang Yueli, leaned over to her, lowered his voice, and spoke next to her ears, "Little Lear, it's better to stay and receive the blood core initiation first." When Huang Yueli heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then frowned. "No, I don't want to stay here anymore. It was a mistake for me to follow them back to the clan. Anyway, Huang Sanbai is dead, and I have taken my revenge. There is no need to stay here anymore." As she said that, she glanced at him with some displeasure. "Didn't we agree before? If the clan doesn't accept it, we will elope together. Are you lying to me?" If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have been ready to pounce on him and bite him. Was he just deceiving her feelings? Li Moying couldn't help laughing, and his low and sexy voice made Huang Yueli's ears turn red. "What are you laughing at?" Li Moying put away his smile and said seriously, "The blood core initiation is very important to improve your strength. After I arrived in the God realm, my strength improved very quickly because I accepted the Qilin's blood core initiation. As long as you can complete the initiation, your strength will also rise, like me. If you can go one step further, you should be able to advance to the late stage of the Heart Profound realm immediately. Moreover, it will become much easier to continue to improve your strength in the future. This opportunity, you can't miss it." Huang Yueli flattened her mouth and said disapprovingly, "I understand everything you said, but don't think that you can take away a blood core and receive the initiation somewhere else. It's not that simple. The blood core initiation requires a set of arrays and rituals. Otherwise, it is easy to be in danger, and you may even explode and die. Moreover, in Ice Moon Summit, the fire attribute energy is the most abundant, which will help you break through. In short, you must stay here. I don't. Huang Yueli wanted to say something else, but Li Moying stretched out a finger and pressed it to her lips. Can you listen to me for once? Facing the man's firm eyes, Huang Yueli lowered her head reluctantly. Under the gaze of so many elders of the sacred Phoenix clan, the two of them actually started to whisper, and even used their profound energy to form a stance and secretly communicate. This was simply treating everyone as if they were dead. All the elders were so angry that they almost exploded in rage there and then. Some were impatient and simply took a few steps forward and said, "Matriarch, the manner in which you are." Only halfway through his words, Li Moying suddenly took 2 steps back. Huang Yueli stood up again, and the conversation had obviously changed, since Elder Xindi said it so sincerely. I will believe you for once. Starting tomorrow, I will officially receive the blood core initiation. I hope that when I come out of seclusion, I can get your good news. Hearing this, the elders present were obviously relieved. What they feared most was that Huang Yueli didn't listen to their opinions at all and just walked away. If this was the case, they really had no other ideas to make her stay. But now, Huang Yueli still hopes to improve her clan's strength, so at least they had some hope to keep her. Moreover, even if Huang Yueli's talent was incredible, it would take at least 20 days to completely complete the blood core initiation. With this little time, at least they can still discuss it, so that it won't be like now, becoming a mess without even a unified opinion. Huang Likai quickly stepped out and said loudly, "Matriarch, don't worry, you don't need to worry about such trivial matters. You just need to concentrate on fusing the blood core and improving your strength. We will definitely work hard to relieve your worries." Huang Xindi saw that his opponent had taken the lead. This time, he did not show any impatience. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised into a sneer. He immediately fell to the ground and said, "I will obey the arrangements of the matriarch." Huang Yueli was about to perform the blood core initiation ceremony, which was what all the clan members were eagerly looking forward to. Therefore, the elders were very cooperative on this point. Back to this topic, the meeting went very smoothly. The elders quickly selected the 9 strongest people, who were responsible for setting up an array according to the records in ancient books to protect Huang Yueli. The remaining elders also received tasks. Some were responsible for preparing materials, and some were responsible for cleaning up the venue. Everyone was very active and harmonious. Huang Yueli was quite satisfied with how they had performed. After the meeting, she left with Li Moying. The two walked out of the main hall side by side, and suddenly stopped in the woods not far away. Huang Yueli snapped her fingers and summoned little Wang Kai from the Sky Phoenix ring. Little Phoenix was now able to skillfully control his body size, and usually maintains his juvenile body state, which saves energy. It flapped its wings and looked up at Huang Yueli. "Female devil, why did you summon me to come out? Can we eat roasted chicken legs again? You only know how to eat." Huang Yueli was speechless for a while. "I'll give you a task. If you finish it, I will roast the chicken legs personally for you later." Upon hearing this, little Wang Kai immediately became excited and flapped his wings much faster. "What's going on? Tell me, tell me." "Oh no, I can't wait, I'm drooling." The female devil and his clan had no other advantages but her amazing cooking skills. She was indeed a god-level genius with the fire attribute. She was really a born cook. The big devil was so lucky. Huang Yueli lowered her voice and said, "Fly back to the main hall and listen to what they are saying. Be careful. They will definitely set up arrays. If you are not careful, you will be discovered easily." Little Wang Kai flapped his wings and said indifferently, "I am an ancient divine beast with fire attributes. In a place with strong fire attributes like Ice Moon Summit, there is nothing I can't do. Just wait. At the same time, as Huang Yueli expected, as soon as she and Li Moying left, the elders gathered together. Furthermore, a soundproof array was carefully arranged around the main hall. After the array took effect, Huang Xingdi coughed heavily. Everyone, I have a few words to say. It's about the marriage between the matriarch and young Master Li. All the elders looked at him. Some people were particularly excited and spoke out immediately. Elder Xingdi, please stop being so pretentious and tell me quickly, what should we do next? Isn't it? If this continues, what should we do? From what the matriarch said just now, she is determined to be with Li Moying. If we persist in our opposition, she will not really lead the Sacred Phoenix clan, right? I think, this is unlikely, right? Maybe the matriarch just wants to use this to intimidate us. After all, this is the position of the matriarch of the ancient God clan. Who would be willing to give up such a powerful position and the cultivation resources behind it? I don't think so. With the matriarch's talent, to put it bluntly, even if she leaves the Sacred Phoenix clan, she can advance to the life-profound realm wherever she goes. The clan power was not as important to her as we imagined. I don't think. Everyone was very divided on this issue, and they began to argue without knowing it. Huang Xingdi quickly coughed heavily and interrupted them. Ahem, elders, now is not the time to discuss this. Why isn't it the right time? If we can't be sure whether the matriarch really wants to leave, how can we decide on the next step? This statement was recognized by most elders. Huang Xingdi said hurriedly, everyone, listen to me first. Actually, whether the matriarch threatens us or really wants to leave, this matter itself is not important, because we cannot afford to take this risk, so now we can only treat it as true. After hearing this, the elders were silent for a while, and finally, they all nodded. Huang Xingdi added, all right, since it was true, we must consider it carefully. After all, today we used the blood core initiation as bait to retain the matriarch, but it does not mean that we can keep her in the future. Unless we really agree that she should get married on the day she takes office as the matriarch. This is absolutely not possible. Others can be discussed. Even if she wants to keep young Master Li in the clan, I can turn a blind eye. But a public wedding, how can our Sacred Phoenix clan disgrace this person? Yes, we must never give in to this condition. Hearing the voices of the elders, Huang Xingdi shook his head. It's useless for you to protest like this. Our matriarch has been completely fascinated by that man and will not listen to our advice. Now, the only way to prevent them from getting married, there is only this way. At this point, he suddenly stopped, with a hesitant look on his face, pacing back and forth, shaking his head from time to time. Oh, doing this was too risky, and the matriarch may be furious. No. Seeing his posture, the elders became even more anxious and hurried over to ask questions. Elder Xingdi, please tell me quickly what the solution is. Huang Xingdi hesitated for a long time, then lowered his voice. The only way is to take drastic measures. If Li Moying is no longer around, no matter how infatuated our new matriarch is, it would be impossible to marry him. Hearing this, the elders were all surprised. What was this? Is this a bit too much? How will the matriarch react if she finds out? After all, he was brought by the matriarch herself. I'm afraid the matriarch will be really angry. Huang Xingdi was also uneasy at first, but after actually speaking out this shocking idea, he regained some composure. His thoughts became much clearer. You have to understand that Li Moying and his guards are originally from the Cloudy Qilin clan. There is a blood feud between us and the Cloudy Qilin clan. Every time we see the Cloudy Qilin clan, don't we fight to the death? Even if you kill a few of them, it's normal. How can you say it's too much? It's the fact that they have lived in the sacred Phoenix clan for so long, that's weird. This is true. When they first saw Li Moying and Huang Yueli appear together, the elders all felt the urge to kill. However, reality kept them in check. They knew that they weren't strong enough and did not dare to attack Huang Yueli, so they could only endure it. After a long time, it seems like they became used to it. Now, Huang Xingdi made his words clear, which immediately aroused the murderous intention in the hearts of the elders. Huang Xingdi continued, now is the best opportunity. Isn't the matriarch about to perform the blood core initiation? This ceremony was estimated to take about 20 days to complete. Even if the matriarch is extremely talented, it will only take 10 days. It was always indispensable. With such a long time, it was enough for us to plan and kill Li Moying and others on the spot. As for the matriarch, after she comes out and knows the truth, she will definitely be angry with us. At that time, we will hide in the array in the back mountain. The matriarch is only at the heart-profound realm, so she can't kill us. When she calms down, she realizes that love between men and women is just a fleeting thing, and only the strength of the clan is truly worth pursuing. The elders all fell into deep thought after hearing what he said in an orderly manner. The emotions of the ancient god clans were not as rich as those of the human race. Except for the blood ties between people of the same race, they were relatively indifferent to other emotions. The vast majority of cultivators choose dual cultivators based on clan and strength considerations, in order to maximize their own strength and obtain resource sharing. Emotions and the like were almost never considered. Therefore, in the eyes of the elders, the previous relationship between Huang Yueli and Li Moying was really incomprehensible. Moreover, they always felt that Li Moying had used some underhanded means to charm their new matriarch. Once the source of the evildoer was gone, Huang Yueli would most likely be able to wake up on her own. With this spark ignited from this train of thought, most of the elders agreed with Huang Xingdi's views and expressed their willingness to contribute. Some elders felt that this was inappropriate, but they did not come out to strongly object. Everyone gathered together and quickly came up with a plan to surround and kill Li Moying. This actually doesn't take much effort at all. Because this was Ice Moon Summit, which has been run by the Sacred Phoenix clan for countless generations. A foreign cultivator, even if he was at the life-profound realm, cannot escape from their grasp. What does a god-level genius mean? The elders were so focused in their deliberations that they did not notice at all that in the corner of the main hall, an inconspicuous red bird flew away from under their noses. Late at night, Huang Yueli's room. That's what they said. Ha ha ha, big devil, never would I ever have imagined that you, of all people, would actually have such a day. Ha ha ha, I can't take it, I'm laughing so hard. Little Wang Kai repeated the plan he overheard in the main hall in detail. As soon as he finished speaking, he held his belly in his hands and rolled on the ground laughing. When he heard in the main hall today that someone was planning to murder Li Moying, he wanted to laugh out loud. If he hadn't remembered that he still had a mission, he would have been unable to bear it. Who told the big devil to bully him every day? Not only did he bully him, but his Qilin also bullied him. Now, he has finally offended this group, his great revenge could finally be achieved. Li Moying walked over with a dark face, grabbed the clothes on the proud little brat's back, and lifted him up. How is it? Is it funny? Huh? When little Wang Kai looked at his bottomless black eyes, he realized something was wrong and shuddered. No. No, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing funny. These people are so abominable. Big devil, beat these grandsons to death. Let me cheer on for you. He waved its little fist, looking filled with indignation. Lu Bian was laughing so much that he couldn't stand up straight. I must say, junior sister, is this really a phoenix you are raising? I thought it was a dog. You are the dog, and your whole clan is a dog. When little Wang Kai heard this, he jolted up and immediately retorted. Huang Yueli shook her head and snatched little Wang Kai back from Li Moying. Alright, your job is done. You have nothing to do here anymore, go and eat the chicken legs. Little Wang Kai cheered excitedly and ran away. Lu Bian put away the smile on his face and became serious. Junior sister, the problem is huge this time. How should we deal with it next? He knew that there was a lot of hatred between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan, but he never expected that it would reach such an extent that they would kill someone if they disagreed. Moreover, even if Li Moying was a god-level genius whose strength was several levels higher than that of a cultivator of the same level, it seems impossible to deal with so many elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan attacking together on the territory of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Of course, Huang Yueli also knew the seriousness of the matter. She frowned and thought for a moment. If it really doesn't work, of course we still have the best option. The elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan would never have imagined that she would sneak away before the blood core initiation. It was definitely safe to leave at this time. However, as soon as she spoke, she was interrupted by Li Moying. No, we can't leave at this time, and there's no need. Lu Bian immediately sat up straight and retorted nervously, Moying, it's pointless for you to show off like this. I know you want your junior sister to fuse the blood core before leaving, but if you risk your life, do you think junior sister can survive? Li Moying glanced at him, why do you think I will die? Isn't that nonsense? You have a thunder attribute, and you are far from the life-profound realm. Do you really think that you are a god-level genius, and you can kill a group of people by yourself? Then you are not from an ancient god clan, but a true god. Lu Bian pouted. Li Moying curled up his lips, of course I'm not a god, but I don't think I need to deal with a group of people alone. Lu Bian was stunned for a moment and asked blankly, what do you mean? Li Moying said nothing, but turned to look at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli understood his thoughts and said thoughtfully, in that case, let's wait first. Lu Bian became even more confused, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Lu Bian was startled and almost jumped up from his stool. He looked at the door nervously, what's going on? Who would come here in the middle of the night? Could it be that someone can't wait any longer and wants to kill Li Moying? Li Moying glanced at him with contempt, are you stupid? If anyone wants to deal with me, of course it has to be done secretly. How could anyone come here at this time? Lu Bian was startled and suddenly said, that's right, but... Halfway through his words, the knock on the door rang again. This time, the visitors outside seemed to be afraid that they would not open the door, so they immediately announced their door. Matriarch, have you rested? This is Huang Li Kai. I have something to seek your advice for. This matter is extremely urgent, so I took the liberty to come and disturb you at this time. Please take some time to come out. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows and looked at Li Moying. It turns out to be Elder Li Kai, please come in quickly. Huang Li Kai gently opened the door and walked in. Seeing that Li Moying and Lu Bian were both in the room, he was obviously stunned. Huang Yueli said, Elder Li Kai, I didn't expect you to come here so late. I am discussing with my husband and senior brother about the blood core initiation in a few days. I heard that the blood core initiation process is very dangerous, so I need to prepare some elixirs in case of emergencies. Huang Li Kai shuddered secretly when he heard the words blood core initiation. Just now in the main hall, he was forced to hear the plans of Huang Xingdi and others, and he suddenly felt extremely nervous and anxious. He really didn't expect that Huang Xingdi would be so courageous that she would even dare to kill the fiancé personally selected by the matriarch. Moreover, there were actually so many people supporting him. Although Huang Li Kai knew very little about love between men and women, he did know that their new matriarch was definitely not someone who is so easy to deal with. Huang Xindi and others thought that because she was young, she could be at their mercy. That was absolutely a big mistake. Once Huang Yueli was completely angered, he simply couldn't imagine what would happen in the end. After Huang Likai returned to his residence, he didn't even eat dinner. He stayed alone in his room, thinking about it, and really didn't know what to do. If he followed Huang Xindi's plan, he was really afraid that something irreversible would happen. When the time comes, Huang Yueli will give up her position as matriarch and sever ties with the clan forever, which will have relatively minor consequences. When it gets serious, no one knows what revenge she can do. However, Huang Xindi and the others obviously didn't believe what he said. Huang Likai did not dare to say more and openly opposed their plan. Killing the god-level genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan without mercy was a normal thing in the eyes of the cultivators of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Those who were hesitant like him can only be regarded as heretics. Huang Xindi could even insist on labeling him a clan traitor. If this happens, he will be in big trouble. Huang Likai felt that nothing he did was right, so he could only remain silent in the main hall. It wasn't until he was alone at night that he made up his mind and decided to come to Huang Yueli to explain the behind-the-scenes plan of Huang Xindi and others. Huang Yueli looked at Huang Likai's uncertain expression and already knew his purpose. However, she did not take the initiative to expose this matter. She personally lifted the teapot on the low table and poured Huang Likai a cup. "Elder Likai, let's have some tea. It's rare that you come here so late, why? You also have some precautions for blood core initiation. Do you want to warn me?" Yes, the blood core initiation is very dangerous. If you don't do it right, you may go crazy. I have read a few related books when I was young. If the matriarch is interested, I will ask someone to do it when I go back. Send me the classics. Huang Likai followed her words and felt that this topic was a little safer. Huang Yueli smiled and said, "That's good, thank you. It's really touching that you can think so thoughtfully." After going around in a circle, she kept the topic on the blood core initiation ceremony, but she didn't bring up a word about Huang Xindi. Huang Likai remained calm at first and chatted with her. But the further back he got, the more nervous he became. Finally, he couldn't hold it any longer and stood up suddenly and said, "Clan Matriarch, there is something I must tell you. Please ask young Master Li and Divine Dr. Liu to stay out of the way." Huang Yueli smiled slightly, shook her head and said, "No need, my husband and senior brother are both trustworthy people. No matter what you have to say, there is no need to hide it from them. But, this matter is really important. It affects the future of the entire Sacred Phoenix clan, and..." Huang Likai immediately became anxious when he heard that she was taking it so seriously. Huang Yueli is still too young and can't distinguish the importance of things. Do you really think that if she becomes the matriarch, all the elders under her will obey her? Things are far from that simple. Which of these elders in the clan does not hold real power in their hands, and each stands on the stand of his own branch, each with his own agenda? Even he himself came here after thinking about it for a long time and thinking that it would be more beneficial for him to expose Huang Xindi. Huang Yueli looked at Huang Likai, who was hesitant to speak, picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and then spoke slowly. "Actually, Elder Likai, you don't need to be so nervous. I have already guessed your purpose of coming." Of course Huang Likai would not believe such words and immediately shook his head. "No, matriarch, you can't possibly. You came here this time to tell me what Huang Xindi was planning behind my back, right? Are he and his elders planning to attack my husband when I receive the blood core initiation?" Upon hearing this, Huang Likai was stunned. When he reacted, he almost overturned the chair in excitement. This. Matriarch, how do you know this? How on earth was this done? It has been a long time since the Phoenix Divine Beast appeared in the Sacred Phoenix clan, so these elders have forgotten that the powerful ancient Divine Beast is almost omnipotent in such a rich fire attribute environment. In Huang Likai's opinion, Huang Yueli should have absolutely no way of knowing what they were talking about behind their backs. After all, Li Moying and his bodyguards are all Cloudy Qilin clan cultivators, and they are too conspicuous in this place, Ice Moon Summit. Countless pairs of eyes stare at them every day. It is absolutely impossible to eavesdrop or follow. As for Huang Yueli, she had just returned to Ice Moon Summit and had not yet had a chance to subdue her loyal subordinates. Under such circumstances, how could she know such secret information? Seeing how shocked he was, a smile was raised at the corner of her lips. She deliberately left Huang Likai dry for such a period of time because she wanted the current effect. Elder Likai, you don't need to ask more about who told me this news. I can't tell you. I can only say that I am very happy that you can appear here today. You still have to make a decision. A wise choice. Huang Yueli deliberately made her words ambiguous to lead Huang Likai to think that someone had already informed her before he came here. Huang Likai looked at her inscrutable beauty, and he really thought wrong. Thinking that someone has come before him. Moreover, he was not sure how many people came before him. What are their identities? Is there just one, or a lot of people have already surrendered? When he came today, he was very confident that he was the first to express his loyalty to Huang Yueli. Therefore, he had a lot of chips in his hand and did not plan to take them out immediately. He thought very well. He planned to shock Huang Yueli with this shocking news first, and then, while the new matriarch was at a loss, he would show off his own strength to make Huang Yueli look at him with admiration and have no choice but to rely on him. In this way, if the matter can be resolved smoothly, it will definitely be no problem for him to ascend the throne of the First Elder. But who knows, this wishful thinking has now completely come to nothing. Huang Yueli actually already knew about this conspiracy. Moreover, she was so calm, it was obvious that she already had a plan in mind. And in her plan, one more Huang Likai is not too much, and one less than him is not too much. This situation immediately aroused Huang Likai's sense of crisis. All his little thoughts were immediately thrown out of his mind, and he immediately knelt down in front of Huang Yueli. Matriarch, my subordinates are overly worried and underestimated you. I didn't expect that you know everything and have the family's situation under control. Then I can rest assured. Huang Xindi, who does not overestimate his abilities, Guy, I dare to confront you, you are really asking for your own death. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, it's not surprising that he has these thoughts. After all, before I came, you were all highly respected elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Now, you have to kowtow to a young cultivator like me, which makes everyone feel uncomfortable. She spoke slowly, meaning something. Huang Likai immediately became excited and said quickly, Matriarch Mingjian, there are people like you mentioned, but they are limited to Huang Xindi and his few friends. Most of our elders support you, let alone Yin and Yang go against each other. Huang Yueli nodded, non-committal, that's good. She paused for a moment, and then issued an expulsion order, Elder Likai, do you have anything else to do? I plan to continue practicing, so you should go back early. Huang Likai hurriedly said, Matriarch, this subordinate, of course something is wrong with this subordinate. I wonder how you plan to deal with Huang Xindi, a duplicitous guy? Can I help you? Don't worry, subordinate. There are still some forces in the family that can definitely get things done. Under Huang Yueli's repeated psychological hints, Huang Likai was completely led astray by her. Originally, he had planned to wait until Huang Yueli asked him for help before relenting. Now that he proposed it, he was afraid that Huang Yueli would not agree. Huang Yueli was amused in her heart, but it didn't show on her face at all. She had a tangled expression on her face, Elder Likai, after all, you and Elder Xingdi are colleagues. How can I have the nerve to let you deal with him? Just leave this matter alone. No, I must take care of it. If you can serve the matriarch, your subordinates will never give up. How can you care about personal gains and losses? Huang Likai behaved loyally. Huang Yueli then relaxed. All right then. In that case, please trouble Elder Likai and make some preparations near Burning Sky Pond. She gave Huang Likai some instructions. Huang Likai did not hesitate and agreed one by one. Lu Bian was on the side, looking at his junior sister's performance, already dumbfounded. It wasn't until Huang Likai left that he gradually came to his senses. Junior sister, the person you said you wanted to wait for is Huang Likai? Huang Yueli smiled and said, yes, but I didn't expect that he would actually come. It was just a guess. But Moing seems to be more sure than me? Li Moing nodded slightly. You have just arrived at the Sacred Phoenix clan, so you may not understand the situation between the two clans. At least in the Cloudy Qilin clan, not all clan members are so hostile to the Sacred Phoenix clan. What's more, this time, it also involves the struggle for the position of the First Elder. If you are not firm in your position and are driven by such big interests, it is normal for you to do something like informing. Lu Bian frowned, still confused. I still don't understand. Since Huang Likai has this attitude, why did Huang Xingdi tell him the plan? Huang Yueli smiled and said, those clansmen who are friendly to the Cloudy Qilin clan usually don't dare to show it in the family. At most, they only think about it in their hearts. Therefore, Huang Xingdi must have thought that Huang Likai also wanted to get rid of him. Get rid of Li Moing. And doing this big thing will definitely anger me. He brought Huang Likai with him because he wanted to support others. It is not impossible to blame Huang Likai afterward. Li Moing also nodded. I'm afraid Huang Likai also thought of this. If this thing is done, it is Huang Xingdi who will benefit, not him. If it fails, he will most likely come out to top the tank. In this case, it's better to seize this opportunity and surrender to Little Lear. After listening to their analysis, Lu Bian finally understood and suddenly looked depressed. You guys are so insidious and cunning. A simple thing, when it comes to your eyes, there are so many twists and turns. No wonder every time I follow you, bad things happen. Li Moing sneered coldly. Who asked you to follow us? Get out of here. Little Lear and I need to rest. He raised his foot and kicked Lu Bian out. A few days passed quickly. During this period, several elders also came to Huang Yueli secretly. Their idea was similar to Huang Likai's. They all wanted to show their importance, while Huang Yueli was isolated and helpless. As a result, their fate was the same as Huang Likai's. After being pranked by Huang Yueli, they all decided to work hard to serve the matriarch. With these helpers, Huang Yueli arranged everything in secret. Huang Xingdi knew nothing about this. On the day of the ceremony, he personally went to greet Huang Yueli in front of his residence. Matriarch, please come with me. Several elders who protect the law are already waiting. Huang Yueli nodded and strode forward. Behind her, Li Moing's tall figure still followed silently. Many girls from the Cloudy Qilin clan secretly raised their heads and looked at young Master Li. Although the Cloudy Qilin clan was their enemy, the elders of the tribe strictly prohibited them from interacting with the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, this cannot stop their girlish hearts. Beautiful men like young Master Li are really rare. Moreover, he is so strong and affectionate that he is willing to accompany his fiancée to a rival family. No matter what kind of criticism he suffered, he would always be by Huang Yueli's side as a protector. Such a man can only be found in the storybook. Which girl has not secretly envied their new matriarch? When the elders saw Li Moing, their expressions didn't look so good. However, they already have a very important plan and are waiting to complete the final blow today. At this time, they will definitely not jump out and conflict with Li Moying. Therefore, even when they saw Li Moying and Huang Yueli interlocking their fingers and walking side by side, Huang Xindi and others tried their best to hold back. Not long after, they arrived at Burning Sky Pond. The array where Huang Yueli received the blood core initiation was arranged on the edge of Burning Sky Pond. It was originally the closest to Burning Sky Pond among all the nearby training points. At the same time, it was also the location with the strongest fire attribute energy. In this position, Dao Profound Realm cultivators can still withstand the pressure and hone themselves through practice. But if you get closer to Burning Sky Lake, it will be dangerous. Because the blood core initiation itself is very dangerous, for the sake of safety and insurance, this place was finally selected to set up a large array. The 7 elders responsible for protecting Huang Yueli have already taken their places. I think you should take a look at. Huang Xindi bowed slightly and saluted Huang Yueli. Matriarch, the array has been set up. I have to be responsible for presiding over the array outside, so I can't protect you. However, these 7 elders are all in the late Dao Profound Realm and are well-known masters in the family. The strength is very strong, you can rest assured. Huang Yueli nodded slightly and said with a smile, I'm sure I can rest assured that Elder Xind is doing things. She nodded towards Huang Xindi and walked towards the center of the array. However, after taking a few steps, she stopped again. Huang Xindi thought she saw something was wrong, and her heart suddenly rose in her throat. Immediately asked, Matriarch, why don't you go in? Huang Yueli did not answer him, but turned her attention to Li Moying. The extremely handsome and peerless genius was standing under a big tree not far away. His features were clear-cut, his figure was tall and straight, and he was as handsome as a painting. Moying. She bit her lip. Although they had made plans in advance and made a lot of preparations, she was still a little worried. In the past, things more dangerous than this were not encountered before. However, except for those sudden crises, as long as she was prepared, she and Li Moying would take action together and face them together. But now, she has to enter the big array and fuse the blood core. Before the blood core initiation was successful, she had absolutely no way to leave the array. This also means that next, Li Moying will be alone outside. Although she knew that Li Moying's strength and methods were not inferior to hers, she still couldn't rest assured. Li Moying slowly raised his head and looked towards her. The two people's eyes intertwined in the air, neither of them spoke. But every girl who saw this scene blushed. It's really too ambiguous. Li Moying curled her lips and said, Little Lear, don't worry, I will definitely wait for you outside until you successfully fuse the blood core. Hearing this, Huang Xindi and others couldn't help but sneer. Still waiting for Huang Yueli to come out. Boy, I'm afraid you'll never see their matriarch again. Seeing that the two of them were still talking, Huang Xindi quickly walked out and stopped in front of Huang Yueli. Matriarch, it's getting late, so hurry up. The best time for blood core initiation is at 9 o'clock in the morning. If you miss it, the effect may be less effective. Huang Yueli then looked away and slowly walked into the array. The spirit-gathering array of blood core initiation comes from the ancient secret scriptures collected by the Sacred Phoenix clan. A complete array requires a lot of very rare materials, and it must be deployed simultaneously by several array masters above the god level. However, at this stage, the Sacred Phoenix clan is not as glorious as it was in ancient times. It is impossible to find several god-level array masters at once. Therefore, the array Huang Yueli is using now can only be regarded as a simplified version. The array disk passed down from ancient times is mapped through an environment rich in fire attributes, and combined with some other rare materials. It can probably exert 70% to 80% of the power of ancient arrays. I think you should take a look at. Because of this, the failure rate of blood core initiation is much higher now than in ancient times. Huang Yueli stopped at the center of the array and sat down. 7 elders at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm were sitting around the outside of the array, separated by a layer of vague mist. Seeing Huang Yueli sitting cross-legged, Huang Jiping took the lead and said, "Matriarch, if you are ready, activate the array. Our profound energy will be gathered into the center of the array to help you melt your blood core." Huang Yueli nodded and took a deep breath. Now that she has entered the array, she no longer thinks wildly, completely abandons distracting thoughts, and adjusts herself to an ethereal and selfless state. No matter what happens outside the array, the most important thing for her now is to complete the blood core initiation. This is Li Moying's hope, and she cannot let her husband down. She adjusted her breath for a while, and then performed a technique. A burst of fire attribute energy fell on the array eye, and the entire array trembled slightly. Immediately, the 7 elders showed stern expressions on their faces, and their bodies tensed involuntarily. They could clearly feel that the profound energy in their bodies was quickly extracted by the array. And the speed of this extraction is much faster than what is recorded in classical books. Huang Jiping couldn't help but was secretly shocked. How could this happen? Mysterious energy evaporated so fast. It was twice as fast as the fastest speed recorded in the classics. By the way, it was recorded in that classic that those who received the blood core empowerment cultivators, the higher the talent, the stronger the meridians, and the faster the absorption speed. Could it be that our matriarch is so strong? And Huang Yueli, who was in the center of the array, also felt tremendous pressure the moment he activated the array eye. The surrounding fire energy all poured into her meridians through the spirit-gathering array. Moreover, the speed is extremely fast. For a moment, even she could hardly bear the impact. The meridians all over the body felt like they were about to burst, and there were bursts of swelling and pain. My head was buzzing, and my eyes were filled with fiery red color. I couldn't tell where I was or what I was doing. This kind of pain is enough to make most cultivators go crazy on the spot. However, Huang Yueli was determined enough and managed to hold on. A large amount of fire attribute energy completed the aggregation process in her body, and then rushed to the top of her head and came out through her body. These energies formed a lotus-like shape above her head. The lotus is surrounded by flames that have become transparent and discernible. These flames are almost invisible to the naked eye, but they are astonishingly hot, comparable to the heat in the center of burning Sky Lake. If anyone approaches Huang Yueli at this time, they will be burned to ashes on the spot. At the same time, a red crystal core the size of an egg slowly rose into the air. This is the legendary Phoenix blood core. This small blood core can be said to have been repeatedly tempered and condensed by the ancient divine beasts throughout their lives. It not only contains a large amount of energy, but more importantly, it also contains many original laws of heaven and earth that only divine beasts can master. These laws are difficult for even the most intelligent humans and gods to understand. However, by fusing the blood core of the ancient beast, the difficulty of comprehension can be reduced countless times. This is something more valuable than energy and cultivation itself. Cultivators who can successfully achieve blood core initiation can save a lot of time and energy in practice, paving the way for future advancement. The Phoenix blood core moved directly above Huang Yueli's head, paused for a while, and then slowly fell down. I think you should take a look at. The bottom of the blood core touched the lotus flower, which was made of pure energy. It seemed that it could not withstand such high temperature, and the crystals below began to show signs of melting. The whole falling process is very slow, because the crystal nucleus melts very slowly. Even at a temperature as high as that of a fire lotus flower, only a faint layer of watermarks can appear on the surface of the crystal every time. After about an hour, 1/5 of the crystal core was melted. At this moment, Huang Yueli felt very uncomfortable. Blood core initiation, as the name suggests, is actually the whole process of piercing the phoenix blood core from the position of the heavenly spirit cap above her head. Because only in this way can she inherit the laws of heaven and earth contained in the blood core to the greatest extent. The phoenix blood core looks like a fragile crystal, but in fact, its hardness is extremely high. No matter how hard the magic weapon is, it is impossible to break it. The only way is to use fire attribute energy to generate high temperature, gradually melt it, and then absorb it. Moreover, with Huang Yueli's current cultivation level in the heart profound realm, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to have such strong energy to generate high temperature enough to melt the phoenix's blood core. But after passing the heart profound realm, the fused blood core is of little use. Therefore, this is the reason why the spirit gathering array exists. Only with external help can young geniuses in the heart profound realm complete this initiation process. The phoenix blood core slowly fell, and the pressure in Huang Yueli's head became more and more intense. This feeling of swelling and pain is completely different from injuries to the meridians and skin. Because it radiates from the depths of my mind, it will appear clearer and the pain will be extremely acute. Moreover, the consciousness in the brain will become blurred and various hallucinations will continue to occur. This is a great test of the cultivator's willpower. If you have weak willpower, you will soon be confused by the illusion, and you will not be able to continue to absorb the blood core. In the end, you will only end up going crazy. Huang Yueli kept in mind the tips she read in the ancient secret book, forced herself to endure the strange pain, and began to use the profound energy in her body to try to absorb the blood core. She didn't know how long it took before she felt that she had mastered some tricks and gradually achieved results. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. But when she used her spiritual consciousness to observe the surroundings and found that the phoenix blood core had only shrunk by about 1/5, her face turned a bit paler. If this continues, won't it take her several hours to get out? Then how can she help her husband? Not only Huang Yueli, but also Huang Qingqing and other elders were gritting their teeth and persisting. Since the array can extract profound energy much faster than they imagined, this means that the speed at which they can recover their profound energy cannot keep up with the speed at which it is extracted. According to the current trend, I'm afraid they can only last 10 hours at most. Compared with the 10 days previously estimated, this is more than 10 times worse. In such a short period of time, no one can fuse the blood core of the ancient beast. Thinking of this, the elders trembled in their hearts. I don't know why such an accident would occur in a good spirit gathering array. Is there something wrong with the array, or is their strength too far apart? Of course, it's too late to think about this now. The worst thing now is that once Huang Yueli's blood core initiation fails, he will definitely be seriously injured, and maybe even go crazy. Even the elders who are responsible for driving the array will suffer violent backlash if they fail midway. It is not impossible to be seriously injured. Even death on the spot is not impossible. However, it is impossible for them to stop. I think you should take a look at. The only thing they can do now is to persist and persist. Huang Qingqing, as one of the elders with the highest cultivation level, has reached the peak of Tao profound realm. Compared to other elders, he can barely keep up with the speed of extracting profound energy. He reluctantly suppressed the discomfort in his body, opened his closed eyes, and looked towards the center of the array, trying to see what was wrong with Huang Yueli. But who would have thought that as soon as his eyes fell on Huang Yueli, he was shocked as if he was struck by lightning. I almost forgot that I was in an array. 1/5 of the phoenix blood core above Huang Yueli's head had been swallowed up. This is simply shocking and completely unbelievable. According to the ancient secret book, the fastest time to fuse the blood core is at least 2 days. But their new matriarch actually merged 1/5 of it in just over an hour? Could it be that he was too weak and had hallucinations? outside the spirit gathering array. After Huang Yueli entered the array, some of the clansmen surrounding him dispersed. However, there are also many people who have not left. For example, Huang Xingdi and others stayed outside the array. Of course Huang Likai would not leave either. On the surface, he was following Huang Xingdi's arrangements and standing not far away, waiting. But in fact, he was extremely nervous and looked at Li Moying under the big tree from time to time. Li Moying remained expressionless. Li Moying looked quietly in the direction of the array and stood motionless. From his cold, handsome face, you really couldn't tell what he was thinking in his heart. Huang Likai felt uneasy and wanted to find Li Moying and ask for details. However, now under the watchful eyes of Huang Xingdi and others, he could do nothing but worry. Huang Xingdi and others were not in a hurry to take action because there were still too many clansmen outside the array. Moreover, they were also worried that something unexpected might happen during the process of Huang Yueli's blood core initiation. Generally speaking, if the blood core initiation fails, it will show its symptoms in the first 3 or 4 hours. The cultivator who receives the initiation will immediately go crazy. If nothing abnormal happens within 5 hours, then it is almost certain that the blood core initiation will be successful. Then, after waiting for another 7 days to half a month, you can welcome Huang Yueli, who has successfully received the initiation and has greatly improved in strength. For the sake of caution, Huang Xingdi and others have been waiting silently. During this process, they all turned a blind eye to Li Moying and seemed not to notice his existence at all. For a cultivator, 5 hours is not a long time. The sky was getting dark, but the location where they were was still very bright, at least it wouldn't affect their sight. Because the strong magma in Burning Sky Pond is not only very hot, but also reflects a dark light. More and more St. Phoenix clan cultivators were leaving. A large part of them took the opportunity to observe Huang Yueli's blood core initiation ceremony and went to practice near Burning Sky Pond. After all, if you want to apply for such a good practice point, you usually need a lot of contribution points. Now that it can be used for free, no one is willing to leave. However, their cultivation talents are limited, and most cultivators can only persist for 3 to 5 hours at most. By this point, they are 90% gone. There is only one adult left, still holding on. Huang Xingdi secretly exchanged glances with the elders on his side. Immediately, several elders came out and began to persuade the surrounding clansmen to retreat. Everyone, it's already night now. It's not safe near Burning Sky Lake. You'd better go back. Yes, you must have benefited a lot from being able to practice here for 5 hours. Don't hold on, and come back next time when you have the opportunity. Everyone, if you don't leave, we will evict you. With this combination of hard and soft tactics, the clansmen quickly dispersed. The only ones left were the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan, Li Moying, Lu Bian, and a few guards from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Of course, Lu Bian had been hiding far away for a long time. It's not that he didn't want to contribute to his junior sister, it was just that Li Moying disliked his poor strength and was afraid that he would get in the way, so he directly drove him aside. When Huang Xingdi saw that everyone was gone, she stood up and walked to Li Moying's side, coughing twice. Young Master Li, it's rare that our matriarch is not here. Can I have a good talk with you? It was only then that Li Moying noticed him. He raised his eyes and glanced at him with a salty glance. What do you want to talk about? I don't know what common topics we can talk about. Haha, young Master Li, if people don't tell you secret words, I will tell you the truth. You are not suitable for our matriarch, so please leave Ice Moon Summit and return to the Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Xingdi's first step was to persuade. Although I knew that saying this would not have much effect, I still wanted to try my luck. After all, it would be best if Li Moying was willing to leave voluntarily. If they really killed people, they would not be completely without worries. If Huang Yueli reacts violently, things will be in trouble. Li Moying sneered, "What? You don't dare to say these words in front of little Lear. Now that she is in the array, you dare to come to see me? But where do you get the confidence? Do you think I will obey your orders? I can't even obey the orders of the leader of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, Huang Xingdi's expression immediately changed. I originally planned to persuade him a few more words, but at this time I was suddenly irritated and lost my patience. What do you mean? Li Moying, let me tell you, don't think that just because you are a god-level genius, you are invincible. You are still young, and the hair on your mouth has not even grown. How do you know that there are people in the god realm? How many masters dare to be so arrogant and domineering? Do you really think that our sacred Phoenix clan has no masters? Not only him, but also the elders behind him were all very angry. Elder Xingdi, don't talk nonsense to him. He won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. How could our matriarch marry such a person? I think the Cloudy Qilin clan sent him to be a spy. If we don't kill him, we will be in trouble sooner or later. Everyone was filled with indignation, pointed at Li Moying's nose, and began to curse. A chill flashed through Li Moying's eyes. There are indeed many masters in the god realm, but, you bastards, you can't count them. I won't leave little Lear. What are you going to do? Kill me? As he said these words, a cold murderous aura suddenly burst out from his body. I think you should take a look at. Although Huang Xingdi and the others considered themselves to be strong men in the Dao Profound realm, under his astonishing momentum, they actually felt a little trembling and couldn't help but take a step back. However, he quickly reacted and stopped. Li Moying, do you think we don't dare to kill you? This is the Sacred Phoenix clan. Do you still dare to bargain with us on the territory of the Sacred Phoenix clan? Huang Xingdi steadied her steps and said sternly to Li Moying, I will give you one last chance. Take your people and get out of Ice Moon Summit immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Don't even think about it today. Stay alive. Li Moying sneered, his tall and straight posture was like a sharp sword, motionless. I also said that I will not leave little Lear. All right, you're seeking death on your own. You can't blame us. Huang Xingdi sneered, suddenly waved her hand, and shouted, everyone, do it. Following his movements, several elders behind him took action together and attacked Li Moying. 7 or 8 Dao Profound Realm Masters took action at the same time, forming an earth-shattering momentum, and the fire attribute energy came overwhelmingly. Under such pressure, the guards behind Li Moying couldn't bear it and vomited blood and retreated. But Li Moying still had no reaction, but his face looked more solemn. Just when Huang Xingdi and others were about to attack, several figures suddenly appeared from behind them. Then attack them on the back. Huang Xingdi focused all her attention on Li Moying, and she did not expect that she would be attacked from behind. It all happened so fast. Huang Xingdi and others reacted fairly quickly. Although the ones with the highest cultivation levels were caught off guard, they still managed to dodge and avoid the most critical positions behind them. Who dares to? Before Huang Xingdi could even finish her scolding, she suddenly felt a powerful energy coming from above her head. His words stopped suddenly, and he raised his head suddenly. Then they saw a purple thunder light falling from the sky and heading towards their heads. When Huang Xingdi and others saw that it was Li Moying's Tianlei, their originally extremely frightened emotions calmed down a lot in an instant. It's not that they looked down on young Master Li's ability, but that the position they are in now is Ice Moon Summit. In order to guard against sneak attacks by the old enemy Cloudy Qilin clan, the mountain protection array outside Ice Moon Summit has been transformed countless times over the years, and it was specially adapted to deal with thunder attribute energy. Thunder attribute energy cannot enter the range of the array at all. As long as it gets close, it will be bounced out. As a result, Li Moying's strength will be reduced by at least half. It is precisely because of this that Huang Xindi and others are so confident and eager to attack Li Moying. To them, as long as Li Moying entered Ice Moon Summit, he would become a lamb to be slaughtered, unable to escape from their grasp. Because of this, these elders didn't even have the intention to dodge, and simply ignored the roaring lightning. Huang Xindi turned to look behind her. When she discovered that the person who attacked was Huang Likai, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. Huang Likai, you traitor! Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a horrified cry came from behind, be careful. Everyone, be careful. However, it was too late to issue a warning at this time. Huang Xindi noticed something was wrong, and when she looked up, she saw that Li Moying's lightning was covered in a layer of blazing flames at some point. The flames, wrapped in electric light, penetrated the mountain guarding array and fell towards their heads. A few people only thought of defending themselves at this time, but it was too late, it was too late. The fire and lightning flashed and fell right on top of their heads. Huang Xindi and others were all sent flying out, their heads buzzing, and they fell to the ground, almost unable to move. This time, they were all chopped into pieces. Furthermore, because the lightning struck Tianling Gai right in the middle, several elders were stunned. Their eyes turned up, exposing the whites of their eyes, and they looked delirious. After all, Huang Xindi was the one with the best cultivation among them. At least he was very conscious at this time. Seeing Li Moying slowly walking towards them, he had a horrified look on his face. No. Impossible. How could it be possible? Aren't you a cultivator with the thunder attribute? Li Moying disagreed and raised her lips lightly, I am a cultivator with the thunder attribute. Can't I have the talent of the fire attribute? There are so many cultivators with multiple attributes in the god realm. Is this strange? But, this is impossible. It's impossible. Huang Xindi was so shocked that she couldn't even speak complete words. Li Moying also practices fire attribute skills. This is not a strange thing. The problem is, his fire attribute talent is a bit too strong. In order for the flames and his electric light to be completely integrated, the gap in the cultivation of the two attributes cannot be too large. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to integrate so seamlessly and even to see the mountain guarding array. In this case, the problem arises. Li Moying is a god-level genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and his thunder attribute is a god-level talent. If the fire attribute is the same as the thunder attribute, what kind of talent would it be? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Huang Xindi was so frightened that she almost fainted. What the hell is this? Li Moying sneered and had no intention of explaining in detail. In fact, although his fire attribute talent is good in itself, it is impossible for him to be so powerful in the first place. After all, he has not spent much time practicing. The main reason why it is like this is because of dual cultivation with Huang Yueli. Since the God Realm's grand meet, the two of them practiced dual cultivation again and made a brand new discovery. After they completed the secret code of dual cultivation of the evil Shadow Saint, they could actually obtain the other party's cultivation and abilities. Moreover, the more times they practiced dual cultivation, the more powerful the abilities they acquired. They only learned this after conducting many tests in the past few days. Li Moying is definitely very satisfied with this. Now, his little Lear can no longer refuse to practice dual cultivation with him. Today is the first time he has tried to combine fire and thunder attributes. It is somewhat unexpected that he can cause such great destructive power. Thunder and fire attributes are inherently extremely powerful attributes. After successful fusion, the power increased several times. However, Huang Xindi and others were knocked down by him in one go, mainly because they underestimated the enemy. When the energy from both thunder and fire elements fell down, they were still sleepwalking there, completely defenseless. This is no different from seeking death. Li Moying sneered coldly, Elder Xindi, you are an old man of the Sacred Phoenix clan. My little Lear has always trusted you and thought you were a reliable old man. Who knew you would actually do this behind her back? Such a thing. She will be very disappointed. Huang Xindi worked hard to adjust the breath in her body, barely suppressing the waves of discomfort. Hearing Li Moying's voice, he felt indignant. Li Moying, stop pretending here. Don't think that we don't know that you are pretending to love our matriarch and sneaking into the Sacred Phoenix clan, and you are simply plotting against the matriarch. You don't care about the matriarch. No matter what, I will never let you stay in the tribe and endanger the tribe. Speaking of this, Huang Xindi suddenly remembered the sneak attack from behind. He quickly turned around and saw Huang Likai. At this time, Huang Likai was also frightened by Li Moying's strength. He had seen Li Moying and Huang Yueli capture Huang Sanbai during their God Realm's grand meet, and he thought he had some understanding of their strength. But today, Li Moying's action still shocked him deeply. Unexpectedly, what he saw that day was not even half of Li Moying's true strength. The combat power of a god-level genius is actually so terrifying. At this time, he was deeply glad that he chose to side with the new matriarch. This pair of young peerless geniuses is really terrifying. It is estimated that within a few years, he will be able to grow into one of the top masters in the god realm, which is simply not something that ordinary masters like them can compete with. Huang Likai was very aware of current affairs and immediately stood next to Li Moying, looking like he was obeying orders. When Huang Xindi saw this scene, she was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Likai, you despicable villain! With Huang Xindi in such a state, Huang Likai would certainly not be afraid of him and immediately retorted. Elder Xindi, why do you have the nerve to call me a despicable person? You are clearly the despicable person, right? You say one thing and do another in front of the matriarch, and you obey her orders on the surface, but secretly you want to murder the matriarch. Fiancé. If we take a closer look, this is also an act of betrayal of the family. Huang Xindi was furious. What betrayal of the family? I did all this for the prosperity of the family. I can't just watch the matriarch be deceived by this man. Regardless of the entire Sacred Phoenix clan. The matriarch is still young. Since she did something wrong, we old people should correct her. Hearing this, Li Moying couldn't help but sneer. Huang Xindi, I've seen old guys like you a lot, and you are all so self-righteous. Why do you need to teach little Lear how to do things? The Sacred Phoenix clan was originally one of the top 3 powers in the god realm, but now it has fallen to this. Because there are old guys like you who point fingers at the matriarch all day long. You, Li Moying, you actually spoke to me like this. Huang Xindi was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood on the spot. Who do you think you are? You're just a bastard of the Cloudy Qilin clan. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. The matriarch is still so protective of you. If she remains so stubborn, what qualifications does she have to be the leader of the Sacred Phoenix clan? Upon hearing this, Huang Likai jumped out immediately. Alright, Huang Xindi, you have finally revealed your true thoughts. You are clearly dissatisfied with the matriarch, and you think she can be at your mercy because she is young. How dare you say you are not betraying the family? Bah! You, Huang Likai, are the traitor. You are all mixed up with the Cloudy Qilin clan. What are you not a traitor? The two held their own opinions and accused each other of being the traitor to the family. Not only the two of them, but the elders behind them also started arguing. Li Moying looked at this scene and felt extremely bored. He frowned and interrupted them. Alright, stop being so long-winded. Elder Likai, hurry up and send someone to tie up these people and take them to the dungeon for custody. Wait until your matriarch comes out of seclusion before dealing with them. Huang Likai responded quickly and led the people up to tie up Huang Xindi and others. Li Moying stood not far away, his eyes had turned to the array again, and he was watching motionlessly. At this moment, a sharp look suddenly flashed in Huang Xindi's eyes. The traitor has been exposed, why don't you act quickly? When the elders behind him heard his order, they all jumped up from the ground and attacked Li Moying as if they had suddenly taken a pill that stimulated their potential. Huang Likai and others did not expect such a change at all, and they were all stunned for a moment. Some of those who were slightly inferior in cultivation were directly knocked out. People with high cultivation levels, such as Huang Likai himself, blocked it instinctively, but they were unable to block Huang Xindi. At this time, Huang Xindi was activating the secret technique and burning her own essence and blood to stimulate her potential and cover up the impact of the severe damage to her meridians. He knew that if he didn't fight now, he would never have the chance to kill Li Moying. Once he and the elders who support him become prisoners, no one can stop Huang Yueli and Li Moying from getting married. In his opinion, this is equivalent to destroying the entire Sacred Phoenix clan. Huang Xindi and others suddenly went berserk and rushed towards Li Moying. Li Moying was not as panicked as Huang Likai. He had always been cautious by nature and had already guessed that Huang Xindi and others, as elders of the ancient gods, could not fall down so easily and become the targets of others' slaughter. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The energy stimulated by Huang Xindi and others using secret techniques was indeed very powerful, even more powerful than he expected. Under the current situation, he is already at a clear disadvantage. Li Moying flipped his wrist and quickly drew out the long sword from his waist. His face was filled with a stern expression, and he was fully alert. Several elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan joined forces, and their strength indeed exceeded him. However, it may be possible to defeat him, but it is definitely not that easy to kill him. As long as it can be delayed for a while, then. The attacks from Huang Xindi and others were in front of Li Moying in an instant. Li Moying blocked the first person's attack with his sword, and then started to dodge. His figure is like a ghost, erratic. Huang Xindi and others desperately chased after him. Every time they felt that they were about to catch up, they always fell short. After many times, they even had the illusion that Li Moying was deliberately playing tricks on them. Not only was Li Moying difficult to deal with, but after Huang Likai and others reacted, they also took action to help Li Moying. Huang Xindi and others were attacked from both sides. Although they still had the upper hand for a while, there was a limit to how long they could burn their essence and blood. If it dragged on for a long time, the situation would definitely become more and more unfavorable for them. Thinking of this, Huang Xindi's expression changed. Don't waste time, everyone, attack with all your strength. Kill Li Moying as soon as possible, at any cost. After hearing this, the elders of his faction all realized the seriousness of the matter and all entered a crazy attack mode. Huang Likai and others were chasing after them. They hardly devoted their energy to defense, but used all their profound energy on attack. These people have only one thought in their minds, and that is to kill Li Moying at all costs. As a result, the pressure on Li Moying became more and more intense. Even though he had outstanding attainments in body movements and mystical skills, he was forced to panic and gradually became unable to defend himself. When Huang Xindi saw that his movements had slowed down, a trace of amusement flashed in her eyes. Go to hell, Li Moying. He used all the profound energy in his body and blasted towards Li Moying's chest. His goal with this move was not to kill Li Moying with one move. He knew that Li Moying was wearing spiritual armor refined by Huang Yueli himself, and its defensive power was astonishingly high. What he planned was to use this power to directly push Li Moying into the burning sky pond not far behind him. The magma in the burning sky lake was extremely hot, several times higher than the temperature of the flames. Once Li Moying falls into the pool, he will definitely be burned to death. As soon as Li Moying saw Huang Xindi's face, he understood what he was thinking and used all his strength to defend himself. However, several Dao Profound Realm powerhouses joined forces to fight to the death. This kind of power was indeed not something that a cultivator in the late Heart Profound Realm like him could withstand. He clearly felt a powerful push coming towards his chest. His body moved back uncontrollably. Even though he had exhausted all his strength and used his profound energy to support the ground through his long sword, it could only slow him down and not stop him completely. Li Moying could already feel waves of heat coming towards him from behind. Although he had obtained a god-level fire attribute talent from Huang Yueli, such rich and blazing energy still made him secretly frightened. Seeing that Li Moying was about to fall into the burning sky pond just a few meters away, Huang Xindi couldn't help but sneer. Haha, the so-called god-level genius is nothing more than that. Young people are too arrogant, and the final outcome will definitely be tragic. Li Moying's eyes flashed. He also didn't expect that the Sacred Phoenix Clan's secret method for stimulating potential would be so powerful. It was obviously much more effective than the Cloudy Qilin clan's secret method. Now, he is actually forced to this point. If he wants to escape, it seems he can only expose his strength as an evil cultivator. Just when Li Moying was thinking secretly and couldn't make up his mind, there was another violent shaking on the ground. Huang Xindi and others were caught off guard and were a little unsteady on their feet. The force blasting towards Li Moying was interrupted for a moment. What's going on? An elder asked uneasily. Huang Xindi said angrily, who cares what happened? Push Li Moying into burning sky pond first. But, this vibration seems to come from the direction of the spirit gathering array. What? Huang Xindi was shocked. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether he should look back at the array or continue to attack Li Moying. However, his will is firm, and other elders are not as firm as him. After hearing this, everyone turned their heads subconsciously and looked at the spirit gathering array. The light curtain shrouding the outside of the array shook, and within a few breaths, it collapsed. As the light curtain disappeared, a burst of flame suddenly burst out from the center of the array and shot straight into the sky. Compared to this fierce flame, even the temperature of burning sky pond seems to pale in comparison. As the flame spewed out, a slender figure leaped out. Behind her, a pair of huge phoenix wings transformed from fire-attributed energy kept waving, bringing out scorching airflow, and at the same time, it also allowed her body to stay steadily in the air. All the elders were stunned. Even Huang Xindi couldn't remember what happened to Li Moying at this time, and could only look at the girl who suddenly appeared in midair in shock. No one thought that Huang Yueli would appear at this time. It only took her more than 5 hours to enter the spirit gathering array, and to receive the blood core initiation. The shortest time recorded in the classics was 7 days and 7 nights. Successful fusion in 5 hours is simply unheard of. Unless Huang Yueli failed to fuse the Phoenix blood core, went crazy, and had to break out. However, as soon as this idea flashed through the minds of the elders, they were immediately denied by themselves. The aura on Huang Yueli's body now is several times stronger than when she entered the spirit gathering array. This kind of performance is a classic manifestation of extremely strong energy and blood in a short period of time after the retreat is successful. Cultivators who have just successfully advanced can often display strength that is several times stronger than usual. Thinking of this, Huang Xindi's heart suddenly sank. It's over. Huang Yueli came out so quickly, then their plan. Before he could think of any countermeasures, Huang Yueli's eyes immediately fell on Li Moying. After seeing where Li Moying was standing and the obvious traces of a fight on the ground, her expression suddenly changed. Elder Xindi, what did you do to my husband? Huang Yueli had discussed it with Li Moying before entering the spirit gathering array, so it was not surprising to her to see the two sides fighting. Logically speaking, it should be expected. However, When she saw a bloody mark on the back of Li Moying's hand, her mind buzzed. The string of reason broke instantly. Huang Xingdi came back to her senses, extremely nervous. Clan matriarch, this. I can explain. Huang Yueli smiled coldly. What? Do you want to say that you attacked my husband to help him fail in his cultivation? Huang Xingdi was extremely panicked. Huang Yueli came out of seclusion so early, which really surprised him. He failed to kill Li Moying in time, so all the excuses he made up at the beginning were useless. I wanted to deny it, but in such a short period of time, I really couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. What's worse is that after Huang Yueli fused the blood core, his strength increased beyond his imagination. She teamed up with Li Moying, and with the help of Huang Likai and others, it was really hard for a few people on his side to resist. Huang Xingdi was still thinking, but Huang Yueli was already impatient. I don't have time to listen to your sophistry. All I know is that Elder Xingdi promised to convince the tribe for me to agree to my marriage to Moying. However, secretly, he tried his best to plot against me while I was in seclusion. The matriarch's fiancé, this is an act of betrayal of the family. What's the difference between you and Huang Sanbai? When Huang Xingdi heard this, she was immediately unconvinced. Matriarch, I am doing this for the family. You must never do it for a man. Huang Yueli couldn't bear to hear others slandering Li Moying, so she immediately took action and blasted Huang Xingdi with powerful fire energy. Huang Xingdi was defending her words, but she was secretly ready to resist. As soon as he saw Huang Yueli taking action, he no longer cared about his status as a family elder, and rose up to resist in order to save his life. Unfortunately, his attack failed to even touch a piece of Huang Yueli's clothes, and was blocked by Li Moying. Little Lear, are you out of seclusion? Have you advanced yet? Well, that's right. Let's take down these traitors first, and we'll talk about it later. The two of them joined forces, more than doubling their strength, and the situation suddenly reversed. Huang Xingdi and others had no power to fight back and could only retreat step by step. Huang Likai and others also acted according to the opportunity and rushed forward to attack fiercely. Under the joint attack from both sides, Huang Xingdi and others were completely unable to resist. Soon, they were knocked to the ground and could not get up no matter what. This time, Li Moying did not dare to slack off anymore. She stood on the edge with her long sword in hand, watching Huang Likai and the others tie Huang Xingdi and others into rice dumplings and take them away. She was relieved. He turned to look at the girl beside him, and finally a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. Little Lear, I really want to congratulate you. You should have broken through to the late stage of the heart-profound realm. In this way, the cultivation base of the two of them is almost the same. Huang Yu's cultivation speed has improved by leaps and bounds, much faster than him. This is mainly because of their dual cultivation. The Saint Iniquitous Shadow's double cultivation book will greatly improve the cultivation level of the weaker one. Until the cultivation level of the two is equal, the stronger one will make significant progress. Of course, it seems that the stronger side is at a disadvantage, but in fact this is not the case. Dual cultivation is a process of two cultivators practicing together. The most important thing is the harmony of yin and yang and the balance of Xianxia. Therefore, once Huang Yueli's cultivation level catches up with Li Moying's, Li Moying will also benefit a lot, and his cultivation speed will be more than twice as fast as before. Therefore, Huang Yueli's breakthrough is also very beneficial to him. Huang Yueli nodded, but her little face was still tense and there was no smile at all. Li Moying looked at her angry little face and shook his head in a funny way. Little Lear, what's wrong with you? It's a great joy that you can advance smoothly. There's no need to do it for a few unscrupulous fish. Affects good mood. Who said I was angry because of Huang Xingdi and the others? Huang Yueli said displeased. Li Moying was stunned for a moment. It's not for them, could it be? That's right, just for you. Huang Yueli glared at him and said angrily, did you know that you almost scared me to death just now? You were only a few meters away from Burning Sky Pond. If you are not careful, if you are attacked by them, you will fall in. If you really die, what do you want me to do? Little Lear, I think you are really worrying too much. Although I am a little closer to Ran Tianqi, I still know in my heart that there is absolutely no way I will fall like this. Shut up. There are many, and you have the nerve to say that there are many. Do you know how scared I was when I saw you standing there when I came out? You almost scared me to death. I tell you, if you die now, I won't remember you, I will remarry right away. Just, marry my senior brother. Huang Yueli put her hands on her hips, scolded her husband, and finally pointed at Lu Bian. Li Moying immediately looked in the direction of her finger, and a certain cold light flickered. Lu Bian shivered immediately, with a constipated expression on his face. You two, enough is enough. If you quarrel, just quarrel, if you show affection, just show affection, don't involve me. Is it easy for me? I am abused by you every day, but, now you are still cheating on me like this? Huang Yueli didn't pay attention to what he said at all, and stared at Li Moying angrily with her big eyes. Li Moying looked away, took a few steps forward, and pulled Huang Yueli into his arms. Alright, what are you worried about? You know that I can still use evil qi. Although I may not be able to Huang Xindi and the others, if you really want to escape, there are still many ways. I just want to delay it for a while. When you get out of seclusion, we can work together to take them down. Li Moying whispered in her ear, didn't we discuss it from the beginning? Is it necessary to be so surprised? However, when they first discussed it, she didn't see such a thrilling scene of her husband about to fall into Burning Sky Pond. Huang Yueli's face was still full of displeasure. Anyway, I can't do such risky things again. I didn't think well this time. Next time. Her words suddenly stopped. Li Moying watched her beautiful red lips opening and closing, couldn't bear it, lowered his head to block her voice. The hot and fierce kiss instantly swallowed up Huang Yueli's breath. She put her hand on Li Moying's chest and pushed it a few times symbolically. Soon, she was immersed in the powerful male aura. Since the two of them officially started studying the secret book of dual cultivation of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow, Huang Yueli found that as her cultivation level continued to improve, she became increasingly unable to resist Li Moying's approach. In the past, she had some resistance to young Master Li's beauty trap. But now, as long as Li Moying teases her a little bit, her legs will become weak. The kiss between the two soon became more intense. That's enough, you two. It's really enough. Can you still consider the feelings of the onlookers? Lu Bian shouted loudly, expressing the bachelor's anger. When Huang Yueli heard his voice, she came to her senses and pushed Li Moying. However, Li Moying's body remained motionless, showing no intention of letting her go. Huang Yueli could only use a few points of her profound strength and pushed hard on his chest. Li Moying groaned, loosened his hand, and let go of the little girl in his arms. Huang Yueli turned around and found that not only Lu Bian was nearby, but Huang Likai and others had completed their mission of escorting Huang Xindi and returned. However, Lu Bian stood beside them, not only not shying away, but also staring at them with a look of contempt on his face. But Huang Likai and others were not so bold. They all turned their backs and looked around, pretending to be watching the scenery. The corner of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched, she couldn't help but glared at her husband again, turned her head, and walked away. Li Moying looked at her arrogant look, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he quickly followed her. Returning to the main hall, Huang Yueli sat down on the matriarch's throne in the middle. Huang Likai and the elders of his faction immediately stepped forward and knelt down to Huang Yueli without hesitation. Meet the matriarch. Originally, before today's action, they were still a little uneasy and couldn't decide whether they were right or wrong in choosing to side with Huang Yueli. However, after seeing the peerless talents of the two god-level geniuses in front of the burning sky pond today, they felt happy in their hearts. Fortunately, they made the right choice. Li Moying showed today that he was even more powerful than when he was fighting in the god realm. With his current fighting power, he seemed to have no problem killing the strong men in the late Dao Profound realm. Even though he was forced to the edge of burning sky pond just now, and it seemed that he might die at any time, Huang Likai always had a feeling that Li Moying could not be killed like this. Even if Huang Yueli doesn't come out on time, nothing will happen to him. Facing such a peerless genius, if you fail to kill him at once and let him escape, then making this enemy will be like having a nightmare. Still a nightmare that will never wake up. No one wants to have an enemy who grows extremely fast. This means that your head is only temporarily stored on your neck, and you may be killed by the opponent at any time. Huang Yueli looked at the elders kneeling at her feet and nodded noncommittally. Please get up, everyone. Thank you for your hard work today. All the elders stood up in fear. Huang Yueli pondered for a moment and then said, since I have completed the blood core initiation, let's talk about the inauguration ceremony. Hearing this, the elders present became nervous again. Immediately, they all turned their attention to Huang Likai. After Huang Xingdi was captured, he is now the de facto first elder. There were some words that only he could say. Huang Likai knew that he couldn't shirk it, so he could only bite the bullet and speak. This. Matriarch, this, ahem, regarding your marriage to young Master Li, my subordinates suggest that it should not be confused with the installation ceremony. Seeing Huang Yueli's expression change slightly, Huang Likai immediately became nervous and quickly defended himself loudly. Matriarch, please don't misunderstand me. My subordinates have absolutely no objection to you being with young Master Li. However, it is really inappropriate for you to be in such a hurry to marry young Master Li. Although Huang Xingdi and others have been, you control it, but it is difficult to convict them. They are nothing more than criminals, so it is all right to keep them in prison. If you want to kill them, the clansmen will definitely object strongly. Moreover, the majority of the clan members still hate the Cloudy Qilin clan. This is definitely not a fact that can be changed by catching a few rebellious elders. For the sake of you and the Sacred Phoenix clan, let's wait a little longer. Huang Likai said this with trepidation. It was because he had seen the methods of Huang Yueli and Li Moying and realized that it was absolutely impossible for him to compete with these two god-level geniuses. Therefore, what he just said was indeed from the bottom of his heart. No matter which angle you look at it, Huang Yueli and Li Moying should not get married now. However, he was very worried that the young and willful new matriarch would feel offended by this. However, Huang Yueli showed no sign of anger. She nodded and said, Elder Li Kai, your concerns are indeed justified. Then, in your opinion, when is the most appropriate time to hold the wedding ceremony of Moying and I? Hearing that Huang Yueli's tone was very gentle, Huang Likai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This, according to my subordinates, the best time is of course. He paused here, hesitating a little, but finally began to speak boldly. I believe that the most appropriate time is when you and young Master Li have both broken through to the Fate Profound realm. He was afraid that Huang Yueli would misunderstand that he was deliberately causing trouble. So after saying this, he hurriedly explained. Martialism is still respected in the divine world. As long as the strength is strong enough, no matter how many voices of opposition there are, they have to be calmed down. Although you and young Master Li are already god-level geniuses, in the final analysis, they are just extraordinary talents and growth speed. It's astonishing. But compared with those powerful people in the life profound realm who are hiding in the world, their strength is still far behind, and they cannot form a sufficient deterrent to the clansmen. But once you break through the life profound realm, it will be completely different. With your talents, at the early stage of the life-profound realm, you will probably be able to defeat most of the old monsters in the life-profound realm and become the true top masters in the god realm. Besides, with the talents of both of you, as long as there are no accidents along the way, it is not difficult to reach the life-profound realm. It is estimated that it can be done in 1 or 200 years at most. The lifespan of a strong life-profound realm exceeds 10,000 years. Time is nothing compared to a long lifespan. After the two of you break through the life-profound realm and want to stay together forever, no one will dare to interfere. Huang Likai didn't dare to take a breath midway, so he said all these words in one breath at a flying speed. Until he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and looked at Huang Yueli. Did you just say that, you've just broken through to the life-profound realm? After Huang Yueli listened to his long speech, she was silent for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. Huang Likai hurriedly said, "This is just a humble opinion of mine. Please take it as a reference, matriarch." Huang Yueli had no expression on her face. She nodded slightly and changed the topic. Alright, now that Huang Xingdi has been sent to the heavenly prison, Elder Likai will be responsible for taking charge of all clan affairs. When Huang Likai heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. He has struggled in the family for so many years, and he has tried every means to cling to Huang Yueli's lap. His ultimate goal is just to gain the power to take charge of family affairs. This time I finally got what I wanted. The little risk I took just now by the burning sky lake was really worth it. He quickly knelt down and said, "I will obey the order of the matriarch, and my subordinates will definitely fulfill their mission." Huang Yueli nodded and waved. Today's advancement has consumed too much energy. I just had another battle with Huang Xingdi and others. I'm a little tired. You can go. All the elders immediately saluted and said goodbye. As soon as the elders left, Lu Bian came over. "Junior sister, you don't really want to listen to them and cancel your wedding ceremony with Li Moying, do you?" Huang Yueli muttered, "Actually, what Elder Likai said still makes some sense. Although the thorns like Huang Xingdi have been eliminated, the opinions of the tens of thousands of remaining clansmen are not so easy to change. When the time comes, internal strife within the clan will definitely be inevitable. In addition, not only the Sacred Phoenix clan, but also the Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely cause an uproar when they receive the news. When the time comes, the pressure the two of them will bear must be very great, and it is indeed not a safe strategy." Lu Bian immediately showed a gloating smile. "Li Moying, are you today too? Are you going to be abandoned by my junior sister now?" Li Moying glanced at him coldly. "You are so smart. No wonder you can't find a wife until now." "Hey, what do you mean?" Lu Bian blushed after being stepped on by him. Li Moying did not continue to talk to him, but turned to Huang Yueli. "Little Lear, do you mean, is this good?" Huang Yueli smiled sweetly at him. "What's wrong?" Anyway, Huang Likai also said just now that strength is the biggest factor that determines whether we can be together openly, isn't it? Besides, you can do it, why can't I? Li Moying's eyes became gentler, but her tone was still hesitant. "But, after all, your situation is somewhat different from mine." "It's no different, right? I think Huang Tianhao recovered quickly after taking the god-level elixir collected by his family. With him in charge, there will probably be no problems." Li Moying thought for a moment and nodded. "If you have already made up your mind, I will naturally not object." Lu Bian listened at a loss. He couldn't help but intervene. "That's enough, you guys. What kind of riddles are you playing? Junior sister, what are you planning to do?" Lu Bian knew that Li Moying would not answer his question, so he simply asked Huang Yueli directly. Sure enough, Huang Yueli's attitude became much better. She smiled and said, "Senior brother, I plan to make arrangements in the next 2 days and secretly lead the Sacred Phoenix clan to go out to practice with Moying. I won't be back in a short time." Lu Bian was startled. What? Are you going to elope? Why? Now that you have captured Huang Xindi, there are fewer and fewer voices against you in the family. As long as you postpone your marriage with Li Moying is getting married, and there is no problem in taking the position of matriarch. Then, if you work hard for a few more years, you will be able to gather all the branches in the family and gain real power. Why do you want to leave? Huang Yueli said disapprovingly, of course it's because of my Moying. I don't want to be with him secretly. Besides, there are too many rules in the big family, and I don't like them. This time I returned to the Sacred Phoenix clan, mainly because of an order to get the family resources. Now that I have successfully completed the blood core initiation, what are I still doing? To be honest, I have no interest in dealing with family affairs or anything like that. She has always been free and easy by nature. Although she can be very sinister when necessary, no conspiracy can escape her eyes. However, she doesn't like this kind of intrigue at all. In Huang Yueli's opinion, if she had time to fight, it would be better to go out with her husband to practice, or study the magic of spirit armaments. If that doesn't work, you can tease the little phoenix, little unicorn or something at home. It's much better than staying with those old men who have made it difficult to improve in cultivation. Lu Bian was speechless, but, if you leave the Sacred Phoenix clan now, wouldn't all your hard work these days be in vain? Even though Huang Likai seems to be very respectful to you now, but after all, it's under your nose. If you really leave the Sacred Phoenix clan and don't come back for a long time, he will soon become the second Huang Xindi. Huang Yueli smiled and said, of course I know this. But, as he said just now, strength is the biggest factor that determines the right to speak. When Moying and I break through the life-profound realm and come back, do you still dare to resist me? When the time comes, it will be just a matter of effort for me to consolidate the power of the family. Hearing this, Lu Bian stayed for a while. After coming back to his senses, his face became even more ugly. Alright, you guys are awesome, show off your love and strength, right? Why am I so unlucky to meet you? When these two people were in their previous lives, he could barely keep up with them. Since their reincarnation, their talents have become more and more abnormal, and they are becoming more and more abnormal day by day. Now, when he is around this blind young couple, he can only be stimulated every day. Huang Yueli said with a smile, Senior brother, don't worry, you won't continue to be unlucky. Anyway, Moying and I are leaving, and we don't know when we will come back. No one will provoke you in the future, so don't just miss us too much. Lu Bian's eyes widened again. What do you mean? Where are you going? I'm going with you. Do you still want to abandon me? He found that his brain was seriously insufficient tonight. He often couldn't react to what his junior sister said. Huang Yueli blinked. What do you mean by abandoning you? It's just that Moying and I are going to the world of two. Do you have to follow us all the time? Don't you always think it's annoying that we show affection every day? Don't you think it's annoying? Are you going to take the initiative to torture me? Lu Bian was stunned. Although he didn't like being stuffed with their displays of affection, he was a little reluctant to leave Huang Yueli and Li Moying. After all, the auras of these two god-level geniuses are different from those of normal people, and they rarely cause trouble wherever they go. He can eat melon and gossip every day, which is much more fun than wandering around alone. However, now that people are strongly demanding a life of two, he is embarrassed and has to follow her. Lu Bian thought for a moment and could only say, well, after you leave, I will go to the Spirit Medicine Master Guild to have a look. It has been almost a year since I arrived in the God Realm. Lu Bian also gradually realized that his cultivation talent was nothing in the entire God Realm, especially with Huang Yueli and Li Moying, two extremely talented people around him, which seriously affected his cultivation. Confidence. However, his talent in elixirs can still be regarded as a first-rate genius. Therefore, Liu Bian has made up his mind to develop mainly in spiritual medicine. Huang Yueli nodded, that's all right. If you don't like to go to the Spirit Medicine Master Guild, senior brother, there's no problem in staying in the Sacred Phoenix clan. I can give you access to the family library at any time. Over the years, the Sacred Phoenix clan I have collected a large number of classics on elixirs, which will definitely be helpful to you. Of course, you can also go to the Cloudy Qilin clan, and Li Shihong and others will definitely welcome you. Having said this, Huang Yueli pursed her lips. Suddenly, she realized that her senior brother was much more popular than she and Li Moying. Welcome wherever you go. She also discovered that they had only been in the Sacred Phoenix clan for a few days, but many young girls in the clan would blush when they saw Liu Bian. Sometimes, the popularity is higher than that of Li Moying. Maybe, compared to the aloof and unapproachable young Master Li, Liu Bian is more like the big brother next door. He also has medical skills. He feels like a reliable person. Although, the truth may be the opposite. Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something, curled her lips, and smiled mysteriously. By the way, senior brother, actually, you might consider going to the Xuanwu clan. After you saved Xianxia last time, she was grateful to you. Not to mention, when we met her in Floating Sea, she also said that she wanted to invite you to the Xuanwu clan as a guest. Liu Bian almost choked on his own saliva. Ahem, cough, cough, cough. She is grateful to me. What is she grateful to me for? Kicked me into the cesspit. Is this her way of thanking others? It tastes too strong. Li Moying couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you always say before that you wanted to find a girl who was different and ordinary girls would look down on you? Is this time special enough? I think you and Miss Xian are still different. It's a good match. It's a perfect size for you. Liu Bian vomited blood. After falling into a manure pit last time, he had a psychological shadow and could not recover for a long time. Although I am very clean after taking a shower, I often have an inexplicable hallucination and feel that my body smells bad. It was not until recently that he finally recovered. However, when he thought of Xianxia, his thoughts drifted away again. As the top genius of the Xuanwu clan, Xianxia has been practicing water-based skills based on self-cultivation since she was a child, which is completely different from the highly offensive attributes of Huang Yueli and Li Moying. As a result, Xianxia usually looks very cold, with no expression on her face most of the time. Liu Bian never imagined that such a girl could actually kick someone into a manure pit. Seeing Liu Bian in a daze, Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged glances and snickered. In the next 2 days, Huang Yueli seized the last moment to distribute the clan affairs of the Sacred Phoenix clan to the remaining elders. However, she did not say anything about her plans to leave, and planned to sneak away secretly. Li Moying also told the guards about this. Li Tianyi and others immediately said that they would follow their young master closely to the ends of the world. This made Li Moying's head full of black lines. All right, you should go back to the family and practice hard. When I return to the Cloudy Qilin clan, I will still need you. Are you kidding me? If you go out to practice with your seniority, it will most likely be in the wilderness, which is just right, ahem. If he has such a large group of dragsters, how can he still practice dual cultivation? This will seriously affect the improvement of his cultivation. Li Tianyi and others didn't know what was going on, but they didn't dare to disobey the young master's order, so they could only agree. The next day, Li Tianyi and others secretly left Ice Moon Summit, and Liu Bian followed them. It just so happened that they would escort Divine Dr. Liu to the Spirit Medicine Master Guild. At night, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were the ones sneaking away. Both of them are now celebrities in the God realm. Although ordinary cultivators may not recognize them, if they happen to meet a talented cultivator from the ancient gods, they can be recognized at a glance. Therefore, Huang Yueli specially made some simple disguises for herself and her husband. Under the cover of night, the two people left quietly from the back mountain. It wasn't until Ice Moon's summit was out of sight that Li Moying turned his head and glanced at the excited girl next to him. "Little Lear, are you leaving just like that? Aren't you reluctant to part with your identity as the leader of the Sacred Phoenix clan?" Huang Yueli blinked. What kind of strange question is this? What about you? Are you reluctant to let go of your identity as the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Li Moying frowned. That's different. What's the difference? Li Moying said seriously, I am a man. Upon hearing this, Huang Yueli raised a charming smile on her lips, hooked one hand around Li Moying's neck, and pulled him over. Li Moying didn't resist at all and lowered his head according to her strength. Huang Yueli stood on her tiptoes, pressed her lips against his perfectly shaped lips, and breathed out, "Yes, you are, my man." Hearing this, Li Moying's heart trembled. His arms suddenly wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her whole body into his arms, turning his back on himself and kissing her. Because he was so tight, Huang Yueli felt that her waist was about to be broken, and she couldn't help but frown. However, she didn't make a sound and still devoted herself to the kiss. After a long time, Li Moying let go of her and stared at the girl's red and swollen lips from his kiss, with light flashing in his eyes. "Little Lear." The man's voice was unusually hoarse, with a sexy hint. Huang Yueli was excited and quickly changed the subject. "Well, ahem, by the way, Moying, why have you never asked where I want to take you? Just follow me like that?" The corners of Li Moying's mouth turned up. "Don't you already have a plan?" Huang Yueli said unexpectedly, "You even know this?" "I haven't told you yet." Li Moying smiled slightly and said nothing. Huang Yueli realized that she had asked a very stupid question. How could her husband not know what she wanted to do? Huang Yueli quickly took out a scroll from her sleeve. The scroll looks old and tattered on the outside, with holes eaten out by insects in some places. It is obviously old. However, the scroll faintly exudes an indescribable ancient atmosphere. Li Moying reached out and touched it, and a burst of fire energy came from his palm. He raised his eyebrows. "What is this?" Huang Yueli explained at the side, "I found this from the secret vault of the Sacred Phoenix clan." This scroll was thrown in the corner and covered with dust. If I hadn't rescued it in time, it would have been lost forever. After a few years, I probably won't even be able to read what's written on it. The secret vault of the Sacred Phoenix clan contains the top secret treasures that have been passed down by the family for hundreds of thousands of years. It can only be opened with the matriarch's seal. In the past 2 days, Huang Yueli, apart from arranging family affairs, carefully visited the collection of the secret library. Of course, the real treasures inside are all registered in the family. Even if she was the matriarch, she must go through certain procedures to take them away. Moreover, it's not very necessary. Carrying a valuable treasure can easily attract others to covet you, and it will also affect your mentality during training, making it difficult to achieve the effect of training yourself in times of danger. However, this humble little scroll is different. Li Moying opened the scroll while listening. This scroll not only looks shabby on the outside, it also looks tattered on the inside, with some parts blurred. However, it can still be judged that this should be a map. There is also a red mark in the upper right corner of the map, which should be the destination. Where is this map going? Is it the cave of a strong man from ancient times? Li Moying asked. Huang Yueli shook her head and showed a mysterious smile. This should not be a cave. It is the birthplace of the ancient mythical beast Phoenix clan. Do you see the red mark on it? That is the mark of the ancient Phoenix clan. In the secret collection of the Sacred Phoenix clan, there are only the ones with the Phoenix clan. Only secret treasures related to a clan have this mark. However, I heard that the ancient beasts have been extinct in the god realm for many years, and the only remains there should be. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a surge of excitement in Sky Phoenix Ring. Little Wang Kai flapped his little wings and shouted, "I want to come out. I want to come out." Huang Yueli changed her mind and the little phoenix fell to the ground with a plop. It rolled, turned into a human form, and stood up. Without even bothering to pat the dust on his butt, he directly grabbed Huang Yueli's sleeves and shouted excitedly, "Devil, is it true? Is what you said true? Are you really? Did you find the place where my people live?" As the spirit body of the phoenix beast, little Wang Kai's memory still lingers on the eve of his separation from the body and being sealed into Sky Phoenix Ring. At that time, it was only born not long ago and had never left its hometown. The Phoenix clan was attacked by foreign enemies, and his brother took it with him to escape, but then, he passed out. What happened later was that part of little Wang Kai's memory was missing. In short, when he woke up again, it had become Sky Phoenix Ring's weapon spirit. Little Wang Kai has always wanted to return to his hometown and see his relatives. Although, none of them may be alive long ago. However, little Wang Kai was too young at the time and could not remember where his hometown was. Now, when he heard Huang Yueli's words, he was so surprised that he wanted to roll around in excitement. Huang Yueli touched his little head. "Well, you'd better not be too happy first. I'm just guessing, and I can't guarantee it. Besides, since it's the relics of the Phoenix clan, there must be many hidden mechanisms and obstacles. Even if we go, there will be no guarantee. There will definitely be a place." Little Wang Kai was still very excited, and his little head kept ticking. No, sir, my hunch tells me that this time it will go smoothly. I can already feel the call of my family." Huang Yueli was speechless for a while. If little Phoenix really had a premonition, she wouldn't wait until she found the map before telling her. "Aren't you overwhelmed by this news?" However, she did not say this to attack little Wang Kai. After all, she also hopes to find the remains of the Phoenix clan from the bottom of her heart. It's not to discover some secret treasure or opportunity, but to find a way for the little phoenix to be reborn from nirvana. Now, the little phoenix is a spirit body and has been trapped in the Sky Phoenix Ring and cannot get out. However, the spiritual state is not true death for Phoenix. Because of the characteristics of the Phoenix clan, as long as certain conditions are met and certain rituals are performed, they can be reborn in the fire, through the spirit body. This is recorded in many classics in the divine world. However, the specific conditions required and how to perform the ceremony are not something that the gods and human cultivators can know. Only real phoenixes can understand such secret things, and even not every phoenix can know it. Originally, Huang Yueli had no hope for this. But after discovering this map, she had a lot of ideas. Anyway, we are not in a hurry for this experience, and there are no restrictions. We have to wait until we break through the life-profound realm before going back. Then we might as well go to the location marked on the map to have a look. Even if we can't find this ruins, we still can't go back. No loss. Moing, what do you think? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Moing expectantly. Li Moing nodded decisively, "I'll listen to my wife." Huang Yueli immediately laughed, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Li Moing on the face. "Thank you, husband, you are so kind." Li Moing's eyes dimmed, and just as he was about to grab his little fox into his arms and give her a good kiss, Huang Yueli had already moved away quickly. "All right, let's study the map quickly. To be honest, I looked at it for a long time and couldn't figure out where this location is." Li Moing stared at the map for a while and suddenly said, "It's too dark here, and it's in the wilderness. We are discussing here. What if we are overheard by passers-by?" That makes sense. Huang Yueli was convinced by him. So, let's go to the city first and find an inn to stay in. The little fox finally regained his freedom today. He was so excited that he didn't notice the light in his husband's eyes and was tricked into the inn. As a result, as soon as he entered the guest room, he was knocked down directly. "Madam, the night is too short, let's hurry up and practice double cultivation." Double, what kind of cultivation are you doing? Aren't we here to study the map? You can study the map slowly, but you can't slack off in practice. We want to break past the life-profound realm. Huang Yueli was dismantled and eaten. The next morning, she held her waist and struggled to get up. She was so angry that she didn't want to pay attention to anyone. Li Moying, on the other hand, had eaten and drank enough and was in a good mood. Regardless of her cold face, she was very attentive and flattering. Huang Yueli originally didn't want to forgive him so easily, but when she felt the anxious aura of Sky Phoenix Ring and the younger Phoenix, she reluctantly compromised a little. "Come here and look at the map first. If you don't understand it, you won't be able to enter my room for a month." Li Moying frowned. "Then, what if I can understand it? Is there a reward?" "Certainly." Huang Yueli was almost led astray by him, but fortunately, she reacted in time. "Of course not. Look at the map carefully and don't think about whether there is something or not, otherwise, I will kick you out right now." Li Moying saw that his little fox had become smart again and couldn't be deceived. He had no choice but to stop thinking, sat down at the table, took the map, and observed it carefully. This map only depicts a small specific area. This map only depicts a small specific area. In other words, only after entering this area can you use this map to find the location of the ruins. However, how can we determine the specific location with such a small map with blurred surroundings? Huang Yueli had thought about this issue when she was at Ice Moon Summit, but she didn't have time to think about it deeply. Li Moying picked up the map and looked at it carefully for a long time. He even stretched out his fingers and touched the edge of the map for a long time. Little Wang Kai was watching from the side. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to urge him loudly. But Huang Yueli covered her mouth. "Don't disturb him, wait a moment." After another half an hour, Li Moying put down the map. "I can't be sure now, where exactly is this place?" Upon hearing this, both Huang Yueli and Little Phoenix felt disappointed. Li Moying arrived in the God Realm relatively early and stayed in the Cloudy Qilin clan. He had read many more classics than Huang Yueli. He has a photographic memory. As long as he has seen it, he will have an impression, and he knows the map of the God Realm clearly. Since even he doesn't know where this place is, it will be really difficult to find it. But Li Moying changed the topic. "I have some guesses." "What guess?" "Tell me quickly." Huang Yueli urged him. Li Moying glanced at her. "Kiss me, and I'll tell you." You, this is taking advantage of the situation." Huang Yueli glared at him angrily. Li Moying said coolly, "What do you mean by taking advantage of the situation? Originally, we didn't necessarily have to go find this relic. If you don't want to kiss us, we can just change places. What a big deal." As soon as he finished speaking, little Wang Kai was so anxious that he almost jumped up. "Devil, hurry up and kiss him. Anyway, you guys had sex all night last night, what's the use of a kiss?" "Damn, this naughty kid. What does bang 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 mean?" Huang Yueli was so angry that she grabbed Little Phoenix by the collar. "Alright, you talk too much, go back to Sky Phoenix Ring to rest." She took the Little Phoenix back, turned his head again and glared at Li Moying. The corners of Li Moying's mouth raised, her body leaned forward slightly, and the light from her pair of peach blossom eyes focused on her face. Time seemed to go back decades to their previous lives. 4323 Entering the Devil Clan's territory, 1. Mu Qingqing was like this at that time. Come and mess with her every day when you have nothing to do. Although he had long wanted to agree to her request, he wanted to embarrass her and find excuses to make her take the initiative to kiss him. At that time, Huang Yueli was deeply disgusted by his behavior and felt that this man was really a shameless gangster. Relying on my high strength and outstanding appearance, I feel that I can do whatever I want. But now, she can understand the affection and concentration in his eyes, his persistence and lack of regrets. Huang Yueli supported the table, slowly came closer, and gave his thin lips a lick. Li Moying suddenly grabbed her slender waist, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her wantonly. After a while, he let go of her. Huang Yueli quickly jumped out of his arms, stood very far away, and said warily, "All right? I've already kissed you, stop being pretentious, and speak clearly. What are you talking about on the map? What did you see?" Li Moying's eyes still stayed on her lips, and he even licked his own lips, as if he was still reminiscing about the kiss just now. Huang Yueli's face suddenly turned red and she glared at him angrily. "Answer the question quickly. Who told you to look around?" Li Moying sneered, "My woman, let me see what's wrong." Seeing that his little fox was about to go crazy, he calmed down a little. All right, I said. "Come here." "Don't come over." Huang Yueli immediately refused. Li Moying raised his eyebrows, "You really can't come here? If you don't look at the map, you can't explain this matter clearly." Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment, then walked to the opposite side of Li Moying, separated by a table from him. "All right, I can see clearly from here. Please tell me quickly." Seeing her guarded look, Li Moying knew that he couldn't eat tofu today, so he could only stop thinking and become serious. "Little Lear, look here." He pointed at the edge of the map. There were several twisted symbols on the edge, which looked like writing and drawings. The specifics could not be distinguished. "I saw it. I've been observing these symbols for a long time, but I really can't figure it out." "What does it mean?" Li Moying muttered, It's normal that you can't understand it. If I guessed correctly, this should be a language of the devil clans." "What? Language of the devil clans?" Huang Yueli was surprised. "How did you know?" Li Moying said, "Do you still remember the many classics we got from the Saint Iniquitous Shadow? He was both good and evil, and he also collected some devil skills. I put them away and looked at them in my spare time. That's why it feels familiar. There are actually devil clan books collected in the secret realm of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Why didn't I notice it?" Huang Yueli was even more surprised. "Because you only noticed the ones related to the spirit armament technique and the spiritual medicine technique, and you didn't look at the others carefully," Li Moying explained. Huang Yueli looked at him worriedly. "But, you actually dare to study the devil scriptures by yourself? We are not devils. If we practice devil skills, we can easily become possessed. Look at Huang Beiqing, he is just a living person example of." Seeing that she was nervous, Li Moying quickly comforted his wife. "Little Lear, don't worry, I just took a look and didn't intend to practice. I just studied the devil's writing, which is very different from our god's writing." 4324 Entering the Devil Clan's Territory, 2. Huang Yueli felt relieved and asked again, "Then can you understand the writing on the map?" Li Moying shook his head, "It's impossible to fully understand. I can only make a rough guess. The edges of the map should be marked on the southeast, northwest, and southeast. These should indicate the entry path and the surrounding mechanisms. However, I still can't figure out where the specific location marked on this map is." Huang Yueli thought for a moment and her eyes lit up. "I thought about it. Look at the black shadow on the map, it should be a large swamp indicated. Do you still remember that when we were in Yuan City, we went deep into the front line? Outside Yuan City, where it meets the Devil Clan's territory, there is a large swamp. Maybe the location on the map is at the other end of the swamp, where the Devil Clan's on the territory. We might as well go to Yuan City to have a look first, maybe we will find something. When Huang Yueli said this, Li Moying also recalled it. That makes sense. Anyway, we have no other ideas, so we might as well start from Yuan City. Huang Yueli's intuition is often very accurate. Moreover, they have been able to determine that the location on the map should be on the Devil territory. In this way, using Yuan City as a breakthrough point, at least there will be no losses. After the two of them finished their discussion, they rested for a night at the inn. The next morning, we set off for Yuan City. Huang Yueli left this time, taking a small airship with him. However, she did not take it out immediately. There are emblems of the Sacred Phoenix clan on the airship. They are still on the territory of the Sacred Phoenix continent. Once they get on board, they will definitely be seen by the garrison of major towns. When the time comes, Huang Likai and the others will definitely catch up. Although the elders of the Sacred Phoenix clan did not have the strength to take them back, it would be too embarrassing to be caught on the first day of the elopement. Therefore, they walked for more than 20 days until they were out of the range of Sacred Phoenix continent, and then boarded the airship. It took another 4 or 5 days before we arrived at Yuan City. The city lord and divine general of Yuan City were old acquaintances with Huang Yueli and the others. At first, he admired Li Moying and Huang Yueli very much and even invited them to a banquet at the city lord's mansion. However, they are on the way to elope now and cannot visit at home. It doesn't matter. The city lord is busy with official duties and may not have time to receive us. That's right. Let's go to the store and drugstore to buy some things, and then go directly out of the city. Alas, elopement is just like being a thief. We are so pitiful. Little Wang Kai followed the two of them. Hearing the hostess's complaints, he couldn't help but roll his eyes secretly. What's so pitiful? How do you see how pitiful they are? He actually felt that Huang Yueli was very excited. As if elopement was some fun game. Of course, for geniuses like them, this may really be no different from a game. After the two of them left the city, they quietly bypassed the frontline coalition defense line. Both of them are now at the late stage of the Heart Profound realm. In terms of strength, they even surpass many strong men in the late Dao Profound realm. Deliberately step slowly so that no one can notice. After spending 2 days moving forward, we arrived at the swamp Huang Yueli mentioned. At that time I was attacked by devils during the teleportation process. The teleportation array failed, and I fell at this location. Huang Yueli pointed eastward. Hearing this, Li Moying immediately frowned. He was tricked by Huang Sanbai, an old man, and passed by his wife. As a result, Huang Yueli was in danger one after another and almost died on the Devil Clan's battlefield. This was one of the most annoying things after he ascended to the God realm. Seeing his expression, Huang Yueli quickly said, "Ahem, I think the terrain in this area is very similar to the black area marked on the map. Come and confirm it for me." As expected, Li Moying's attention was diverted, and he stepped forward and took the map she handed over. After carefully comparing them, he began to walk slowly along the periphery of the swamp, comparing them bit by bit. Huang Yueli slowly followed him, teasing little Phoenix. She sighed in her heart, it's good to have a husband. She doesn't have to do anything anymore, saving time and effort. After a while, Li Moying put down the map. It should be right, your intuition is so accurate. The terrain of this swamp is very similar to that on the map, there is at least a 70% chance of it. Huang Yueli walked over excitedly, this map is so shabby, it's rare to be 70% sure. Assuming that this swamp is the one on the map, then let's go east, here, there should be a Devil Clan city. After passing this city and continuing forward, passing through this dense forest, you should be able to approach your destination. Li Moying nodded, agreeing with her judgment. Yes, let's keep moving forward. If we can find this Devil Clan city, it should prove that we are heading in the right direction. The two followed the directions on the map and walked forward for another 7 or 8 days. These tents are arranged one after another, forming a ring-like shape. During this period, they also encountered many devil cultivators, but they cleverly avoided them. Finally, they stood at the location of the Devil Clan city marked on the map. Huang Yueli looked around and was very surprised. Can this be regarded as a city? It can only be said to be a gathering point. In front of her, there were no tall city walls, regular streets, or row upon row of houses as she had imagined. Instead, there were large tents set up in an empty wilderness. These tents are arranged one after another, forming a ring-like shape. It looks like a camp where soldiers from the allied forces of the gods are stationed. However, their tents looked larger and sturdier than those of the coalition forces. Li Moying said thoughtfully, perhaps, the city of the devils is indeed like this. Their living and cultivation habits are different from ours, and it is normal for them to live in different places. Huang Yueli thought for a while and nodded slightly. She suddenly remembered that when Li Moying and Jun Sihan killed the devil Ruiz did not live in a tent like the human race, but hid in a cave and practiced. Maybe, the life of these devils is really so primitive? She quickly thought of another question. Now that's troublesome, how do we get around here? These tents are so scattered, and there are so many devils coming and going around, it's almost impossible to hide your whereabouts. Originally, they planned to go around the Devil Clan city. After all, they are the gods, and they are not here to fight the devils. If they can avoid causing trouble, it is better not to cause trouble, so as not to delay the business. However, the humans and gods in the god realm knew very little about the situation on the Devil Clan. Although they had consulted some books in advance, none of them mentioned that the Devil Clan actually lived in this form. In such a large and scattered camp, devils come and go from time to time. It is much more difficult to go around without alerting anyone. There is indeed some trouble. Let's walk along the east side first to see how big this camp is. Li Moying quickly made a decision. Huang Yueli nodded, all right, I think so too. The two of them cautiously moved along the perimeter of the camp. I walked for several hours. But the camp was larger than they expected, and they still couldn't see the edge. The sky gradually darkened. Huang Yueli slowed down. The 5 senses of the devils will be more acute at night. Let's find a place to rest first and wait until tomorrow. Before she finished speaking, a sharp sound suddenly came from not far away. Who is there? Get out of here quickly. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were both shocked. The conversation they just had was all done through inner breath. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be discovered by others. Moreover, with the movement skills of the two of them, even in the dark, they caused very little movement. He would actually be discovered by the patrolling devil cultivators. The advantage of the devils fighting in the dark is indeed too obvious. Who are they? Get out of here quickly. Otherwise I won't be polite. Captain, what are you talking about with them? If you sneak up outside the camp in the middle of the night, even if you're not a human being, you're definitely not a good person. That's right, just kill him. I haven't killed anyone for a long time, and my hands are so itchy. Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked at each other, made a decision, and walked out of the woods where they were hiding. Outside the woods, many devils gathered together, holding weapons in their hands, and looking at the two of them with great vigilance. When the leading captain saw them, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Get these 2 spies." Several devil clans swarmed forward. Huang Yueli dodged subconsciously, lowered her voice, and said, "Don't be impulsive. We are really not spies. I don't care if you're a spy. Our team hasn't done anything for a long time. Let's arrest you two first to make up for it. Hey, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. There is a girl here who can be caught and used. Who told you to be unlucky? Huang Yueli frowned slightly when she heard this. Before she could say anything else, Li Moying beside her had already taken action decisively. A black aura spread out from the right hand he waved, and a cold aura erupted. Even Huang Yueli found it difficult to breathe and hurriedly used the profound energy in her body to resist. What Li Moying used was not the thunder-attributed mysterious power, but the evil qi hidden in his body on weekdays. Under the suppression of this aura, the devil soldiers could not bear the huge pressure at all, and most of them spurted blood and flew backwards on the spot. Only the captain who took the lead could barely stand still, but with his hands covering his chest, he was obviously seriously injured. Li Moying took back his evil qi and slowly took 2 steps forward. Ever since he and Huang Yueli entered the devil territory, they had disguised themselves in order to hide their identities. Not only that, he was also wearing a large cloak with the collar turned up, enough to cover most of his face. Therefore, the devil captain's eyes widened, but he still didn't see anything. 4327 Entering the devil clan's territory, 5. Huang Yueli also walked out and looked at the devil captain, coldly. It's been a long time since I've seen such a cold-blooded person. My man and I were passing by here, and I didn't want to waste time on you, but I didn't expect you to come to your door to seek death. In this case, you are here at the right time. I am short of living creatures to make elixirs, so I have captured you today to use as alchemy materials. Although you are a bit weak and cannot be used for great purposes, you can make a few pills and feed them to me. Even if the spirit beasts in the seat eat it, it's still barely enough. When the devil captain heard this, he was so frightened that he trembled and fell to his knees. My lord, have mercy on me. My lord, have mercy on me. I didn't know that these 2 adults are masters of the devil realm. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to offend these 2 adults like this even if I were killed. He cowed out as hard as he could, making the ground bang. Behind him, the devil soldiers who were knocked away by Li Moying also endured the pain, got up from the ground, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed. Huang Yueli and Li Moying remained calm and did not say anything to stop them, allowing these devils to kowtow on the ground and beg for mercy. However, they secretly exchanged a look in private. Just now, as soon as Huang Yueli finished speaking, she realized that she had made a mistake. She was thinking inertia, thinking that she was still on the territory of the gods. There is a whole camp of people behind the opponent, trying not to think of a big conflict and preparing to use relatively mild means to sneak in. But she forgot that this was the territory of the devil clan. The devils only believe in the law of the jungle. The strong are absolutely right, and the weak can bully them without any scruples. Huang Yueli tried to persuade them, but it would only make them think that the 2 people opposite them had no strength and could be toyed with. As for whether they are really spies, it is not important to the devil soldiers. Li Moying's reaction was a little faster. When he heard his little fox said something wrong, he immediately took action and suppressed the situation. Huang Yueli also woke up in time and immediately put on an inscrutable expression. She also said that she would make these devil cultivators alive to make elixirs, to scare them. The devil soldiers were indeed frightened by the 2 of them. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were a little surprised that such a situation would occur. Li Moying had an idea just now, and instead of using profound energy, he used evil qi to attack. He just guessed that the 2 energies were very similar, and the devil cultivators might not be able to distinguish them. However, this is just a guess. After all, no one has made such an attempt before him. But now, it turns out that his guess was right. These devil cultivators completely regarded them as devil masters in the sky devil realm without any doubt. This was surprising enough. Of course, now was not the time to discuss this issue, so Huang Yueli did not say anything more to Li Moying and looked at the devil captain again. Spare your lives, it's not impossible. But if you two adults have any requests, please feel free to ask. I am willing to help you two to make up for the offense I just caused. Huang Yueli glanced at him with a half-smile and asked, "What's your name?" The captain of the devil clan hurriedly said, "To tell you what to say, the younger one's name is Tianlin." Huang Yueli nodded. "My man and I were passing by here, and we happened to be going into your camp to buy some materials. We lack a few errands to lead the way." 4328 Entering the Devil Clan's Territory, 6. Tianlin understood and immediately expressed his loyalty. "Two adults, this matter will be taken care of by me. I am very familiar with the camp, and I guarantee that I will satisfy the two adults." Tianlin's tone sounded extremely sincere. However, Huang Yueli noticed that his eyes rolled and a cunning dark light flashed in his eyes. Huang Yueli glanced at him. "If you dare to use any crooked ideas, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. When the time comes, it will be easy to refine elixirs alive." "I don't dare." The Devil Clan captain couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Thinking of that moment just now, Li Moying suddenly burst out with powerful power, and his heart trembled. With such strength, I am afraid that only the lord of their camp is higher than him. Such a strong man is definitely not comparable to an Earth Devil stage cultivator like him. He immediately stopped his ulterior motives, got up, and led the way obediently. Li Moying and Huang Yueli slowly followed a few devil soldiers and walked toward the camp. The two of them had the same mind. The moment they were spotted by the devil soldiers, they exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Now that it has been discovered, it is better to take advantage of this opportunity and sneak directly into the devil camp. On the devil clan's territory, they might be able to find maps or other information to help them accurately locate the Phoenix relic. Moreover, this way, there is no need to take a detour. Now, Tianlin has determined that the two of them are devils in the devil stage, which makes it even easier. Tianlin led the two of them to the edge of the camp, showed his badge to the patrolling guard, and was immediately let in. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were about to follow, but were stopped. "Who are you two? Where are your badges?" Huang Yueli learned the lesson from last time this time. Instead of explaining, she sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me who I am? Get out of here." With that said, she also released the evil chi in her body in time, and directly bombarded the devil soldiers blocking the road. The devil soldiers fell to the ground one after another. However, after getting up again, they all fell to their knees, each with an extremely respectful attitude. Huang Yueli looked speechless for a while. She was too lazy to pay attention to these devils anymore, and followed Tianlin into the devil camp in a big way. When Tianlin saw Huang Yueli take action, his attitude became obviously more respectful. Li Moying's strength alone is similar to that of their lord, and now, his wife is also at the devil level. This is too terrible. Huang Yueli observed the surrounding environment calmly. The tents in the devil camp are arranged neatly. From the outside, it looks like a military camp. But after entering, we discovered that not all of these tents were inhabited by people. There were also people doing various things to make a living in the tents. Overall, they looked not much different from human cities. If there is any difference, I'm afraid it's the atmosphere here. The devils have absolutely no concept of protecting the weak. On the street, we often see people snatching away people at the slightest disagreement. Even if the devil soldiers were standing on the edge, they would not stop these bandits. Fortunately, Huang Yueli and Li Moying are not easy to mess with at first sight, and there is Tianlin, a devil who can get to the captain level, so no one dares to cause trouble for them. Further forward, we have the largest hotel in Vermilion Light. Call it. Would you two adults go in and enjoy it? 4329 Another little phoenix, 1. Li Moying shook his head and said coldly, "No, we are not in the mood. We just need to find a place to stay." Huang Yueli also nodded. Although they were both very hungry after a busy day, she was not interested in the devil diet at all. "I heard that the devils still have the habit of eating raw food. After killing the devil beasts, they don't even drain the blood, but cut the meat into pieces and eat it, calling it a delicious delicacy." Although she didn't know whether the rumors were true or not, just thinking about it made her sick. Anyway, Sky Phoenix Ring had a lot to eat in her dimension, so she should just eat human food honestly. Tianlin found an inn for the two of them to stay. When they entered the inn, the boss looked at the two of them and saw something wrong. However, after seeing that Tianlin, the captain of the devil army, was so respectful to the two of them, the boss's expression also changed and he was very attentive to the two of them. The night was spent peacefully. Early the next morning, Tianlin appeared again, offering to serve the two of them. "Two adults, what do you need me to do today?" Li Moying glanced at him and said, "Where is the biggest market here? Take us there." When Tianlin heard this, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said, "Fengshe? You are talking about the market, right?" Fengshe is what the human race calls it. Li Moying realized that he had also said the wrong thing, and pursed his lips, but his expression did not change. Huang Yu left the mouth and said, "Yes, let's go to the market." "Husband, I have told you a long time ago that those human beings captured last time should have been killed long ago. You still talked so much nonsense to them, and now you can't even speak." He has a human accent. Li Moying reacted quickly, pretending to be impatient, and glanced at Huang Yueli with a frown. "Woman, what do you know? Although the human race is a despicable race, they still have a lot of treasures, and those elixir masters and spirit armament masters do have some skills. Let them work for us, wouldn't it be more effective than killing them?" The performance of the two was very successful, and Tianlin really put down the doubt in his heart. "Not only that, but I also admire Li Moying's methods very much. Sir, you are really amazing. Those useless people from the human race and the gods are not very strong, but their bones are very hard. Even our Lord, we can't make them obedient by all means." Tianlin's attitude towards the two of them became more and more respectful. While leading the way, he did not forget to flatter them. Huang Yueli and Li Moying secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the cultivators of the God Clan alliance often fought against the Devil Clan, the contact between the two sides was basically concentrated on the battlefield. The area where the devils live has a harsh living environment and a lack of resources. Naturally, the gods and humans will not deliberately venture into such a barbaric land. Precisely because they don't know much about them, it's easy for them to make mistakes in what they say and do. If they're not careful, their identity may be exposed. This can be regarded as a wake-up call for them. The evil chi in their bodies can be mistaken for real, but it does not mean that they can easily survive in the Devil Clan's territory. Talking too much would be wrong, so the two of them were silent for a moment, and unanimously chose to enter the cult mode. Tianlin took them to a market. "Two adults, this is the largest market in our Vermilion Light territory. Although our Vermilion Light territory is not a big territory, the market is the most famous among the dozen or so territories in this area." 4330 Another little phoenix, 2. Because we are closest to the human race's territory, people often get some weird things to sell. Whatever you two adults want to buy, you can definitely find it. Tianlin showed a somewhat proud look on his face. Huang Yueli glanced at the so-called market and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. In addition to their amazing talent in cultivation, the devils are really primitive in other aspects. This market is completely different from the markets in the 12 continents of the God realm. There isn't even a decent shop. The streets are full of itinerant vendors who tear off a piece of rag and sit on the ground to do business. Moreover, neither the buyer nor the buyer seems to have a clear standard for the value of the goods. Rather than bargaining, the devil cultivators prefer to use force to speak. While the three of them were talking at the door, several violent incidents occurred nearby. A fight breaks out while the business is being discussed. This kind of thing is so common. Two adults, how are you? Are you stunned? Tianlin raised his head and chest. Huang Yueli laughed dryly, ahem, not bad, not bad. I'm really stunned. Your market is indeed extraordinary. Alright, I don't need you here anymore. Ah? Tianlin was startled. Two adults, don't you need me to follow you? I can serve you tea and water, so don't drive me away. The strong men of the devil clan will most likely kill the weak ones who have offended them and have little use value. Therefore, when Tianlin heard Huang Yueli say, I don't need you, he immediately became nervous. Huang Yueli reacted and frowned, I'm shopping with my man, and I don't like people following me. I just asked you to wait at the door. Do you want to die by making such a fuss? Tianlin was excited, no, 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 I don't dare. You two adults, please do it. Huang Yueli ignored him and walked into the market with Li Moying. After entering the market, she discovered that although it looked a little shabby on the outside, the market was still very large and there were many devil cultivators setting up stalls. Moreover, there are really some good things at the stall. After all, the devil cultivators knew less about the coalition forces. Some of the treasures they had snatched from the human and divine cultivators they killed, but they didn't know what they were for, so they could only sell them blindly. Huang Yueli thought to herself that if she collected a batch of things here and took them back to 12 continents for resale, she would definitely make a fortune. Little Lear, we are here to find the Phoenix relic this time. Moreover, these elixirs are at the earth level at most, and are rare at the heaven level. Those spirit armaments are all ordinary standard spirit armaments. Even if they are all taken back and sold, it will not be enough. It's not as good as your ability to refine a high-quality treasure. Li Moying's deep voice sounded in her ears. Huang Yueli was startled, then raised her head and saw her husband's exquisite and perfect handsome face, with a meaningful smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Huang Yueli's face suddenly turned red and she pursed her lips in displeasure. I didn't say I wanted to take them all back and sell them. Just take a look. I thought there would be bookstores in the market specifically selling Devil Clan books. But now it seems that they definitely don't have bookstores, so they can only sell stalls one by one. Look for it slowly. Li Moying shook his head in amusement, but did not expose his wife. When he saw this little fox showing a sly smile, how could he not know? This is little Lear's money-obsessed symptom coming back again. 4331 Another little phoenix, 3. She must be calculating wildly how much these things were worth in her mind now. Huang Yueli glared at her husband and held his arm. All right, don't we have to do business? Why are you standing here in a daze? You really don't care at all. She casually threw the pot on her husband's head and pulled him inside. Before entering the devil territory, both of them disguised themselves to cover up their outstanding appearance. However, this cannot conceal their outstanding temperament at all. Moreover, in order to frighten the devil cultivators around them, the two of them also deliberately released some evil energy. The appearance of such a man and woman in the market was quite eye-catching, but no one dared to mess with them. The two of them walked around the market. Not only did they not see any bookstores, they didn't even see a few books on the Devil Clan. Moreover, without exception, they were very elementary techniques and had no value at all. What's going on? Do the devils have other places to collect classics? Li Moying couldn't help but frown. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and shook her head. I think it's more likely that the devils have very few classics, and they are different from the human race. Most of the devil's advancement in cultivation was probably based on instinct. Unlike us humans and gods, we have various classics as guidance from the first day of practice. Speaking of which, isn't our trip in vain? They ventured into Vermilion Light call it, mainly because they wanted to see if there were any devil manuals related to the Phoenix clan. That's not the case. We can find a way to inquire with Tian Lin and others. Li Moying narrowed his eyes. It's all right to ask, but we have to think of our words first this time, and don't expose any flaws while talking. That's right. While the two were saying this, Huang Yueli's eyes suddenly widened and he turned to stare at a stall not far away. Seeing that she stopped talking, Li Moying frowned in confusion. Little Lear, what's wrong with you? What are you looking at? He followed Huang Yueli's gaze and looked over. Discovered that she was also looking at a stall, but this stall was not selling things, but people. Many ragged and thin children were forced to stand naked in front of everyone, being picked over and bought and sold like commodities. This kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen in the 12 continents controlled by the gods. Anyone who dares to buy or sell people will definitely be caught on the spot and thrown into a prison. However, in the territory of the Devil Clan, this was nothing. They just walked along and saw several stalls like this. Li Moying became even more confused. Little Lear, what are you looking at that stall for? Now was not the time to be kind-hearted and save people. Huang Yueli suddenly tugged on his sleeve, stood on tiptoes, leaned into his ear, and whispered, Husband, have you seen that little girl over there? Little Wang Kai just said that he was with this little girl. I feel the same kind of breath on my body. What? Li Moying was also surprised. The same kind as little Wang Kai, then, isn't it also a phoenix? Only then did he notice that in the middle of the stall, the little girl who was being promoted as a rare commodity by the stall owner was indeed something unusual. Her skin was white and soft, and her facial features are beautiful. Even if she was covered in dust, you can tell that she was not an ordinary child. In stark contrast to the dull-looking devil children around her. 4332, I just want to rob you, so what? 1. Such a little girl was naturally very conspicuous among a group of dirty children. There were many people gathered around the booth, and most of them were there for the little girl. Of course, the stall owner also knew the value of this little girl, so he specially built a high platform, placed her on it, and shouted, for sale. Don't miss it if you pass by. Such a beautiful little girl was rare. Moreover, the profound energy in her body was strong. If you buy it home, whether you use it as a maid or to make elixirs, she will be first class. Or let her serve you on the bed, the feeling, tsk. Hearing this, the surrounding devil cultivators all showed salivating expressions. Indeed, it looks delicious. Such top-quality goods are really rare. After collecting the tonic, you can use it to refine elixirs. It can be said that you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. These people pointed and smiled obscenely at the little girl. Some even reached out and pinched her. The little girl was so frightened that she almost cried, her eyes full of fear. However, he couldn't make any sound. It was probably because the muscles and veins were restrained by special techniques and the sound was blocked. Hearing these dirty words, Huang Yueli frowned and felt like vomiting. This little girl looks only 5 or 6 years old. It feels smaller than their little phoenix. Although the true age of the Phoenix clan may be hundreds of years old, they are still in their infancy, they are still little girls. These devil cultivators are so cruel and crazy that they can attack such a little girl. What's even more irritating was that with so many people around, no one thinks there's anything wrong with doing this, but they are all eager to try it. However, the aura in this little girl's body was so pure, she was definitely not from our race, and she doesn't feel like the human race. What was the origin of this? Someone noticed the suspicion and asked. The stall owner was waiting for this question and immediately burst into laughter. Good question. Compared with her appearance and aura, her origin was more mysterious. Everyone, please listen carefully. The cultivators who sold her to me are two strong men in the late stage of Earth Devil, and their strength was quite outstanding. They came before let's make an appointment to go to the outskirts of Celestial Ecliptic Forest to practice. Everyone knows that there was no danger outside the Celestial Ecliptic Forest. If you are lucky, you can catch a few spiritual beast cubs or lone monsters to sell for money. But for some reason, they encountered something strange this time and entered Celestial Ecliptic Forest. After Lin, they didn't encounter any spiritual beasts. Instead, they seemed to have walked into a maze and couldn't get out. In the end, all the food they brought was exhausted, and they almost thought they were going to starve to death in there. One night, an explosion suddenly occurred in the Celestial Ecliptic Forest. The fire shot into the sky deep in the dense forest. It was said that it lit up the entire sky. The two cultivators were also stunned by the huge impact. Waiting for their second, when I woke up, I found that Celestial Ecliptic Forest had returned to normal and I could walk out. However, on the way out, they picked up this little girl. The devil cultivators present were so mesmerized by what they heard that they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The stall owner finally said, "So, do you understand? The origin of this little girl must be quite extraordinary. There were rumors in the early years that there were many ancient beasts living in the Celestial Ecliptic Forest in ancient times. Maybe, she too." 4333, I just want to rob you, so what? 2. TCH, you dare to say such big words without cutting your tongue. That's it, do you want to imply that this little girl is the human form of an ancient mythical beast? If that's the case, would you still sell it? Do you think we are all fools? I think this little girl should have a relatively high bloodline among the devil clan. Not all devil cultivators were fools, and many people immediately sneered at him. The stall owner also realized that he had exaggerated a bit, and he lowered his head. Ahem, this was all told to me by the cultivator who sold this little girl to me, not me. It's up to you to believe it or not. However, she has a lot of profound energy in her body, and her skin is tender, so eating it will definitely be a great supplement. If you buy it back, you will definitely not lose money. Now you can bid, the base price is 10,000 gold soul coins. As soon as this statement came out, another wave of protests arose. What? 10,000 gold soul coins? Are you trying to steal money? A little girl like this, with inferior quality, can be bought for 100 silver soul coins. Even if she has a higher bloodline, she is only worth 1 gold soul coin. You just doubled the soul coin 10,000 times? That's right, no matter how delicious this little girl is, she can only finish it in one meal. How can she still be worth so much money? Bah, what a profiteer, Shameless. Do you really think this is the cub of an ancient mythical beast? Hearing these words, the stall owner was obviously unhappy. You poor guys, if you can't afford it, just get out of here. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. In fact, the stall owner's judgment was not wrong. No one would believe that the little girl was the descendant of the ancient beast, but judging from the strong life breath in her body, the more knowledgeable demon cultivators all believed that she was a child of the royal family of the devil clan. The demon tribe lives on the other side of the Celestial Ecliptic Forest. Occasionally, there are lost children who are caught by demon cultivators. These children are hot commodities in short supply in the demon market. Because the children of the devil clan who become slaves are basically of low bloodline and poor talent. If you buy such a child back, whether it is used to make elixirs or collect tonics, the effect will not be very good. Moreover, the appearance of a demon is directly proportional to its strength. The strong men in the Sky Devil realm are all very handsome, and are almost the same as the talented cultivators of the God clan. However, many of the lower-level Devil clan soldiers are too ugly to look at, not to mention the slaves with worse bloodlines. But the Devil clan is different. The demons are naturally handsome, and their appearance is more delicate and exquisite than the humans and gods. Even the men are more beautiful than most of the women of the human race. In addition, the demons are not a large group, so almost everyone has pure blood, which makes them he became the perfect slave in the eyes of the demons. And the demon royal family is the most popular item among the most popular items. Some demons who know the goods hesitated a little and started bidding as soon as they heard the lowest price quoted by the stall owner. 11,000 gold soul coins. 12,000 gold soul coins. 13,000. The bids rose very quickly, and soon it exceeded 20,000 gold soul coins. Such a price made those poor cultivators who complained that it was too expensive just now change their expressions. The stall owner was so happy that he kept encouraging everyone to increase prices. 20,000 gold soul coins. This gentleman has already paid 20,000 gold soul coins. Is there anything higher? 20,000 gold soul coins are already considered a huge sum of money for cultivators in the early stage of Sky Devil. There are only a handful of cultivators who can afford it. Therefore, despite the stall owner yelling for a long time, this little girl was indeed a rare commodity, but there was no one who could continue to increase the price. The stall owner secretly screamed, "Bad luck." I felt that it was not very wise for me to set up a stall today. There were not many rich people in the market, so I couldn't ask for high prices. If no one continues to increase prices. The stall owner rolled his eyes and spoke, not to make a decision, but to regret. In the devil market, there are quite a few cases where people make bids and then regret not selling. After all, most devils don't know what integrity is. However, this was also quite rude behavior. If the buyer was very powerful and turns against him on the spot, the seller will be in bad luck. The stall owner hesitated, secretly assessing the strength of the devil with the highest bid. At this moment, a slightly hoarse female voice sounded, "This little girl. I want it." The sound was not very loud, but in such a noisy environment, it still sounded extremely clear and reached the ears of every onlooker present. Everyone was shocked. Because, along with this voice, there was also an invisible pressure, the aura of the strong. The stall owner was also very surprised and looked towards the back of the crowd. Two figures in black cloaks walked over slowly, their raised collars covering half of their faces, making them look particularly mysterious. These two people were Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who had been watching the show for a long time. Finance Minister Xiao Wang was so old. It was the first time he saw someone of his own race. He was extremely excited. He was also afraid that the little girl would be abused in any way, so he was very excited. He chirped in the Sky Phoenix ring for a long time, urging his master to come and rescue him. Huang Yueli originally wanted to observe for a while, but she was so annoyed by little Wang Kai that she could only walk out. When the stall owner saw the two people, he was first shocked by their aura. After a while, he calmed down. "My lords, the slaves I have here are all bought by the highest bidder. Now, the price has reached 20,000 gold soul coins. I wonder what price you two are prepared to pay." There was greed in the stall owner's eyes. "The two people in front of me look quite mysterious, maybe they are big sponsors." Huang Yueli didn't even look at the stall owner, her eyes fell on the little girl. Seeing her shivering, I couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Alas, such a cute little girl, much cuter than their little Wang Kai, was tortured like this. She calmly withdrew her gaze and said, "As I said just now, I want this little girl. Send her over to me quickly." The stall owner was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed. "What do you mean? Are you still planning to steal someone from me without making a bid?" Huang Yueli raised her chin slightly, with a look of disdain on her face, "It's an honor for you that I am willing to take the slaves in your stall. You still want to collect money? You are really ignorant." She perfectly interprets the image of an arrogant and domineering powerful devil. Just now, after the stall owner offered the lowest price, Huang Yueli realized that he had overlooked a very important issue. That is, they were now on the territory of the Devil clan. Therefore, the top-grade jade quartz in her hand cannot be used anymore. There are also the spiritual weapons and elixirs she refined. Even if they were taken out, most of the devil cultivators would not know what they were selling, so they would not be worth a big price. Therefore, she can be said to be penniless now, without even a gold soul coin. What can she use to buy a little girl? However, Huang Yueli only struggled for a short while before she came to her senses. Since you can't afford to bid, just don't bid. Anyway, this was the territory of the Devil clan. Here, as long as you are strong enough, robbery was not a big deal. Hearing such arrogant words, the stall owner couldn't recover for a moment. When he reacted, he immediately became furious. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this, and how dare you rob me at my stall? Let me tell you, I belong to the Lord. The business of this stall was subject to protected by the Lord's mansion. You are so brave that you dare to cause trouble here. The devil cultivators who were watching obviously knew this, and they all looked at Huang Yueli and Li Moying as if they were fools. Where do these two people come from? They look strange, they must have been brought by others, right? No wonder they don't know anything. Haha, it seems that the strength was very strong, but no matter how strong it was impossible to be as good as our Lord, and he actually dares to rob people. You are so stupid. If you offend the Lord's mansion, they are dead. Hearing what the stall owner said, Huang Yueli was really surprised. In fact, she had already guessed that slaves could be sold in such a chaotic market. Moreover, there were top-notch slaves like the little girl on the stall, but no one came up to rob them. Instead, they bid politely one by one. It has been stated that there must be a very powerful backer behind the stall owner. However, she never expected that the stall owner's backer was the Lord of Vermilion Light call it. Regarding this lord, she had already heard Tian Lin mention it on the way to the market. The lord's name was Ruijiang, and he was from the same family as the Sky Devil Rui's whom Li Moying killed. However, his strength was even stronger than Rui's, and he was already a strong man in the late Sky Devil stage. Among the Devil clan, he was also considered one of the top masters. From a purely cultivation point of view, generally speaking, he was not far different from Huang Likai and others. However, the combat effectiveness of the devils was generally higher than that of the cultivators of the gods, so their strength may be similar to that of Huan Tianhao, the leader of a large force. Such strength was actually much higher than that of Huang Yueli and Li Moying. After all, although both of them are now at the peak of the Heart Profound Realm, they still have not broken through to the Tao Profound Realm. Seeing Huang Yueli's hesitant look, the stall owner thought she was scared and immediately sneered. What? Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, it's too late. If you still want to survive, leave 10,000 gold soul coins and kneel down to apologize to me. Otherwise, just wait for the Lord to deal with you. The stall owner looked confident and laughed proudly. He has become accustomed to such scenes. In this market, he was the boss that no one dares to mess with. Anyone who wants to cause trouble at his stall will eventually have to kneel down and beg for mercy from him because they are afraid of the power of the Lord's mansion. In the territory of the Devil clan, it was like this. People without strength do not even have basic dignity. The surrounding devils also followed suit. That's right, kneel down quickly and kowtow to Master Li. This might save your lives. If you don't kneel down quickly, you will know how powerful I am when we enter the dungeon of the Lord's mansion later. The Lord is one of the most famous strong men in our southeast region. You are so brave, daring to cause trouble in our vermilion light call it. Amid the many shouts, Huang Yueli and Li Moying remained motionless, showing no intention of kneeling down. The stall owner waited for a while, but when he saw that they still didn't move, he suddenly became angry. Are you obviously going to go against the Lord? You are really looking for death. Quick, go and report to the Lord. The stall owner waved his hand and a boy ran out. Huang Yueli's eyes flashed, and a streak of evil energy flew out from her fingertips, accurately hitting the boy's back. The boy screamed and fell to the ground on the spot. This move was so fast that all the devil cultivators present were obviously stunned. Although just from the aura of Huang Yueli and Li Moying, it can be seen that they are quite capable. However, no one expected that they would attack so quickly, and that they would really dare to attack the Lord. After Huang Yueli killed the boy casually, she didn't want to continue talking nonsense, so she directly reached out and pulled the little girl in the middle of the stall. When the stall owner saw this, he rushed over to stop her. However, how could his strength be compared to Huang Yueli's? Huang Yueli's hands were like lightning. She grabbed the little girl's waist and picked her up. Damn you bastard, put that little girl down. Where was she? The stall owner shouted eagerly, and several of his thugs rushed towards Huang Yueli. However, Huang Yueli remained very calm. She hugged the little girl and took a few steps back leisurely. Seeing the thugs waving their swords, they were about to hit her. The man who had been silent beside her suddenly snorted coldly. The cold and low voice seemed to carry unparalleled powerful pressure, instantly spreading through the air. The thugs suddenly paused in their movements, with painful expressions on their faces. The next moment, Li Moying suddenly waved his sleeves, and the stall owner and several thugs flew backwards. There were waves of exclamations from all around. No one expected that this man and woman would dare to rob someone even though they knew the stall belonged to the Lord. And the stall owner with good strength was seriously injured by them in the blink of an eye. The stall owner flew more than 10 meters before falling in front of another stall, smashing the cart used to load goods to pieces. However, the man who set up the stall did not dare to say a word and quickly helped the stall owner up. The stall owner covered his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Waves of energy and blood surged through his body, making him want to vomit all the blood. This was a sign that his meridians were seriously damaged. The stall owner felt an indescribable horror in his heart. He could tell that when the man in black attacked these people, he didn't take it seriously at all. He just waved his sleeve casually and used at most 10% of his strength, causing them all to be seriously injured. Sir, what should we do? One of his thugs struggled to get up, came to him, and asked cautiously. What should I do if you ask me? What's the use of waste like you? The stall owner lost such a big person and ruined his business. He was very angry and needed a punching bag. Seeing this man coming to the door, he immediately yelled, "Go to the Lord's manor, quickly to report the news. These two bastards dare to provoke the Lord, they are really tired of living." The thug was stunned for a moment after being scolded, and quickly turned around to report the news. The stall owner looked at Huang Yueli and Li Moying's backs as they left calmly. He still refused to give up and screamed at the top of his lungs. "What are you doing? Everyone, go after them. Stop those two guys. What they took away was the Lord's property. If we can't catch them, everyone in the market today will be beaten. Into the dungeon." Upon hearing this, many devil cultivators became frightened and took action one after another, trying to stop Huang Yueli and Li Moying. However, the skills of the two of them are much higher than those of ordinary devil cultivators. Using his physical skills, he turned around a few times and passed through the crowd. Those devil cultivators could not even touch a corner of their clothes. The two of them ran out of the market, holding the little girl in their arms. Not far ahead, Tianlin saw the two of them appear, and he got excited and came up to him. "Two adults, have you finished shopping? Have you bought everything you need?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Huang Yueli and Li Moying running past him, as if they hadn't seen him at all. Two adults. Tianlin wanted to catch up, but before he could take 2 steps, he was grabbed by the stall owner from behind. "Alright, you are actually related to these 2 bastards who robbed the Lord's finances. You traitor, traitor! Catch me!" Several thugs swarmed up and tied up Tianlin. Tianlin didn't realize what happened, and struggled desperately. "What? Why are you arresting me? I am loyal to the Lord." "Humph, you still dare to quibble? Just go to the dungeon and scream slowly." The stall owner directed his thugs to tie him up tightly and drag him down. Seeing that the 2 culprits could not be caught, in order to prevent the Lord from tearing him into pieces, he always found someone to blame. Tianlin happened to bump into his hand, which was unlucky. Huang Yueli and Li Moying ran a distance and stopped at a remote alley. "We'd better not go back to our residence and leave Vermilion Light call it directly," Huang Yueli said quickly. Li Moying immediately nodded. "Yes, we originally stayed here to find clues in the ruins. Now that we have this little girl, the problem was solved and there was no need to stay here. Besides, now we must be wanted throughout the territory. Yes, we must leave right away. If it's a little later, maybe there will be martial law all around." The stall owner seemed to be an important steward under the Lord and had considerable influence. Not long after they came out of the market, they saw groups of devil soldiers patrolling nearby, seemingly searching for them. Although the 2 of them joining forces may not be able to deal with the so-called Lord, but there was no need to fight in such a place. There was something serious to do now, so it's better to take the little girl and leave quickly. The 2 had similar minds, and after a brief discussion, they made up their minds. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the 2 simply took off their cloaks and put on ordinary clothes again. Although you can't cover your face, this was much safer than wearing a conspicuous black cloak. Huang Yueli also changed her appearance again. Then, they pretended to be a normal couple and walked out of the alley as if nothing had happened. The stall owner was dozens of meters in front of them and did not recognize either of them. Huang Yueli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the crisis was over. She walked side by side with her husband, swaggering outside. Huang Yueli never expected that their disguise was indeed successful, but they missed a very important point. Just when they reached the intersection, suddenly, the little girl held in Huang Yueli's arms saw the stall owner. A look of fear immediately flashed in her eyes, and at the same time, she screamed involuntarily like a frightened bird. Huang Yueli secretly screamed something bad and quickened her pace, wanting to leave this high-risk area quickly. However, the stall owner and the surrounding guards had noticed the little girl's shrill cries. The stall owner's expression changed, and he shouted sternly, "Those 2 in front are not allowed to leave. Stop. Are you here with children?" Huang Yueli knew that they couldn't withstand the search at all, and if they were stopped, they would definitely join the gang immediately. Therefore, she made a decisive decision. Not only did she not listen to the stall owner's order to stop, but she tiptoed and flew out. Li Moying also followed her footsteps immediately. 2 strong figures flew out. No matter how stupid the stall owner was, he realized it now and stamped his feet in anger. "Damn it, it's those 2 guys, even I was deceived by them just now. Damn it, hurry up and chase me." Under his order, all the guards chased in the same direction. However, how could they catch up with the speed of Huang Yueli and Li Moying? The 2 of them used their physical skills and quickly ran out of the sight of the guards, running all the way to the outskirts of the territory. Running to the edge of the territory, the 2 of them couldn't help but slow down. Running to the edge of the territory, the 2 of them couldn't help but slow down. Because a large number of devil guards had gathered nearby. Apparently, after the stall owner determined the direction in which they were escaping, he sent a message through fireworks, causing the nearby devil guards to gather in this direction. Huang Yueli paused and looked back at Li Moying. She didn't speak, just gestured with her eyes. Li Moying immediately understood her intention and nodded slightly to her. The two stood up at the same time, released the evil energy in their bodies, and attacked the devil guards fiercely. This time, their goal is to escape quickly, lest time drag on for too long and more guards gather nearby. Therefore, the two of them did not hold back at all, and the overwhelming black mist bombarded the crowd. The devil cultivator who stood closer to the front was immediately hit, vomiting blood, and fell to the ground. The cultivator behind was also pushed back by the impact, unable to stand firm at all. The leading devil captain's expression suddenly changed as he tried to stabilize his men. "Everyone, calm down, stay calm. No one is allowed to retreat. These two people are what the Lord wants to arrest. If we let them go, we will all be in bad luck. We must stop them. No one is allowed to retreat. Everyone." Before he could finish his words, he was stabbed in the chest by a flying knife thrown by Huang Yueli. Suddenly he covered his chest with his hands and fell backward. Although Huang Yueli and Li Moying acted decisively, they rarely used evil energy, and they were still not as smooth as they used ordinary profound energy. Therefore, it took a lot of effort to knock down all the devil cultivators present. When they were about to escape, there was another roar from behind. "Stop! You two little thieves actually dare to steal my lord's things. I'm so tired of living." This roar, reverberated like thunder, rolled in and resounded through the sky. Just from this movement, one can tell that the person coming was a very powerful devil master. Huang Yueli knew that it was too late to run away now, so she simply stopped. She frowned. "Lord Ruijiang of Vermilion Light call it?" Ruijiang was a tall devil cultivator, at least 2 meters tall, with a formidable aura. He was worthy of being a powerful man who can serve as a lord. He glanced at Huang Yueli and Li Moying, and said angrily, "Who are the two of you? Who brought the masters? The two of them are really good, but they dare to steal things from my Vermilion Light call it. Isn't it too arrogant?" As he spoke, he released the devil chi in his body. This made Huang Yueli feel a little threatened. However, her expression did not change at all, and she still looked cold. There was no such thing as arrogance or arrogance. In our devil clan, those who have strength can get everything they want. Isn't this a natural thing? After hearing this, Ruijiang's face became even uglier. "Do you really think that this lord was afraid of you? I'm simply looking for death." At this time, the stall owner also hurried over with his people. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly shouted, "Lord, these two people are too arrogant. I have already reported your name just now, and they actually dare to rob you openly. It was clear that they do not take you seriously." After hearing these embellished words, Ruijiang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and the devil chi in his body suddenly exploded. "Looking for death? Two juniors who are in the Sky Devil early phase dare to be arrogant in front of me." It bombarded the two of them. Huang Yueli had been on guard for a long time, and Li Moying had also been concentrating on guarding. The two of them took action at the same time, and the two evil spirits gathered together to meet Ruijiang's attack head-on. A violent explosion sounded. The ground shook suddenly. The stall owners and guards were immediately unable to stand still and fell to the ground one by one. The surrounding tents were even blown away. Thick black smoke spread from the center of the explosion, covering a large area nearby. The stall owner fell to the ground, which was involved in the wound that Huang Yueli had previously punched, and his body felt a pain. However, his spirit was quite high, and he stared at the black mist without blinking. Those two bastards must be miserable now. They might be slapped into pieces by the Lord. They really deserve it. How dare you snatch something from my hands? The more miserable your death, the worse. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he stared in the direction of the black mist in disbelief. Like lightning, two figures emerged from the black mist and then rushed out due east. Shockingly, they are Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Moreover, judging from their elegant and graceful movements, it was clear that the two of them were not injured, and there was no hesitation in their movements at all. The stall owner shook his head desperately. No, this was impossible. This was impossible. The Lord took action. How could the two of them not be injured? They should have been beaten to death on the spot. Could it be that? At this moment, the black fog gradually dissipated, revealing a miserable figure in the open space in the middle. Sky Devil Ruijiang faced down and fell to the ground in a prostrate posture. His body was twisted in a weird posture, and it was obvious that he had multiple fractures. And underneath his body, there was still blood flowing out. The stall owner and the surrounding guards didn't react for a while. Because they cannot accept this fact. In their eyes, Sky Devil Ruijiang was the #1 master of the Vermilion Light Collet, and he was even invincible in several nearby territories. No one expected that Ruijiang would be defeated by a young couple. Moreover, in just one face-to-face encounter, he had already suffered such a big loss. After a while, everyone realized what was going on and hurried over to help Ruijiang up. Ruijiang finally regained his composure, and when he realized that he had lost such a big person, he became extremely angry. You two, better not appear in front of me again, otherwise, I will definitely make you regret being born in this world. His roar spread far away, and Huang Yueli also heard it. However, she didn't take this seriously at all. In fact, the reason why she and Li Moying were able to defeat Ruijiang today was mostly due to luck. There was still a slight gap between the strength of the two of them and the Sky Devil late-phase powerhouses like Ruijiang. However, since they started dual cultivation, they have joined forces and doubled their strength. Ruijiang obviously did not expect this. In addition, he relied on his identity and underestimated the enemy, so he fell into the trap of the two of them. It's unlucky for you. I know you are not willing to lose. But, my husband and I are not stupid. We will not go to your territory in the future. You can just be angry there alone. Huang Yueli calculated with a smile. After the two people left Vermilion Light Collet, they entered Celestial Ecliptic Forest. This woodland was where the stall owner said the two devil cultivators picked up the little girl. Entering Celestial Ecliptic Forest, the little girl became obviously excited, and even her breathing rhythm changed. Huang Yueli used her spiritual sense to explore the surrounding situation, and after confirming that there was no one else, she put the little girl down. At this time, the little girl's face was pale, her lips were purple, and she looked like she was about to faint at any time. When little Wang Kai saw this, he jumped anxiously in the Sky Phoenix ring. Female devil, you actually abused a lovely little lady like this. You are simply too much, too cruel. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth in anger. Shut up. Where did I abuse her? She was clearly abusing me, alright? She screamed suddenly just now and almost killed us all. Now she fainted, mainly because of it's scary, and we had a fight with Ruijiang just now, so much devil chi exploded around her, she must have been affected. Huang Yueli said, laying the little girl flat on the ground, then squatting down, pinching her slender wrist, and taking a pulse. She took out a bottle of pills, poured one out, and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. There should be no problem. Take a good rest and resolve the remaining devil chi in your body, and you should wake up. Her judgment was very accurate. After the little girl lay there for about half an hour, her pale complexion improved significantly, and there was still a trace of blood on her face. At the same time, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and he woke up. Huang Yueli, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing on the edge, opened her eyes and said, "Little girl, are you feeling better now?" The little girl was obviously frightened, her body was shaking, but she didn't dare to speak. Upon seeing this, Huang Yueli did not rush her, but took out a glass of spiritual spring water from the space and handed it to the little girl. Comment. 1. View all. Post your first comment. 10. Vote. Send gift. Translation quality rate. CH 4340. Thumbs up good. Thinking face average. Pouting face terrible. The little girl shook her head and refused to drink. She even reached out and pushed hard to knock over the quilt. Obviously, she must have suffered a loss before and knew not to drink water given by strangers. Huang Yueli had no choice but to forcefully hold her down and feed her a glass of spiritual spring water. The little girl was forced to drink the water. She immediately showed a look of horror and fell to the ground in despair. Huang Yueli was speechless for a while. "Okay, little girl, you don't have to be like this. I'm really not a bad person. I rescued you because I wanted to ask you a few questions, and I will never hurt you." As she spoke, she touched her face. In the past, it was still easy for her to be liked by children. Why can't I coax the little girl today? Is it because she is too ugly in disguise? After hearing this, the little girl still didn't speak, and stared at her fiercely with her big round eyes, obviously thinking that she was a big liar who abducted children. Huang Yueli had no choice but to look around, then raised her hand and released little Wang Kai from the space. She originally thought that little Wang Kai was so excited in Tianhuanju, and now that he was released, he would definitely pounce on the little girl as soon as possible. But who would have expected that after the young lady landed, she didn't go over immediately? Instead, she straightened the soft hair on her head and pulled up her robe. Then, he slowly walked over, showed a gentle and friendly smile on her head and pulled up her robe. Then, he slowly walked over, showed a gentle and friendly smile, and said softly, "Hello, beautiful lady, nice to meet you." The little girl was obviously stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that a little boy about her age would suddenly appear in front of her. Moreover, this little boy seems to have a familiar aura. Little Wang Kai stretched out his hand towards the little girl and said politely, "It's too cold to sit on the ground. Let me pull you up." Huang Yueli was watching from the side, her eyes almost popping out of her head. What's going on? When did their little kid become so well-behaved and polite? She must have seen a fake little phoenix. The little girl felt a little relieved when she saw little Wang Kai, and stretched out her hand to put it on little Wang Kai's hand. Little Wang Kai pulled her to sit under the shade of a tree, and the little girl came back to her senses. You, could it be? The little girl opened her mouth and stammered. Little Wang Kai understood and nodded. "Yes, you read that right, I am a phoenix, but a spiritual body. By the way, young lady, you are a phoenix as well, right?" The little girl was a little nervous when he saw through her at a glance, but when she thought about it, he was the same kind as her, so she became less wary. She nodded and said, "Yes, me too. How did you end up with these two? Well, were you kidnapped by them? What did they do to you?" When Huang Yueli heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. It seems that in the little girl's mind, she and Li Moying are definitely the bad guys. But it seems like the two of them didn't do anything bad, right? Little Wang Kai understood very well. "Oh, I know that these two are not good people at first glance. Yes, they are the female devil and the big devil." Huang Yueli secretly clenched her fists, ready to catch little Wang Kai and beat him up. Little Wang Kai seemed to be aware of the danger, trembled, and quickly changed his words. "Ahem, but that's for the enemy, they are still good to me." "Really?" The little girl still looked worried, "But you have turned into a spirit body now. Although we, the Phoenix clan, have the opportunity to be reborn from nirvana, if we don't encounter a situation of near death, we may not be able to survive and become a spirit body. Little Wang Kai hurriedly explained, that's another matter. It has nothing to do with my female devil. Speaking of which, she saved me. In short, they are not bad people. Hearing what he said, the little girl felt relieved. Huang Yueli took advantage of the situation and walked over, squatted down in front of her, and tried her best to show an amiable smile. Well, little girl, you really don't have to worry. I already have a small fortune, and I can't force a contract with you anymore. She just stood aside and thought for a while, and finally realized that something was wrong. She considers herself not too mean-looking, and her attitude towards little girls was pretty good. I never bullied her from beginning to end. However, the little girl's first reaction was that she was a bad person and wanted to harm people. There was only one explanation. The little girl must have met someone who forcibly established a contract with her before, so she was very repulsive to all humans or devils. The little girl still looked nervous, but with little Wang Kai by her side, she gradually relaxed. Little Wang Kai was even more excited. Since he woke up in the Sky Phoenix ring, this was the first time he has met the same race. Moreover, they are little girls of the same race who are similar in age, and they look so cute and well-behaved. On weekdays, he only has one playmate, little Qilin, and Li Moying's little Qilin was a scheming Lolita. Little Wang Kai can't beat her most of the time, and the two are simply not at odds with each other. Well now, he finally met the little girl of his dreams. Suddenly, he kept circling around the house in a very dog-like manner. Huang Yueli was secretly amused, but she did not bother the two little ones. She and Li Moying wandered around the area. Then, seeing the sky getting dark, they returned to the original place and lit a fire. Huang Yueli took out the reserved chicken, beef and vegetables from the space, brushed the sauce on them, and grilled them on the fire. Her ability to control flames was one of the best in the entire God realm, so she was naturally very good at making barbecues. Soon, the aroma of barbecue began to waft out and fill the air. In order to prevent the surrounding beasts from approaching, Huang Yueli arranged a formation in advance to prevent the scent from spreading too far, but to control it within the formation. In this way, the fragrance was more concentrated and the smell was even more exciting. The little girl had never tasted such delicious barbecue, and she was immediately attracted. She kept turning her head to look at Huang Yueli, and even secretly swallowed her saliva. Huang Yueli smiled but did not expose her. After the barbecue was all cooked, she invited the two little ones to come over and eat. Little Wang Kai couldn't wait any longer, so he rushed over and picked out the best chicken legs and wings. However, he didn't eat it himself, but handed it to the little girl. Miss, you eat this roasted chicken leg. My female devil's craftsmanship was pretty good, and the roast was delicious. This was my favorite. Huang Yueli pulled Li Moying's sleeve next to her. Wow, husband, it's so strange. Wang Kai actually gave his beloved chicken legs to someone else. Has the sun come out from the west? Li Moying tilted his head slightly and glanced at her. Then, just like little Wang Kai, he took a chicken leg from the barbecue rack, sprinkled some salt and pepper on it, and then personally delivered it to Huang Yueli. Don't be so surprised, there is your share. Huang Yueli blinked, leaned over, took the chicken leg from husband's hand and enjoyed the chicken leg that was made with love. At the same time, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Husband, you are so considerate. Li Moying raised an eyebrow. When a man meets the person he likes, he will become considerate. When little Wang Kai heard the conversation between the two masters, his chubby little face suddenly turned red, and his ears were also red. However, he pretended not to hear anything and lowered his head to act like an ostrich. When the little girl saw this, she was a little worried. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? You're not sick, are you? Little Wang Kai shook his head hurriedly. No, I'm fine, I just ate too much. Really? Are you really all right? That's good. The little girl looked at little Wang Kai's face carefully and suddenly remembered something. By the way, what's your name? I don't know what to call you. You? Little Wang Kai had deliberately not mentioned his name. As a result, the little girl sensed something was wrong and took the initiative to ask questions. His eyes widened and he held it in for a long time before he managed to speak. Just call me Wang Kai. His name was Wang Kai. Huang Yueli held her chin aside and answered with a smile. Little Wang Kai's face suddenly fell. Female devil. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. TSK, was this your attitude when talking to your master? Besides, I'm telling the truth. Isn't your name Wang Kai? Of course not. This was obviously a name you gave me blindly. I had a name when I was in the Phoenix clan. Huang Yueli asked, curiously, then what was your previous name? My name is... Little Wang Kai opened his mouth, but suddenly choked. He couldn't even remember his name. However, this did not just happen recently. Ever since he was sealed into the Sky Phoenix ring and became an artifact spirit, many of his memories have been blurred. Otherwise, he would not have been able to remember the way back to the Phoenix clan's ruins. Huang Yueli said slowly, look, you don't know what your name is, so you might as well call yourself Wang Kai. I don't want it, I'm not a dog. Little Phoenix protested strongly. Huang Yueli jumped over him and looked at the little girl. After the little girl ate her roasted chicken legs, she was no longer afraid of her. At this time, she timidly replied, My name is Xianxia. Xianxia, what a cute name. Huang Yueli said with a smile, Xianxia, how old are you this year? 218 years old. The Phoenix clan only passes through its infancy when it was 300 years old, so Xianxia was a real Phoenix cub. Roughly equivalent to the age of 4 or 5 years old in the human race. Huang Yueli turned her head and glared at little Wang Kai. I said, Wang Kai, aren't you a bit thick-skinned? Xianxia was only over 200 years old, how old are you? You actually call her young lady? Little Wang Kai was so angry that he jumped up and down. I am also in my early childhood. I am also over 200 years old. Really? But I clearly remember that you entered the Sky Phoenix ring tens of thousands of years ago. You are so old that you are still pretending to be young and deceiving a little girl? Upon hearing this, little Wang Kai's expression visibly froze. He subconsciously glanced at Xianxia beside him. Xianxia's face was full of shock. The lifespan of ancient divine beasts was very long, far beyond that of cultivators, and even the powerful ones in the Mingxian realm are completely unable to compare with them. But even so, 10,000 years old was already an adult for Phoenix. Tens of thousands of years old, he was already an old man. Those who are less lucky have already lost their pigtails. Xianxia was young, still in her infancy. To her, a phoenix that was over 1,000 years old was already very old, let alone one that was tens of thousands of years old. Xianxia, who was originally sitting next to little Wang Kai, chatting and laughing with him, suddenly distanced herself from him. Little but moved to the side and kept a certain distance from him. When little Wang Kai saw this, he was so angry. The female devil was so evil, she actually tricked him again and beat him up. This was his first love. Yes, in the short period of time just now, he felt that he had fallen in love at first sight with the lovely Xianxia. Seeing little Wang Caixing's helpless expression, Huang Yueli felt funny for a while. Little Wang Kai was about to express his extremely angry emotions when Xianxia suddenly spoke. Brother Wang Kai, no, Grandpa. Grandpa, poof, ha 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 ha. Huang Yueli was listening on the side and almost fell down laughing. Xianxia was really so cute. Completely different from this stinky little bird in their family. Little Wang Kai's face turned red. For a moment, it was not a matter of agreeing, nor was it a matter of not agreeing. If he agrees, won't he become Xianxiang's grandfather? But, if you don't agree, what if Xianxiang misunderstands? What should I do if I think he hates her? Little Wang Kai, who was only tens of thousands, and 200 years old, soon had the troubles common to Daodli in love. Alright, little Lear, stop teasing them. Li Moying walked over in a funny way and hugged her. If you keep teasing me, when can we enter the Phoenix ruins? His little fox was getting skinnier and skinnier. Upon hearing the words Phoenix ruins, Xianxiang immediately became alert, her big eyes widened, and she looked at them warily. You're going to the Phoenix ruins? Who are you? That's why you saved me. Xianxiang's whole little body was stiff, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She just ate chicken legs and let down her guard. Now, she suddenly returned to her previous state. Huang Yueli frowned. Little Wang Kai didn't care about getting angry with Huang Yueli anymore, and hurriedly walked over and took Xianxiang's hand. Xianxiang, don't be afraid, we are really not bad people. Xianxiang obviously still didn't believe it, and even shook her hands twice, trying to shake little Wang Kai away. Go away. You must have deliberately lied to me. I will never tell you where the Phoenix ruins are, and there was no point in killing me. I know that your god clan was the worst, especially the people from the sacred Phoenix clan. They want to come to our clan to capture the Phoenix. I will never let you succeed. Hearing this, Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked at each other, both looking very surprised. They didn't expect to hear such words from Xianxiang's mouth. Huang Yueli frowned. It's strange. Aren't we, the ancient gods, supposed to have a good relationship with the Beast clan? Why are the Phoenix clan so repulsive to the people of the sacred Phoenix clan? What happened? Li Moying's eyes also flashed with surprise. It seems that there are really more secrets in the divine world than we imagined. In this way, the divine Beast clan was not gradually extinct at all, but was hiding in some hidden places, or to avoid the ancient gods. Behind this, something must have happened. Although Xianxiang was very wary, she was still too young after all and didn't know the correct posture to guard against bad guys. The screams of protest just now were actually self-inflicted and revealed too much information. Li Moying thought briefly and analyzed a lot of useful information. Huang Yueli nodded. It seems that things are not as simple as we first thought. We must proceed with caution. Xianxiang was very distrustful of the two gods. But fortunately, they still have a small fortune. Little Wang Kai firmly grabbed Xianxiang's hand and refused to let go, saying loudly, we are really not bad people. My female devil was going to the Phoenix ruins not to capture the Phoenix, they are actually doing it for me. His words successfully attracted Xianxiang's attention. Xianxiang didn't speak, but her eyes turned to him, waiting for him to continue. So, little Wang Kai gave a rough summary of his situation. As you can see, I am now in a spiritual state. However, I used to have a physical body. I remember when I was a child, one time, the Phoenix clan had a battle with someone unknown, and my brother took me to escape. However, before we could run too far, we were overtaken. I was killed directly, and my body was destroyed. At that time, my brother preserved my spirit body in time and wanted to bring me back to the clan and be reborn in Nirvana. But what he didn't expect was that when he was fleeing with my spirit body, he encountered several attacks. In one of them, he was also seriously injured, and he still tried his best to protect me. However, little Wang Kai paused for a moment, his eyes filled with sadness. When Xianxiang heard such a story, she was immediately moved, with tears in her eyes, and asked desperately, what happened next? What happened next? Did your brother escape? Why does your spirit body still exist to this day? Although the Phoenix clan can exist in the form of spiritual bodies, this state was very weak after all, and they are easily harmed by various external factors. As time goes by, it will become weaker, and will gradually lose the unique aura of the phoenix family. Therefore, generally speaking, the spirit body must be reborn through the nirvana ceremony within 1 year. After more than a year, there was a high probability that it will dissipate. Judging from little Wang Kai's appearance, the spirit body was still very powerful, and importantly, it was also very stable. It looks like it has just been a few months since it became a spirit body. But through the conversation just now, she has learned that little Wang Kai looks like a little kid, but in fact, he was an old grandfather who was tens of thousands of years old. Xianxia was young and not knowledgeable enough, so she doesn't understand how this was done. Little Wang Kai explains simply, "I don't know whether my brother managed to escape. After I was caught, I was sealed into a spirit armament and became an artifact spirit. This spirit armament was very powerful and it helped me stabilize my spirit body, so I can exist for such a long time." Xianxia's mouth widened after listening to it. She was obviously attracted by these twists and turns of this bizarre story. Little Wang Kai finally said, "My female devil was actually quite nice. I have always been in a spiritual state and cannot leave her side for too long, and my cultivation speed was also affected. That's why she found the map and brought me here, because she wanted me to find my clan and perform the ritual of nirvana and rebirth. This is all for my own good." Huang Yueli looked at the two of them and sighed secretly. Her little phoenix was pretty awesome, with a high emotional intelligence. He deserves to be a person who has lived for tens of thousands of years. He was very good at coaxing little girls. After Xianxia heard little Wang Kai's story, she was indeed tortured to tears and felt sorry for little Wang Kai. Little Wang Kai was very good and even described himself as extremely miserable. If he wants to eat a roasted chicken leg, he will be embarrassed by the female devil and have to train hard all day under the scorching sun. Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. Speaking of which, little Wang Kai's strength was not improving fast enough, and this was indeed her fault. She never abused little Wang Kai, but spoiled him rotten. However, for the sake of the overall situation, Huang Yueli chose not to expose little Wang Kai. After listening to little Wang Kai's narration, Xianxia fell into hesitation. She stood alone in the corner pointing her fingers for a long time, hesitating. Huang Yueli and the others did not disturb her thinking, they just waited quietly. Finally, Xianxia made up her mind, got up and walked towards them. You are really here to hold a nirvana ceremony for Grandpa Wang Kai, aren't you here to catch the phoenix?" After hearing this, little Wang Kai's face suddenly turned green. After talking for a long time, Xianxia was so moved that he thought Xianxia had fallen in love with him out of sympathy. In the end, he was still that kind of grandfather? Huang Yueli was also secretly amused. Children were children after all, and they had no social experience. It's not like bad guys have the word bad guy written on their faces. If I asked them directly if they were going to catch phoenix, of course she would answer. How can you ask someone like this? Fortunately, they are really not bad people. Otherwise, Xianxia will be sold again. However, looking at Xianxia's innocent big eyes, Huang Yueli was too embarrassed to say anything else. That's right, we are really here for little Wang Kai's nirvana. Don't worry, I can swear to the heavens. Xianxia nodded, yeah, the people that Grandpa Wang Kai trusts are definitely not bad people. Then I will take you to our family's territory. Grandpa Wang Kai has never had a physical body, it was really pitiful. Xianxia made up her mind and set off, with the three of them early the next morning. From Xianxia's mouth, they learned that the so-called Phoenix ruins were actually not ruins at all, but a place where the Phoenix clan lived all year round. The official name was Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, located between two steep mountains. Now, there are more than 100 phoenixes living on this land. More than 100, which sounds like a lot, especially for most of the ancient god clan who have not seen a divine beast for tens of thousands of years. This was a completely shocking number. However, for the Phoenix clan, this was already a very dangerous number. The Phoenix clan has such a long lifespan, almost all of them can live for tens of thousands of years. Just like this, there are only over 100 of them alive, which was really scary to think about. While Xianxia introduced the situation of the clan, she gradually led the three of them deep into celestial ecliptic forest. Huang Yueli had already memorized all the maps of the Phoenix ruins in her mind. As she followed Xianxia forward, she recalled the contents on the map in her mind and compared them with each other. Although Xianxia looks like an innocent little girl, she was still very cautious. When you go out, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the unexpected. Fortunately, Xianxia really had no intention of lying to them. They moved forward all the way, following Xianxia's instructions, going forward, backward, left and right, and around the bends. Huang Yueli followed them, feeling secretly happy in her heart. In some places, the mechanisms are so secretive that even an outstanding spirit armament master, like Huang Yueli, cannot discover them all in an instant. If they were to enter Phoenix Tranquility Gorge by themselves, although they might not be able to reach their destination, it would definitely take a lot of effort. After 7 days and 7 nights, they finally arrived at the center location marked on the map. Several people stopped. Little Wang Kai raised his head, looked left and right, and finally frowned with a puzzled look. Strange, isn't it said that Phoenix Tranquility Gorge was a canyon? This was not a canyon at all. No matter how you look at it, there was a whole dense forest nearby. How can it turn into a canyon? Xianxia blinked her eyes and wanted to speak. However, before she could speak, Huang Yueli had already explained, Wang Kai, you have to be careful. This place just looks like a dense forest. If you continue to walk forward, you will fall into an abyss soon. Among them. Even if you are a spirit body, you will be very weak if you bear such a big impact. Is this so terrifying? Hearing this, little Wang Kai was startled and stopped. Xianxia turned her head and looked at Huang Yueli in surprise. How do you know so much? Huang Yueli smiled, because I happen to be an array master. The real reason was of course not only that, she also happens to be from the sacred Phoenix clan. He also used Phoenix blood to bathe in the trial tower, and used Phoenix blood core for initiation on Lingyue Peak. In fact, she already has the spiritual energy of the Phoenix clan in her body, so she can interact with the spiritual energy gathered in the formation to form an induction. However, she saw that Xianxia was particularly disgusted with the sacred Phoenix clan, so she didn't say these words and kept them in her heart. Xianxia's eyes widened with an expression of wonder, obviously shocked by her performance. You are so powerful. My grandpa said that our Phoenix clan's formation was so powerful that it was impossible for outsiders to see through it. Even the Mingxian realm experts from your god clan can't see through it. You can actually see it. Huang Yueli touched her little head. Xianxia seemed to be more accepting of her this time and did not dodge. Huang Yueli said, all right, let's hurry up and go to Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. It will get dark soon. According to my understanding, this formation can only be opened during the day, right? Xianxia lowered her little head, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. That's right, Grandpa once told me. The mountain protection formation of our Phoenix clan can only be opened during the day. If you forcefully enter at night, even if you know the location of the formation, you will still fall into the fog. I just ran away for fun. When I came out, I didn't realize anything was wrong until it got dark. As a result, I ran in the formation for a long time and passed out. When I woke up, I found that I had been captured by those devils. Huang Yueli and Li Moying walked over decisively and mounted astride. As soon as they sat down, little Wang Kai and Xianxia took off at the same time. Xianxia flapped her young wings and led the way. Little Wang Kai followed closely behind. Two phoenixes kept walking through the clouds. Although Xianxia was very young, she was very familiar with the surrounding environment. She goes around in familiar ways, sometimes flying up and sometimes sliding down. Little Wang Kai, on the other hand, spent a lot of effort to keep up with her speed. Huang Yueli and Li Moying sat on little Wang Kai's back, being tossed around. Fortunately, they were strong. If they had been replaced by slightly weaker cultivators, they would have been overturned by this time and fell directly into the abyss. I don't know how long it took, but Xianxia squeaked twice, and then suddenly jumped up. Little Wang Kai said at the same time, "The female devil, the big devil, we seem to be arriving, you guys sit tight." As soon as he finished speaking, he also ran away. If he hadn't reminded her just now, Huang Yueli and the others would have fallen down. After this thrilling moment, little Wang Kai's flight became stable. Huang Yueli looked around and found that they had entered a spacious plain. The surrounding fire attribute was extremely rich. All kinds of fire attribute plants were growing on the entire plain. They were lush and green. There were also buildings on both sides of the plain. There are many neat and beautiful small yards, which look very rich and peaceful. This was simply a paradise-like existence. Huang Yueli sighed in a low voice. After Xianxia landed, she turned into a human form again. Because the flight just now was very tiring, her face turned red and she was still panting slightly. "Grandpa Wang Kai, and uncles and aunts, you have to wait here for a while. I want to go and talk to Grandpa first. I don't know if Grandpa will be angry. I heard that no outsiders have come into our canyon for thousands of years." Woolen cloth. Before she could finish her words, suddenly, an extremely excited voice came from behind. "Xianxia, was Xianxia back? Let Grandpa see why you haven't come back for several days. Grandpa was worried to death." Hearing this voice, Huang Yueli was slightly startled. Judging from the meaning behind these words, this person should be the Grandpa Xianxia talks about. But, this voice doesn't sound like Grandpa's at all, does it? Huang Yueli thought this, and when she looked back, she saw a young and handsome red-haired man running out of a thatched hut. He was very fast. With a few jumps, he appeared in front of several people. He reached out and hugged Xianxia, looking nervously at her left and right. "Xianxia, are you all right? Since you haven't come back for so many days, we all thought you were kidnapped by those devil clan bastards. Fortunately, you're all right." Huang Yueli was stunned for a while. It turns out that this was really Xianxia's grandpa. Doesn't it look too young? She remembered Xianxia said that her grandfather must be tens of thousands of years old. "Grandpa, I'm fine." Before Xianxia could finish her words, many people started running out of other courtyards. They immediately gathered around Xianxia and asked her about her well-being. The cubs of the Phoenix clan are too rare. Each one was an important treasure for the entire group. Xianxia said it's all right hundreds of times before comforting these elderly people. "Grandpa, I brought some friends back. They have something to do." She tugged on Grandpa's sleeve. Huang Yueli and Li Moying walked over decisively and sat on his back. As soon as they sat down, little Wang Kai and Xianxia took off at the same time. Xianxia flapped her tender little wings and led the way up front. Little Wang Kai followed closely behind. Two phoenixes traversed through the clouds. Although Xianxia was very young, she was very familiar with the surrounding environment. She familiarly flew around freely, flying upwards at one time and gliding downwards at another. Little Wang Kai, on the other hand, spent a lot of effort to keep up with her speed. Huang Yueli and Li Moying sat on little Wang Kai's back, were being tossed around. Fortunately, they were strong. If they had been replaced by slightly weaker cultivators, they would have been overturned by this time and fell directly into the abyss. Not knowing how long it took, but Xianxia suddenly screeched out twice, before she suddenly changed her trajectory and swooped down. Little Wang Kamsala at TNE same time, INE female devil, big devil, we seem to be arriving, you guys sit tight. As soon as he finished speaking, he also followed suit and swooped down. If it wasn't for him voicing out a reminder just now, they would have fallen off. After this thrilling moment, little Wang Kai's flight became stable. Huang Yueli looked around and realized that they had entered a spacious plain. The surrounding fire attribute was exceptionally dense. On the entire plain, there were all sorts of fire attribute plants growing luxuriously. There were also quite a number of neat and beautiful small courtyards built on each side of the plain lined up, looking very quaint and peaceful. This is simply a paradise-like existence. Huang Yueli sighed in a low voice. After Xianxia landed, she turned into a human form again. Because the journey was very physically exhausting, her small face was flushed red and she was still panting slightly. Grandpa Wang Kai, uncle and aunt, you have to wait here for a while. I want to go and talk to Grandpa first. I don't know if Grandpa will be angry. I heard that no outsiders have come into our canyon for thousands of years. Woolen cloth. Before she could finish her words, suddenly, an extremely excited voice came from behind. Xianxia, was Xianxia back? Let Grandpa see why you haven't come back for several days. Grandpa was worried to death. Hearing this voice, Huang Yueli was slightly startled. Judging from the meaning behind these words, this person should be the person whom Xianxia called Grandpa. But, this voice doesn't sound like a grandpa's at all, does it? Huang Yueli thought this, and when she looked back, she saw a young and handsome red-haired man running out of a thatched hut. He was very fast. With a few jumps, he appeared in front of several people. He reached out and hugged Xianxia, looking nervously at her left and right. Xianxia, are you all right? Since you haven't come back for so many days, we all thought you were kidnapped by those devil clan bastards. Fortunately, you're all right. Huang Yueli was stunned for a while. It turns out that this was really Xianxia's grandpa. Doesn't he look too young? She remembered Xianxia said that her grandfather must be tens of thousands of years old. Grandpa, I'm fine. Before Xianxia could finish her words, many people started running out of other courtyards. They immediately gathered around Xianxia and asked her about her well-being. The little ones of the Phoenix clan are too rare. Each one was an important treasure for the entire clan. Xianxia said I'm all right hundreds of times before comforting these elderly people. Grandpa, I brought some friends back. They have something to do, she tugged on Grandpa's sleeve. Xianxia's grandpa was so nervous about his granddaughter that he didn't notice anyone at first. Hearing Xianxia's words, he was slightly stunned at first, frowned and said, Xianxia, how many times has Grandpa taught you? There are no good people out there. You must not have contact with them, let alone bring them back. Before he finished speaking, his eyes fell on little Wang Kai. What? A phoenix? You brought a phoenix back? How is that possible? Where did you find him? Although the little Wang Kai in front of him was just a spirit body, he was still a real phoenix. With the strength of his current spiritual body, he can still return to his physical body after undergoing the nirvana ceremony. The number of phoenixes in Phoenix Tranquility Gorge was getting smaller and smaller, and every new member who joined was precious. Therefore, Xianxia's grandfather immediately became excited and walked towards little Wang Kai. Hello, welcome to Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. My name is Yan Zhu, and I am Xianxia's grandfather. Little Wang Kai nodded politely, with a rare serious look on his childish face. He tried to look all mature and grown up. He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhu and said, Senior Yan Zhu, hello, my name is Wang Kai. Hello, Wang, wait, What did you say your name was? Yan Zhu was obviously taken aback. Little Wang Kai also felt that this name was too shameful, and secretly regretted why he had a brain twitch just now and actually said out that embarrassing name. This was in front of his own people. How could he say such an embarrassing name out aloud? He should give himself a cool name on the spot. He coughed twice quickly, trying to slide over this incident. Ahem, this is not important, Senior Yan Zhu. I'm sorry for letting Xianxia take me to Phoenix Tranquility Gorge and breaking the rules of your clan. No, it's a good thing that you are willing to return to the clan. There is nothing of the likes of breaking the rules. Yan Zhu said hurriedly. The other phoenixes around also responded. Yes, welcome back to our Phoenix clan's base. Come to our house and sit down. The patriarch is in seclusion. Otherwise, he will definitely come out to greet you in person. Little Wang Kai hurriedly waved his hand. Well, there's no need to sit down. I came with the female devil and her husband. We are here this time to ask you for advice. Only then did the phoenixes notice Huang Yueli and Li Moying standing beside a big tree not far away. In order to show their sincerity, they had already taken off the disguise on their faces and revealed their true faces on the way. A pair of handsome men and beautiful women stand side by side under the red maple tree, with their fingers clasped together. No matter from which angle one looked, they looked like a beautiful and romantic picture. However, after Yan Zhu and others looked at the two of them intently for a while, their expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Did you bring these two people from the ancient god clan? You actually brought them to Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. Oh my goodness, they are really from the ancient god clans. How could they come here? How dare they come? It's not just the ancient god clan, I have sensed the blood of this woman. She was clearly a cultivator of the sacred Phoenix clan. Moreover, she seems to have been fused with the Phoenix blood core. Such a person dares to come to Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. This is simply ridiculous. A provocation to our Phoenix clan. It's too much. Since they insist on dying, let's help them. Huang Yueli and Li Moying noticed something was wrong when they saw all of them rush up. Huang Yueli waved her hands and tried to explain, everyone, seniors, please wait. We really don't have any ill intentions when we come here this time. Hey, wait, listen to what I have to say first. However, these phoenixes, who were filled with indignation, had no patience to listen to their explanations at all. Without saying a word, they mercilessly launched an assault at them. Streams of fire pierced the sky and bombarded the two of them. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Moying's dark eyes. With one arm, he swiftly wrapped Huang Yueli's slender waist and held her in his arms, while waving his other hand to counter the oncoming attacks. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in front of everyone's eyes, so bright that it blinded them for a moment. The explosive thunder energy directly hit the fire, making a deafening sound. The phoenixes originally saw the two of them as just young men and women, younger than a fraction of them in age, so they didn't take them seriously at all. And didn't use all their strength in their attacks. As a result, Li Moying managed to block their attacks. Li Moying also knew that the strength of these phoenixes was actually very strong. With their powerful cultivation accumulated over the years, neither him nor Huang Yueli was a match against any one of them. So, after he scored a hit, he dragged Huang Yueli and ran away. The two of them darted out, dodging the attacks of these phoenixes. Although they all have extremely high attainments in body movements and mystical skills, these phoenixes were also very fast, chasing closely behind them and refusing to relax in the slightest. Stream after stream of fire flashed behind them, landing almost right on their heels. Several times, it was a close call. Little Wang Kai was now anxious, and together with Xianxia, the two little ones were chasing behind the grandfathers with their short legs. While chasing, he shouted, "Seniors, wait a minute, listen to us." Ouch, what's going on? Why do you always hit and try to kill people? This is not good. You are already so old and yet your temper is so fiery, it's easy to shorten one's lifespan. Xianxia followed behind and said, "Grandpa Wang Kai is right. You can't hit people." It's a pity that the two little ones spoke softly and called for a long time from behind, but no one paid attention to them. Only Yan Zhu looked back at them, with a look of hatred on his face. What do you kids know? Go ahead and play. Let me tell you, none of these guys from the ancient god clan are good people. They treat you well just to take advantage of you. It's because you are young and ignorant that you are deceived by them. But the female devil and the others really came here for me. Little Wang Kai chased after him for a long time, but to no avail, his legs almost broken. The only good thing was that Li Moying and Huang Yueli seemed to have very good endurance. Even after being besieged and chased by so many phoenixes for a long time, they showed no signs of being caught. Just as 3 waves of people were endlessly, suddenly, a violent fire attributed energy rose from above a thatched cottage in the corner and shot straight into the sky. The entire sky was illuminated by the fire as bright as day, and a crimson light enveloped the earth. The phoenixes that were chasing Huang Yueli and Li Moying suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the rising flames. A look of surprise appeared on each of their faces. It's the patriarch. The patriarch is out of seclusion. The pressure on Li Moying and Huang Yueli was instantly relieved. The two stopped and saw the phoenixes' expressions of excitement, admiration, and surprise, and looked at each other. What's going on? Why have they stopped chasing us? It looks like the leader of the Phoenix clan has left seclusion. Huang Yueli frowned, this is really bad. We entered Phoenix Tranquility Gorge without making any preparations. We were really careless. These phoenixes were not even willing to listen to little Wang Kai's words and simply attacked us relentlessly. How can we escape now that we have been caught? The residence of the Phoenix clan was above the clouds. The two of them wanted to leave. They couldn't just jump down. They had to let little Wang Kai take them down. However, Huang Yueli finally managed to send him back to the Phoenix clan's territory, so she was unwilling to leave like this. Little Wang Kai doesn't have his own body, it's really pitiful. Just when she was struggling, the door of the thatched cottage suddenly opened. A young man wearing a red gold robe walked out of the thatched house. His complexion was fair and his facial features were delicate. He had an aloof and a don't mess with me aura surrounding him. When the phoenixes saw him, they immediately bent down and saluted. Patriarch, you are out of seclusion. Well, yes, the patriarch nodded, what are you all doing here? Before Yan Zhu and the others could speak, suddenly, a childish voice sounded. Brother, is that you? Brother? I am your brother, I am Zhao Hua. Little Wang Kai suddenly spoke out, his voice full of excitement. The patriarch's brows furrowed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the little phoenix who was rushing from behind the crowd, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You are really... Brother. I am really your brother. I remembered it all. Your name is Zhao Lin, and we are all royal children of the Phoenix clan. 100,000 years ago, our Phoenix clan was attacked by the cultivators of the sacred Phoenix clan. During the siege, a large number of phoenixes were captured by them. You hugged me and ran away, and then... Upon hearing these words, Zhao Lin's body trembled suddenly, and he stared at little Wang Kai in disbelief, his eyes unblinking. Zhao Hua, you are really Zhao Hua. He rushed to little Wang Kai's side, picked him up, and examined him carefully. In fact, he didn't need to do many checks to confirm little Wang Kai's identity. Little Wang Kai looks exactly like his brother who disappeared 100,000 years ago, and he can still recall the details of that past event 100,000 years ago. Moreover, it was impossible for the spirit bodies of the Phoenix clan to be exposed to broad daylight for such a long time and still be alive and kicking. Only his younger brother Zhao Hua, who was sealed into a fragment of the Sky Phoenix ring by him, could maintain the lasting stability of his spiritual body. "Brother, I really miss you. I didn't expect to see you again." The two brothers met again after 100,000 years, and they were both extremely excited. Little Wang Kai threw himself into his brother's arms, tears streaming down his face. The phoenixes on the side all had surprised expressions on their faces. What? This little guy was the patriarch's brother? Doesn't that mean that he is already 100,000 years old? I heard that Master Zhao Hua died in the war 100,000 years ago? Where did this little kid come from? What on earth is going on? Not only these phoenixes, but also Huang Yueli and Li Moying also had an incredulous expression on their faces. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and murmured to herself, "It turns out that little Wang Kai really has another name." From the day he got together with her, the little guy has always emphasized that he has a name that was 100 times better than the old-fashioned name of Wang Kai. However, Huang Yueli didn't take it seriously at all. Because every time she asked him what his super cool name was, Wang Kai would suddenly go into a daze, his mind would go blank, and he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he thought about it. Li Moying's focus was different from hers. He frowned, thoughtfully, so, Wang Kai's brother is actually still alive. Moreover, he seems to be quite young. Of course, the young Li Moying refers to was not really young, but relative to his age. Even an ancient phoenix with pure blood was almost impossible to live to be 100,000 years old. Even if you can barely rely on medicine to extend your life, by this time, you will definitely be unable to maintain your youthful appearance and become senile. However, little Wang Kai's brother Zhao Lin still looks like a young man. This means that the fire of his life was far from burning out. There was almost only one explanation for this, and that was that Zhao Lin was very powerful and has even made a breakthrough that has never been seen in the historical records of the Phoenix clan. Such a strong man was obviously not something he and Huang Yueli could fight against. Huang Yueli looked at each other and noticed this, and suddenly became nervous. Although they have the amulet of little Wang Kai, it was really hard to say how much love they have left as the brothers have been separated for 100,000 years. Considering how much the Phoenix clan hates the ancient gods, maybe the patriarch will still insist on killing them. Li Moying subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to block his wife behind him. However, Huang Yueli grabbed his sleeve. "Don't be like this, I still have to see my Wang Kai. Besides, the other party is so powerful. If he really wants to kill someone, you can't protect me." A hint of coldness flashed across Li Moying's eyes. He was still not strong enough. Today, if he can leave Phoenix Tranquility Gorge safely, he must practice even harder until he reaches the pinnacle and surpasses everyone in the god realm, or beasts. In this way, he can protect his little Lear. While the two were whispering, a pair of brothers over there who had reunited after a long absence had already completed the first stage of recognizing each other. Little Wang Kai was already in tears and kept wiping his tears. Zhao Lin was obviously also shocked, with obvious excitement in his expression. After a long time, he stood up and looked at so many people around him. He was surprised, frowned, and asked, "Why are you all gathered here? When I came out of seclusion just now, it was so noisy outside. What happened?" This. Patriarch, Yanzhu didn't know where to start for a while. Zhao Lin became even more confused, and at the same time, he thought of another question. "By the way, Zhao Hua, how did you find Phoenix Tranquility Gorge? I remember, I obviously sealed you into the Sky Phoenix ring." Afterwards, he went to the territory of the ancient god clans countless times, hoping to find the Sky Phoenix ring and rescue his younger brother. However, the last news we got was that the Sky Phoenix ring had been lost in a battle and fell into the lower realm. In addition to the god realm, there were 3,000 other realms in the void. There was no way for him to find such a big world. He thought that it would be absolutely impossible for him to see his brother again in this life. But he didn't expect that this surprise would come so suddenly today. Even now, he still feels like he was dreaming. Moreover, his younger brother was still in a spiritual state, which means that he could not leave the Sky Phoenix ring for too long. However, he was here. Could it be that someone brought the Sky Phoenix ring over? After hearing his brother's question, little Wang Kai suddenly remembered the business and hurriedly said loudly, "Brother, let me make it clear to you first, I came here with the female devil and the big devil." When these phoenixes saw them, they simply lost their minds and just screamed to kill them, and I can't stop them no matter what. You can't be like them, otherwise, I will leave immediately and never come back. When Zhao Lin heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Female devil? Big devil? What kind of weird name was this? Yan Zhu lowered his voice and explained, Patriarch, Master Zhao Hua seems to have made a contract with a little girl from the Sacred Phoenix clan. This time, it was the girl and her husband who sent Master Zhao Hua back. After hearing this, Zhao Lin frowned and looked in the direction indicated by Yan Zhu. Huang Yueli and Li Moying knew that they would definitely not be able to escape, so they had no intention of running away. Sensing Zhao Lin's gaze, both of them looked towards him, their expressions were calm and composed, and they bowed their hands to him in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. Patriarch Zhao Lin, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Zhao Lin was also secretly surprised. He has seen countless talented cultivators from the ancient god clan in the past 100,000 years. However, it was the first time that he had seen a pair as outstanding as the pair in front of him, whether in talent, appearance, or temperament. From the major attributes of the two, he easily judged who was the owner of little Wang Kai. Girl, you are the benefactor who saved my brother, right? I am so grateful to you that you even made a special trip to send him back. Before Huang Yueli could reply, little Wang Kai had already arrived. Yeah, brother, you still have vision and a clear mind. These seniors just rushed to kill my female devil as soon as they saw her. In fact, the female devil is not a bad person at all. If she hadn't insisted on finding a solution, and wanted me to be reborn from Nirvana and have my own body, we can't find this place at all. When Yan Zhu heard this, he was dissatisfied and opened his mouth to defend himself. Patriarch, please don't believe these cunning people from the ancient god clans, just because of young Master Zhao Hua's words. Young Master Zhao Hua has always been in the Sky Phoenix ring, so he is not very experienced in the world, and he may not be able to tell the difference between good and bad, and will be deceived by these insidious guys. His views were the same as many phoenixes. That's right, I don't believe that there are any good people among the ancient god clans. I would rather make 10,000 mistakes than let one person go. Have you forgotten what the Sacred Phoenix clan did to us back then? Enough. Zhao Lin couldn't listen anymore and suddenly interrupted everyone with a sharp shout. The phoenixes immediately did not dare to speak. Zhao Lin said coldly, the grudge between us and the Sacred Phoenix clan has been going on for 100,000 years. How old are these two young people? It has nothing to do with them. Now, they are sending my brother back specially, and we can't retaliate. Zhao Lin obviously has great prestige among the Phoenix clan. He opened his mouth to let Huang Yueli and Li Moying go, but none of the Phoenix dared to say a word. Although judging from the expressions on their faces, they were clearly unconvinced, at least no one dared to openly challenge Zhao Lin's authority. Zhao Lin took a few steps forward, walked in front of Huang Yueli and Li Moying, and cupped his fists. Both of you, thank you for making the trip to send my brother back. Our clan has some prejudices against cultivators from the ancient god clans and offended you too. Please don't mind. I don't know how I should address you. Huang Yueli didn't expect that the leader of the Phoenix clan, who had lived for 100,000 years, who was extremely powerful, would be so polite. She immediately returned the greeting with cupped fists. Lord Zhao Lin, I am taking the liberty of visiting you this time. I am Huang Yueli, from the Sacred Phoenix clan. This is my husband Li Moying, he was a cultivator from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Hearing this, Zhao Lin couldn't hold back and said, hey. The other phoenixes even looked at each other. Some people even blurted out, what is going on? The Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan, are they reconciled? Isn't it possible? I clearly remember that there was a deep hatred between these two clans that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years and has not yet been resolved. That's right. Isn't the reason why our Phoenix clan lives in seclusion in Phoenix Tranquility Gorge also because of these two ancient god clans? Huang Yueli was confused when she heard this. What? Even you guys know about the disagreement between the Sacred Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan? Also, what does this have to do with you living in seclusion? Zhao Lin squinted his eyes, looking a little surprised. He was silent for a moment and said slowly, I didn't expect that a god-level genius like you didn't know this period of history. Also, 100,000 years have passed, and no one probably remembers some things. Also, it's only us old guys who live in seclusion who remember the past so clearly when we have nothing to do. Huang Yueli became even more confused and couldn't help but frown. Master Zhao Lin, we really don't know much about the past. However, there is still a rift between the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan. My husband and I, to be precise, I ran out on my own regardless of the clan's objections. Zhao Lin's handsome face showed a hint of astonishment. So, you are eloping? Huang Yueli turned back to look at her husband, and then said, that's right. However, this was really unreasonable. If I read it correctly, both of them should be god-level talents. Even among the ancient gods, they are both peerless geniuses. Just this, you can't let your family concede? Huang Yueli smiled. However, you also said that the hatred between the two families has been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. Zhao Lin pondered for a moment and nodded, I understand. It's rare for you two to come here, so don't stand outside. I'll have someone prepare a few dishes. I'll entertain you too well tonight. I really want to thank you for your kindness to Zhao Hua. Little Wang Kai nodded at the side, yes, the female devil is still very good to me. When Zhao Lin heard this, he couldn't help but turn around and glared at his younger brother. I'm really good to you. I've made you so fat. Look at Xianxia, I guess she's not even half as heavy as you. The two little phoenixes appeared to be about the same age, but little Wang Kai was obviously a bit fatter than the others. The face was chubby all around. Huang Yueli felt a little embarrassed. It seemed she felt a little sorry for Zhao Lin, for spoiling this kid. Fortunately, Zhao Lin didn't care. He held his younger brother with one hand, made a pleased gesture with the other, and led the two of them into his thatched cottage. Although he was the patriarch, Zhao Lin's residence was not more luxurious than that of ordinary clan members. Zhao Lin asked Huang Yueli and Li Moying to sit down and explained, we, the Phoenix clan, originally advocated nature and followed the way of heaven. We usually show our original bodies and travel in the mountains. We rarely live in these houses, so we aren't very particular. You two can live here for a while, please don't mind it. Huang Yueli would naturally have no objection. In the evening, Zhao Lin prepared a table of dishes to entertain them. However, little Wang Kai did not attend. According to Zhao Lin, his spiritual body was weak and needed a good recovery. In terms of cooking skills, it was obviously incomparable with human chefs, and almost all of their dishes were vegetarian. Fortunately, the Phoenix clan's brewing technique was very good. There were many rare fruits growing in the canyon, and they are all turned into medicinal wine. Huang Yueli picked up the wine glass. The dark red wine was clear and sweet, exuding a rich aroma. This aroma, could it be said? Seeing Huang Yueli's slightly shocked expression, Zhao Lin smiled slightly and said, "It seems that Miss Huang also has some research on elixirs." Yes, the main ingredient for this wine was red soul fruit. In addition, it is also paired with several fire-attributed medicinal materials. When Huang Yueli heard this, she was speechless inwardly. Red soul fruit was a top fire attribute medicinal material. It can be used to refine heaven-level elixirs that increase the chance of breakthrough when fire attribute cultivators advance to the life-profound realm. Liu Bian has been looking for the red soul fruit for a long time, but none of the major auction houses were selling it. As a result, the Phoenix clan was all used to make wine. Moreover, judging from the quality of the wine, there are probably more than 1 or 2 red soul fruits in each barrel. Huang Yueli raised her head and drank all the wine in the cup. After drinking, she immediately felt a hot air rising from her dantian and slowly flowing into her meridians. This airflow merged with her own profound energy, and quickly circulated in the meridians for a whole day. She clearly felt that her own profound strength had improved slightly. As expected of the medicinal wine brewed from red soul fruit, Huang Yueli couldn't help but praise. Secretly thinking to herself, it seems that the Phoenix clan has indeed found a lot of treasures in this inaccessible gorge. I wonder if they can find a way to exchange some for them when they leave. Zhao Lin saw what she was thinking and said with a smile, "Red soul fruit is not uncommon in Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. It's just a little troublesome to pick and collect it. If Miss Huang likes it, you might as well take some back. However, we don't have anything with thunder attributes here. Young Master Li, please don't be offended." Li Moying's face remained expressionless, but he still bowed his hand politely. "It doesn't matter." During the dinner, Zhao Lin said many words of gratitude. Huang Yueli brought up the business, "Master Zhao Lin, to be honest, I brought Zhao Hua here this time just to let him regain his physical body. I heard that the Phoenix clan has a ritual of nirvana and rebirth. I don't know if this is true." Hearing this, Zhao Lin laughed. "Yes, our clan's classics do record the ritual of nirvana, and I have witnessed it several times in my lifetime. The most important thing about the nirvana ritual was that it requires a large amount of rare materials, and also requires the assistance of 8 powerful clansmen, but this was not a problem. Our tribe has been recuperating here for many years, consuming very few resources, and these materials are all readily available. The only possible problem is that Zhao Hua's spirit body has been away from the physical body for too long and needs to be recuperated for a period of time before it can meet the requirements of the nirvana ceremony. Therefore, I've let him start the practice today." Hearing this, Huang Yueli breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that little Wang Kai will be able to recover his body soon. Although the process of searching for the Phoenix clan was a little bumpy this time, it was generally very smooth. The Phoenix clan was now so few in number, and Zhao Lin was Wang Kai's elder brother. They must really hope that little Wang Kai can recover smoothly. Therefore, since Zhao Lin has a guarantee, this matter will definitely succeed. Huang Yueli was very happy and thanked her repeatedly. Zhao Lin smiled and said, "Miss Huang, you are mistaken. It should be me, the elder brother, who should thank you. Come on, let me toast you." Huang Yueli also drank several more drinks. After 3 drinks, everyone at the banquet gradually became lively. Huang Yueli couldn't help but raise a question that had been lingering in her heart. "Lord Zhao Lin, there was one thing I really don't understand. I wonder if you can explain it to me." Zhao Lin said, "What's the matter?" Huang Yueli thought for a while. "I wonder what happened between the sacred Phoenix clan and the Phoenix clan 100,000 years ago. Why did you all return to Phoenix Tranquility Gorge to live in seclusion, and little Wang Kai encountered such a misfortune? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin was obviously stunned for a moment and seemed a little embarrassed. It's a long story. Besides, 100,000 years have passed, so there's no point in bringing up old things again. In any case, even if the Phoenix clan has enmity with the Sacred Phoenix clan, it's not with you. It's a grudge between our ancestors. Both you and young Master Li are distinguished guests of our clan, so you don't need to worry about that. Ahem, Master Zhao Lin, you are too polite. Huang Yueli saw that Zhao Lin was unwilling to answer, so it was difficult to continue asking. But, for some reason, she always felt that something was wrong. This journey seems a bit too smooth. Although she has always been very lucky, it was somewhat strange that she has such good luck. She thought that the process of reshaping little Wang Kai's body would take at least several decades to slowly explore. The result, it was done so quickly? While Huang Yueli was thinking, she suddenly felt dizzy in her head. The scenery in front of me also became blurry instantly. Her body swayed and she quickly supported her head with her hands. She let out a muffled groan. Li Moying frowned, hugged her shoulders, and asked anxiously, "Little Lear, what's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with you?" I'm a little dizzy, what's going on?" Huang Yueli leaned on her husband's shoulder, wanting to take a rest. However, the dizziness in my head became more and more serious. Zhao Lin also looked a little nervous and stood up from his seat. "Miss Huang, what's wrong with you? Are you drunk?" He walked quickly to Huang Yueli and gestured to help her. However, when his finger was still half a meter away from Huang Yueli, suddenly, a crisp sound of choking came from my ears. A sharp cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and a terrifying murderous intention suddenly struck. Zhao Lin was startled, but luckily he was strong enough and reacted quickly enough, so he immediately pulled away and retreated backwards. Only then did he escape the sword at the last moment. "You! Young Master Li, what are you doing?" Li Moying's handsome and graceful face was filled with coldness. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed, and blue-purple lightning flashed continuously on the sword, making it feel cold. "What did you do to little Lear?" Li Moying pursed his lips and spoke in a cold voice. Zhao Lin's face was full of confusion and he frowned. "Young Master Li, what do you mean?" Young Miss Huang suddenly fainted. I'm afraid she was unwell. How could it have anything to do with me? Don't be impatient first. Put her down and lie down. I do have some medical skills and can diagnose and treat her. Li Moying sneered coldly, still holding the sword tightly in his hand, and did not relax, because of Zhao Lin's excuse. Zhao Lin sighed, his expression serious and very sincere. Young Master Li, don't be like this. If there was really something wrong with Miss Huang's body, if you do this, it will delay the treatment time. Don't worry, our Phoenix clan also has many medical classics. I have lived for 100,000 years. I still have some knowledge, so I won't make a wrong diagnosis. Li Moying looked directly at him coldly. Your Excellency, you think you can deceive me with these words? You are clearly. Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt a severe dizziness. The scenery in front of me suddenly became blurry. Li Moying's figure shook twice and fell headfirst onto the table. Zhao Lin's eyes widened and he rushed over nervously. Young Master Li, young Master Li. What's going on with you? Why did you faint? Wake up, wake up. However, Li Moying lay quietly on the table, motionless. No matter how Zhao Lin called or even pushed him hard several times, he didn't react at all. After about a quarter of an hour, the anxious look on Zhao Lin's face gradually faded. Instead, there was an icy look on his face. He stood up straight and ordered outside, someone, come. 2 members of the Phoenix clan came in, one of them was Yan Zhu. The two looked at Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who were slumped at the table, and asked in a low voice, "Patriarch, is this considered done?" Zhao Lin nodded. "I finally took the bait. If I hadn't gone crazy a few years ago and suffered internal injuries that haven't healed yet, and these two god-level geniuses are a bit powerful, else I wouldn't have had to put in such a big effort. Finally, everything is going well now, and it has not attracted Zhao Hua's attention." With that said, he turned to the two of them and ordered, "Take them down. However, you must be careful and don't let Zhao Hua know. If he asks, you just say that these two cultivators of the ancient god clan had something urgent and they've already gone back." Yan Zhu was stunned for a moment and hesitated, "But, Patriarch, will young Master Zhao Hua will believe this?" "I think young Master Zhao Hua has great trust in these two cultivators of the ancient god clan. Besides, young Master Zhao Hua is now a spirit body and he can't be away from its master. Young Miss Huang, for too long. If you tell such a lie, can he really believe it?" "Believe it or not, it depends on what you say." Zhao Hua looked a little impatient and glanced at the two of them. Zhao Hua has been away from the Phoenix clan for 100,000 years. When he was in the family, he was still young and didn't understand many things. You want to make up a few reasons? Tell him that it's all right for the spirit body to leave its master. Will he still doubt it? Yan Zhu suddenly understood, nodded hurriedly, and agreed. The two men hurried forward, dragging Huang Yueli and Li Moying outside. But who would have thought that just as they dragged the person to the door, they heard a burst of urgent footsteps coming from outside. "Female devil, why did you drink until so late?" "Stop drinking, female devil, you can come out now. Haven't you always told me that drinking too much is not good and that you need to exercise moderation?" Little Wang Kai's slightly childish voice came from the corridor. For a moment, Yan Zhu and his companions were stunned on the spot, and even Zhao Lin himself was a little unable to recover. Damn it, why did Zhao Hua come here? Isn't Yan Feng and the others watching him? How do these losers do things? Several people were stunned for a while, but it was too late to say anything at this time. Little Wang Kai was already shouting loudly and rushing towards the room. Zhao Lin reacted suddenly and rushed out of the door with a single step. He ducked along the corridor and just blocked little Wang Kai, who was running towards him. Little Wang Kai was rushing inside like a small cannonball. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared in front of him. He couldn't brake in time and bumped directly into Zhao Lin, causing his nose to turn red immediately. Ouch! Who doesn't have eyes and dares to block my way? Little Wang Kai covered his nose, his face turned red with anger, and he shouted loudly. The corner of Zhao Lin's mouth twitched and he coughed hard. "Zhao Hua, why are you here? Didn't I tell you already? In order for your spirit body to become more solid in order to cope with the Nirvana ceremony, you must practice well according to the training plan I gave you. If you don't stay in your room to practice now, why are you running out?" When little Wang Kai saw that it was his eldest brother, most of his arrogance was extinguished. He was still a little afraid of this big brother who was very powerful in his memory. Brother, I know you are doing it for my own good. But, I have completed today's practice plan. Didn't you also say that practice must be gradual, not just one-minded, but must be paced and have some relaxation mixed in? Since today's plan has been completed, why should I stay in the room? Zhao Lin was obviously stunned for a moment. What? You have already completed today's training plan? Little Wang Kai said this, which really surprised him. Because, in order to hold the little guy back, he deliberately added about 50% of the content to the normal training plan, hoping that he could stay in the room and practice without being distracted by other issues. But, even so, the little guy actually completed the plan so far ahead of schedule? How was this possible? Now that he was a spirit body, his cultivation speed should be far slower than that of a normal young phoenix with a body. Besides, in his impression, Zhao Hua did not have such an amazing talent. What happened in these 100,000 years? Little Wang Kai was completely unaware of his brother's entanglement. He nodded vigorously, yes, I've finished it. All right, brother, get out of the way quickly, I'm going to see my female devil. I am linked with her and I feel that there is something wrong with her. She must be secretly drinking behind my back. Humph. This woman is too much. She's in charge of my affairs. She says that I'm not allowed to do this and that yet she can drink by herself. I want to expose her. As little Wang Kai said this, he wanted to go around Zhao Lin. But who would have expected that when he took a step with his short legs, he found that Zhao Lin also moved a step to the left. It happened to be right in front of him. Little Wang Kai ran several steps to the other side. As a result, Zhao Lin's long legs stepped to the right again, blocking his way. Little Wang Kai ran left and right with his short legs, running until he was out of breath. However, his brother only needed to move a few steps with his long legs to stop him easily. Not long after, sweat broke out on little Wang Kai's forehead. Seeing that he would definitely not be able to outrun his big brother, he simply stopped. Brother, get out of the way. Why are you stopping me? Is my female devil already drunk? Hearing that he seemed to have misunderstood, Zhao Lin followed suit and said with a straight face, you are a child, so don't worry about adults' affairs. What does it matter if Miss Huang drinks a few sips of wine? She has already gone to rest with young Master Li, don't disturb others. What? The female devil was really drinking behind my back, Forget it, I will laugh at her again tomorrow. Little Wang Kai said, turned around and left. Zhao Lin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the little guy suddenly turned around again, something's wrong. I suddenly felt very panicked. Brother, will something happen to the female devil? Zhao Lin frowned, you are thinking too much. No, that's not right. I didn't think too much. I'm connected to the spirit of the female devil. I sensed when something happened to her. I can't make a mistake. Brother, get out of the way. Do you really want to? Before Zhao Lin could finish speaking, little Wang Kai suddenly dodged and ran out from his side. This time, little Wang Kai used the secret skills of the Phoenix clan that he had just learned, maximizing his speed. Zhao Lin didn't expect that he would be in such a panic and ran away before he finished speaking. He was caught off guard and failed to stop him. Zhao Lin reacted quickly and immediately chased after him. However, this corridor was only a few meters long. As soon as little Wang Kai ran behind Zhao Lin, he had already seen the situation at the door of the room. He was startled and screamed, Female devil! Female devil, how are you? How are you? You guys, what are you doing? Where are you dragging my female devil off to? Let her go quickly. Little Wang Kai suddenly jumped on Huang Yueli, grabbed her collar in tear, and shook her. However, no matter how he shook her, Huang Yueli remained motionless. When Yan Zhu and others saw this, they did not dare to force him away. They could only let go of Huang Yueli and Li Moying and stood aside with an awkward expression. Zhao Lin followed closely and walked in. Zhao Hua. As soon as little Wang Kai heard his brother's voice, he immediately jumped up like a firecracker. Brother, what do you mean? Why did you make my female devil faint? I thought you were different from those people who don't know right from wrong. It turns out that you are just more insidious and secretly harmed the female devil and the others behind my back. I really misjudged you. His childish face was full of anger, his eyes were wide open, and he looked like he wanted to pounce on his brother and bite him to death. Zhao Lin frowned, Zhao Hua, there is a reason for this. Please listen to my explanation. Explain it. You obviously did it on purpose. You said you wanted me to practice, were you lying to me? Just to get me away so you can attack the female devil. How many times have I said that the female devil is very good to me? Yes, they sent me back specifically to help me repair my body. They never meant to harm the Phoenix clan. You didn't listen to me at all. No, that's not the case, Zhao Hua. This matter is not as simple as you think. Zhao Lin still wanted to explain. However, little Wang Kai's body has begun to glow with bursts of red light. This was the sign that the Phoenix clan was going to change back to its original form. It was obvious that little Wang Kai was not going to listen to Zhao Lin anymore and was preparing to restore his original body and take Huang Yueli and Li Moying away from Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. When Zhao Lin saw this, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Wait a minute, Zhao Hua, don't do this. Although your current physical condition is relatively stable, it won't last too long. You must complete the Nirvana ceremony as soon as possible. You can't leave. Little Wang Kai said coldly, I no longer believe what you say. Anyway, I have been fine for the past 100,000 years, and I believe there will be no problems in the future. No, this is not what you think. However, waves of heat swept over, and the rich fire energy quickly filled the entire room. A pair of elusive huge wings even began to appear behind little Wang Kai. Zhao Lin quickly shouted, What are you still doing? Stop him quickly. Yan Zhu and the others just woke up from their stupor and hurried over and held little Wang Kai down. Zhao Lin also used his skills to seal in all the fire energy around him. Little Wang Kai was still very aggressive just now, but within a few breaths, he was pushed to the ground. Let me go. Let me go. You are all liars. Bad people. I will never trust you again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled and twisted, it had no effect. Not to mention Zhao Lin, even Yan Zhu and others are adult phoenixes with at least tens of thousands of years of life. Their magical power was boundless and cannot be resisted by little Wang Kai. If you really want to control him, it will be effortless. Little Wang Kai struggled for a while before realizing this, and simply lay down on the ground and stopped moving. He muttered, If you want to kill the female devil, kill me first. Anyway, in your eyes, I am a person who has been dead for 100,000 years. What are you talking about? Zhao Lin said angrily, Stop spouting all these nonsense. If it weren't for saving you, would I have had trouble with these two ancient god clans? You are not allowed to mention anything about death again. Why are you trying to save me? I'm very well now. Don't try to lie to me again. You. Zhao Lin almost fainted from his brother's stubborn words and expressions. Alright, in that case, I'll just say it. Let him go. But, Patriarch, I'm afraid that young Master Zhao Hua will run away directly. Yan Zhu was a little worried. Zhao Lin raised his lips, coldly, Don't worry, as long as that Miss Huang is still here, this brat can't escape. Yan Zhu let go of his hand. Little Wang Kai jumped up from the ground immediately and glared at his brother, Hurry up. I want to hear what reasons you can make up. Zhao Lin glanced at him and said, Alright, then I will tell you that your spirit body was sealed into the Sky Phoenix ring. Although this rare treasure stabilized your spirit body, which is why your spirit body has not dissipated after 100,000 years. However, this also has disadvantages. That is, your spirit body has been completely integrated with the Sky Phoenix ring. Unless the Sky Phoenix ring is destroyed, your spirit body cannot be separated, let alone reshape the physical body. Little Wang Kai's eyes widened in shock, What are you talking about? But the Sky Phoenix ring is now in the soul of my female devil, and she can't get it out, and there's no way to destroy it? Halfway through his words, he raised his head and met Zhao Lin's cold and meaningful gaze. Suddenly, an epiphany flashed in his mind and his heart tightened at once. Could it be that, you want to deal with the female devil? Little Wang Kai opened his mouth and his face was pale. Don't tell me that you want to kill the female devil and destroy the Sky Phoenix ring by force, do you? When Zhao Lin saw this, he still felt sorry for his brother, so he walked over and wanted to pick him up. Zhao Hua, this was a last resort. I am your brother, so of course I can only take care of you. Anyway, there has always been a blood feud between the Sacred Phoenix clan and our Phoenix clan. If anyone from the Sacred Phoenix clan dared to break into Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, it would have been a crime that warrants death. Although Zhao Lin did not directly answer little Wang Kai's words, the implication was that he had already acquiesced in the little guy's guess. Little Wang Kai suddenly turned red with anger. Brother, I really didn't expect you to be such a cold-blooded person. I misjudged you. I'm not as selfish as you. I will be sealed in the Sky Phoenix ring. It has nothing to do with the female devil. If it weren't for me, would she have come to Phoenix Tranquility Gorge? If you want to kill her, kill me first. Zhao Hua, please be sensible. There are only a few people left in the Phoenix clan. You can no longer joke with your own life. I don't care. Even if the Phoenix clan was really extinct, what does it have to do with me? Anyway, I'm a spirit and I've already died once. Are you saying this to make your brother die of anger? Zhao Hua's face suddenly turned pale, his chest heaved violently, and he was obviously very angry. Little Wang Kai couldn't bear it when he saw this, and lowered his voice a little. If you didn't do such a cold-blooded thing, how could I be angry with you? The little guy gritted his teeth and said, forget it, if I have to risk the life of the female devil to get my body back, then I would rather stay as I am now. Please wake up the female devil quickly, and we will leave immediately. No. Impossible. Zhao Lin refused, coldly. I can't possibly watch you fool around like this. Then don't blame me. Seeing that the two brothers were about to fight. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the two of them. So, this was why you secretly drugged me and my husband's wine? This voice was soft and sweet, neither slow nor fast, especially pleasant to the ear. However, Zhao Lin and Zhao Hua were both startled and turned around in a hurry. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were seen getting up at some point, while Yan Zhu, who was originally responsible for guarding the two of them, fell to the ground, his meridians being restrained and unable to move. Zhao Lin became alert, and his body emitted strong fluctuations of profound energy. When did you wake up? Huang Yueli smiled and said disapprovingly, to be precise, I was not stunned by you in the first place. I have been doubting you for a long time. After all, your clan hates the ancient god clan so much. As the leader of the clan, you, on the contrary, would be so enthusiastic about us, even if it's because of Zhao Hua's relationship. I found this point rather intriguing. When you were toasting to us just now, I was observing you and found that you just raised the glass and took a sip without drinking it. I knew something was wrong, so I didn't drink the wine you handed me. Zhao Lin's eyes widened in shock. So you were just pretending? How is that possible? Huang Yueli said, how is this impossible? Zhao Lin looked at the two of them in disbelief, with a layer of anger gradually appearing in his eyes. Very good, I have indeed underestimated you. The ancient god clans are indeed more sinister and cunning than the others. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh. What you said was so interesting. We didn't do anything, so why are we so cunning? It's obvious that you secretly drugged the guests, but you have a vicious intention this time. Zhao Lin was blocked by her and couldn't say anything to refute for a while. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I can't defeat you ancient GOL clans. But, even if you know my plan, so what? There are more than 100 phoenixes in Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, each of which was at least equivalent to the strength of the Dao Profound Realm cultivators of the ancient god clans. You still want to escape from here? When Huang Yueli heard the words, she lowered her eyes slightly. Zhao Lin's words were not wrong. This was exactly what she was most worried about. However, she did not show her inner doubts on her face, and she still had a calm expression. So, in your opinion, I should just surrender and let you kill me, right? Zhao Lin smiled coldly. You can't say that. I know that you have a very good relationship with Zhao Hua. You have heard what Zhao Hua just said. He will fight to the death to protect you, even at the expense of my brother. Fall out. He was sincere to you, so why can't you sacrifice for him? Brother. What are you talking about? Shut up. Zhao Lin narrowed his eyes, suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on little Wang Kai's chest. He didn't know how to control the little guy's meridians. He could only sit on the ground, eyes wide open and worried, but unable to move or even say a word. Zhao Lin looked at Huang Yueli again. How is it? Have you thought about it? Since you and Zhao Hua have a good relationship, it shouldn't be difficult to sacrifice for him, right? Or, you just treat my brother as a pet? Have you never regarded him as a true companion? Ugh. Little Wang Kai was struggling on the ground. However, he was completely ignored by his brother. Zhao Lin stared at Huang Yueli with his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean by this? Li Moying, who had been standing behind Huang Yueli and silently guarding her, couldn't bear it after hearing this. He walked around in front of Huang Yueli in a few steps and protected her behind him. His aura continued to rise. Huang Yueli quickly grabbed his sleeve. Moying, don't be impatient, wait until I finish speaking. She raised her head and looked directly at Zhao Lin. If sacrificing my life can really save Zhao Hua, I don't have any objection. However, what you just said was clearly deceiving your brother. It was not what you said at all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin's pupils shrank suddenly, his jaw tightened, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. However, he quickly calmed down and put on a nonchalant expression again. Haha, interesting. Why should I lie to my brother? The truth was the truth. If you are selfish and don't want to sacrifice for my brother, then just say it and stop making excuses for yourself. Huang Yueli continued speaking as if she hadn't heard what he said. Although Zhao Hua stays in the Sky Phoenix ring in the form of a spiritual body, it is different from ordinary artifact spirits. He was sealed into it by his very own brother, and not like how spirit armament masters refine a spirit armament by putting the seal in the midst of forging. I don't believe that, as his brother, you have never considered how to let him escape in the future. So, at least at the beginning, you were sure that Zhao Hua's spirit body would escape from the Sky Phoenix ring intact at the right time. However, you didn't expect that the Sky Phoenix ring would suddenly disappear and you would find it again. At that time, 100,000 years passed, and too many changes happened in the meantime. The most important change was that the Sky Phoenix ring, who was originally just a fragment, was actually repaired by me. Moreover, during the repair process, he was combined with my soul. When Huang Yueli said this, she paused deliberately and raised her gaze to look at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's face was as heavy as water, he narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Huang Yueli was not afraid at all, with a smile on his lips. So, Zhao Hua's spirit body has already fused part of my soul. If he was reborn in this state, he will be. It always carries the mark of my soul, which means, the contract between us will always exist. Moreover, this contract is more powerful than the ordinary spirit-beast contract. No matter how far apart we are, we will be affected by the contract. So, if you want Zhao Hua to get rid of this contract, get rid of me, and become a truly free agent, the only way is to kill me. How's it going? Am I right? Huang Yueli finished speaking slowly, and then St0dd'd. Zhao Lin's expression turned extremely ugly. He could no longer maintain the elegant and arrogant demeanor of a noble son, and stared at Huang Yueli fiercely, gritting his teeth. As expected of the insidious and cunning ancient god clan, Then I guessed it right. Huang Yueli smiled sarcastically. You always despise the ancient god clans, but I think your approach was not very upright, right? Humph, no matter what I do, I am much better than you ancient god clans. Since you have guessed it, then I have nothing to defend. You can't escape anyway, so just stay here and wait until the day of the Nirvana ceremony, which is also the day you die. Speaking of which, Zhao Lin's purpose has been completely exposed. He simply broke his skin, sneered, turned around and ordered Yan Zhu and others, all right, take them down here. Yan Zhu hesitated for a moment, but, Patriarch, look at young Master Zhao. Hua. Little Wang Kai blocked Huang Yueli and Li Moying, refusing to let go. Zhao Hua, get out of my way. You've heard it, brother was doing it for your own good. Zhao Lin stretched out his hand to pull little Wang Kai over. However, little Wang Kai dodged. At the same time, two small hands tightly hugged Huang Yueli's thighs, refusing to let go, no matter what. No, you are not doing it for my own good at all. What you just said are all excuses. Even if the female devil does not die, I can be reborn in Nirvana, but you want to kill her just for the contract between us? Brother, how can you be so cruel? It's terribly scary. Am I scary? Zhao Lin didn't expect that his brother would understand his hard work like this. He almost fainted from anger on the spot. Little Wang Kai looked stubborn. Aren't you scary? It's just a contract, it's not the female devil who forced me. Why do you kill her? What do you know? Do you think this was just a contract? Zhao Lin laughed angrily. With this contract, you will be controlled by this little girl for the rest of your life. If she wants to harm you, it won't take any effort at all. You will definitely die in her hands. Brother, what are you talking about? How could the female devil harm me? You are thinking too much. Little Wang Kai didn't believe such nonsense at all. Huang Yueli also looked surprised and interjected, Lord Zhao Lin, what you said is going too far. How could I possibly kill my partner? Stop quibbling here. Zhao Lin turned around and interrupted her unceremoniously. Don't I understand your sacred Phoenix clan? Every one of them was a hypocritical and shameless person. They pretend to be kind on the surface, but in fact they are full of conspiracies. If not for this, we Phoenix clan would not have fallen into the trap 100,000 years ago and be reduced to such a point. Upon hearing this, Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment. 100,000 years ago? What do you mean? What happened 100,000 years ago? Zhao Lin glanced at her coldly. Stop pretending. You are a god-level genius of the sacred Phoenix clan, how could you not know what happened 100,000 years ago? But, I really don't know. Huang Yueli frowned, remembering that this was not the first time she heard Zhao Lin and other Phoenix say this. When she and Li Moying entered the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, they were besieged by the Phoenixes, because of their status as gods. 100,000 years ago, something very serious must have happened. Thinking of this, she hurriedly asked, Lord Zhao Lin, I am not pretending, I really don't know. I ascended from the lower world to the god realm, and it has only been a few months since I returned to the clan. Haha, alright, since you insist on saying that you don't know, then I will tell you. I want to see if there is any way you can clear the name of the sacred Phoenix clan. Zhao Lin sneered and simply sat down. After looking at little Wang Kai, he recalled, 100,000 years ago, our Phoenix clan did not live in Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, but on a volcano not far from the 12 continents of the God clan, where the fire attribute profound power was even stronger. It's abundant, and the environment was open, with many spiritual beasts living around it. At that time our clan had more people, and there were at least 1,000 phoenixes. The Phoenix clan and the Sacred Phoenix clan have always been inextricably linked. Occasionally, there will be cultivators from the Sacred Phoenix clan who can be recognized by the young phoenix in our clan. The two parties sign a contract and become life and death partners. Not only that, our entire Phoenix clan regards the sacred Phoenix clan as our good friends. Our territory never lets humans or gods enter, but when the sacred Phoenix clan comes over, we will warmly entertain them. But... He paused for a moment, looked at Huang Yueli, and said word by word. None of our clan expected that one day our good friend would swing his knife directly over our heads. Huang Yueli had actually guessed something. However, she was still shocked when she heard these cold words coming from Zhao Lin's mouth. Zhao Lin said, that day, the patriarch at that time summoned the clan members and said that the patriarch of the sacred Phoenix clan had arrived in person and brought a group of young cultivators with him, hoping to come to our place for some experience. Everyone was very happy and welcomed them warmly. But who would have thought that when night fell, these friends who were still chatting with us during the day actually attacked us secretly, seriously injured all our clansmen, and forced us to sign a contract with them. Some clansmen refused to accept it, and they were hacked to death on the spot. They also collected blood, feathers, and even internal organs. They said they were going to be used to refine elixirs. That night, the Phoenix clan's home became a sea of blood. Zhao Lin's tone was actually very calm, and he did not speak fast. However, every word he said was so thrilling and impactful. In his unhurried narration, Huang Yueli seemed to have witnessed the tragedy that happened to the Phoenix clan 100,000 years ago. The friend whom he once trusted the most suddenly wielded a knife against him for his own benefit. The once peaceful home was destroyed, the clansmen were massacred, and even brutally abused. The friendship accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years was shattered in an instant, and the entire Phoenix family paid an unbearable price for this. 100,000 years of history was too long. Among the Phoenixes currently living in Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, Zhao Lin was probably the only one left who has experienced that dark night. Not only did Zhao Lin witness all this, he protected his younger brother and fled away, but he also saw his younger brother being killed, leaving only his spirit body behind. Huang Yueli couldn't even imagine how this would feel. If it were her, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to bear it at that time. She must fight to the death to avenge the enemy. Even if she can't kill the top masters of the enemy force, she must kill the ordinary clansmen and let them pay with blood. From this perspective, it was completely normal for Zhao Lin to want to kill her. There was no expression on Zhao Lin's face, only his increasingly cold eyes reflected the hatred in his heart. His eyes swept across Huang Yueli's face and continued, Zhao Hua's father and I were the leaders of the Phoenix clan at the time. He tried his best to block the enemy and made me take my brother to escape. I watched my parents die with my own eyes. In front of me. But I don't have time to cry because my brother was still so young and I have to protect him. However, in the end, I couldn't even protect Zhao Hua. Although I barely saved his spirit body and sealed him into the Sky Phoenix ring, I myself was severely injured by the elders of the sacred Phoenix clan. And in that chaos, even the Sky Phoenix ring was also lost. It's been 100,000 years. And I still wake up from the nightmare that night each night. Huang Yueli remained silent. Even she didn't know what to say. The ancestor of the sacred Phoenix clan did indeed do a wrong thing that was outrageous and unjust, and there was no room for excuse. With a boohoo sound, little Wang Kai burst into tears and threw himself into Zhao Lin's arms. Brother, boo-hoo-hoo, I remember. It was so dark and scary that night, a lot of blood, boo-hoo-hoo. After hearing Zhao Lin's narration, the vague details in little Wang Kai's mind became clear little by little. The suffocating darkness and fear at that time also returned to his memory. For a moment, he seemed to have turned back into the little phoenix cub hiding in his brother's arms and shivering. Zhao Lin hugged little Wang Kai tightly, his eyes filled with sadness. Little Wang Kai started crying regardless. Huang Yueli frowned slightly but said nothing. Li Moying knew that she was in a complicated mood, so he reached out and held her white little hand in his palm. The man's scorching body temperature made Huang Yueli gradually calm down, and her body involuntarily leaned towards Li Moying. After half an hour, the crying little Wang Kai gradually became calmer. However, he still grabbed his brother's sleeve and kept sobbing. "It's so terrible, my parents and clan members all died miserably, oh, hiccup." Zhao Lin touched his little head, and a cold glint flashed by his eyes. In order to avenge his clan, Huang Yueli must die. Hearing this, little Wang Kai, who had been burying his head in his brother's arms just now, was suddenly startled. The little body trembled, and the little head suddenly raised. Brother, what did you say? Why do you still want to kill the female devil?" Zhao Lin said coldly, "Didn't I tell you just now? The hatred between us and the Sacred Phoenix clan will never end. I have sworn a long time ago that in my lifetime, as long as I see a cultivator from the Sacred Phoenix clan, I will not let one go, I will kill each one I see." "You, brother, how could you do this? The female devil has no enmity against us." Zhao Lin had a look of hatred on his face. "Did everything I just said was in vain? Have you forgotten how those clan members died?" Little Wang Kai was speechless. Facing the angry Zhao Lin, he was obviously a little scared. However, for the sake of his female devil, he still mustered up the courage and continued to argue, "But what happened 100,000 years ago, what does it have to do with the female devil? Moreover, she's kind to me." "Haha, are you kind? Don't be too naive. If you, as an artifact spirit, could not enhance her strength, would she be so kind to you? Besides, why does what happened 100,000 years ago have nothing to do with her? As long as she has something to do with the blood of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Besides, from the aura emanating from her body, it seems that she has also received the blood core initiation, right? Where did those blood cores come from, have you ever thought about it?" Hearing this, Huang Yueli was shocked. Even she herself had never thought about this. The blood cores used by the major ancient gods to perform blood core initiation ceremonies are all from the condensed crystal nuclei in the bodies of ancient divine beasts. After the death of the divine beasts, they are taken out from their corpses and retained. However, no one can tell whether these mythical beasts died naturally or were hunted by the ancient god clans. Combined with the massacre Zhao Lin mentioned just now, she has reason to believe that at least these phoenix blood cores of the Sacred Phoenix clan are stained with the blood of the Phoenix clan. Little Wang Kai also fell silent. Zhao Lin glanced at him sideways and curled his lips coldly. "How are you? Are you calm now? Are you awake? You have to remember that only your clan was your strong backing. Those ancient god clans and devil clans are all insidious and cunning. I can't believe them at all. Come on, come here." Little Wang Kai lowered his head and did not refute his brother's words, nor could he. However, his feet seemed to have taken root, and he refused to move even a step, still blocking Huang Yueli. Zhao Lin also lost his patience, raised his eyebrows, and shouted sternly. "Come here. Do you hear me?" Little Wang Kai was obviously frightened, and his face turned pale. He hesitated for a while, then slowly moved his steps and walked towards Zhao Lin. The anger on Zhao Lin's face subsided a little. His dark eyes were deep as he watched little Wang Kai move little by little, but did not urge him. Little Wang Kai moved very slowly. Every step he took, there was a very tangled look on his face, as if he was struggling painfully in his heart. Just when he was about 3 meters away from Zhao Lin, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Zhao Lin waited for a while, and when he saw that he was motionless, he couldn't help but say, "What are you waiting for? Come here quickly. Do you hear me?" Little Wang Kai suddenly gritted his teeth, raised his legs again, and took a few steps forward. Seeing that little Wang Kai had already walked up to him, Zhao Lin showed a happy smile on his face. "That's good. As soon as he opened his mouth, something unexpected happened. Little Wang Kai walked in front of him, and when he was only 3 steps away, his aura suddenly exploded. Incomparably pure fire attribute energy suddenly surged out of the small body. Rays of golden light lit up around him, surrounding him. The energy quickly condensed on his body, and this energy, which had just been formed and was not yet stable, did not stop for a moment, but directly bombarded Zhao Lin's chest. A hint of astonishment suddenly flashed across Zhao Lin's eyes. He never imagined that his brother, the only relative in the world, would actually take action against him. Moreover, he still burned the remaining spiritual power in his spirit body without any reservation. The fire attribute energy hit Zhao Lin's chest, causing him to groan, cover his chest, and take a few steps back. Little Wang Kai succeeded in the sneak attack, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he shouted loudly, "Female devil, take the big devil away quickly. I have seen the map here, just keep running along the path to the west, there was a slope at the end of the run. If you go down there, even if you can't fly, you won't die based on your strength." When little Wang Kai approached Zhao Lin just now, Huang Yueli had already guessed his intention. Now when she heard this, she and Li Moying immediately became depressed, turned around and ran away. This may be their only chance to escape from Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. The opportunity that little Wang Kai finally got for them must not be wasted. Both of them were good at agility and movement skills, hence they were extremely fast. In just a few flashes, they had already rushed to the end of the corridor. Seeing that the two of them were about to escape from the courtyard gate, Zhao Lin also reacted from his shock. He pushed little Wang Kai away. The Phoenix Divine Beast, which has been cultivated for 100,000 years, was by no means comparable to the strength of a small person like Wang Kai. He was able to succeed just now, all thanks to a sneak attack. Now that Zhao Lin was getting serious, the little guy tried his best to block him, but he couldn't even hold on for a breath. Little Wang Kai stumbled to one side. "Damn! Stop right there!" The momentum around Zhao Lin surged, the surrounding air became burning in an instant, and the clouds in the air were quickly dyed blood red. The movements of Huang Yueli and Li Moying immediately became much slower. Under the full pressure unleashed by the adult Phoenix Divine Beast, even a god-level genius cannot compete with it. Li Moying's breath was stagnant, and his first reaction was to pull the girl next to him behind him, trying to protect her with all his strength. However, Huang Yueli was unwilling to hide behind him. "Let me go. Little Lear, hurry up and leave. If Zhao Lin catches you, you will die." Li Moying was furious. Huang Yueli pursed her lips. Just because she would die, she couldn't let Li Moying face it alone. Even if her life was lost here today, she will fight side by side with Li Moying. It was too late for her to say anything more. Because Zhao Lin's powerful offensive was already approaching the two of them. Although they had responded with all their strength, under such a powerful impact, blood began to flow from the corners of Huang Yueli's mouth. Little Lear. Li Moying wanted to protect her, but the pressure he was under was actually greater than that of Huang Yueli, and he had no energy left to escape. Zhao Lin's face was full of stern expression, and a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I wanted to kill you while you were in a coma, so that you could at least suffer less. It was also a reward for your kindness to Zhao Hua. However, you are so smart that you don't drink that cup of drugged wine and you will suffer the consequences yourself. You can't blame me for that." As he spoke, the fire attribute energy he controlled surged again. A groan escaped from Huang Yueli's mouth. "Little Lear." When Li Moying saw the painful look on Huang Yueli's face, she couldn't care less about anything and immediately rushed over. Even if he could only let Huang Yueli live a few more breaths at all costs, he was not willing to let her get hurt at all. At least, he must protect her while he was alive. "You Huang Yueli was connected with him and knew what he was thinking, and her expression suddenly changed. Zhao Lin curled his lips with unclear meaning. It's true that we are deeply affectionate, so whatever, I will help you and become a pair of Mandarin ducks with the same destiny. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. A small red figure suddenly jumped out from the corner. He jumped directly in front of Huang Yueli and Li Moying, just blocking the last burst of spiritual power he blasted towards them. The small figure obviously couldn't withstand such fierce and powerful force. It only shook slightly, like a kite with a broken string, flying out crookedly. Zhao Lin originally thought that the attack just now would severely damage these two annoying gods, making them lose the ability to resist and have no choice but to be at his mercy. Unexpectedly, little Wang Kai would suddenly rush out and use his own body to block it. Zhao Lin froze on the spot. After a few breaths, he suddenly woke up and immediately rushed towards the direction where little Wang Kai landed. Zhao Hua, how are you? Wake up, wake up. Little Wang Kai's frail little body collapsed on the ground, with no trace of blood on his face and his eyes closed tightly, looking as if he was dead. Zhao Lin was panicked and felt horrified. He quickly stretched out his hand to check the little guy's pulse and explore the situation inside his body. However, the moment he put his hand on little Wang Kai's wrist, he was suddenly shocked, as if being burned by fire, and let go of his hand. Damn it! Zhao Lin didn't feel his meridians. Only then did he remember that little Wang Kai was not actually a real phoenix, but now only existed in the form of a spirit body. Although the spiritual power in his body was solidified and he usually looks like an ordinary phoenix child, this does not change the fact that he was a spirit body. Therefore, he has no pulse and no meridians. Once he was hit by strong energy, a physical body cannot be damaged, but the spirit body. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin quickly lowered his head and immediately discovered with horror that little Wang Kai's body was becoming transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was exactly the sign that his spirit body was weakening rapidly. If the spirit body becomes completely transparent, it will completely dissipate and will no longer be able to condense. That was the real death, and there was no possibility of rebirth. Zhao Hua. Damn it. You can't do this, hold on. You must hold on. Zhao Lin never expected that little Wang Kai would risk his life to save Huang Yueli, someone from the ancient god clan. Now, it was too late to say anything. He grabbed little Wang Kai's body, pressed his hand on his chest, and frantically injected spiritual power into his body. Zhao Lin's spiritual power was very powerful, but the changes in little Wang Kai's body still did not stop, but were slightly delayed. If this continues, he will completely dissipate in less than 2 hours. Zhao Lin was so anxious that his eyes were red, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Kai, how are you? Suddenly, a clear female voice sounded above his head. Zhao Lin was stunned for a moment, almost unable to recover. When he looked up, he saw Huang Yueli's fair and delicate face. Her face was full of anxiety and nervousness, and she seemed completely unaware of Zhao Lin's surprised gaze. She squatted down directly and threw herself on little Wang Kai. Wake up quickly. What's going on? Where's he injured? Huang Yueli patted Wang Kai's chubby face and found that he didn't respond, so she immediately turned to ask Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin said in a daze, his spirit body was seriously damaged. Sure enough, his spiritual body was damaged. I see that his spiritual power is draining very quickly. What should I do? Is there any way to cure it? Huang Yueli asked nervously. Zhao Lin calmed down a little and shook his head. There's nothing, even I have no ideas. How could you have no ideas? Aren't you the leader of the Phoenix clan and have lived for 100,000 years? Your Phoenix clan can survive in the spirit state. You should be very experienced. How could you not be able to save him? This, I. Zhao Lin was questioned by her and was rendered speechless. Huang Yueli stood up immediately and shouted to Yan Zhu and others who were at a loss behind him, "What are you doing here? Don't you Phoenix clan have a doctor? Hurry up and find someone." "Oh, yes, yes." Yan Zhu and others reacted, turned around hurriedly, and ran to find someone. Only then did Zhao Lin realize that something was not quite right. Why did Huang Yueli appear here? Did she run back by herself? His brother himself fell under his attack. Wasn't it just to save this little girl's life? If she didn't take the opportunity to escape quickly, why would she come back? There are also Yan Zhu and the others. He, the patriarch, hasn't spoken yet, but with just a few words from that little girl, they are obedient and obeyed? What was this, exactly? Before he could say anything, Huang Yueli glared at him again. "And you? Why are you in such a daze? Can't you see that Wang Kai is about to die? Hurry up and inject spiritual power into him. Otherwise, he won't last long." Huang Yueli looked at Zhao Lin and was still in a daze, and suddenly became very angry. It's a pity that she only has profound power in her body, and spiritual power was unique to these ancient beasts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to wait for these stupid phoenixes to take action. She has been following Li Moying for a long time, and her momentum was gradually getting closer to him, becoming more and more powerful. It was not obvious at ordinary times, but at this critical moment, the pressure on her suddenly broke out. Even Zhao Lin subconsciously obeyed her order, immediately lowered his head, pressed down on little Wang Kai's chest, and continued to inject spiritual energy into his body. Seeing that little Wang Kai's situation was a little more stable, Huang Yueli breathed a sigh of relief. Li Moying stood behind her and said nothing. However, he was completely on alert at this time, with all the profound energy in his body concentrated towards his dantian. His right hand was gently resting on the hilt of the sword, ready to take action at any time. His little Lear chose to run back to save people. He couldn't stop her, and he wouldn't stop her. Little Wang Kai also saved his and Huang Yueli's lives several times. However, he would never allow Zhao Lin to hurt her. Fortunately, Zhao Lin was now focused on his brother's injury and had no intention of taking action against them. Not long after, an old man with white hair rushed in. Li Moying couldn't help but look at him one more time. The Phoenix clan has an extremely long lifespan, and old people like this were very rare. It seems that he was older than Zhao Lin. The old man came to little Wang Kai's side, lowered his head and inspected it for a while, and pondered without speaking. What happened to him? What's going on? Tell me quickly. Huang Yueli and Zhao Lin urged each other almost at the same time. The old man looked a little embarrassed. He looked at Huang Yueli, then turned to Zhao Lin and said, "Patriarch, can you ask young Miss Huang to avoid it?" Zhao Lin was shocked. He was so anxious that he lost his mind just now. Only then did he realize that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were in the room the whole time. They didn't leave. Zhao Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed. "You." He just stood up when Huang Yueli interrupted him impatiently. "All right, what kind of a situation is this now, and you still talk about avoiding? Come on, tell me how to save Wang, Zhao Hua. I have reason to believe that if you want to save him, you will definitely need my cooperation." As little Wang Kai's contract partner, her soul has even been fused with the Sky Phoenix ring. Little Wang Kai's spirit body has an extremely close connection with her. No matter what method was used to treat little Wang Kai, it was impossible to break away from her. This was why her first reaction was to run back to little Wang Kai. Because the farther the spirit body was from the host, the weaker the energy of the spirit body was. When little Wang Kai was seriously injured, if she escaped with the Sky Phoenix ring, as long as the distance between the two was more than 10 miles, little Wang Kai would die on the spot, and he would not be able to be saved no matter what. The old man hesitated. Zhao Lin gritted his teeth. All right, tell me. What's going on? The old man then said, Master Zhao Hua's spiritual body was severely damaged and should have disappeared directly. The reason why it can persist until now was that, on the one hand, you, the patriarch, injected spiritual energy into him, but the more important reason is that he is now the Sky Phoenix Ring's artifact spirit. The Sky Phoenix Ring is so powerful that it greatly buffered the trauma it suffered and stabilized his spirit body. However, all this was only temporary. I believe you can see it, Patriarch. As long as you stop inputting spiritual energy, his spiritual body will gradually weaken. I know. Zhao Lin said impatiently, let's get straight to the point. How can we save him? The old man glanced at Huang Yueli again and said, the only way now was to perform a nirvana ceremony for Master Zhao Hua while his spirit body can still barely hold on. If he can successfully reshape his physical body, then his spirit body will be able to stabilize, and although his strength will regress, given time, he can still cultivate again. This? Zhao Lin couldn't help but be startled. What's with the fuss? Hold a nirvana ceremony for him immediately. Huang Yueli stepped in. I remember you said yesterday that you have all the materials and manpower needed for the nirvana ceremony. So what are you waiting for? The old man looked like he was hesitant to speak. Zhao Lin's face also became very ugly. He frowned and stared at Huang Yueli for a while before saying, things are not as simple as you think. Do you think? What is it? Huang Yueli was confused. Zhao Lin pursed his lips. Are you willing to save my brother at all costs? Of course. I'm willing. Huang Yueli blurted out. However, she was interrupted halfway. She doesn't want to. Huang Yueli was startled, and suddenly a strong force came from her wrist as she was pulled behind by Li Moying. Li Moying's handsome face was filled with coldness as he repeated word by word, she doesn't want to. Zhao Lin, you asked for everything today. If it wasn't for you scheming against us, your little brother wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries in order to protect little Lear. The person who injured him was you. In the end, this is all your own responsibility. What right do you have to let little Lear save him? Moreover, you want her to do it at all costs? Do you really think we're stupid? Li Moying's voice was cold and deep as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The profound energy pressure in his body was gradually released. His right hand was on the hilt of his sword at his waist, ready to fight at any time. When Huang Yueli heard this, she subconsciously said, Moying, you can't say that. Wang Kai was injured because he was protecting me. I can't. Keep quiet. Li Moying said in a chilly tone as he turned to glare at her. Huang Yueli's words were stuck in her throat. Li Moying had always been obedient to her, and no matter how cold and strict he was to outsiders, he was always very gentle to her. He rarely spoke to her in such a tone. Just as she was in a daze, Li Moying had already turned towards Zhao Lin once again. No matter what idea you have up your sleeves, I won't let little Lear take the risk. Let's go. His strong and powerful arm locked onto Huang Yueli's slender waist and with a forceful pull, he pulled her into his embrace. Then, he used his movement mystic skill and was about to leave. Huang Yueli regained her senses as she struggled in his embrace. Moying, listen to me, you. Let go of me first. We can't leave like this. She was extremely anxious, and her eyes were a little red. It wasn't that she didn't know of Li Moying's determination to protect her, but she also understood that if they didn't take this chance to leave when Zhao Lin was flustered, they really wouldn't be able to escape from the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. However, when she thought about how little Wang Kai was injured in order to save her, her spirit body was about to dissipate. If she left just like that, she would probably have a guilty conscience for the rest of her life. However, Li Moying had long expected that she wouldn't listen to him, so when she wasn't on guard earlier, he had already restrained her meridians. Huang Yueli's profound energy was restricted, so she couldn't contend against Li Moying and could only be carried away by him. That stance was no different from a tyrant snatching a commoner girl. Li Moying knew that the possibility of them escaping was very low, so from the very beginning, he had already used all his strength to burn a portion of his life's blood essence to increase his speed. In just the blink of an eye, they had already moved over 1,000 meters. Only then did Zhao Lin react and realize that the two of them had already run away. He wanted to chase after it, but with little Wang Kai's current situation, he could not leave his side at all. Once the spirit energy that was injected into little Wang Kai's body decreased, in less than 15 minutes, little Wang Kai would completely dissipate. However, if he didn't chase after Huang Yueli, he wouldn't be able to carry out the Nirvana ceremony, and little Wang Kai would also dissipate. In this dilemma, Zhao Lin could not care about anything else. He could only grab the last chance and shout behind the two of them. Huang Yueli, you, come back. As long as you can save my brother, the Phoenix clan will definitely reward you handsomely. Zhao Lin's suppressed voice echoed in the air. However, after waiting for a while, he did not receive any response. Only the wind blew past the nearby trees, and the branches and leaves rustled. Evidently, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already run far away. At this moment, under his palm, little Wang Kai's delicate body suddenly trembled violently. Zhao Lin had diverted his attention to look for Huang Yueli and the rest's traces, and the spiritual energy that he had injected into little Wang Kai's body had weakened slightly, causing him to be unable to withstand it. Zhao Lin quickly lowered his head again and placed his attention back on little Wang Kai. This way, little Wang Kai's spirit body stabilized once again. At least, he didn't become more transparent. The crisis was temporarily averted, but Zhao Lin's brows furrowed even more tightly. If this continued, how would it end? It was impossible for him to last long. There were times when his own spirit power would be exhausted. Moreover, it was simply unrealistic to maintain his entire body's concentration at all times. Just at this moment, Yan Zhu and the rest who had gone to chase after Huang Yueli and the rest hurriedly ran in from outside. How did it go? Have you caught her? Yan Zhu and the others panted. Their faces revealed guilt. They've ran too fast, we can't catch up. Although Zhao Lin had expected this, his expression still darkened. Everyone's expression was solemn and they did not dare to speak. Only the doctor could not help but speak up after a moment of hesitation. Patriarch, young Master Zhao Hua's spirit body will not be able to hold on for long. The Nirvana ceremony must be carried out. It must be carried out before nightfall tomorrow at the latest. I know, but Huang Yueli didn't care about Zhao Hua's life or death and ran away on her own. What can I do? Zhao Lin was so angry that his face turned red. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go out and look for her. However, no one moved. Yan Zhu pondered for a moment before he braced himself and walked forward. Patriarch, we've already tried our best. We couldn't catch them just now. They must have run far away now. However, what are you trying to say? Don't stutter. Zhao Lin was impatient when he heard that and could not help but urge. Yan Zhu gritted her teeth. This subordinate was watching from the side just now and felt that Miss Huang didn't seem like a heartless person. She was genuinely concerned about young Master Zhao Hua. If the Patriarch promises not to harm her and young Master Li's lives and send them away safely after the matter is done, I think Miss Huang should be willing to participate in the Nirvana ceremony. Nonsense. Didn't I just say it? Zhao Lin said angrily. As long as she was willing to save Zhao Hua, she would definitely be rewarded heavily. She did not stay. Besides, I just asked her if she was willing to pay the price to save Zhao Hua. Didn't that young masterly not agree? Yan Zhu and the others were speechless. Only a fool would agree to the patriarch's question, right? It was obvious that he wanted to kill her after using her. Miss Huang and Master Li were god-grade geniuses, how could they not see through this? Sensing everyone's gazes, Zhao Lin was a little embarrassed. Why are you all looking at me? Am I wrong? Have you all forgotten the deep hatred between us and the Sacred Phoenix clan? If I really let those two god clans go, how will I explain to my ancestors? We haven't forgotten our deep hatred, but isn't this to save young Master Zhao Hua's life? Now that the Phoenix clan has declined to this point, in order to save the lives of one more clansman, we have let go of two god clans. Ancestor will definitely understand. Hearing this, Zhao Lin's expression clearly revealed hesitation. He wanted to save his brother more than anyone else, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. The doctor's words gave him a way out. Zhao Lin gritted his teeth. All right, I'll listen to you then. For Zhao Hua. Release the news now. It's late at night now. They can't take the risk to go down the mountain. They will definitely hide until dawn. So, there's still time to find them. Zhao Lin was right. Li Moying brought Huang Yueli all the way to the west side of the gorge, the small path that little Wang Kai had mentioned. Huang Yueli's meridians were restrained by Li Moying, and although it didn't affect her normal movements, but the profound energy in her body couldn't be unleashed at all. She couldn't contend against Li Moying's powerful strength and could only be carried away by him. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Moying, you, stop for a moment. We can't leave like this. Little Wang Kai's weak appearance earlier was truly shocking. She had reason to believe that if they left like this, little Wang Kai would completely disappear in less than a day. Li Moying was completely unmoved. No, we can't go back. Li Moying. I can't be so selfish. If anything happens to Wang Kai, I will never forgive myself. Huang Yueli cried out anxiously. However, Li Moying took a glance at her, but his speed didn't decrease at all. If I say no, I mean no. If anything happens to you, I will never be able to forgive myself. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't even say anything to refute. Li Moying had always gone along with her wishes, but the moment he encountered something that threatened her personal safety, his attitude would instantly become incomparably unyielding. No matter what she said or did, he would never compromise. This point had already been verified in countless life and death situations in the past. Li Moying hugged the young lady tightly in his arms as he sped along. A clear Qilin phantom image appeared behind him. Huang Yueli knew that this was the result of her husband burning his blood essence, which caused his profound energy to leak out. In order to save her, he had already risked his life to this extent. She could not let him down. But little Wang Kai. Just as Huang Yueli was in a dilemma, the ground suddenly shook violently. Li Moying's body swayed, but he quickly controlled himself and didn't fall down. Not only did he not slow down, he even sped up. Huang Yueli laid on his shoulder, looking at the center of the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge from afar. In the originally dark valley, a raging flame suddenly rose. This flame shot into the sky and emitted a piercing silver light at the same time. Moreover, it became more and more intense, making people almost unable to open their eyes. Even Li Moying, who was rushing on his way, halted in his footsteps. Damn it, what happened? What the hell is Zhao Lin doing now? An extremely strong fire attribute gushed out from the center of the flames and spread in all directions. Even though the two of them had already left the center of the canyon, they still suffered a strong impact. Huang Yueli was still considered to be all right. After all, her main cultivation was fire attribute, so she could resolve a portion of it. But to Li Moying, this was an exceptionally heavy burden. He slowed down exceptionally. Huang Yueli's expression changed drastically as she patted Li Moying's shoulder. Moying, why don't we go back? Li Moying's thick black brows suddenly creased up as he frowned. No way, I've already said it countless times. Your life is much more important than Wang Kai's. For this kind of thing, I absolutely won't listen to you. Huang Yueli took a deep breath and explained, no, it's not what you think. If we go back now, there's no longer any danger. Li Moying swept her a glance as he spoke coldly. Do you think I will believe your words? In order to protect the important people around him, his little fox would do anything. Huang Yueli looked at his cold expression and was extremely anxious. Li Moying, I really didn't lie to you. Now, it's like this because... Before she could finish her sentence, a pained expression suddenly appeared on her face, and she could not help but moan. Hiss, it hurts. Li Moying's expression changed in shock. Little Lear, you. What's wrong with you? What happened? Huang Yueli lowered her head and hugged her head as her entire body curled up. Her face was as pale as paper, and large drops of sweat were dripping down her forehead. Li Moying's heart instantly sank as fear filled his entire body. Little Lear, what exactly is going on? Where are you feeling unwell? Could it be that Zhao Lin and the others are up to something again? He hurriedly stretched out his hand and pressed on Huang Yueli's dantian as he injected his profound energy into her body, removing the restriction he had placed on Huang Yueli's meridians. At the same time, he checked the condition of her body. Huang Yueli's meridians didn't suffer any damage and the circulation of profound energy was still considered smooth. Li Moying frowned as he lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Huang Yueli's, trying to probe the condition of her primordial spirit. However, the moment he sent his divine sense in, an intense pain rushed straight into his primordial spirit. Li Moying was caught off guard as he was bounced off. Damn it! It really was like this. These damn phoenixes are really annoying. If anything happens to little Lear, even if I die, I will drag everyone in this Phoenix Tranquility Gorge down with me. He suppressed his anger and heartache as he rummaged through his interspatial ring. Because his primordial spirit had suffered serious injuries previously, in order to extend his life, Liu Bian and Huang Yueli specially developed a kind of medicinal pill to restore his primordial spirit and reduce the pain when it acted up. Although he no longer had any use for it now, but there were still some pills left from that time. He hurriedly found them and poured out a huge handful, stuffing it into Huang Yueli's mouth. Fortunately, the effects of these medicinal pills were still not bad. After a few breaths, Huang Yueli's complexion had obviously turned for the better and her breathing had also eased up. However, she was still frowning, looking very uncomfortable. Moying, bring me back. Li Moying gritted his teeth as he glared fiercely at her. Little Lear, are you crazy? You're acting like this. It's obvious that Zhao Lin and the others are up to something. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Only by leaving the Phoenix clan's sphere of influence can we have a chance to save you. You still want to go back? Huang Yueli shook her head slightly as she stretched out her hand to grab Li Moying's sleeve. No, it's not like that. They are initiating the Nirvana ceremony. Li Moying was startled. What? I can feel it. Huang Yueli panted, because the Nirvana ceremony began, and Wang Kai. Its spiritual body must be separated from the Sky Phoenix ring. That's why it affected my primordial spirit. I have to go back, otherwise, the Nirvana ceremony would definitely fail. Little Wang Kai, his soul will dissipate. Little Wang Kai, as the spirit of the Sky Phoenix ring, had already merged together with Huang Yueli's primordial spirit. If his spirit body wanted to escape and merge back into the corporeal body, it would definitely tear apart a portion of Huang Yueli's primordial spirit. It was precisely because of this that she was in so much pain just now. Li Moying's brows furrowed tightly. No way. Don't go. It's not that I don't want you to save him, but Zhao Lin and the others. Huang Yueli shook her head. As long as the Nirvana ceremony starts, they won't be able to kill me. What do you mean? Li Moying raised his brows slightly as he looked at her. Although he was a little surprised, but he knew that his little Lear would not speak without thinking about such matters. Huang Yueli quickly explained, as long as the Nirvana ceremony officially starts, I will need to cooperate with them to continue. Otherwise, even if they forcefully strip Wang Kai's spirit body, it would definitely not succeed. Once it fails, Wang Kai's spiritual body will completely dissipate. To me, although my primordial spirit will be heavily injured, my life will not be in danger. Therefore, they have to rely on me to ensure that Wang Kai's nirvana will succeed. Hearing this, Li Moying's tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly, but his right hand still grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist, not allowing her to leave. Alright, they do need you now, and they won't do anything to you. But have you ever thought about how we're going to escape after the Nirvana ceremony ends, and you're no longer of any use? Huang Yueli shook her head. After the Nirvana ceremony ends, we don't have to worry anymore. Wang Kai's spirit body has fused with a portion of my primordial spirit. Therefore, if I'm injured, Wang Kai will also be injured or even more severely injured than me. If I die, Wang Kai will most likely not live either. This was why Zhao Lin had insisted on knocking her out and holding her down from the start. This was because the only way to kill her without affecting little Wang Kai was to use a special method to kill her before the Nirvana ceremony began and force out her primordial spirit. Normally, when a primordial spirit leaves the body, it will dissipate in a few breaths. However, the Phoenix clan should have an ancient secret technique that could maintain her primordial spirit for a period of time. Zhao Lin and the others had to strip off little Wang Kai's spirit body in this period of time to complete the Nirvana ceremony. Once he missed this opportunity, it would be almost impossible to kill her again. The matter was urgent, so Huang Yueli could only briefly explain the matter. But Li Moying was also a person with vast knowledge and experience, so he didn't need her to explain in detail as he already understood most of it. Huang Yueli said anxiously, Moying, now you understand, right? The Phoenix clan forcefully activated the Nirvana ceremony to show me their stance. They only want to save Wang Kai now and don't want to target us anymore. They took the risk of little Wang Kai's soul dissipating and handed the initiative to us. Therefore, I have to rush back. Under such circumstances, if she still could not save little Wang Kai, that would really form a demon in her heart for the rest of her life, and it would affect her advancement in the future. Li Moying also understood this point and finally let out a sigh of relief. I understand what you mean, let's go now. Alright, let's hurry up. Huang Yueli looked at her handsome and tall husband beside her and didn't say anything. Their hearts were connected. This man, he was the one who understood her the most. The two of them used their movement mystic skills and turned around. They followed the path they came from and flew back at their fastest speed. At this moment, in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, an exquisite array appeared in the center of the canyon. This was set up overnight by the Phoenix clan. They originally thought that it would only be used in a few days, but they did not expect that it would be activated urgently tonight. Patriarch, this array, it's still a little incomplete. I'm afraid its power is not enough. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and waved his hand. It's fine. I've already checked. Although some of the materials are not available and the power of the array itself will be weakened, the clansmen who entered the array today are all extremely powerful. Their cultivation is much higher than the Nirvana ceremony. In the past, when the Phoenix clan was in its glory, although there were many more experts than now, most of them were traveling outside. It was impossible for them to gather all of them with a wave of their arms like now. Yan Zhu's face was filled with worry. However, Patriarch, it's useless, no matter how high the cultivation of the clansman is. If the most crucial thing is missing, He stole a glance at Zhao Lin's expression and did not dare to continue speaking. Zhao Lin pursed his lips. Since things have come to this, we have no other choice. We can only take a gamble. He hoped that his brother's judgment was accurate enough and that the mistress he followed was not a heartless thing. Otherwise, he would personally lead the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge in the future and go to the 12 continents of the God Clan to hunt down the 2 geniuses of the God Clan. Let's begin. Zhao Lin walked to the center of the array and sat down. As he spoke, all the phoenixes in the array attacked at the same time. Almost in an instant, a powerful fire attribute energy surged and was guided by the complex array patterns to gather at the center of the array. In the end, it formed a pillar of light that reached the sky. Little Wang Kai was in the center of this pillar of light. Its spirit body had already begun to dissipate, and it was almost unable to maintain the shape of its body. However, under the control of the powerful energy in the pillar of light, they were forcefully condensed together. By doing so, it could indeed protect its spirit body for a very short period of time, but it would have to endure immense pain. One could see that within the light pillar, little Wang Kai's face was completely distorted and his body was still trembling slightly. However, it was very weak now, and could not even make a sound. All the phoenixes in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge had already come out. Even if they did not enter the array, they were still watching from the side. Seeing little Wang Kai's current situation, everyone was sweating for him. How did this happen? Didn't they say this afternoon that young Master Zhao Hua's condition is not bad and that he can prepare for a few more days before the ceremony? Isn't it because the patriarch insisted on killing those 2 geniuses of the God Clan? Young Master Zhao Hua did it to protect them, that's why. Heavens, how could this be? In my opinion, those 2 ancient God clansmen don't look like bad people. Sigh, stop talking. We're in big trouble now. If that ancient God clansman doesn't come back, young Master Zhao Hua will. As time passed, little Wang Kai's situation became more and more critical. Even with the support of the Pillar of Light, its spirit body began to fade uncontrollably. When Zhao Lin saw this, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. This was his only family. The joy he felt when he regained what he had lost this afternoon was the same as the heartache and regret he felt now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Zhao Hua was about to die here, because of his obsession, unless... No, from the looks of it, it was impossible for the ancient god clansmen to return. The ancient god clansmen themselves were all sinister and cunning people. It was already good enough that they did not take the opportunity to hit them while they were down. How could they take the risk to run back just to save a half-dead little phoenix? Looking at little Wang Kai's figure slowly blending into the pillar of light, Zhao Lin gritted his teeth and slowly closed his eyes in trepidation. However, just as he was about to fall into despair, a figure suddenly rushed out of the dark forest. The eyes of Zhao Lin and the others immediately lit up, and they were extremely excited. Huang Yueli's running speed was extremely fast and a faint red glow appeared around her body as a few drops of sweat slid down her snow-white skin. She stopped in front of the array and was still panting slightly. You really initiated the Nirvana ceremony. Zhao Lin looked at Huang Yueli's anxious look and his mood was extremely complicated. Ever since the massacre that almost wiped out the entire clan 100,000 years ago, in his mind, all those from the ancient god clans were synonymous with despicable shamelessness. Even though little Wang Kai repeatedly emphasized that Huang Yueli was a good person, he still harbored doubts in the depths of his heart. So much so that the moment Huang Yueli appeared, he couldn't recover his senses. This girl from the ancient god clan had really returned. She really came back to save his brother. Zhao Lin opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. When Huang Yueli saw this, she became anxious and couldn't help but stomp her feet. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? What should I do now? Can't you quickly explain it clearly? Wang Kai can't wait much longer. Only then did Zhao Lin come to his senses. Young Miss Huang, do you see the center of the array? He asked hurriedly. There is an array I, each in the east and west. Zhao Hua is in one of them. You will enter the other array I later. When the array is officially activated, Zhao Hua's corporeal body will gradually take shape. At the moment it takes shape, its spiritual body will be separated from your primordial spirit. I hope you will take the initiative to cooperate and guide it to enter his body. Zhao Lin gave a simple explanation and taught Huang Yueli the Phoenix clan's unique technique of controlling primordial spirit. Huang Yueli repeated it in her mind and had already completely memorized it. She didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly nodded. All right, I understand. I'll enter the array now. Huang Yueli turned around and was about to walk towards the light pillar when suddenly, her arm was grabbed from behind. Little Lear. Hearing Li Moying's deep voice, Huang Yueli's footsteps halted as she turned around. The man's handsome face was still indifferent, but his eyes were filled with worry. Huang Yueli winked at him and pretended to be relaxed as she said, Don't worry, Moying. I'm fine. Just wait for me for a while. Li Moying frowned slightly. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, the worry in his heart didn't lessen. Because he was very clear that although Huang Yueli's life wouldn't be in danger if she stripped her primordial spirit, but the entire process was extremely painful. Furthermore, after a portion of her primordial spirit left her body, Huang Yueli's cultivation might weaken and her body would be severely damaged. If not for little Wang Kai, she would not have to take such a risk. Not to mention that after little Wang Kai's spirit body was reconstructed, its own strength had increased, but to Huang Yueli, the Sky Phoenix ring which had lost its weapon spirit, its power had dropped by at least a level. She did this, the sacrifice was too great. But although Li Moying didn't agree with her actions, he didn't say anything to stop her. As a wife-slave, he had long been used to listening to his wife's arrangements. Be careful. Li Moying squeezed out these words in a hoarse voice. Huang Yueli looked at the man's furrowed brows and her heart softened. All right, I will be careful. Husband, you don't have to worry. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the array. Huang Yueli stood at the position Zhao Lin had pointed out. Activate the array. Zhao Lin also returned to his position and commanded the experts in the clan to attack at the same time, once again strengthening the strength of the energy in the array. The piercing flame soared into the sky again. However, this time, there wasn't only one, but two. One of them revolved around little Wang Kai's body, while the other wrapped around Huang Yueli. Little Wang Kai's expression was obviously in pain, while Huang Yueli looked much calmer. She sat cross-legged at the center of the array. Her eyes were slightly closed and her lips were slightly pursed. Her head was lowered and there was no expression on her face. Powerful energy was continuously injected into the array. The blazing temperature emitted by the flames seemed to freeze the surrounding air. The weaker phoenixes among the surrounding spectators could no longer withstand it and could not help but retreat. Li Moying's tall and straight figure was like a pine tree, standing upright and unwavering. Although his primary cultivation was not the fire attribute, he was still a god-grade genius after all. It was not a problem for him to withstand such a small energy impact. He had been staring intently at Huang Yueli, who was in the array, as though the other people in the surroundings didn't exist at all. Because of Huang Yueli's cooperation, this time, the array's power was completely unleashed. The array patterns on the periphery of the array lit up one after another. Immediately after, a strong smell of blood spread out. Only then did Li Moying realize that there were huge basins of phoenix's blood, phoenix's feathers, and various rare herbs, placed at several key locations within the array. Under the power of the array, the phoenix blood and tail feathers were instantly vaporized into balls of energy in the void. The energy came from all directions and gathered at the center of the array. In the middle of Huang Yueli and little Wang Kai, a huge phoenix phantom formed. This shadow was formed by fire attribute energy, so it appeared very illusory at first. Other than a faint red light, it could be said to be almost transparent. However, as time passed, this huge shadow began to slowly shrink inward and shrink again. The shadow that was originally hundreds of meters tall shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than an hour, it became only a few meters tall. The illusory energy also became more and more solid and stronger during this process. When Li Moying saw this, he gradually couldn't maintain his cold expression as he raised his eyebrows in astonishment. So, the Phoenix clan's Nirvana ceremony is to use the phoenix blood and tail feathers left behind by the seniors to fuse with the fire attribute energy to reconstruct a new body. His physical body was almost fully formed. The next step was the most crucial step. If little Wang Kai's spirit body was unable to be successfully separated from the Sky Phoenix ring, or if any mistakes were to occur during the process of fusing with the new body, all their previous efforts would be for naught. If an accident happened, the waste of manpower and resources was secondary. Little Wang Kai's life would definitely not be saved. There was only one chance. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin and the others revealed grave expressions. Right at this moment, little Wang Kai, who was in the pillar of light, suddenly let out a shrill scream. Huang Yueli's face turned pale. Seeing the pained expression on Huang Yueli's face, Li Moying's expression immediately sank. However, he was very clear about the urgency of the matter, so he forcefully held back the impulse to pull little Lear back. The Nirvana ceremony had reached the most critical moment. Little Wang Kai's spirit body seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread as it slowly floated into the air. Following that, it moved towards the direction of the physical body. The closer the spirit body was to the physical body, the paler Huang Yueli's complexion became. Cold sweat kept dripping from her forehead, and her delicate brows were furrowed into a ball. At this moment, Huang Yueli's feeling wasn't any better than little Wang Kai's, and the pain she was enduring was even worse. Because if little Wang Kai's spirit body wanted to be separated from the Sky Phoenix ring, it would require the assistance of a powerful energy that was sufficient to impact the spirit artifact. Huang Yueli's primordial spirit had already merged with the Sky Phoenix ring, and when these energies were attacking the Sky Phoenix ring, they were also attacking her primordial spirit. Even though she was strong enough and her primordial spirit was stable, it was impossible for her not to be injured under such an impact. However, in order for little Wang Kai to successfully undergo Nirvana, not only could she not resist or defend, she had to take the initiative to bear such injuries. As time passed by, Huang Yueli's hair was drenched in cold sweat, but little Wang Kai still wasn't able to successfully escape. After all, little Wang Kai had already entered the Sky Phoenix ring for 100,000 years, and his fusion with the spirit artifact was too stable. Although Huang Yueli had already done her best to cooperate, but the entire process was still very slow. Seeing this, Zhao Lin and the rest became rather anxious. All the phoenixes stared at Zhao Lin. Patriarch, this time. What should he do? Young Master Zhao Hua's spirit body can't take it anymore. That's right. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the Nirvana ceremony will fail. I have already successfully condensed my physical body. It would be a pity if I fail now. Quickly think of a way. Zhao Lin's brows were already tightly knitted. If he could think of a way, how could he not? But no matter if it was the Phoenix clan's experts present or Huang Yueli, they had already reached their limits. Now, the only one who could help little Wang Kai was Huang Yueli herself. If her willpower was strong enough and she was willing to give up more primordial spirits, she could still force little Wang Kai to succeed in his nirvana. However, the price she had to pay was too high. Not only would she have to endure unimaginable pain, but her strength would also decrease greatly, even affecting her future cultivation. To a god-grade genius with a boundless future, this was something even more painful than death. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Could it be that Zhao Hua really, is there really no hope? Zhao Lin closed his eyes. However, at this moment, the center of the array suddenly emitted a bright light. The explosive fire attribute energy lit up the entire Phoenix Tranquility Gorge as if it was daytime. In an instant, powerful energy attacked every corner of the array. With Zhao Lin's strength, he was caught off guard and almost could not continue sitting in his original position. He took a deep breath and managed to maintain his balance. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sharp cry of a phoenix. This cry was extremely long. Everyone's eardrums were hurt by the scream, and they could not come back to their senses for a long time. After about 15 minutes, the hissing gradually weakened. The energy in the center of the array began to spread out in all directions. Zhao Lin reacted, and his face immediately revealed an extremely surprised expression. It's Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua's nirvana has succeeded. Following Zhao Lin's shout, all the phoenixes understood. Everyone immediately rushed into the array. At the center of the array, the blinding light gradually faded, revealing a golden-red little phoenix. This phoenix was spreading its wings and stopping in mid-air. In terms of size, it was still a juvenile that had yet to reach adulthood. Its fiery red wings were spread to the extreme, but it only had a wingspan of 2 meters. It could not be compared to the original body of Zhao Hua. However, the energy around its body was very stable and condensed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lin was extremely pleasantly surprised and almost cried out. His brother, whom he had been separated from for 100,000 years and thought had passed away, had finally returned to his side. Moreover, he had successfully condensed a physical body. This body was as beautiful as the one he saw 100,000 years ago. Zhao Hua, you finally recovered. That's great, that's great. At this moment, Zhao Lin had long forgotten his identity as the patriarch. He completely ignored his image and directly pounced towards little Wang Kai. When little Wang Kai heard the commotion, its original body trembled slightly in the air. Immediately after, silver light flashed and it turned into the appearance of a little boy. Zhao Hua, quickly come over to brother. Let brother take a good look. Zhao Lin ran to his side and said loudly. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull him over so that little Wang Kai could feel the warmth of a family member. Who knew that after little Wang Kai transformed into a human, it did not even look at him. Turning around, he rushed towards Huang Yueli, who was not far away. Female devil, female devil. You. How are you? Don't scare me. On the other side of the array, Huang Yueli's face was pale and weak as she laid in Li Moying's embrace. After the Nirvana ceremony ended, the Phoenix Clan's clansmen immediately rushed towards little Wang Kai. Only Li Moying immediately ran over and caught his wife. He quickly held her wrist to feel her pulse and checked the condition of her body as his brows creased. The situation of little Lear's damaged primordial spirit. It was more serious than he had imagined. At this moment, Huang Yueli coincidentally raised her head and saw his solemn expression as she couldn't help but pull out a smile. Moying, you. Don't worry too much, I'm fine. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I should be fine after resting for a period of time. Compared to the pain of her primordial spirit being damaged, what she was more unaccustomed to was that her primordial spirit no longer had a direct connection with little Wang Kai. This made her feel a little empty. Although they usually despised this brat for being too much, they had been together for several years and fought side by side countless times. They were no different from biological siblings. Li Moying glared at her as his heart was filled with displeasure. You still dare to say that you're fine? With your primordial spirit damaged to this extent, do you not want to advance in the future? Do you have to go to this extent for a devilish brat? It wasn't that Li Moying didn't like little Wang Kai, but the moment he thought of how he caused his little fox to suffer serious injuries, he couldn't wait to throw him down the cliff. Huang Yueli didn't mind at all as she asked him with a smile, "If my strength isn't good enough and I can't fight side by side with you, would you divorce your wife and marry another?" Li Moying glared at her fiercely, "You still dare to ask such a question? Are you trying to anger me to death?" Seeing the obvious anger in Li Moying's eyes, Huang Yueli didn't dare to spout nonsense as she secretly stuck out her tongue and shut her mouth. Li Moying saw that she was still able to smile and finally felt a little relieved. There were still quite a number of elixirs left, which were used to restore primordial spirit, and he took them out to feed Huang Yueli personally. Huang Yueli originally disliked the pill for being too bitter and didn't want to eat it, but seeing Li Moying's sunken face, her expression was so tense that it was frightening, so she didn't dare to say anything more and obediently swallowed the pill. After eating, Huang Yueli's face had indeed regained a bit of color. Li Moying bent down and was prepared to carry his wife away when suddenly, he heard little Wang Kai's voice from behind. Female devil, female devil. How are you? Do you have a headache?" Little Wang Kai had just woken up and was already running towards Huang Yueli's direction with all his heart. This frightened the members of the Phoenix clan. Zhao Lin and the others all jumped up and chased after him. "Zhao Hua, stop right now. Don't run around. Young Master Zhao Hua, come back quickly. Your body is very weak now. Young Master Zhao Hua." Amidst the series of screams, little Wang Kai had already run to Huang Yueli's side. Looking at Huang Yueli's pale face, he couldn't help but pounce on her. "Female devil, how are you? Is it?" However, little Wang Kai's hand had yet to touch Huang Yueli's body when he was grabbed by the collar behind his neck, like a little chick. "Don't get so close," Li Moying warned expressionlessly. Little Wang Kai's face turned green. "Great Demon King, you. What kind of situation is this, and you still say such things? Let me see the female devil." "There's nothing to see. It's just that my primordial spirit is injured." "But..." Little Wang Kai still wanted to say something, but the phoenixes had already chased after him. Zhao Lin panted heavily as he listened from beside little Wang Kai's pillow. His eyes were still in shock. "Zhao Hua, why are you running around? Do you know that the Nirvana ceremony has just ended and your spirit body is not stable enough to fuse with your physical body? Therefore, not only can you not do anything too intense, but you also can't be too sad or happy." "That's right, young Master Zhao Hua, the Patriarch spent so much effort to let you successfully attain Nirvana. You must not treat your own body as a joke. If you get hurt anywhere, Patriarch will be very sad. Young Master Zhao Hua, you." Enough. As little Wang Kai listened, he could not bear to listen any longer. He puffed up his cheeks and angrily interrupted them. His shout shocked all the clansmen present. This was because no one had expected that little Wang Kai, who still looked childish, would suddenly lose his temper. Moreover, his angry appearance actually had some might, looking like a miniature version of Zhao Lin. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, little Wang Kai gritted his teeth. "Don't get me wrong. The one who spent so much effort to save me was my female devil. If it wasn't for her splitting her primordial spirit to save me, I would have completely dissipated by now. Now, because she saved me, her primordial spirit was damaged and she suffered such a serious injury. How can none of you care about her?" Everyone looked at each other blankly when they heard his words. Only then did he recall that Huang Yueli had also been injured during the Nirvana ceremony, and her primordial spirit was seriously injured. However, they were all concerned about little Wang Kai, and no one thought of this. Little Wang Kai snorted coldly. "You guys are too much. How could they still have the cheek to say that the ancient god clans were ungrateful? What about you guys?" After hearing what he said, the phoenixes were so ashamed that they could not raise their heads. At this moment, Zhao Lin also rushed over. Hearing little Wang Kai's words, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Turning towards Huang Yueli, he coughed lightly, cough cough, Miss Huang, it's all thanks to your help today that my younger brother was able to successfully attain nirvana. Now, his spirit body and new corporeal body have already fused together. As long as he recuperates for a period of time, he will be able to stabilize. I represent all the clansmen to thank you. Huang Yueli leaned into Li Moying's embrace and her head was still a little dizzy, so she didn't say anything immediately. Li Moying raised his eyes and his icy cold gaze swept across Zhao Lin's face as he sneered, this, thank you, is not something my wife can afford. If you can stop shouting and killing, we will thank the heavens. Zhao Lin looked even more embarrassed. Cough cough, young Master Li, this. How could this be? Miss Huang is the benefactor of our Phoenix clan. We are not people who repay kindness with ingratitude. Is that so? Huang Yueli lifted her lips lazily. Yesterday, when I brought Zhao Hua back, you guys had also thanked us. In the end, in just a few hours, you drugged us and wanted to kill us. This? It was really a misunderstanding. I was too narrow-minded and offended the two of you. It's rare that the two of you are willing to risk your lives to save my brother. I will definitely not forget this kindness and will repay it in the future. This time, Zhao Lin spoke very sincerely. Even though he still couldn't forget the grudge he had with the sacred phoenix race 100,000 years ago, but Huang Yueli's actions these 2 days had deeply moved him. He asked himself honestly, even he himself was unable to be as loyal as Huang Yueli. He clearly knew that little Wang Kai's brother and clansmen had been plotting to kill him, but he still rushed back to save him. During the Nirvana ceremony, the moment he saw Huang Yueli rushing over with a body full of dust, other than being shocked and moved, he also felt a deep sense of shame. However, seeing Zhao Lin's regret, Huang Yueli didn't have any intention of forgiving him. She still had a cold expression on her face. There's no need to repay me. When we leave the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, I'll be satisfied as long as you don't stop us. Zhao Lin laughed dryly, Miss Huang, if you and Master Li want to leave, we definitely won't stop you. However, your body is in such a bad condition now, and the road to enter and exit the canyon is so dangerous. Isn't this not good for you? Why don't we rest in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge for a while? Our Phoenix clan has herbs that are specially used to repair the primordial spirit. It is very beneficial for your injuries. These herbs are priceless in the territory of the ancient god clan. You can't buy them no matter how much money you have. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were still hesitant. Little Wang Kai cried out anxiously, female devil, my brother didn't lie to you this time. The Phoenix clan really has a lot of herbs. There were also heavenly and earthly treasures used to refine weapons. You stay. They caused you so much trouble, but you ate all their herbs. Zhao Lin was speechless. Was this traitor really his younger brother? Huang Yueli was also speechless. Why did he make her sound like a rice bucket that only knew how to eat? Although she was very particular about her diet, it was just a small hobby. However, little Wang Kai's words reminded her. She could be considered to have contributed to the Phoenix clan. It was not her style to leave quietly without any benefits. Huang Yueli nodded her head, all right then, I'll stay in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge for a period of time and I can also take a look at Wang Kai's. The fusion of Zhao Hua's spirit body. Now that Huang Yueli's safety wasn't a problem anymore, Li Moying naturally wouldn't oppose his wife's decision. This way please. Zhao Lin secretly heaved a sigh of relief and personally led the way. Li Moying carried Huang Yueli horizontally and followed behind Zhao Lin. This time around, the Phoenix clan had shown sufficient sincerity as they vacated the largest courtyard in the valley for Huang Yueli to recuperate. Not only that, Zhao Lin even sent people to deliver large amounts of medicinal herbs for Huang Yueli's use every day. Huang Yueli squatted on the ground, picking and choosing the herbs. TSK, as expected of a divine beast clan that has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. The medicinal herbs they collect are all rare treasures of the god realm, and their quality is quite good. It's just that they're too wasteful. Such good medicinal herbs are actually not refined into medicinal pills. Not refining it into a pill? Li Moying was slightly surprised as he raised his brows. Then how do I consume it? Huang Yueli's face was filled with helplessness. Earlier, I specially asked little sister Xianxia, who brought the medicinal herbs over, and she said that her clansmen all swallowed it directly. For those who are more particular, they can be cooked together with the food they eat and made into medicinal cuisine. Making the medicinal herbs into dishes sounded a little more particular, but from her point of view as a half-barrel water spirit apothecary, the degree of waste of medicinal power was about the same. It was nothing more than that medicinal cuisine looked better than eating herbs directly. From this, it could be said that the Phoenix clan basically did not study spirit medicine techniques. Li Moying pondered for a moment and smiled. This might be because the ancient divine beast's ability to communicate with heaven and earth and absorb profound qi is much higher than ours, so they don't need to refine the medicinal herbs into pills, and can absorb most of the medicinal effects so naturally, they don't need to expend so much effort. Huang Yueli nodded, you're right. Unfortunately, I'm from the ancient god clan, not a divine beast. She would really feel heartache if she swallowed all these herbs. It was really too wasteful. So Huang Yueli only ate a small portion to ensure that her injured primordial spirit could recover. The remaining medicinal ingredients were all placed into the Sky Phoenix ring space, preparing to bring them back to Lu Bian. One could imagine that if her senior brother saw that he had brought back so many rare medicinal herbs, he would definitely be overjoyed. The two of them stayed in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge for a period of time. Because Huang Yueli had saved little Wang Kai, now when the phoenixes saw the two of them, they weren't as hostile as before. As time passed, the two of them gradually became familiar with each other. The phoenixes realized that the ancient god clans were not as annoying as they had imagined. At least, Huang Yueli had a huge advantage. That was that she was very good at cooking. Especially the roasted drumsticks. That day, little Wang Kai pestered Huang Yueli, insisting that she would roast a chicken drumstick for him to eat. Huang Yueli was initially unwilling as Zhao Lin had specially warned her not to feed little Wang Kai with such non-nutritious food as it would affect his growth and development. 4385 A thank you gift from the Phoenix clan, 6. Huang Yueli was also speechless. Why did he make her sound like a rice bucket that only knew how to eat? Although she was very particular about her diet, it was just a small hobby. However, little Wang Kai's words reminded her. She could be considered to have contributed to the Phoenix clan. It was not her style to leave quietly without any benefits. Huang Yueli nodded her head, all right then, I'll stay in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge for a period of time and I can also take a look at the Prosperous. The fusion of Zhao Hua's spirit body. Now that Huang Yueli's safety wasn't a problem anymore, Li Moying naturally wouldn't oppose his wifey's decision. This way please. Zhao Lin secretly heaved a sigh of relief and personally led the way. Li Moying carried Huang Yueli horizontally and followed behind Zhao Lin. This time around, the Phoenix clan had shown sufficient sincerity as they vacated the largest courtyard in the valley for Huang Yueli to recuperate. Not only that, Zhao Lin even sent people to deliver large amounts of medicinal herbs for Huang Yueli's use every day. Huang Yueli squatted on the ground, picking and choosing the herbs. TSK, as expected of a divine beast clan that has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. The medicinal herbs they collect are all rare treasures of the god realm, and their quality is quite good. It's just that they're too wasteful. Such good medicinal herbs are actually not refined into medicinal pills. Not refining it into a pill? Li Moying was slightly surprised as he raised his brows. Then how do I consume it? Huang Yueli's face was filled with helplessness. Earlier, I specially asked little sister Xianxia, who brought the medicinal herbs over, and she said that her clansmen all swallowed it directly. For those who are more particular, they can be cooked together with the food they eat and made into medicinal cuisine. Making the medicinal herbs into dishes sounded a little more particular, but from her point of view as a half-barrel water spirit apothecary, the degree of waste of medicinal power was about the same. It was nothing more than that medicinal cuisine looked better than eating herbs directly. From this, it could be said that the Phoenix clan basically did not study spirit medicine techniques. Li Moying pondered for a moment and smiled. This might be because the ancient divine beast's ability to communicate with heaven and earth and absorb profound qi is much higher than ours, so they don't need to refine the medicinal herbs into pills, and can absorb most of the medicinal effects so naturally, they don't need to expend so much effort. Huang Yueli nodded. You're right. Unfortunately, I'm a god, not a divine beast. She would really feel heartache if she swallowed all these herbs. It was really too wasteful. So Huang Yueli only ate a small portion to ensure that her injured primordial spirit could recover. The remaining medicinal ingredients were all placed into the Sky Phoenix ring space, preparing to bring them back to Liu Bian. One could imagine that if his senior brother saw that he had brought back so many rare medicinal herbs, he would definitely be overjoyed. The two of them stayed in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge for a period of time. Because Huang Yueli had saved little Wang Kai, now when the phoenixes saw the two of them, they weren't as hostile as before. As time passed, the two of them gradually became familiar with each other. The phoenixes realized that the Protoss were not as annoying as they had imagined. At least, Huang Yueli had a huge advantage. That was that he was very good at cooking. Especially the roasted drumsticks. That day, little Wang Kai pestered Huang Yueli, insisting that she would roast a chicken drumstick for him to eat. Huang Yueli was initially unwilling as Zhao Lin had specially warned her not to feed little Wang Kai with such non-nutritious food as it would affect his growth and development. Huang Yueli totally didn't expect that there would be someone behind her as she jumped in fright and the roasted chicken in her hand almost fell to the ground. Li Moying caught the roast chicken in time and used his other hand to pull Huang Yueli into his embrace to protect her. His handsome brows slightly creased up as he looked at the person behind Huang Yueli with a displeased expression. Huang Yueli turned her head and saw Yan Zhu and the other phoenixes standing behind her. Everyone's faces were drooling as they stared at the roast chicken on the shelf. Their saliva was about to drip down. That expression, it was exactly the same as little Wang Kai. Huang Yueli's lips twitched. All of you, you want to eat roast chicken too? Yan Zhu nodded repeatedly. Miss Huang, although it is very presumptuous, but your roast chicken is really too fragrant. Yes, it smells so good. I haven't smelled such fragrant food for tens of thousands of years. The other phoenixes nodded. Huang Yueli's head was full of black lines. If I remember correctly, doesn't Phoenix only eat a few rare herbs and drink dew? Are you sure you want to eat this? Something greasy? This was what was recorded in the various great ancient records of the divine realm. So Huang Yueli had always felt that this little phoenix of hers was not normal and guessed that it might be because the cubs were more gluttonous, so when he grew up a little, he would be normal. Who would have thought that after little Wang Kai returned to the perched Phoenix Canyon, not only did he not fall in love with the herbs and dew, on the contrary, even his clansmen were seduced by the roasted chicken drumstick. Yan Zhu hurriedly explained, we phoenixes can actually eat anything. It's just that we usually live on the top of high mountains, where clouds and mist surround the place with dense mystic qi. This kind of environment is suitable for our Phoenix clan to cultivate. However, there are only medicinal herbs and dew around for consumption. In other words, it wasn't that they couldn't eat roast chicken, they just couldn't eat it. Moreover, looking at their eager eyes, it seemed. You like it? Huang Yueli was speechless. Yan Zhu and the others looked at her hesitant expression and looked at each other. Huang Yueli opened her mouth again. It's not impossible for you to eat roast chicken. My husband and I have been living in the perched Phoenix Canyon for some time now. We are considered neighbors. We see each other every day and are all acquaintances. It's not too much to come to our house for a meal. When little Wang Kai heard this, his eyes widened in shock. He did not even bother to eat the chicken drumstick in his hand. What kind of stimulation had his she-devil received? He actually changed? She was obviously very stingy. When did she become so generous? He was actually willing to give his roasted drumstick to someone else? Little Wang Kai was anxious as he rushed to Huang Yueli's side and hugged her thigh as he shouted, "No way, no way. Female devil, you can't let them eat roast chicken. I can only eat one drumstick, so why should they eat and drink for free?" When Huang Yueli saw this, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Hee, you're right. When little Wang Kai saw her smile, he was startled and suddenly felt a chill on his back. For some reason, he had a feeling that he had been scammed again. Was it an illusion? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Huang Yueli had already turned towards Yan Zhu and the rest, her face full of apology. Seniors, it's not that I don't want to give you food. Instead, as you can see, your little young master Radiant said that he would let you eat and drink for free. He would be jealous. If you really want to eat, why don't you? Give me something in exchange? Hearing this, little Wang Kai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew it. He knew it. It was impossible for the money-hungry she-devil to suddenly become so generous. As expected, she had taken a fancy to the treasures that their Phoenix clan had collected for many years and wanted to extort a sum of money. But if she wanted to blackmail him, then so be it. Why did she want him to take the blame? Yan Zhu and the others looked at each other. Miss Huang, what can we exchange for it? You know, we almost never leave the perched Phoenix Canyon. We don't have any spirit stones or spiritual jades from your god clan. They had lived in seclusion in the perching Phoenix Gorge for a long time, and the clansmen were very close to each other. They almost did not have the concept of bartering with others. Hearing Huang Yueli's words out of the blue, they were a little dumbfounded. When Huang Yueli saw their silly looks, she immediately burst out laughing, smiling till her eyes curved into crescents and the corners of her eyes narrowed. TSK, look at them, he was simply a fat sheep that had delivered itself to her door, waiting to be slaughtered by her. Huang Yueli smiled, I didn't say that you must use spirit jade to exchange for it. Whatever you have, just bring it over. Especially if there were medicinal herbs or something, that would be the best. Many medicinal herbs could be added to dishes, and the taste of the dishes would be very good. If the medicinal herbs you bring are suitable, I can also consider making some other dishes. Upon hearing this, the phoenixes almost drooled. He immediately patted his chest, Miss Huang, don't worry, we have plenty of herbs. I'll go back and get it for you immediately. The phoenixes turned around and ran home. Not long after, they returned with bundles of medicinal herbs. All of them were in a hurry and their expressions were urgent, as though they were afraid that Huang Yueli would secretly run away. The few of them squeezed in the courtyard, and the medicinal herbs under their feet piled up into a small mountain. Miss Huang, look at this, silver frost spirit dew. I collected it after breaking a 10,000-year-old silver frost vine in the back mountain 30,000 years ago. This kind of spirit dew has a strong fragrance, and I haven't been willing to use it. I think I can use it when cooking. Yan Zhu carried a large bucket of silver translucent liquid and passed it to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli opened the lid and sniffed as the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Yes, the silver frost spirit dew can indeed be used to cook dishes. Mix some mushrooms into a sauce and apply it on freshly roasted chicken. The taste is amazing. Yan Zhu thanked her profusely. Miss Huang, then it's been hard on you. Huang Yueli couldn't help but snicker. How much spiritual dew could be used to make a mushroom sauce? To make a bucket of sauce, he only needed to add a few drops and the taste would be good enough. Yan Zhu had brought over a large bucket. This time, he made a killing. Sigh, the people of the Phoenix clan were really too honest. She was a little embarrassed. Miss Huang, look at this. This is a fire-attributed heaven-grade medicinal herb, Profound Yang Scarlet Flame Grass. To fire-attributed practitioners, it's the best ingredient. Eating one could increase one's cultivation by a lot. Can you see if you can use it to cook? Huang Yueli looked at the huge bundle of Profound Yang Scarlet Flame Grass in front of her and was speechless. This kind of medicinal herb was priceless. It was hard to find in the territory of the gods' race. Just one stalk could be used to refine a large bottle of Profound Yang pills. To a fire attribute martial artist in the Profound Intent realm, 3 bottles could forcefully increase his cultivation by a small realm. In the end, Phoenix treated him like a cabbage and gave him to her. Seeing that Huang Yueli didn't say anything, this Phoenix was still very perturbed. Miss Huang, I know that this Profound Yang Scarlet Flame Grass doesn't taste very good, but the place I live in is rather remote and there isn't anything good to eat, so you just make do? Huang Yueli forcefully held back the urge to laugh as she deliberately said in a serious tone, cough cough, this Profound Yang Scarlet Flame Grass. The taste was indeed a little bad. Not only were the roots and leaves rough, but they also emitted a special earthy smell. No matter if it's used to stir-fry or make soup, it won't work. When Phoenix heard this, her face revealed an obvious look of disappointment. Did it mean that it was inappropriate? But, I only have these scarlet flame grass? Why don't I give you a little more? If 1 basket is not enough, then 3 baskets it is. 3 baskets can be exchanged for a roast chicken, right? Huang Yueli almost couldn't smile anymore. Because she was trying her best to hold back her laughter, her face was about to cramp up, and she felt as if her intestines were about to be knotted. She lowered her head, covered her mouth with her hand, and coughed twice. 3 baskets it is. After all, we're neighbors, and you're so sincere. Even if I suffer a loss, this roast chicken is yours. Huang Yueli picked up a roasted chicken that had just been cooked and smeared it with honey before handing it over to the Phoenix. The other party thanked him profusely. He held the roast chicken and happily sat at the side to eat it. Little Wang Kai was dumbstruck as he watched from the side. His heart was filled with the urge to vomit blood. This she-devil, he was really getting more and more ruthless. After extorting so many heavenly treasures from the other party, he actually had the nerve to pretend that he had suffered a huge loss. And wasn't his clansman too silly and sweet? He was still counting money for others after being sold? Which side should he stand on? Should he remind his clansmen not to be deceived by this black-hearted she-devil? However, this she-devil would definitely pluck his fur and make him into a flower phoenix. Little Wang Kai had already finished the chicken drumstick in his hand. However, he was thinking about such a profound question in his heart that he forgot to put down the bone in his hand. He was still grabbing the chicken bone and biting it. Xianxia Bela was frightened by such a voice. She subconsciously shifted her butt and sat a little further away. When Huang Yueli heard the commotion, she shot little Wang Kai a warning look, successfully scaring him. Then, he continued to trade herbs for roast chicken. Li Moying leaned against the shade of a large tree and looked at the sly and sweet smile on his little fox's face as the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. From the 16-year-old year in his previous life, the day he met Huang Yueli, what he yearned for was not this kind of life. He was training outside with his lure, protecting her and watching her scam others. What a beautiful day. While Huang Yueli was collecting debts, she also had to roast the chicken and was gradually overwhelmed. Hence, he waved his hand in the direction of little Wang Kai. Wang. Hey, come here. Little Wang Kai got up from the ground and slowly moved towards her. His face was filled with reluctance. What? Are you calling me? I'm not a dog. Why are you barking? I have a handsome name, Radiant. Alright. No matter what your name is, come over quickly. I'm going to roast a batch of roast chicken now, so I can't collect the medicinal herbs. You're in charge of helping me count the ingredients. If you do well, I'll reward you with another drumstick. What? You want me to help you scam money? Little Wang Kai cried out in shock. No, I will never be a traitor to the Phoenix clan. Doing such a backstabbing thing. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by betraying me? You make it sound like I've done something bad. I've made a fair deal with the fellow villagers of the Phoenix clan. We're both willing parties. When have we ever cheated money? You. Little Wang Kai's face turned red and he held it in for a long time. The she-devil's words made sense, and he couldn't refute her. However, she was clearly scamming money. Are you really not coming over to help? Did he not want a second drumstick? Since you think I'm scamming you, fine. Don't come over. I'll ask someone else. As she spoke, she turned to look at the other phoenixes beside her and shouted, Whoever is willing to help me count the ingredients, I'll give you a roasted chicken drumstick. Is anyone willing? Almost at the instant she finished speaking, the phoenixes were all excited. One by one, they rushed to her side and raised their hands. Me. I'm willing. Miss Huang, look here. Let me help you. I want more honey on my drumsticks. Go away. Miss Huang won't bother with you if you ask for so much. Miss Huang, I only want half a drumstick, and I don't need to use honey. When little Wang Kai saw this scene, his face turned green. His clansmen, they were really silly and sweet. There were even people fighting to do this kind of work. Wasn't it just a chicken drumstick? He just didn't like it. Huang Yueli pointed at one of the young and handsome phoenixes who had just matured. Your job is very simple, as long as... Upon seeing this, little Wang Kai's expression changed as he pounced forward and hugged Huang Yueli's arm. Wait. Female devil, didn't you agree to let me count the medicinal herbs? How could you find another phoenix? Huang Yueli glanced at him indifferently. Didn't you say you weren't willing? When did I say I wasn't willing? You heard wrong. Little Wang Kai was thick-skinned and refused to admit that he had said those words just now. Huang Yueli's brows rose with a smile that was not a smile. Little Wang Kai had already nimbly jumped to her side. It held a tree branch in its hand and knocked on a large rock beside it as it cried out. Dear fellow villagers, brothers and sisters, please do not miss this opportunity. The Huang clan's roast chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The meat was fresh and delicious. It was refined using an exclusive technique and a special sauce. The flavor was excellent. Moreover, there was only one place like this. Limited supply every day. Everyone, don't hesitate. Once you hesitate, you won't be able to eat roast chicken. The roast chicken will be sold out as soon as it comes out of the oven. If you want to buy it, hurry up and line up with me. A bottle of silver frost spirit dew or 3 baskets of profound yang scarlet flame grass would be enough. Of course, you can bribe me to cut the queue. Huang Yueli saw him calling out in a proper manner and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seemed that when she brought little Wang Kai out to train, this little fellow had eavesdropped on the hawking of restaurants and merchants. With little Wang Kai's help, Huang Yueli put all her energy into roasting the chicken, and Li Moying also came over to help. For a time, the small courtyard was bustling with business. Roasted chickens were sold one by one. Huang Yueli looked at the increasing number of medicinal herbs in the courtyard and her heart was filled with joy. This time, at the perched Phoenix Canyon, it was the right choice to come. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Little Wang Kai thought that a new customer had arrived and quickly greeted him. "Brother, do you want to eat roast chicken? Did you bring the herbs? Hurry up and line up at the back, big brother? Why are you here?" Hearing this, everyone in the courtyard turned their heads and looked at the door. As expected, Zhao Lin, who was wearing a golden-red robe, was standing in front of the courtyard. But his expression was obviously not good as he glared fiercely at Huang Yueli and the grill beside her, his eyes seemingly about to spew fire. "What are you all doing here? I can hear you guys gathering here from afar. The black smoke in the courtyard is everywhere. What does it look like?" Zhao Lin reprimanded everyone sternly. He turned his head and looked at little Wang Kai, who was sitting on a big rock. His gaze became even more fierce. "Especially you. Radiant, what are you doing here? What's with the herbs around you?" This, big brother. Cough cough. Little Wang Kai shrunk its neck and subconsciously jumped down from the big rock. It took a few steps back and hid behind the small mountain of medicinal herbs. He simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Why was he so unlucky? First, he was forced by the she-devil to do such a backstabbing thing, and now, he was actually caught red-handed by his big brother. What was even worse was that both the she-devil and his big brother were people he could not afford to offend. He was sandwiched between two evil forces, and he could only be cannon fodder. "Why are you hiding? Come out and explain clearly," Zhao Lin said with a livid expression. When Huang Yueli saw little Wang Kai's startled expression, she couldn't stand it any longer as she put down the condiments in her hands and walked towards them. "Lord Zhao Lin, did you come to my small courtyard just to scare the children?" Although she often scared little Wang Kai, just because she could scare him didn't mean that she could scare others. Even if it was little Wang Kai's biological big brother. Zhao Lin narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous coldness flashed across his eyes. "Miss Huang, may I ask, what exactly are you doing? Why are my clansmen gathered here and moving baskets of medicinal herbs over? They almost emptied the clan's warehouse." Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders as she replied nonchalantly, "Lord Zhao Lin, isn't your words too exaggerated? That was not what the seniors said when they brought the medicinal herbs over just now. What they brought over were all their own private collections. Why did you empty the Phoenix clan's warehouse?" Upon hearing this, the Phoenixes who had just changed to roast chicken also protested. "That's right, Lord Patriarch. We took the medicinal herbs that we collected ourselves. We definitely didn't touch the ones in the warehouse. We still know the severity of the situation. You don't have to worry. Lord Clan Leader, don't scare Miss Huang. She's such a young girl. She can't be scared." Hearing these words of defense, not only did Zhao Lin not smile, but his expression became even uglier. Was there a mistake? Back then, it was also them who had been shouting that the blood feud between the two races could never be wiped out and that they wanted to punish these two geniuses of the God clan on the spot. Now, everyone was on her side. Not only did he bring out all the medicinal herbs in the house for her, he even dared to go against him, the clan leader, for Huang Yueli? Was this little girl poisonous? Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy. He swept his gaze across the crowd and asked, coldly, "So, after all this time, what are you guys doing here?" "We We're eating here, eat roast chicken. Yan Zhu said weakly. When Zhao Lin heard this, he had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. You said eat. Eat what? Say it again? Huang Yueli smiled as she took the initiative to step forward and said, Lord Zhao Lin, you have already seen it, so why do you still ask the obvious? That's right, we're just roasting a few roast chickens here to eat. It's not a big deal. I wonder why you're so angry. Is there a rule in the perched Phoenix Canyon that you can't make a fire to cook? Zhao Lin stared at the grill behind Huang Yueli. On the grill, there were 2 roast chickens that had just been roasted halfway. Under the burning of the open fire, the skin became scorched and crispy bit by bit. Drops of oil dripped down and fell into the fire. The fragrance was stimulated by the heat of the fire and quickly spread in the air. The phoenixes present swallowed their saliva in unison. Zhao Lin subconsciously wanted to do the same. However, he remembered his identity in time and forcefully held back. Zhao Lin clenched his right fist and placed it against his lips. He coughed lightly to cover up his uneasiness. Cough cough, there is indeed no such rule in the perched Phoenix Canyon, but... However, phoenixes were generally vegetarian. They basically ate raw food. Occasionally, they would catch a little snake or rabbit to eat. They would also simply cook it with the spiritual water in the mountains. Who would set up a grill and roast chicken in the open like her? Zhao Lin held it in for a while, unable to refute. He turned his gaze and saw the pile of medicinal herbs at the side, and his expression immediately darkened. Barbecuing isn't a problem, but where did these herbs come from? Huang Yueli gave a slight smile, with a pure and innocent expression. Medicinal herbs, of course, it was brought by the seniors. I treated everyone to roast chicken, and the seniors probably felt sorry, so they brought me a small gift. Is that not okay? This is called a small gift? Zhao Lin's face was so dark that ink was about to drip out. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes as she deliberately said, Isn't that so? Didn't the seniors just say that they picked this from the back of the mountain? Are you lying to me? Most of the phoenixes in the canyon were born and raised in the perched Phoenix Canyon. They rarely left the surrounding dense forest, so their personalities were very simple. They had never thought that Huang Yueli, this kind of pure and innocent-looking young lady, would be so cunning as to trick them. Upon hearing her words, everyone spoke up to testify for her. That's right. I picked this blood-mysterious young scarlet flame grass from the back of the mountain. Isn't that right? Yes, yes. I also got my silver frost spirit dew from the back mountain. Miss Huang is absolutely right. Lord Clan Leader, Miss Huang, can make such delicious roast chicken. Everyone wants to eat it, we can't just eat and drink for free here, right? That's why we thought of bringing some gifts over. Could it be that we gave too few gifts? Did you embarrass the Phoenix clan? Zhao Lin saw that these phoenixes had not reacted to being played. They were still counting money for others after being sold. He was so angry that he almost fainted. If he had known earlier, he would not have forbidden the phoenixes of his clan from leaving the mountain as they pleased. Look at all of them. They had all become so silly and sweet. They had no idea that the things in their hands were priceless treasures. He was fooled by that extremely cunning little girl of the god race with just a few words. He gritted his teeth in anger. Don't you have brains? Although the medicinal herbs in your hands are everywhere in the back mountain, they are priceless treasures in the territory of the god race. Roasted chicken is worthless in the divine realm. You were all deceived by that little girl. What is it? How did this happen? Lord Patriarch, is what you said true? Miss Huang really lied to us? Miss Huang, are you really trying to cheat us of the medicinal herbs in our hands? Hearing Zhao Lin's words, quite a number of phoenixes started to feel puzzled as they started to question Huang Yueli's earlier series of actions. But there were also quite a number of phoenixes who stood firmly on Huang Yueli's side. It can't be, right? Miss Huang was such a good person, her roast chicken is so delicious. She must be a good person. Right, Miss Huang is as outstanding as her roast chicken. I definitely won't lie. From the moment Zhao Lin appeared, little Wang Kai had been hiding behind Huang Yueli. Although he didn't say anything, but he had pricked up his ears to listen to the movements around him. Hearing that there were actually so many phoenixes speaking up for Huang Yueli, cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. Big brothers and sisters, wake up. Can you not be so stupid? The first time he ate the roasted chicken made by the she-devil, he was so touched that he almost cried. He thought that he had followed a peerless master. But what was the result? Looking back on the past, it was all bitter tears. However, Zhao Lin's prestige in the clan was extremely high. If he said that Huang Yueli was lying, even if most of the phoenixes couldn't figure it out, their first reaction would be to believe their clan leader. In an instant, more and more phoenixes raised doubts towards Huang Yueli. There were even people who understood it and stood out to request Huang Yueli to return the herbs. Seeing that if this continued, the situation would go out of control, Huang Yueli suddenly took a step forward and coughed heavily. Cough cough, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I lie to you? Didn't you hear what our clan leader said? Phoenix asked loudly. This roast chicken isn't worth much, but our medicinal herbs are worth a lot. You're lying to us. Huang Yueli swept a glance at him as her lips curled up into a smile as she spoke calmly. Little brother, your memory doesn't seem to be very good. When did I ever say that your herbs are worthless? Did I say that? Think about it carefully and speak with your conscience. Phoenix choked. All right. It seemed that he had never said it before, but his butt had just left his mouth when he was interrupted by Huang Yueli. Right? I really didn't say such a thing. As for the roast chicken, it's clearly priced. As long as you bring the medicinal herbs over, I've never owed you anything. Everyone's roast chicken is equally delicious. I'm doing business so honestly, and you're saying that I'm cheating? This. Phoenix was tongue-tied as she stared at Huang Yueli with her eyes wide open, unable to say a word. He clearly felt that Huang Yueli's words were not right, but he totally didn't know how to retort. Zhao Lin looked at the phoenix's foolish expressions and gritted his teeth. He waved his hand and stood up. Miss Huang, don't twist logic here. This basket of mysterious young scarlet flame grass is enough to buy 1,000,000 roast chickens in the 12 continents of the God clan. What is it? 1,000,000 roast chickens. Heavens, I gave Miss Huang 3 baskets of herbs just now, why did I only exchange it for this one? If we go to the 12 continents of the God clan, won't we be able to eat roast chicken every day? You have a point. We'll go down the mountain tomorrow. No, we'll go down the mountain now. Zhao Lin had not expected that after he had settled this score, not only did these phoenixes not have any intention of seeking justice from Huang Yueli, they even wanted to go down the mountain to feast. Zhao Lin's expression turned darker and darker. Finally, he couldn't listen anymore. Shut up, he shouted. The phoenixes were discussing the route down the mountain and were in high spirits when they suddenly heard Zhao Lin's sudden roar. They were all shocked. A few of the more timid ones almost jumped up in fright. The phoenixes hurriedly turned around and looked at Zhao Lin. Lord Patriarch. Eat, you only know how to eat. Did you not eat anything good in the perched Phoenix Canyon, or did you starve? You actually want to exchange such precious medicinal herbs for food. Zhao Lin had an expression of disappointment as he reprimanded the phoenixes. None of the phoenixes were convinced. However, due to the authority of the clan leader, none of them dared to refute. All of them lowered their heads and did not speak. Just as Zhao Lin felt a little relieved, a sweet voice of a young girl suddenly drifted over from not far away. "Lord Zhao Lin, you're wrong. The place you live in is good. There's abundant Xianxia in the heaven and earth, and it's also very suitable for the growth of all kinds of rare herbs. However, there's really nothing good to eat. Have you eaten this fragrant roasted chicken before?" Huang Yueli pointed at the roast chicken that was still dripping oil on the grill as she asked loudly. "No, I haven't. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious food. We don't even have a live chicken on our mountain. How can we have eaten it?" The phoenixes answered subconsciously. However, in the next moment, Zhao Lin's cold gaze swept over. They were so frightened that they quivered and quickly changed their words. "No, no, no. This is just roast chicken. No, there's nothing delicious." The phoenixes raised their heads and puffed out their chests. They did not look sideways, deeply expressing their disdain for the roast chicken. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she continued, "All right then. Roasted chicken is indeed not anything delicious. After all, there were too many ways to make chicken. It could be made into lingji chicken soup, braised, fried, steamed, braised, and sauced. Every one of them was delicious. Moreover, other than chicken, there was also pork, beef, and mutton. Even the vegetables and fruits that you usually eat have thousands of cooking methods." Hearing Huang Yueli's description, the phoenix's saliva fell onto the ground. Once again, he had forgotten about the poor clan leader. "Really? Miss Huang, these vegetables, do you know how to do it? Can we try it?" "Miss Huang, I can exchange it with medicinal herbs." Yes, I can do it too. I have even more precious herbs, better than the profound young scarlet flame grass. I have a medicinal herb at home. Even in our Phoenix clan, it is a top-notch treasure." Zhao Lin almost fainted as he listened by the side. He had been trying his best to persuade them, but not only did he fail to let these clansmen see Huang Yueli's true colors, he even seemed to have promoted her business. What a living ghost. Zhao Lin was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. "As the clan leader, I order all of you to return to your own courtyards immediately. No one is allowed to come here to exchange for food, and no one is allowed to take the medicinal herbs out of the valley." "But, Lord Tribe Leader..." The phoenixes were unwilling and wanted to protest. However, under Zhao Lin's cold gaze, none of them dared to make a sound. Little Wang Kai couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't want to help the female devil cheat the clansmen of their medicinal ingredients, he felt that his brother was being a little too arbitrary when he saw Zhao Lin's stern expression. The clansman liked to eat roast chicken. That was a normal need. It was not something that was heinous. "Brother, I think this matter." "Shut up." The moment little Wang Kai opened his mouth, he was stopped by Zhao Lin, who was still in a fit of anger. "You were the one who caused this, and you still dare to speak. What did I tell you earlier? If you want to cultivate properly, you must first stop eating greasy food. You must eat the herbs I gave you. What did you promise me? What are you doing now?" Zhao Lin didn't even need to ask to guess that the cause of today's farce was definitely because little Wang Kai wanted to eat roast chicken. After all, the other phoenixes in the canyon had never eaten roast chicken before, and they would not want to eat it for no reason. Whereas Huang Yueli's primordial spirit was damaged, so in order to recover her strength as soon as possible, she definitely wouldn't eat such oily food, and Li Moying had always been in line with his wife. Then the only remaining culprit would definitely be little Wang Kai. Little Wang Kai was exposed by his big brother on the spot, and his little face immediately flushed red. His face was filled with guilt as he lowered his head. "Humph." Zhao Lin glared at him and snorted coldly. Alright, everyone return to your own courtyards now. You are not allowed to gather here again. Disperse immediately. The phoenixes were reluctant to leave. After tasting Huang Yueli's roast chicken, they had already fallen in love with this taste. Moreover, Huang Yueli had just said that she knew how to cook many other dishes. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was delicious. Although Zhao Lin had always said that Miss Huang had lied to them, most of them still felt that this money was spent. It was worth it. However, due to the authority of the patriarch, they didn't dare to voice their anger and could only reluctantly glance at the last 2 roasted chickens on the grill before leaving Huang Yueli's courtyard one after another. Huang Yueli stood at the side and didn't say anything as she silently watched the phoenixes leave. Zhao Lin swept her a glance. Seeing that she did not stop the phoenixes, his expression became a little better. He turned around and left as well. Huang Yueli was after all little Wang Kai's savior, so he couldn't do anything to her, so he could only restrain his clansmen. Not long after, all the phoenixes in the courtyard left. The small courtyard, which was noisy just now, suddenly became quiet and desolate. It really looked a little miserable. Little Wang Kai was the last to leave. He stood beside Huang Yueli and whispered, "Female devil, my brother he. His temper is like this, he's very stubborn and it's probably caused by living in seclusion in the canyon for too long. He's not targeting you, please don't blame him." Little Wang Kai's heart was abnormally perturbed. After all, his female devil was not someone to be trifled with. She was full of evil ideas. If she really fought with his brother, the entire Phoenix Tranquility Gorge would be overturned by them. Who knew that Huang Yueli wasn't as angry as he had imagined but instead revealed a sweet smile. "It's all right. I understand very much. These are all small matters. You don't have to take them to heart. Hurry up and go back." Huang Yueli's voice was very gentle, but little Wang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She was so reasonable. She really didn't look like the female devil he knew. Little Wang Kai's face was filled with suspicion as he stared at Huang Yueli, as he silently studied her expression thoroughly. However, he still couldn't figure out what the problem was. Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Why are you staring at me? Do you suddenly think that I'm smart, beautiful, and kind?" Little Wang Kai choked for a moment and his little face turned red. Why was his female devil getting more and more thick-skinned? How could he have the nerve to say such a thing? It was true that she was smart and beautiful, but kindness? Didn't her conscience hurt? Little Wang Kai was struck by lightning until it was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. It could not listen any longer. With a black face, it turned around and wanted to leave. I have to go cultivate too. Otherwise, if Big Brother sees me, he'll scold me again. See you. Hey, Wang Kai, wait. Don't leave yet. Huang Yueli called out from behind him. However, not only did little Wang Kai not stop, he even walked faster and was about to run. Huang Yueli's voice drifted over from behind him, "All right then, since you have something urgent to attend to, then you can leave first. Since no one wants to eat these 2 roast chickens, I can only throw them away." "What? Throw it away? What did you say you were going to throw?" Little Wang Kai, who was still running forward, suddenly stopped and turned around. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Huang Yueli, to be more precise, the roast chicken in her hand. Huang Yueli gave an innocent expression, "I don't like to eat such oily things, and my husband doesn't like it either. Since the patriarch also doesn't allow me to feed your clansmen, now that you're not interested, can't we just throw it away?" "Throw it away? Are you really going to throw it away? This is a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure, a great waste." Little Wang Kai screamed. Huang Yueli still had a matter-of-fact look on her face. "I know this is a waste, but we can't just eat it forcefully. If my husband eats too much and gets sick, I'll feel sorry for him. So, I'd better throw it away. Let it return to nature. Or you can just burn it. After it turns into ashes, it can be used to fertilize your herbs. As Huang Yueli said that, she swung her small hand and was about to throw the roast chicken into the fire. Little Wang Kai was startled as he pounced over and hugged Huang Yueli's arm. No, 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 don't throw it. Don't burn it. Who said I don't want to eat roast chicken? I'm willing, I'm willing. Little Wang Kai screamed and desperately tried to save these two pitiful roast chickens. Huang Yueli replied, but earlier I asked you to stay behind to eat roasted chicken. You said you wanted to cultivate. Little Wang Kai's face turned red and he was instantly embarrassed. However, for the sake of his beloved roast chicken, he did not care about his face anymore. Besides, I don't have time now, but I can take the roast chicken back and eat it as supper after I finish cultivating. Little Wang Kai argued irrationally and was already prepared to argue with the female devil, to the end. But who knew that after Huang Yueli heard his words, she actually nodded her head, what you said makes sense. Then I'll let you bring these two roasted chickens back to eat. You've been cultivating hard recently. It's time for you to nourish yourself. When little Wang Kai heard this, his jaw almost fell to the ground. His female devil actually said that she wanted to nourish him. What was wrong with her today? Did he take the wrong medicine? She was actually so kind. There couldn't be any conspiracy, right? However, just as little Wang Kai was feeling puzzled, Huang Yueli had already taken out 2 pieces of emerald green lotus leaves and placed the roast chicken in the middle, carefully wrapping it up. Huang Yueli passed the roasted chicken that she had packed to little Wang Kai. Here, this is for you. Take it back and eat slowly. Little Wang Kai could not believe his eyes. This, is it really for me? He didn't even dare to reach out to take it. Huang Yueli raised her brows. If you don't want it, then I'll. No, I want it. I want it. Little Wang Kai could tell that she was going to go back on her words and jumped up in excitement. He quickly rushed over, snatched the lotus leaf bundle and hugged it in his arms. Then, I'll take this roast chicken. Female devil, you're so nice. Don't worry, if I see Big Brother, I'll definitely put in a good word for you. When little Wang Kai received the roast chicken, he immediately forgot that his sense of justice was still bursting out 2 hours ago, as he felt that Huang Yueli was cheating his clansmen of their money. He finished speaking loudly and immediately turned around to leave. Without stopping, he rushed out of Huang Yueli's courtyard. What a joke. It was rare for the female devil to be so kind. Who knew if she had taken the wrong medicine? What if the drug wore off and she woke up and wanted to take back the roast chicken? Little Wang Kai ran so fast that Huang Yueli was stunned by his swift and violent movements. However, she was not angry. Instead, she curled her lips and revealed a playful smile. Huang Yueli tugged at Li Moying's sleeve. Husband, let's secretly follow him over to take a look. Li Moying lowered his head and met his little fox's sly smile as he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you acting like a child? In the future when they had a baby, would they be like little Wang Kai, being played by Lier? However, their child would definitely inherit their two-faced ways and would definitely not be as gullible as little Wang Kai. On the other side, little Wang Kai hugged the roast chicken tightly in his arms and ran out. He only stopped after he had run out of the courtyard and for several miles. Phew. I'm so tired. The female devil actually changed her attitude today and really gave me 2 roasted chickens. I used to complain about her every day. I shouldn't have. Actually, she's a good master. The roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves kept emitting an alluring fragrance. As little Wang Kai sniffed, his saliva could not help but drip down. No matter what, he could not move his feet. He looked left and right and realized that he had accidentally run out of the area where his clansmen lived and came to the forest at the side. There was no one here and it was very quiet. It was a good place to eat alone. Little Wang Kai sat down on the spot and placed the lotus leaf bag on the ground before opening it gently. In the middle of the green leaves, the roast chicken was still hot. It was golden in color and smelled tempting. Little Wang Kai picked up the roast chicken and raised it to his mouth. He opened his mouth wide and was about to take a bite. However, when he suddenly bit down, there was nothing. He even bit her tongue. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Little Wang Kai wailed and lowered his head to take a look. He realized that the roast chicken in his hand had disappeared. How was this possible? How could a cooked roast chicken fly away? Little Wang Kai quickly turned his head and when he took a closer look, his face immediately paled. Big brother. You. Why are you here? This. He was so frightened that he couldn't control his tongue. Behind him, the dignified Phoenix Patriarch, who was wearing a golden red robe, was looking down at him coldly. In his hands were 2 roast chickens that were still dripping oil. When little Wang Kai saw the roast chicken, he forgot everything else. He even threw his fear of Zhao Lin to the back of his mind. He screamed and pounced on the roast chicken. Big brother, why did you snatch my roast chicken away? Give it back to me. However, just as his little hand was about to grab the chicken wing, Zhao Lin took a step back unhurriedly. Little Wang Kai did not expect this. Not only did he miss, he almost fell to the ground. Big brother? The little guy blinked his big eyes in shock. Zhao Lin's long and narrow phoenix eyes narrowed as his gaze swept across his younger brother's face. He coldly said, I've already warned everyone earlier. No one is allowed to use medicinal herbs to exchange for roast chicken with Huang Yueli. Everyone else has listened to me but you. As my younger brother, you dare to openly disobey orders? When little Wang Kai heard his cold tone, he trembled. However, when he thought of his beloved roast chicken, he still mustered up his courage and tried to explain himself. Big brother, you're mistaken. I didn't disobey your orders. These 2 roast chickens were definitely not exchanged for medicinal herbs, but my female devil gave it to me. For you? Zhao Lin smirked coldly. You still want to lie to me? How could Huang Yueli be so kind? This. Little Wang Kai was instantly tongue-tied, not knowing how to explain. What Zhao Lin said was absolutely right. According to his female devil's usual personality, she naturally wouldn't give it away for free. The moment he received the roast chicken, he was also shocked. However, the truth was the truth. Before he could speak, Zhao Lin snorted coldly. You openly disobeyed the Patriarch's orders and even dared to fabricate a reason to deceive the Patriarch. Your crimes are even worse. On account of your young age, I won't punish you according to the clan rules. These 2 roast chickens are confiscated. What? Confiscated? Little Wang Kai widened his eyes and could not help but wail. Big brother, no, you can't confiscate my roast chicken. This is really a gift from the female devil. I don't know why she's so kind, but it's true. If you don't believe me, you can go and verify it with her face to face. So what if I want to verify it? What if you guys colluded? Humph. Zhao Lin snorted coldly. Anyway, I'm taking these 2 roast chickens. Even if Miss Huang gave it to you, you can't eat it anymore. Cultivate properly. Go back and continue practicing your swordsmanship 100 times. I want to check it tomorrow morning. What? Tomorrow, and you still want to check? No, big brother, no, you can't do this to me. Little Wang Kai let out an extremely miserable cry. However, he still couldn't save his roast chicken. Big brother is too much, too much. Little Wang Kai squatted on the grass, one hand pulling the weeds on the ground, the other drawing circles on the mud. Big brother doesn't eat roast chicken, and he even confiscated mine. He's simply inhumane. His stomach was filled with unwillingness, but under Zhao Lin's cold and stern gaze, he could only look at the roast chicken a few times reluctantly before returning to his courtyard dejectedly. Only when little Wang Kai's figure disappeared at the end of the forest did Zhao Lin retract his gaze. He lowered his head and looked at the roast chicken in his hand. A trace of doubt flashed across his pale golden eyes. What did Wang Kai and the others do? How could they be so addicted to such a greasy thing? What's going on? He frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he reached out his right hand and pulled out a drumstick from the roast chicken.